How terrifying can a disciplined zombie be? This zombie's name is Mr. Zombie. Every day, he runs a light year, then has a swimming race with sharks, and even does a few dance routines before bed for peace of mind. Other zombies just eat flesh, and more flesh, but in his eyes, there is only protein powder. Eventually, Mr. Zombie went bald, but he became stronger. Everything he does is because he wants to be friends with humans. The reason for this dates back to the day the apocalypse broke out. He was in class listening to a lecture when he turned into a zombie. Afterward, just like the other zombies, he wandered aimlessly with a horde. That was until the day humans appeared with heavy artillery, not only slaughtering Mr. Zombie's kind but also using technology to turn zombies into perpetual motion engines. Mr. Zombie didn't understand why humans hunted zombies, just as he didn't understand why zombies ate humans. But to survive, he had to strive, he had to become stronger to change humanity's perception of zombies. Will Mr. Zombie achieve his dream? What other challenges will he face on his path? Let's delve into the story to find out. Beneath a peaceful sunset sky, a train continued its journey steadily along the tracks. Suddenly, the wheels began to turn faster and faster. Along the road, countless people were bustling about. The driver leaned out of the cabin and shouted, "Run, the train has lost control." The staff also risked their lives, leaping from the train. This is bad. The people outside heard his voice and looked on in astonishment. They quickly grabbed their shoes and fled. Run. In the chaotic scene, the wheel of a baby stroller suddenly got stuck in the train track. The woman struggled with the stroller but couldn't move it. Someone help me. Those who had already escaped could only stand and shout, "Get away from there. It's dangerous. There's no time." The out-of-control train rushed straight towards the mother. From behind the panicking crowd, a young man with his face covered observed everything. Then, his figure vanished without anyone noticing. Just at that critical moment, the young man appeared and punched the front of the train, shattering it. The immense force caused the rear cars to derail and crash into each other. The woman held her crying child tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. Everything came to an abrupt halt, and she slowly opened her eyes. Before her, everything was a blur except for the straight back of a young man. Debris fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before settling. The young man extended his hand to help the mother. "Are you okay?" She touched his arm and replied, "Thank you." The woman and her child both looked at their savior. Suddenly, their faces turned pale with fear. The person in front of them had pale skin, a jaw full of teeth, and dark, sunken eye sockets, looking monstrous. A blood-curdling scream echoed into the high, blue sky. The scene shifts to someone's house, where a small pair of yellow shorts is hanging out to dry. The young man stretches vigorously after a deep sleep. "My name is Zombie. Zom from zombie, and B from zombie," he introduces himself. Zombie turns to his window, and welcomes the beautiful morning sun. The strawberry-patterned pink pajamas stand out against his muscular body. Age, unknown. Time of death, unknown. He walks into the bathroom and looks in the mirror. "I have a dream," he shares his earnest desire. To one day be friends with humans, to one day not be discriminated against and chased away by them. As he encourages himself, Zombie squeezes toothpaste onto his brush. "I am always trying my best for that goal. Although the goal is a bit far-fetched, I believe that as long as I try, I will definitely succeed," he tells himself while brushing. After he finishes, a tooth falls out into the sink. Zombie then uses a hook to get a shirt from up high. "Actually, to achieve this dream, I have helped humans many times. Once, an airplane came crashing down towards a soccer stadium, causing panic below. Run, spectators in the stands scrambled to get away. So dangerous." Suddenly, someone pointed in terror towards the falling plane. "Look, what is that?" "What?" The entire plane was stopped, hanging strangely in mid-air. It was Zombie who had caught it, leaving everyone staring with their mouths agape. Another time, a fire broke out in a high-rise apartment building, terrifying many. "Fire, my child is inside." Zombie rushed into the flames and emerged with numerous children in his arms, startling the firefighters who witnessed it. He grabs a towel, reminiscing about the old days before he had such a strong body. "I just remember back then, the city was filled with a strange aura. It was a summer day when the apocalypse arrived, and the zombie outbreak began." He slowly recounts the events. "I was sitting in school. After the outbreak, those who couldn't escape were bitten by zombies, turning into ordinary zombies themselves. They madly bit each other, turning everyone into the undead. Gradually, they spread throughout the city, turning it into a wasteland of zombies. That's right, just a completely ordinary type of zombie. Back then, Zombie was just foolishly shuffling along in the crowd. I was like a grunt, wherever my kind went, I followed. Sometime later, a group of people appeared. They were muscular soldiers from the army, armed with guns and cannons. They didn't bother reasoning with us. As soon as they showed up, they pointed their fire, spitting sticks in our faces. The weak zombies like them were shot in the head. They were being slaughtered. Some of the less intelligent ones were captured and taken back to become and oil pins. Not only did they turn them into oil lamps, but they also invented a perpetual zombie engine to generate infinite power for themselves. Lying alone on his simple bed, Jang thought, I don't understand why zombies have to eat humans, and why humans have to slaughter zombies to survive. He decided to change himself. He ran into the gym, turned on the machines, and began to train. From that day on, he started a life of self-discipline. Even though his soul nearly left his body the first time he lifted weights, he remained persistent. Every day, he exercised, ran, swam, and jumped. To increase the intensity of his training, Jang even used sharks to chase him. From the moment he adopted this ascetic lifestyle, he said goodbye to all kinds of meat. His meals were simple, but he was diligent in nourishing his body. Every day, he only ate fried eggs. Even at home, Jang performed other exercises. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he had to persevere with aerobics in the evening. Finally, one day, muscles bulged all over his body. He had succeeded. He looked at himself, now with a solid six-pack body, and knew he had become an undefeated champion. He then decided to put on a discreet outfit and head towards the city. Afterward, he focused his strength and intellect and began to integrate into human society. Humanity was now highly developed and numerous, making it easy for him to blend in. To change people's perception of zombies, he continuously helped them. He also tried to be a good zombie citizen, speaking politely, being courteous, and obeying the law. He continued to hang his laundry. Jang opened the refrigerator and saw only an empty box. The food was gone. The situation forced him to go shopping. Time to go out. Today, the sun shone brightly down from above the building. Inside a convenience store, the employee cheerfully greeted a familiar customer. Little John, here to pick up more stock. She asked him friendly. Doesn't it get uncomfortable wearing a mask all day? Jang held a few cartons of eggs in his hands and replied, it's not uncomfortable. Outside, a truck was busy being loaded with eggs. Everyone helped Boss John load the eggs onto the truck. He chatted happily with the employee, not noticing that outside, two people, one young and one old, were secretly watching him. The younger one asked his companion, Captain, is that him? The older man narrowed his eyes at him and answered, yes, today we must uncover your mask and see who you really are. The binoculars helped the man see Jiangxi's actions more clearly as he waved goodbye to the employees. He held a piece of paper in his hand and sadly exclaimed, a Q is on the wanted list again. The paper showed a picture of a completely masked zombie with an incredibly powerful 3's danger level. The young man held a camera and asked curiously, sir, looking at him, could he be the Superman who lifted an entire airplane? Could it be that the media intentionally exaggerated it? The older man continued to watch him intently. It's very possible. But then, the middle-aged man affirmed with certainty, no, it's definitely an exaggeration. As he lowered the binoculars, he turned to the front, determined to unmask him. Just as he finished speaking, both of them gasped in astonishment. Jang lifted the truck with both hands with incredible ease. He looked up at the sky and prepared to do something. The ground cracked from the force of his launch. In a flash, the young man flew straight into the sky as if by magic. The two spies stared blankly. What kind of joke is this? Outside the Earth's atmosphere, Jang carried the truck and flew over another continent. The place he arrived at was strictly fenced off. The sky was dark. Other zombies wandered around the ruined streets. A child tugged on his mother's sleeve and whined, I'm so hungry. She reassured the boy, just hold on a little longer. Jang finally arrived, landing with immense force. He slammed down with a thud that seemed to shake the very space around them. The truck of goods was gently placed down. The zombies there opened their mouths and said, the great king has returned. Suddenly, a child approached and asked him curiously, King, you are so fast, why don't you imitate humans and drive here? Jang replied, though they didn't quite understand the answer, I don't have a driver's license. This neighborhood was shrouded in a gloomy, desolate atmosphere. This is the territory I rule, a sanctuary chosen to stay away from humans. I have ordered the residents to substitute chicken eggs for human flesh. He put his hands on his hips and asked the boy, where are Q and the others? The boy pointed to a building. They're in that ruined hotel. Jang walked over and opened the apartment door himself. Before him were two werewolf-like zombies, a Lun, incest level danger zombie boss, and Amal, incest level danger zombie boss. Next to them were two muscular figures, a Cam, incest level danger zombie boss, and a Ko, incest level danger zombie boss. A shorter but fierce-looking one was the incest level danger zombie boss. And finally, the most well-dressed of the group was Xiao Hai, incest level danger zombie boss. When they saw him, they all stood in a line and shouted, welcome, great king. Jiang walked past Aku and stuck the wanted poster on his chest. Aku, you're wanted by the humans again. He honestly admitted his fault to him. Sorry, great king. My body loses control whenever I see humans. Then he went to his seat and sat down. It was an old sofa in the middle of a pile of scrap. Xiao He spoke up, Although our zombie territory is expanding indefinitely, to avoid humans, our clan has already moved to several different capitals. As he raised his saw and said aggressively, "Boss, let us go out and do our thing. It's been so long since I've seen blood, my chainsaw is getting rusty." Jang, of course, did not allow it. "What do you understand? Humans are terrifying." Suddenly, the loud sound of an engine echoed above them. "What's that noise?" A fighter jet was flying straight on its path across the sky. A pair of full, pale grapefruits waited impatiently for something. With a stern expression, Ziling stood on the airship, her arms crossed as she observed the scene ahead. Silently, she gazed at a screen displaying coordinates. A crew member in the cockpit reported to her, "Director, all systems are normal. Everything is ready. We can proceed." Inside the massive airship, an activated nuclear warhead was set to detonate in 20 minutes. Back at the base, Mr. Zombie, who had been sitting leisurely, looked up in surprise. A satisfied smile crept across the girl's face. "Excellent." Then, in an instant, her expression twisted into one of utter hatred. "Come on, you disgusting zombies." The aircraft had approached the city close enough for them to be spotted. Aju exclaimed as soon as he saw them, "Humans." He was eager for a fight, and immediately turned to Mr. Zombie. "Boss, let me go take them down." Mr. Zombie stopped him. "No. You'll lose control if you get near humans. You all evacuate the civilians first." He was serious as he made his decision. "I'll go out and see what's happening." Ziling remained in the cockpit, contacting her people. "Brown team, have you received the intel? There are 3 trucks carrying people on the stone road. You have only 20 minutes to search for survivors." Fully equipped with weapons and armor as per the director's instructions, they prepared to move out. "We will withdraw immediately after 20 minutes. One person responded curtly, "Understood." A man holding a sword stepped out from the rear of the airship. "Xiao Wu, pay attention. Be ready for orders at any time, and watch out for a zombie boss." He looked formidable, standing against the sky as the dawn light shone upon him. After receiving his orders, Xiao Wu quickly replied, "Understood." A smile formed on his lips beneath his mask. "Rest assured, Director. The moment a boss appears, I'll mince it to pieces." The zombies in the city were drawn by the light and quickly swarmed towards it. At the same time, a certain doctor was standing before a large, detailed screen. The boyish-looking man adjusted his glasses and chuckled with amusement. "And name seems to be from the Superhuman Academy." He too was intrigued by this and smiled. "Let's play a game with them." They slammed down on a red button. Immediately, a cage full of ordinary people was lowered, despite their desperate cries. "Help! Someone save us!" Seeing the living, the horde of zombies surged forward like a flood. The soldiers below quickly received instructions through their communicators. "Tina, be advised, survivors have been spotted. Move in to support." The commander nodded. "Acknowledged." They set up their machine guns and began to open fire with countless rounds. While in the middle of the fight, Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped, noticing a strange phenomenon. "Damn, why isn't that zombie dying?" 2 small zombies clung to each other in fear amidst the dense barrage of bullets. "Mr. Zombie stood before them, raising both hands to block the onslaught. A sniper aimed directly at him and muttered, "Nothing is immortal. If it seems to be, it just means the caliber isn't big enough." This time, the bullet was larger and traveled a great distance toward them. It exploded just seconds later, erupting in a violent burst of fire and smoke. The white smoke billowed out, quickly obscuring the figures within. Suddenly, a soldier approached and showed them a piece of paper. "Did we hit the wrong person? I think that's the superhuman who's been showing up recently." On it was a picture of Mr. Zombie carrying the airplane. "It's the guy in the zombie mask who's always helping people." The other soldier took it and yelled, "We hit the wrong one." But Mr. Zombie's body was completely unharmed after the attack. He simply turned his head slowly to look at the airship as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Ziling noticed a red warning area appear on the map. She immediately dispatched the man at the rear of the ship. "Xiao Wu, a zombie boss has appeared in Sector B. Message received. Leave it to me." Xiao Wu then let himself free fall from the sky. Dr. Jiming stood silently before his high-tech screen. His subordinate was tapping furiously on a keyboard. "They're about to evacuate the civilians. It seems we can't underestimate them." Jiming whispered an order. "Then let's add a little more stimulation." A sly grin spread across the subordinate's face, making his glasses glint. "Understood." Outside, the zombie horde was still gathered in large numbers. One zombie suddenly showed strange signs as the skin on its face tore away. Then, its arm swelled uncontrollably with bulging muscles. From a small zombie, the mutation caused its body to grow enormous, completely transforming it into a ferocious monster. Elsewhere, Mr. Zombie suddenly sensed a strange surge of power. The mutated zombie let out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was still falling from the airship. A notification came through the comms to the soldiers on the ground. "All squads, attention. A zombie boss has appeared in Sector B." Xiao Xiao quickly replied, Understood, we're heading there now. Suddenly she saw their captain sprinting away at full speed and exclaimed in confusion, "Captain." Mr. Zombie was still staring at them in a daze. The captain rushed over, grabbed him, and pulled him away, saving him in the nick of time. The captain brought Mr. Zombie back from the horde of zombies. Xiao Xiao and her teammates stared in astonishment as their captain roughly threw him into the back of their truck. He then urged his subordinate in the driver's seat, "Drive, what are you waiting for, an award?" Their vehicle swerved a few times, and then sped away. After the chaos subsided, they were driving steadily down an empty road. It was then that Xiao Xiao spoke up. "You're the guy in the zombie mask who's always helping people, right? I'm very curious. Why do you always wear that mask?" Mr. Zombie was startled and stammered, unsure of how to answer. "Well..." At that moment, the other soldiers still on the battlefield were wondering what happened and lowered their guns. What was it planning to do? The mutated zombie squeezed the vehicle's frame, lifting it high. Without warning, the entire bus was hurled toward them, putting the soldiers in grave danger. Fortunately, just in time, Xiao Wu appeared in a flash of light before them. The bus was sliced in two with incredible speed, the halves flying to either side. He stood in the middle, sword in hand, looking impossibly cool. The two pieces of the bus skidded for a few more meters before slowly coming to a stop on the road. Seeing him, the soldiers cheered with relief. "It's Xiao Wu from the Blade Society Academy. That's great, we have hope now." Xiao Wu drew his second sword, stood tall, and declared, "Everyone, evacuate the civilians first. Leave this place to me." Xiao Xiao and her team were evacuating the civilians in the area, one by one. "Don't rush," the captain asked a soldier beside him, "what's the situation up front?" The soldier reported back, "A zombie boss appeared, but Xiao Wu from the Blade Society is here now." At that moment, Jiang Si looked toward the road, a sense of familiarity washing over him. That's Juju's voice. Xiao Xiao was still busy with her guidance duties, constantly reminding people, "Don't push, we are not zombies." She suddenly remembered something and turned around, but there was no one there. She stood bewildered. Where did the man in the mask go? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was calmly facing the zombie. "Are you in a lot of pain?" The zombie roared again, its dark mouth gaping wide. In a flash, it lunged at its enemy with immense fury. Xiao Wu gently pushed the blade from its sheath, dashed past its body to make a cut, and then sheathed his sword with elegant grace. "I'll grant you release." His figure blurred within the white space, as if an incredibly fast action had just occurred. Countless intersecting slashes, like a net of threads, were unleashed in a brief moment. Xiao Wu slid lightly across the ground and raised his sword, not a single drop of blood on it. The massive body of the zombie, having suffered fatal blows, froze. It exploded in a gruesome scene, obscuring the area in darkness. Afterward, the zombie couldn't escape its fate and collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Wu sheathed his sword gently. He was satisfied after finishing it off so cleanly. "It's done. I can rest early." Just then, Jiang Si's footsteps grew closer to where Xiao Wu was. He noticed the movement, and looked surprised. Jiang Si's small shadow made him slightly confused. A zombie. Half of the zombie's body had been sliced off and couldn't regenerate. Only Jiang Si had a sorrowful expression on his face as he observed his fallen friend. The control room of the airship was happily reporting the news. "News just came in, the zombie boss has been dealt with by Xiao Wu." Ziling also smiled and said, "Well done. Give him top credit when he returns." Down in the city, Jiang Si's voice deepened as he comforted the fallen corpse of his friend. "It's not your fault. I'm sorry, we lost control." Xiao Wu heard his words and became agitated. "Wu." He recklessly slashed directly at Jiang Si. "Zombies must die." The girl on the ship observed the information reported by the computer and exclaimed, "Wait, another zombie boss has been detected on the ground. There's still more." The man beside her replied calmly, "What's the panic? Don't worry, with Xiao Wu there, destroying it will be simple." But this time, she frowned in disbelief. "Xiao Wu is gone." Ziling immediately turned in astonishment. "What?" Xiao Wu's face was now covered in bruises, scratches, and red blood. He had been stripped and hung from a lamppost, all his secrets exposed. The operator spoke again with a sense of dread. "Xiao Wu's vital signs are dropping. He's been severely beaten." The man was just as shocked as they were. The civilians haven't even finished evacuating yet. This unexpected turn of events made Ziling stand still for a moment, thinking. The more she thought, the angrier she became, letting out a furious huff. Without waiting, Ziling's figure blurred inside the cabin. She launched herself downward, surprising everyone on board. The president, the person in the cabin, hastily typed commands on the screen and yelled, "President, you're being too reckless. We're not ready yet." But Ziling, burning with impatience, retorted, "I want to see just how powerful it is." From the sky, a small white light flashed. Jiangzi had just turned his head to notice it. Ziling was already close to him, drawing the sword at her hip. The young man was still gaping, surprised by the girl's sudden approach, and hadn't had time to counter. Then, the blade shattered in an instant, turning into a worthless pile of scrap metal. Ziling's eyes widened at the bizarre phenomenon happening right before her hair still flying back from her incredible speed. Jiangxi looked on with a questioning expression as the person landed on the ground with her broken sword. She, in turn, was sweating in terror. What the hell is this thing? Ziling immediately distanced herself from the target to maintain safety. The girl on the airship connected with her president via radio and asked, "President, you're infiltrating alone like this. It's very difficult for us to provide support. Are you alright?" Though she had just received a shock, Ziling's words were still strong. What could happen to me? At that moment, Jiangxi quickly raised his hands, awkwardly trying to de-escalate. "I already apologize." But this only made him more suspicious in her eyes. It can even speak human language. Truly a freak. If that was the case, she drew another sword. On its blade was a blood-red inscription. Ziling ran her fingers over the shiny surface of the sword, preparing for her attack. Jiangxi grew more fluttered seeing his opponent ready to strike again. "I haven't even finished talking yet." As the president replied, she continued her charge. You can tell that to King Yama. Having no choice, he had to quickly leap from where he stood. Ziling's strike hit nothing but Mr. Zombie's shadow, and she quickly reacted by dashing away. This time, she somersaulted backward, planning a surprise attack. In Mr. Zombie's eyes, the whole world was inverted, and only she was looking at him with eyes full of killing intent. She spun, unleashing a wide area attack that sliced through everything in its path. The energy wave cut through everything from the pavement to the lampposts as if they were nothing. Mr. Zombie easily leaned back and dodged it. However, Ziling didn't stop, delivering a slash that cut straight through several skyscrapers in the city. He looked up at the sky with a blank face, seemingly not taking the fight seriously. This infuriated Ziling even more. How dare this abomination mock me? She vanished once again. By now, the soldiers had reached them and were carrying Xiao Wu away. Hurry up. He was still in shock, foaming at the mouth, forcing them to fan him vigorously. Someone on the airship urgently called out, "Director, the civilians have all been evacuated. Please return." The attempts to contact her were continuous. "Director, can you hear us?" But at that moment, Ziling and Mr. Zombie were engaged in a lopsided battle, constantly shifting locations. He looked quite cheerful as he leaped around the city, even striking playful poses. Ziling gripped her longsword tightly and glared, "Are you just going to run?" They dove down the side of a tall building, and into a narrow alley. While in freefall, Mr. Zombie innocently asked, "If I don't run, should I just stay here and wait for you to chop me up?" With that, he jumped back onto a rooftop and kicked a car to propel himself forward. Ziling clicked her tongue, and sheathed her sword. This time, she focused, channeling power into her legs. Blade charge, second stage. The engines on her calves opened up, venting white steam. All the energy was activated to its maximum capacity, the light shifting from green to a furious, brilliant red. She launched herself in a straight line from the rooftop. Mr. Zombie, still hovering in mid-air, was unaware. In a matter of seconds, Ziling was right behind him. She gritted her teeth and brought her sword down in a powerful arc, venting all her frustration. After the strike, she landed safely on the ground. Mr. Zombie also fell, landing with a thud like a sack of salt. Ziling sheathed her sword and said grimly, "It's done." She touched her earpiece to report, "Mission complete." "Understood, we're coming down to get you." Jiming's subordinate relayed the information to him. "And Ming, they've evacuated all the civilians." A cunning smile touched the corner of his lips. "Don't we have a spy? Use them." Though he was far away, Jiming gave the order softly. The evacuated civilians were cheering. "This is great, the director is amazing." On the main bridge of the airship, the silence was tense. The pilot suddenly noticed his colleague. The mysterious man next to him lifted the cover of a red button and, without hesitation, pressed it. The pilot yelled in panic, "What are you doing?" The large bomb on the ship's fuselage immediately began a countdown, and was revealed. On command, it dropped, falling heavily towards the city below. The people on the transport ship were still cheering and laughing happily. "We can go home." However, the two pilots had apprehended the saboteur and quickly reported the situation. "Don't celebrate yet. We have a spy here. The warhead has been launched." Everyone froze as the information sank in. Then, their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped in absolute shock. Down below, Ziling heard their panicked voices. "Director, can you hear us? We have a spy. The warhead has been launched. You have to get back here now." She looked up at the sky in astonishment. "What?" The massive warhead was aimed directly at the city and was plummeting down. The woman on the comms announced to the entire airship, "All hands, brace for impact. Open the hangar doors. Try to lower our altitude so the director can jump on." Ziling tried to activate the engines on her legs, but they wouldn't work. She looked at the weak puff of smoke they emitted and wondered, what's wrong? The crew on the airship urged her desperately, "Director, aren't you back yet? We're almost out of time." She wanted to, but could only grimace and say, "My legs won't move." Ziling collapsed, looking over at Mr. Zombie's body, which was still half buried in the ground. I used up all my power to crush that abomination. She tried to remove the device to check it, only making her situation more difficult. Damn it, didn't I charge this before I left? Suddenly, her sharp instincts flared, and she spun around. Who's there? Mr. Zombie, who had somehow pulled himself out of the ground, was now right in her face, looking at her closely. The director was pulled away helplessly. Mr. Zombie spun her around as if she were a rope, causing her to scream. Then, using the momentum, he threw her straight up into the sky. Ziling landed perfectly inside the rear of the airship. Her subordinates quickly rushed to her side. They surrounded her, asking worriedly, "Director, are you okay?" Help the director up. However, her attention was now fixed on Mr. Zombie below. You abomination. The warhead was now terrifyingly close to his city, its massive, dark shell filling the view. He stood on the street below, looking up thoughtfully. Then, with a grimace, Mr. Zombie bent one leg to prepare. With a thunderous crash, the ground cracked behind him as the zombie launched himself into the sky. He exhaled a cloud of hot air, gathering more power. Nearly all of his strength was now focused on this single, rocketing ascent. The warhead continued its inevitable fall, but rising from the city to meet it was Mr. Zombie. He reached out his hand, ready to touch it. He caught the warhead with his bare hands, crushing more than half of the giant projectile. Ziling and the people on the ship all exclaimed in astonishment. What? Jiming and his subordinate also watched intently with curiosity. The soldier who was fanning Xiao Wu, as well as Xiao Xiao and her captain, all stared with wide eyes. A massive explosion erupted on the ground, its shockwave so powerful it seemed capable of destroying everything. The terrifying pressure and deafening sound sent Ziling and the other ordinary people staggering. From outside the Earth's atmosphere, the massive smoke column from the bomb was visible. After it had completed its mission, the president looked up in a daze. Fire mingled with the smoke, illuminating an entire section of the city. The old, dilapidated buildings were almost entirely engulfed in the ashes. She grimaced, both from shock and from waiting for some kind of miracle. Below, everything was shrouded in a cloud of dust and debris. A single bare foot stepped calmly onto the ground. Jiangxi's clothes were almost completely burned away, but his rippling muscular body was unscathed. He even scratched his own butt and muttered, "Looks like that had no effect." He scratched his butt with complete composure. After witnessing these scenes, Jiming turned to leave. Time to slip away. His subordinate, however, was still staring curiously at the screen. Strange, why is there still a moving object in the nuclear explosion zone? Dr. Jiming was not as surprised or interested as him, simply saying, "Our fight with this academy of extraordinary people isn't a 1 or 2 day affair. If we don't succeed this time, there will be a next time." The subordinate said no more, and complied. Understood. On the academy's helicopter, the entrance had already been closed. Ziling sat in a corner, lost in somber thought. Her colleague only dared to stand at a distance and watch her. What's wrong with the president? The other person gave a meaningful look and explained, think about it. You fight zombies your entire life, and now you're saved by a zombie. How would you feel? The girl from the control station walked over with a data tablet. President, I think you're mistaken. She held it out in front of Ziling and added, this person isn't a zombie. The face on the screen was clearly Jiangxi. You probably don't keep up with the news, President. He's the masked man who likes to wear a zombie mask, and he's been very active in our society recently. With both hands, President Ziling crushed the device, shattering it into pieces. The next morning, a peaceful day arrived with the bright sunshine. But the people on the street today saw something strange that made them all freeze. Everywhere he went, he caused a shock, throwing the entire area into a state of confusion. Inside a phone booth, the man stepped in and spoke. Hello. As spoke energetically and none stopped through the phone. Boss, don't worry, we've all evacuated safely. Most of us are fine, we're looking for the next place to stay. He replied to them gently. No. Wait until everyone is settled, then I'll come find you. Outside his apartment building, daily life went on as usual. Jiangxi returned to his apartment wearing only a pair of tattered pants. Luckily, there was no one around. He muttered the passcode and keyed it into the screen. 741,741,774,741. Back at the academy, they had just discovered something that made the girl exclaim, President, come look at this. Both of them stared at the screen simultaneously. On screen, Jiangxi suddenly turned around, facing them. The president and the girl's faces darkened with astonishment. Unaware, the young man entered his home as usual. He turned on a video to get motivated for his weightlifting. Alright, everyone, follow me. Raise your hands and lift your thighs. On his table was a group photo with his boisterous subordinates, looking very cozy. Jiangxi smiled to himself and thought, I wonder if everyone has settled down yet. I'll be back soon. Suddenly, Ziling kicked his door down, making him scream. She led in a host of people in black suits and ordered them, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, pack up everything. Pots, pans, you name it, take it all. They immediately fanned out, and began clearing out Jang's house. Yes, ma'am. Who are you people? He asked in a panic from the floor. What do you want? A white piece of paper was thrust in front of the young man's face. Ziling stood before him and introduced herself. We are from the Academy of Extraordinary People. I'm informing you that you have been accepted. She said it as an announcement, not a question. Starting today, you are a member of our academy. Then she pointed at the young man and looked at the black, hooded person beside her. That person immediately walked over and pulled Jiang Si up amidst his utter confusion. Wait, he struggled against them, but it was no use. What are you doing? Can zombies even go to school? You're human. Why pretend to be a zombie? Take him away. And so, Ziling took him and all his belongings out of the apartment building. The furniture was loaded into a truck, and the street was buzzing with activity due to the sudden event. Xiao Xiao, who was standing with her, asked with concern, President, the Academy's recruitment is very strict. Admitting someone on our own like this doesn't seem right. Besides, housing at the Academy is assigned based on labor. He won't have a place to stay when he gets there. She looked thoughtfully at her team as they packed the last of the items. Then, Ziling made a decisive decision. He can stay with me for now. The men in black worked professionally, urging each other on. Quickly, move everything inside. Yes, put it in the bedroom. In just one day, everything was settled, and they quickly departed. Job's done. The two representatives of the team bowed to them, and then left. Now, Jiangxi was left nearly naked in his shorts, kneeling on the floor opposite Ziling, utterly bewildered. He was sweating profusely with anxiety, while the girl observed him intently for a long time without saying a word. Mr. Zombie was forced to ask first, so I'm staying here from now on. Where do I sleep? Ziling replied coldly, where else? Her face darkened threateningly. What? You want to sleep with me? The terrified young man waved his hands in denial. No, that's not what I was thinking at all. He even imagined the scene and thought to himself, a zombie sleeping with a human. This world has gone mad. The director continued, you'll sleep in the guest room right next door. Mr. Zombie timidly revealed his secret. Actually, you're all wrong. I'm not human. Ziling suddenly touched her strange legs, and bent one up. Curious and confused, he looked on. Suddenly, she detached the entire leg joint, startling him once again. Your leg. Ziling did the same to the other side and replied, I cut them off myself. You got a problem with that? The young man quickly denied it. No, not at all. She frowned. Though she didn't seem to want to talk about it, she decided to share. The story took place in a house engulfed in flames. When I was little, a zombie outbreak happened in my village. 2 zombies frantically charged at her, terrifying her. My parents turned into zombies and bit my legs. Her small hands could only grip a kitchen knife. To survive, I not only had to cut off my own legs. Tears welled up in the child's eyes from fear, but she still had to bring the knife down. But I also had to kill my own parents who had become zombies. As she recounted the story, she glared at him. That's why I hate zombies. I make sure to kill every single one I see. Mr. Zombie, who had been about to say something, fell silent, not daring to make a sound. After finishing her story, she asked again, what did you want to say earlier? The terrified young man shook his hands frantically. Nothing. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. To avoid being skewered on the spot, he quickly changed the subject. Let's talk about something else. What's this superhuman academy you mentioned before? Asked a question in her area of expertise, Ziling's demeanor softened. It's an academy that specializes in training people to deal with zombies. Their academy building was incredibly modern with intricate architecture. It's been over 1,000 years since the zombie outbreak, since the apocalypse. 2 centuries after the outbreak, to ensure humanity's survival, the ancestors established this school. The students there are all described as either geniuses or monsters. It's a school dedicated to solving the zombie problem, training all sorts of talents to handle them. Hearing her speak, Mr. Zombie suddenly remembered. 2 centuries after the zombie outbreak. I remember when the outbreak first started. I had just turned into a zombie. He sat there, stunned, having just learned something new about himself. Wait, I'm 1,000 years old. Ziling instructed, remember to register tomorrow. I got you in through the back door. A thought popped into his head, can I just not go? As if she knew what he was thinking, she added a few more words. Don't even think about skipping. This isn't a normal school. If you register, and don't attend, they'll launch a thorough investigation. She moved around in her wheelchair. Also, my name is Ziling. Just have Xiao take you tomorrow. You two have met before. Mr. Zombie didn't quite understand. We've met before. He asked himself, who is Xiao? The person who had confused him turned out to be a girl with her hair tied up in 2 high ponytails. She stood proudly before the school with an air of immense confidence and strength. The entrance was vast, with inscriptions on the structures lining the walkway. Xiao Xiao cheerfully struck up a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Mask, how are you doing?" "Mr. Zombie" responded to her greeting with a question. "By the way, who are you?" The girl immediately shouted to remind him. "We met before during that incident with the explosion-proof vehicle," he remembered and illustrated with his hands. "Oh, right. But I remember you were just a tiny little thing back then." She scowled at him and tried to calm herself down. "Xiao Xiao, you have to build a good relationship with your future classmate. He's an idiot. He's an idiot." Afterward, Xiao Xiao didn't argue further and walked straight inside. "Let's go. There's a test soon." "A test?" Mr. Zombie asked, surprised. They entered the vast school grounds, where only the two of them were present for the moment. Taking this opportunity, he gently nudged Xiao Xiao's arm and asked, "We have to take a test to get into this school." She explained, "Of course. What school doesn't have tests? They'll give you a week of basic training on how to fight zombies, and then there will be an exam." The girl even remembered some important details. For example, the world record for the 100-meter dash is 9:58 seconds. To pass, you have to run it in 9:57. He nodded as if he understood. So that's what Superhuman Academy means. The two of them went up a flight of stairs when it was Xiao Xiao's turn to ask. "So what did you think it was?" Mr. Zombie shrugged and replied, "To be honest, I thought it was a psychiatric hospital." On a white wall hung a red banner with prominent white text. Down in the courtyard, thousands of people had been summoned, all with serious expressions. If they weren't from influential families, they were geniuses in some field. They joined the crowd. "We're here." Xiao Xiao climbed onto Mr. Zombie's neck to get a better view. "Damn, I can't see from here." The person in front of them unexpectedly turned around and insulted them. "Shut up. Trash should stay in the back." With her fiery personality, she retorted, "What's your problem?" Mr. Zombie looked up and said, "I don't get it. I've lifted an airplane in human territory several times before. I shouldn't have to take a test, right?" She patiently answered, "You're overthinking it. There are plenty of people in this academy who can lift an airplane. This place was established by the government, and the staff's information is all classified." She also added one more important thing. "Also, the people here don't watch the news." Just then, a man with one leg missing approached. "Everyone, be quiet." He cleared his throat a few times. Then, Shen Shen stood sternly on a high platform and spoke. "Hello everyone. I am your examiner for this occasion. You can call me Education Group Leader Chen Shen." He began with an introduction. "It has been 800 years since this school was founded. During that time, we have trained all sorts of talents. To defend against the Zombie King's assault, our ancestors even split a great mountain in half." He also stated the Academy's requirement bluntly. "I don't expect you to surpass our ancestors, I just need you to." Suddenly, someone from the crowd called out, "Teacher, oh, no, Group Leader Shen." Mr. Zombie timidly expressed his opinion. "I have a question. What if a zombie were to infiltrate this school?" Chen Shen replied very decisively, "Of course, we dismember it into 8 pieces and hang its head at the school gate as a warning to everyone. And castration, too." He didn't understand the last part. Castration. The examiner smiled until his eyes crinkled and said it plainly. "You know, the little birds." In his mind, the young man imagined a banana being sliced off, and his face turned pale with sympathetic pain. After the short speech, the sky remained clear with the bright morning sun. A referee stood to the side to give the signal. 100-meter sprint, get ready. Although Mr. Zombie was still bewildered, he got into position like everyone else. A blank was fired from the starter pistol. Though, the moment the referee finished speaking, the entire group of students shot past, creating a gust of wind that nearly blew him away. One outstanding individual even passed Mr. Zombie, confidently leading the pack. They circled the school grounds several dozen times like that until the order was given. "Wushengtu, 100 meters in 3 seconds. Pass." The young man immediately skidded to a halt after reaching his goal. Mr. Zombie just ran and watched blankly. The students then brought out countless scary crows for the next round. Next event, shooting. Chen Chen stood right behind him and said loudly, "Shooting is the most fundamental skill for fighting zombies. If you're good at it, you eat the zombies. If you're not, the zombies eat you." Just like that, his heart was in turmoil as he was swept along by the rapid succession of events. "I was suddenly dragged to this school to learn how to fight zombies. Every day, besides theoretical classes on zombies, there are all sorts of training exercises." A small, fair-skinned arm next to him picked up a pistol. Xiao Xiao, even with a blindfold on, could fire countless bullets. They flew swiftly towards the scary crows that were flying about randomly, yet she accurately hit every single one of their heads. The girl smugly pulled off her blindfold with a satisfied smile. "Xiao Xiao, shooting test. Pass." Mr. Zombie was once again left gaping in astonishment. He looked at the crazed guy next to him who was grabbing the body of a scarecrow and screaming. Sweat poured from Mr. Zombie's body. Shen was still standing under the sun, directing them. Next event, shot put. Some people strained to lift the weights, while others were very calm. 80 meters is the minimum standard. 100 meters or more is a pass. The students began to throw their shots. Begin, depending on the person, their shot either passed the distant white line or it didn't. 20. Pass. Fail. Shen announced loudly. Next group, Mr. Zombie tried to act as normal as possible as he ran. And so, I ended up in this place full of lunatics. To avoid attracting attention, I tried to control my strength. The examiner, Shen, had actually been watching him the whole time. He held a data tablet in his hand. Mr. Zombie, height 1.82, weight 72, 100-meter sprint, 9.57 seconds. All categories are at the minimum passing level. But the Blade Group leader, Ziling, said he was very strong. He looked up again. Could it be that this guy is intentionally messing with me? The sky above them was as clear and blue as ever. Ready. Another student leaned his entire body back to gain momentum for the javelin throw. Then, he threw it with all his might, sending it soaring high. Begin. The sharp javelin cut through the air, aimed straight for its target. It pierced through a scary crow, dragging it along. Mr. Zombie was startled with surprise. Even after skewering 3 or 4 scarecrows, the javelin's flight didn't stop, and it flew straight into a sign on the road. The people around looked up at it in confusion. Shen clicked his stopwatch and announced, 32 kilometers. Target accurate. That student walked into the assembly area as Mr. Zombie walked out. Wu Shengtu, javelin throw. Pass. Next. Wu Shengtu, still arrogant, shot a glance at Mr. Zombie. Mr. Zombie also picked up his javelin, leaning back to get into the same stance as everyone else. But this time, Shen stopped him. Wait. The surrounding students were also drawn by his voice and looked over. The examiner walked up and addressed him directly. Your name is Mr. Zombie, right? Blade Group leader Ziling recommended you. He held the tablet in his hand and questioned him. She said you were very strong, but your results are all just at the passing level. Do you really have that kind of power, or are you intentionally messing with me? The people in the crowd looked towards them with curious faces. Suddenly, Shen brought up the earlier incident, startling Mr. Zombie. You were the one who asked me that question before, weren't you? Everyone here couldn't wait to show off all their strength. He leaned in very close to his face and whispered, making him tremble. Could it be that you're a zombie? In a panic, he quickly waved his hands and feet to deny it. No, I'm human. I am human. Shen threw the thin tablet at him. Good. Then I want to see your full power. He returned to his spot and said, I'm not asking you to throw it 32 kilometers like your friend before. If you can throw it over 3 kilometers, you'll be considered qualified. Shen emphasized, his eyes glaring as a warning. If you don't reach that mark, it means you have no real strength and just trick the Blade Group's leader. I will treat you as a spy and subject you to interrogation. Tenzifels felt daring to utter another sound. His mind, however, was filled with conflicting thoughts. Although I can't remember many things, the people who hunted me down a long time ago were from this academy, weren't they? I don't want to be turned into an oil lamp, nor do I want to become a perpetual motion machine. Then, GMC thought calmly, I'll just throw it as far as I can. GMC think fast power user survived until today. Wu Shen stood with his arms crossed, waiting for the person he had just belittled to perform. Zhao Xiao also watched him intently. GMC took a deep breath and gently raised the sharp javelin. He opened his mouth slightly, took a breath, and remembered the scenes of his arduous training in the gem, which motivated him even more. A fire ignited in Jiangxi's eyes. Fragments of memories from when he was weak and rail thin flooded back. Now, all he needed was one stump to crater the ground. Jiangxi's surroundings began to blur due to his incredibly fast movement. Wu Shen, who had been acting cool and aloof just a moment ago, was now blown back in sheer terror. A throw with Jiangxi's full power was unleashed. The javelin shot straight into outer space, piercing through a cluster of satellites. It continued to fly past at the speed of light, destroying a few more before finally landing on the surface of the moon. The students on the field were blown into the air as if hit by a massive hurricane. Jiangxi remained standing, though the ground behind him was completely torn up. Shen's jaw dropped as he uttered, holy. The moon remained silent, continuing its usual orbit. But now, a bright flash of light appeared right in its center. A large, round hole was carved out, and the image of the earth appeared, small, through the opening. The fiery determination in Jiangxi's eyes had not yet faded, and the muscles all over his body bulged, straining against his shirt. A few of the more unfortunate students began to fall from the sky. Jiangxi's body was still leaning forward, surrounded by white mist. He slowly lifted his head to look up. The moon in the sky stood still, facing him as if in question. A moment later, the young man gradually calmed down, standing there in a daze. Chen Shen and the others were still in shock as they stared at him. Xiao Xiao ran over excitedly. Did you see that? Instructor Chen was stunned too. Whoa, you're so amazing, she asked eagerly. How far did you throw it just now? Gensi scratched his head and said, I don't know either. I just kind of threw it randomly at the sky. A meteoroid in outer space was now floating aimlessly after being broken off from the moon. Both pieces drifted endlessly in space. The hole in the moon would likely never heal, leaving a large scar through which the Earth could be seen. Jiangxi held up the information sheet and asked, the test is over. Can I go home now? Xiao Xiao was astonished. Go home? Are you kidding? From now on, you're the group leader's man. She swung Jiangxi's arm, trying to exaggerate her words. Do you know how much power the group leader holds? Of course Jiangxi didn't know, so a question mark appeared above his head. Xiao Xiao then theatrically described Ziling's terrifying authority. Let's take Blade Group leader Ziling as an example. Not only does she command an entire region's army, but she can also use tanks, planes, and artillery at will. She even has the authority to use nuclear weapons. The real person, meanwhile, was sitting in her section, gazing at the city through the window. She manages a large city with a population of 35 million. The city's mayor is just a tool for her to manage the daily lives of the citizens. She is the true ruler of the city. Gensi wasn't too surprised after hearing this. Alright, so I have my own city. After chatting for a while, they moved to a new location, the biotechnology group. All around and on the tables were test tubes and strange chemicals. Where is this? The energetic Xiao Xiao introduced it to him. This is the biotechnology group, where they specialize in researching weapons for us. You can also call it the logistics department. Gangxi suddenly glanced at his side. On a table was a picture of a very happy family. This is Dr. Jiming. We all call him the head of the logistics department. He used to be the leader of the biotechnology group. After his wife's death, he became even more focused on fulfilling her wishes. He became obsessed with using humans and zombies to conduct illegal biological research, reaching a depraved level. He was eventually disowned and put on the Academy's wanted list, with an order to be killed on sight. Inside this tech lab was another girl. How are you two? Is this a new student? Xiao Xiao, did you pass the test? Xiao Xiao replied with a bright smile, I did. Jiangxi didn't know anyone here and was curious who she was. Xiao Xiao quickly explained, she's an orphan raised by Dr. Jiming. She's currently the acting leader of the group. The other girl then pulled out a chair and sat at her desk. Come over here. What kind of equipment do you two need? Xiao Xiao exclaimed with great excitement, I need a suit that can carry more weapons. She even imagined its bizarre mechanics. Preferably the kind that can even carry a Gatling gun between my legs. The professor accepted the request. It seems Xiao Xiao is preparing to join the gunnery group. Of course, I came to this school to follow the call of my heart. What about the other student? She waited quietly for a moment. Then he walked over and pointed to himself. Need. The moment she saw him, she screamed so loud her glasses flew off. Oh my god, a zombie. Xiao Xiao gave a forced laugh and explained for him, you're mistaken. He's not a zombie, he just wears a zombie mask. The professor yelled at the girl, do you think I'm an idiot? Or are your eyes on your eyebrows? That is clearly a zombie. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled as she affirmed again, I'm really not lying to you. I even saw his face earlier. The professor put her glasses back on with a fearful look. Really? Alright, I'll trust Xiao Xiao this once. He stood frozen in place, trembling. She calmed herself and asked again, Jiangxi, do you have any requests for weapons? He replied happily, I don't have any requests, but every time I finish a job, I end up me. It would be great if I had a set of clothes that couldn't be destroyed. Her ears practically steamed with confusion upon hearing this. Her computer screen was already open for work. You've got it. One wants to carry more weapons, and one doesn't want to be me. A wooden sign with the words Sword Society written clearly hung above a sliding door. Xiao Wu was still shirtless, sitting perfectly still and upright. In front of him was another girl with an incredibly relaxed demeanor. Xiao Wu began to recount, he is very strong. He recalled the scene of his defeat. When he rushed at me, everything went black. It didn't even take a day. Then he remembered being hung on the utility pole like a piece of clothing. The girl took the book from her face. So, your group leader lost. Xiao Wu was fearful. I have a feeling that even our group leader is no match for him. The girl then stood up, placing her notebook on the table. She walked directly in front of Xiao Wu, her beautiful and charming face leaning in close to him. Tell me, she said sweetly, what's his name? Lan Kai was silent, a gentle smile on her face that made Xiao Wu's face flush red. Then she turned and walked away. Let him go. This girl with the mysterious aura was the leader of the sword group, Lan Kai. Her relationship with Ziling was not good. She was the long-time rival of the Blade Group's leader, Ziling. To recruit people, neither side would stop at anything. It was because the city managed by the Blade Group always had one more person in its population than the Sword Group's city. It was because of that single person that the sword group leader wished she could just give birth to one herself to even the score. Xiao Wu quickly got up to leave, silently wishing the other person well. Good luck, Jiangxi. The academy's classes had already begun as the sun outside grew brighter. The teacher pointed his stick at the blackboard. Class, besides human flesh, zombies are also very fond of chicken eggs. We mainly exploit the zombies' preferences, and their weakness, their heads, to create traps. Jiangxi diligently took notes on everything. Xiao Xiao leaned over curiously to look at him. What are you doing? The young man replied as he wrote, I'm copying this down to tell everyone in my family. She raised an eyebrow, confused by his words. Family. Just then, the school's announcement speaker blared, interrupting the class. Attention all students. They all looked up at the ceiling and listened. All first-year students, please gather at the gymnasium. I repeat, all first-year students, please gather at the gymnasium. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, strange, haven't we already assembled? Afterward, the students in the room quickly moved to the gymnasium area. Inside the vast, empty arena, a large group of students had already formed. Tianzi and Shevshout, each with an ice quinkun, walked around the crowd. What's going on? Ziling walked up in front of them and reminded them, quiet. You two were recommended by me, so don't cause me any trouble. This is a very important conference. The clever Xiao Xiao suddenly turned and asked, Jiangxi, how can you eat with a mask on? While he was frantically trying to explain, not far from them, someone was watching. Lan Kui watched him intently, while the person next to her voiced their thoughts. Group leader, that's him. He doesn't seem very smart, and he doesn't look that powerful. She didn't lose any of her interest and ordered him, you can leave first. I'm going to go say hello. The person bowed in response. Yes, madam. The gymnasium doors opened to admit the last person. A single man walked in front, followed by countless other figures. They were gradually revealed to be modern robots, while the one walking in the middle looked more human. The students voluntarily bowed low. Greetings, Director General. Xiao Xiao grabbed Jiangxi's head and pulled it down. What are you doing? Bow your head, quickly, that's the group leader of the Mechanical Life Group. The group walked past the crowd, gliding past the two new students. The Director General looked at Lan Kai with an annoyed expression. What are you doing here? Don't cause trouble for me, she replied very amicably, and left immediately. Of course. Her subordinate was puzzled. Group leader, that Jiangxi person is right here. Why not meet him? What if he runs off? Lan Kai raised an eyebrow, and answered. Compared to Jiangxi, the Director General is more important. I only respect the strong. The Director General placed a hand on Ziling's shoulder, and praised her. You've worked hard. She nodded. It's just my duty. Jiangxi held his melting ice cream cone and muttered. This feeling is strange. Doesn't the Blade Group Ziling have a thing with him? Xiao Xiao jumped to a conclusion. Are you jealous? But he just said innocently, I eat chicken eggs. He had already forgotten what Xiao Xiao had told him before. Is the Director General that formidable? She patiently reminded him of what she had said before. Do you remember the photo you saw earlier? The Director General isn't an ordinary human. He was the last of the human subjects researched by Dr. Jiming of the Biological Science Group. Among countless test subjects, he was the only one who survived. The modern landscape of this city was built by the Director General's own hands. After Dr. Jiming was put on the wanted list, he founded the Mechanical Life Group. Thanks to his immense strength, the population of the city he manages has grown to 50 million people. The citizens live in peace and happiness, and peaceful under his protection. In the 10 years under his management, the city has never seen the shadow of a zombie. If even a single zombie hair appeared, he would wipe it out. After hearing this, Mr. Zombie was petrified and didn't dare to say another word. The Director General stood on the high platform and spoke down. I'll be brief. Although you are all first-year students, you are the elites of your respective fields. There is something I would like to ask for your help with. The others waited seriously. As the crowd settled, he ordered the robot beside him to display an image. Its eye projected a red beam just like a projector. Behind the Director General was the image of a familiar face, bruised from being beaten. This is a spy we captured a few months ago. He launched a nuclear warhead on his own initiative, nearly blowing up one of our group leaders. Mr. Zombie was agitated. He's the one who launched the nuclear warhead that almost blew me up. Murmurs spread through the crowd. This kind of person should be flayed alive. According to a reliable source, he is a key confidant of Dr. Jiming, the leader of the Biological Science Group. A confidant. My zombies lose control the moment they see humans. He now realized something. So the zombie apocalypse is already over. This is all just you people fighting amongst yourselves. Xiao Xiao agreed with him. That's right. Then she sighed in exasperation. They're just bored and have nothing better to do. The Director General continued to explain their problem. We have tried to make him reveal Dr. Jiming's hiding place, but to no avail. Students from the 2nd to the 5th year have all tried, with no effect. We've used all sorts of tortures on him, leaving him battered, but nothing has worked. The director general coldly announced, "We've tried everything, but he won't talk. I believe you are all talented individuals from different regions. Whoever can make him open his mouth and reveal group leader Jiming's location," he said with his hands in his pockets, completely at ease, "I will immediately make that person the deputy group leader." The power, hungry students gasped in awe. What? Deputy group leader? A first-year student getting such a great opportunity. They immediately raised their hands in droves. I'll go. He pointed them towards the secret interrogation room behind him. Good luck. The sky outside remained clear with few clouds, and 2 hours passed quickly. By now, a muscular student was still trying to intimidate the captive. After 2 hours of arduous struggle, the first-year students had tried every trick in the book. It started with normal interrogation but gradually went beyond the limits. Someone used incense to pray for the spy, another banged gongs next to his ears to burst his eardrums, and there was even a monk setting up a table to chant and help him find enlightenment. Ziling held her head in utter embarrassment. Zhao Xiao wasn't participating, just watching from the sidelines. "Mr. Zombie, can you make him talk?" The person beside her uttered a confident statement. "I can make him sing." Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Then she enthusiastically raised her hand high to get everyone's attention. "Here, over here, my friend can make him talk." The director general looked towards them and said, "Then please have that student come over." Mr. Zombie began to walk forward, while Xiao Xiao found it strange. Didn't he like to be low-key before? Why this time? He walked past the watchful eyes of Len Kai and her subordinate. Mr. Zombie had his own concerns. "The zombies under my command have always been obedient, but recently they've been losing control. I hope this human knows something." He then opened the door to the interrogation room and stepped inside. The spy, though bruised, was still defiant. Another one. He didn't even bother to face Mr. Zombie, turning his head away. Mr. Zombie stood silently, looking down at him. The spy was bored. "Has your academy run out of people? You keep sending these rookies to deal with me. Give up, I won't betray Ming." Suddenly, Mr. Zombie's hand flashed towards him. On the spy's skinny arm, red blood oozed from a small cut. Not understanding what had happened, the man looked down in surprise. Then he burst out laughing as if it were a joke. "Are you torturing me? Put some muscle into it, buddy. I wasn't even afraid of castration. What's this tiny scratch compared to a muscle to bite?" Without another word, Mr. Zombie commanded him, "Stand up." To everyone's shock, the spy actually forced himself to sit up at the command. The faces of Ziling, Xiao Xiao, and the director general were filled with astonishment. The red, stained wound on the spy's skin was stark. Zooming in closer revealed something strange. The viruses Mr. Zombie had implanted had begun to merge with his bloodstream. They grew and multiplied rapidly within his veins. The man's brain gradually changed color as it was infected. His face went blank for a moment. It was then that Mr. Zombie began his questioning. "What's your name?" He answered listlessly, "My name is Xiao Kai." Zhao Xiao had to shout to express her utter surprise. "Group leader, he can control human thoughts." Mr. Zombie faced Xiao Kai and added, "You're a confidant of that Dr. Ming. You know everything, right?" He answered obediently like a dog. "Yes, I know most things." Now, Mr. Zombie got to the main point. "The zombies in City Yi used to be very docile. Why did they lose control?" The spy revealed everything. Because Ming released a chemical into that city. When zombies smell it, they immediately become agitated, and he can also control them. The ordinary zombies, unaware of the strange chemicals, looked on in confusion. Then they transformed into unusually large and aggressive monsters. We ordered them to attack humans to obtain combat data on superhumans. Mr. Zombie pondered. "Why would you do that?" Zhao Kai explained Ji Ming's intentions. "And Ming told me he was doing something very great. He told us to control the zombies to slaughter humans to collect combat data on superhumans." Lan Kai and the young man stared, listening to their exchange. "Where is Dr. Ji Ming now?" 500 meters underground in the ruins of City. After finishing his questions, he gave an order to Xiao Kai. "Turn around." The following words were transmitted by Mr. Zombie in the zombie language. "You people are truly disgusting. You've injected a suicide virus into your brain." He then said coldly, "Deal with it yourself." Under his control, Xiao Kai obediently replied, "Yes." 500 meters underground in the ruins of City, where Jiming was hiding in his laboratory, his round, spectacled subordinate turned to report. "And Ming, according to reliable sources, the spy has taught. Our position has probably been exposed." Jiming, dressed somewhat sloppily, stood with his arms crossed, thinking. He then replied calmly, "It's fine. Just do what needs to be done. It's good that they're coming to find us." His subordinate was worried. "But you'll be in danger. Those people are not to be underestimated." Jiming turned to look at a faint blue light behind him. "It's all right. The experiment is about to be completed anyway." With satisfaction, he admired the object inside the large test tube. Perfect timing. Something that looked exactly like a human brain was floating in the liquid. Let them witness this great moment, the birth of a completely new species. His business concluded, Mr. Zombie pushed the door open and walked out. The students all looked at him with fear in their eyes. Wherever he went, they backed away. A clear space formed around him as he was isolated and whispered about by everyone. Ziling didn't dare to approach rashly and just watched his every move. Lan Kai, however, smirked with interest. The trembling voices of the students could be heard. He can control human thoughts. A round of applause broke out along with praise. Excellent. The director general remained composed as he acknowledged him. The young are to be respected. The first-year students are truly full of hidden talents. He then beckoned Mr. Zombie to follow him. I will keep my promise about the deputy group leader position. Come with me to register. He asked naively, but what about Dr. Jiming? The man replied, no rush. We are also looking for him. Lan Kai frowned as she watched them leave. The robots following the director general also seemed mysterious. Lan Kai's subordinate was curious. Strange, does becoming a deputy group leader require registration? She felt the same way and ordered him, follow them and see. Outside an abandoned factory on the outskirts, cold, sad rain poured from the sky. They moved along a road soaked with rainwater. Mr. Zombie gradually felt that something was not right about standing in the rain. He looked around uneasily and asked the man in front, where is this? Didn't you say you were taking me to register, and then find Dr. Jiming? The director general stopped walking and suddenly asked, Zombie, when did you learn to speak human language? Mr. Zombie pointed to himself. Are you talking to me? Then, the man spun around with a gun already aimed. I'm talking to you. The shot fired a powerful beam of energy, hitting Mr. Zombie squarely in the head. Lan Kai's subordinate quickly grabbed her and pulled her down. Group leader, be careful. The young man was panicked and worried for her. Group leader, are you okay? She carefully looked up. I'm fine. That's the Director General's rapid death cannon. It's tens of thousands of degrees hot and can melt any kind of material. After firing the shot, smoke rose from the Director General's gun. They might be stupid, but I'm not. He transformed his hand back and muttered, I don't know what the Academy's guards are doing. Letting something strange like this slip in without knowing. Mr. Zombie stood in the middle of the open ground, his upper body completely burned away. A zombie's weak point is its head. As long as you destroy the head, it will lose its ability to move. The Director General even said politely, sorry, zombie. This is not a place you should have come to. But a second later, a hand shot out in front of him. The movement was a blur as it grabbed him and sent him flying. The Director General's entire body slammed into a building at the end of the road. He was still in shock, not realizing what had happened as he was choked. The robots that followed him immediately appeared to provide support. They fired the same molten cannon beams at the enemy. The relentless attacks on the corner of the building caused the area to explode. However, not a single shot hit Mr. Zombie. He even caught one of the robots. A shadow quickly leaped out of the thick smoke. The Director General slid across the ground to regain his balance. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead in disbelief. What? From within the smoke, a figure emerged. Mr. Zombie had taken care of his robots with both hands, turning them into a pile of scrap metal. How is that possible? Mr. Zombie still had no head, but his hand was tightly gripping the head of a robot. Lan Kai's subordinate stared wide-eyed. My God, no way. Then, he began to move, lunging forward with his hand outstretched. The Director General quickly tilted his head to dodge. He continued to swing his other arm, forcing the man further back. The Director General transformed his arm into a gun and fired a powerful shot, but Mr. Zombie easily dodged it by ducking low. He exclaimed in surprise, what? How can his movements be so agile without a head? While he was still confused, Mr. Zombie relentlessly attacked him with kicks. The two separated again as the Director General had to jump back to maintain distance. Lan Kai's subordinate grew worried. The Director General is in trouble. She, however, seriously told him, he's getting serious now. The Director General's face darkened menacingly. A man's moves are powerful and direct. Let's get away from here first to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Over on his side, Jiangxi was also regenerating a new layer of skin on his head. His face slowly reformed. He let out a sigh of relief after being able to see everything again. That young man was even more horrified after witnessing it. Group leader, look, his head grew back, but he patiently extended his offer to the Director General again, let's talk. I don't want to hurt you. He frowned in disdain. The Director General grabbed one side of his cloak. You want to control my thoughts. Then he threw the cloak aside. It's just a pity. He shouted an order for more advanced robots to fly in. Model 1, they swarmed in from all directions, all aiming for where they stood. The robots crashed directly into the Director General, creating loud impact sounds. Jiangxi waited curiously for the smoke to clear. Lan Kai and her subordinate had already moved to a higher, safer place to observe. The director, General's body had now completely transformed into a robot. He introduced himself, I am a machine. After equipping his toys, he charged forward smugly. I never negotiate with zombies. The director, General's first move was a knee kick to the zombie Jiangxi's chin. It's an honor for you to see my true form. His body flew up and back as he continued to press forward to meet him. Jiangxi spun around while he crouched down to gather power. The director, General, punched him squarely in the stomach with immense force. The blow sent him flying high into the sky again. The other two were in absolute shock watching this fight. He leaped up to reach Jiangxi in the air, and then unleashed a barrage of countless smaller punches, sending them flying all over the sky. Jiangxi didn't fight back and took numerous blows to his entire body. After pummeling him for a while, the director, General, decided to change weapons. He slammed him down to the ground to prepare for the final blow. Jiangxi hit the concrete root and bounced up like a ball. He landed directly on his body, causing the ground to cave in. The director, General's red visor glowed brightly. Zombie. He crossed his hands over his chest. You must die. His body gradually swelled as he accumulated energy within. Then he powered up to fire his most powerful death cannon from the center of his chest. Lan Kai was startled by its immense power. The blast grew larger and larger, blowing away everything in its path. Debris from steel and lampposts was sent flying. Now, everything in front of him was a blank white after being almost completely wiped out. The director, General, panted and thought to himself, he must be dead this time, right? But a very steady footstep appeared again. He looked up in utter astonishment. Jiangxi arched his entire body towards the sky and let out a massive roar that shook the surroundings. Lan Kai and her subordinate covered their heads, unable to open their eyes. What is he doing now? Even the director, General, was affected, his visor cracking. Jiangxi's face changed, becoming more frenzied and more human-like. The other two saw another strange phenomenon. What's happening? He slowly turned around after his evolution. The director, General, began to tremble. What? What in the world is that thing? He had now grown taller, looking like a young adult. The aura around Jiangxi also became unusual. A large vortex formed in the sky from the gathering clouds. Jiangxi, in his new form, stood alone amidst the ruins. Above the city, dark clouds swirled together like a tornado, blocking out the sun. Zhao Xiao looked out the window in surprise. Everyone, look over there. What's wrong with the sky? Lan Kai and her subordinate were also in a panic. Group leader, this is big trouble. Inside the city, the citizens also stepped out onto the streets to see. Everyone had a worried expression. What's going on? What happened? I've never seen clouds in that shape before. The director, General, still kept a considerable distance from Jiangxi, waiting for his next move. Then, he gritted his teeth. Damn human. I gave you a chance to negotiate before. The director, General, still hadn't grasped the situation. What? Jiangxi's voice became even more demonic. Now, tell me, he sneered and uttered the words, how do you want to die? Lan Kai's subordinate screamed. His personality changed too. She sensed that something was wrong and quickly turned. No, this is not good. The two of them hastily jumped to a higher place. Don't just stand there explaining. Get out of here now. The director, General, muttered to himself. In all my life, no creature has ever made me feel the presence of death. He roared, what the hell are you? Then he shouted loudly to show off and challenged Jiangxi. Zombie, let's fight again. At this moment, the other two were jumping across rooftops to get to a shelter. The young man was still in shock. I've read all the history books of the academy, but I've never seen that type of zombie before. Lan Kai shared the same sentiment. I've never seen it either. He was still feeling secure, saying, we've run this far, we should be safe now, right? Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot past them, nearly tearing them to a crisp. The two of them floated in mid-air in a panic. The fight has moved to the new district. The director, General, had his limbs broken and was stuck in a wall. Jiangxi stood before him with complete composure. With what little strength he had left, he tried to call out the names of robots number 2, 3, and 4. Immediately, a swarm of robots jumped in from all around. Jiangxi did raise one hand. A massive explosion occurred on the rooftop, brightly illuminating the entire area. The three of them rolled like balls on a rooftop, coughing with difficulty. Although the director, General, was almost helpless, he still bit out his words to Lan Kai. Everyone has a responsibility in dealing with zombies. She immediately yelled back, you're the one who provoked him first. The three of them flew up in 3 different directions, splitting up. Down on the street, Jiangxi was still waiting for something. He suddenly crouched down and raised one arm high. A woman's intuition made Lan Kai watch with worry. A bad feeling. And just as she feared, he plunged his entire arm into the ground. The entire city shook from a massive tremor. Lan Kai, who was gliding along the road, realized something just in time. She felt herself getting closer and closer to the surface. The terrified girl turned around. What is he trying to do? Jiangxi forcefully lifted the entire block of earth and rock with one hand. The director, General, who was flying, suddenly crashed into a flat surface. More than half the city was lifted up by Jiangxi, forming a wall. The citizens in the remaining area stared with wide eyes and open mouths. This once-in-a-lifetime scene left them speechless. "Mom, what's happening?" Zhao Xiao was too shocked to speak. The new district has been flipped over. Before her eyes, the entire bustling street was lifted up into large chunks. After doing that, Jiangxi stood still for a moment as usual. He suddenly shot off with incredible speed to catch someone. The director general was slammed into the wall by his arm. Cracks ran from the bottom to the top of the landmass. Jiangxi gave a faint, satisfied smile. He held the director general in his hand and stood high above to ask him, "Do you feel it now?" The absolute power from him made the machine in his hand unable to resist. He mocked him again. "You were right, machines are hard to control. But you are a conscious human, so you must have a brain, right?" He groaned in pain. Jiangxi's viruses flowed into his bloodstream, slowly spreading throughout the director general's brain. He watched through his memories as two dark figures appeared. Then, both of them were lying in a pool of blood. Parents died early. Everything then shifted to a scene of a doctor facing him, modifying his body. One hand the doctor cut him open, the other held pieces of iron to install. There was no normal part of his body left. Jiangxi seemed interested. A life like this is even more meaningless than a zombie's. Living is more painful than dying. He let go, and his body began to fall. "Killing you is a favor to you." Down below, Lan Ke grabbed a lamppost and caught the director general. She looked up in shock. He can even read memories. Jiangxi's figure vanished immediately after. The sky quickly turned to night. A crescent moon hung high, illuminating everything. Jiangxi frantically packed his things into a suitcase. It's over, I've been exposed, I lost control of my emotions again." He himself was scared of what had happened. Turning into that was too scary. "I'm a kind-hearted zombie." He then grabbed his luggage and rushed out of the house. "Goodbye, humanity." Just as he stepped into the hallway, a familiar voice called out. "Where are you going?" Jiangxi trembled with anxiety. "What should I do? I don't want to kill anyone, but since there's no other way." He steeled himself to act. "I'm sorry." Surprisingly, when he turned around, a piece of paper was held out in front of him. Ziling held his permit in her hand and said, "Deputy Director Jian, your documents are here. From today on, you are the Deputy Director of the Academy of Extraordinary People." He still held it in his hand, dazed, and couldn't stop asking, "How?" Jiangxi even asked again, "Is it stamped by the Director General?" After making the announcement, Ziling turned to leave. "Yes." The young man had more questions. "Didn't he say anything?" She paused for a moment and looked at him. "He said you are human." Then she quickly pushed open her door to go inside. "Good luck. If you can become a group leader, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the future." At that moment, the Director General was in his home, with Lan Ke taking care of him. She was constantly reprimanding him after learning of his decision. "What? You still plan to use him? Don't you know he's a zombie?" The Director General's body was completely bandaged, so he could only whisper in reply, "Whether he is a zombie or a human is not important. To capture Dr. Jiming, we need his power." Lan Ke still cautiously reminded him, "Jiangxi is very dangerous when he loses control of his emotions." But he remained as calm as ever. "It's fine. How are the arrangements coming along?" She reported that everything was in place. The Director General's eyes narrowed with determination, and he uttered, "This time, we must deal with Dr. Jiming." In another place, buildings were situated right on the roof under the scorching sun. Inside a dilapidated apartment, urgent voices could be heard. "Brothers, according to a reliable source, our great king has been captured by the humans." Asu was furious. "Our king is our spiritual support. Tell me, with our support gone, what should we do?" The ordinary zombies opened their mouths wide to shout, "Deal with the humans. Save the great king." Xiao Hai calmly reassured them. "Does the king need saving from them? He just wants to kill humans." Aku was curious. "Aren't we going to stop him?" But Xiao Hai understood the situation very well. Besides the king, no one can stop him. The scene shifted to a massive ship equipped with a large runway, slowly floating on the calm water. The Director General had restored his accessories and stood in the cockpit. "Everyone, listen up. This is the command center. We only have one chance. We must capture Dr. Jiming at all costs." They arrived at a place with abandoned but still new-looking buildings. Xiao Xiao walked with Zhang's in excitement. "So this is the enemy's territory. I can't believe the city is still relatively intact." A powerful stomp echoed. The soldiers lined up and reported, "The 56th Army is fully assembled." Jiangxi looked with a question mark at the soldiers before him. They were automatically giving each other orders. "Bow before the great Deputy Director Jian." Jiangxi, a representative, announced loudly and imposingly, "We belong to the 4th Central District, the 56th Army. From this day forward, we will only follow the orders of Deputy Director Jiangxi." He looked bewildered as they continued to speak. "The 56th Army has a total of 120,000 men. Please inspect them, sire. Now, under his command, were dozens of soldiers and tanks, all waiting. He quickly leaned in close to the commander. You'll do whatever I say, right? He replied seriously, yes. So if I tell you to go die, you'll actually die. The commander pulled out a grenade to do just that. Deputy Director Jiang's command is the command of God. I am so honored. Youngsi shouted in terror, hey, I was just kidding, just kidding. He quickly grabbed the grenade and threw it elsewhere. Then he let out a sigh of relief for his foolish prank. On the barrel of a tank, a man in a tight-fitting suit sat and spoke with contempt. So he's just a useless bum. Deputy Director Jim, right? I thought it was some big shot position. He and Xiao Xiao both looked up to see who it was. The two men jumped to the ground, still not shutting their mouths. I don't get it. Such a strategically important position, and they sent a piece of trash to guard it. Both of them wore armor made of steel. We are from the Invincible Steel Academy, here to cooperate with you from the Academy of Extraordinary People to make the arrest. Xiao Xiao immediately recognized the two. Aren't these the Steel Sword group from the Invincible Steel Academy? Group leader Beng and Deputy Director Chui. Meanwhile, things weren't any more peaceful on the base ship. The other director, General, held two swords and postured. So it turns out to be a problem within your own ranks, and yet the higher-ups called us to help. Help is help, but I don't understand. You let a newbie be the deputy director, and even have him guard such a strategically important position. Lan Kui retorted irritably, Director General Gang, you were asked to assist, not to make sarcastic remarks. Outsiders have no right to judge the appointment of the student council's deputy director at my academy. They were also discussing the plan. So, let's get down to business. We'll be responsible for entering the city to make the arrest. You'll be responsible for sealing off the escape routes from the outside. The traffic in the northern part of the city is complex, and the roads are wide. Why did you only send a kid deputy director to guard it? The Director General of the Academy of Unheroic People said coldly, because he can beat you to a pulp. He still didn't get it and remained smug. Big talk. I am stronger than you, Director General Qin. Whatever. I've already sent the group leaders over there for support. You guys just sit tight. Ji Ming and his assistant were also ready for battle. The young man reported, Brother Ming, they've surrounded the city. Ji Ming gave a short command, release the zombies. He immediately pressed the red button to open the cages, letting the horde of zombies pour out. Roger. On the observation screen, he happened to see a... What the hell is that mixed in there? Bullets rained down throughout the city, and the low-level zombies couldn't withstand it. Group leader Bang and Deputy Director Chui had just finished off a group as weak as snails. Not a challenge at all. Right. Meanwhile, Jiangxi was holding the body of a zombie. Is this my clan? Xiao Xiao whistled and turned her head away. Whistles, I didn't hear anything. The arrogant group leader Beng suggested to him, Deputy Director Jun, right? You're not needed here. Just leave it to us. You can go home. He even pointed a finger back as he uttered the contemptuous words. The kid's table is where the chicken belongs. Xiao Xiao argued back for Jiangxi. You're the chicken. Can't you just shut up? The man's face darkened, and he threatened her, making Xiao Xiao hide in fear. Do you have any right to speak here? Suddenly, a human-like footstep was heard near them. Adi, carrying his gas can, walked over menacingly. Jiangxi didn't notice anything unusual and was surprised. Why are you here? Ji Ming's young subordinate was laughing with joy. What kind of species is this? All its stats are maxed out. It's perfect. This is the first time I've seen a boss of this level. He pushed a lever to escalate the fight. Come on, I can't wait any longer. Backtrack 2 hours. Only Essie and a small zombie stood in the middle of the road. Everyone was shouting so loudly just now, but in the end, no one came. So much for loyalty, good brothers. The other zombie quickly pushed the gas can at him. This is the gasoline you wanted. Whatever you want to do with it has nothing to do with me. Then he took off running. I don't dare to disobey the Great King's orders. I'm going back. Good luck to you. Hey, Asi shouted after him. He held the gas can and said optimistically, as long as the Great King doesn't find out, it'll be fine. With his cowardly nature and aggressive personality, Asi had to make his own decision. You coward, I can take on all of humanity by myself. Just then, Ji Ming's test tubes were dropped, and he was hit by one. What's that smell? The lab's announcement of a new species registration sounded. Now, they were facing each other. The surroundings were deserted, with only one shadow approaching. Jiangxi kept asking, is that really you? Xiao Xiao shuddered. What the hell is that? Asi's chainsaw came down to open the can. Then he poured a large amount of gasoline into his mouth. The yellow liquid dripped down his chest as he gulped it down. Xiao Xiao was astonished. He's drinking gasoline. Meanwhile, Asi pulled the starter cord of his chainsaw. He revved it up powerfully. Asi threw his head back like a crazed wolf, his mouth wide open, letting out a terrifying zombie roar. Xiao Xiao and the others quickly covered their ears. The glass in nearby buildings shattered from the immense pressure. Jiangxi was the only one unaffected, while the others behind him were writhing in pain. The ground was torn up, and a girl's body like Xiao Xiao's couldn't withstand it and was sent flying. She lay on the road in terror. Oh my god, what in the world is that? As he was still out of control, and extremely belligerent. Damn humans, come and play with me. Group leader Beng grinned. Finally, an interesting one. My ears almost went deaf. Only Jiangxi grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and led her away. Retreat, quickly, the confused girl looked back. Why do we have to run? We have the combat power of a group leader. He answered her, we can't kill him. As he remained, his body fully charged with energy. Xiao Xiao heard another unbelievable thing. What? Are you kidding? Jiangxi emphasized again, I'm not kidding. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. I'm 100 immortal. The other group leader glanced at them and sneered. Trash is trash. Runs faster than an airplane. Deputy Director Chui raised his hand to get ready. Group leader Beng, leave this boss to me. Then he approached Asu with naive confidence. Group leader Beng was smugly giving instructions when the deputy director's body came flying back. Remember to leave a little bit of life in him for me to have some fun with. The deputy director crashed into a tank behind him, making it shake. He looked on in surprise, not noticing the dark shadow right in front of him. What? The deputy director was already foaming at the mouth and had passed out. By the time he turned his face, it was too late. Asi's fist was ready to send this weakling on his way. How do you want to die? He grimaced, wanting to fight back. You. The Jiangxi Zhou Xiao and the commander had now reached the rooftop pending. Down below, Asi was violently throwing the steel man all over the city, destroying buildings. The young man in the lab laughed loudly. What is this? This is too strong. Group leader Beng could do nothing against Asi's extreme speed. Damn it, I'm not that easy to play with. While he was wasting time talking, the high-level zombie had already spun him around. The steel man was slammed face first into the ground. Asi then kicked group leader Beng in the face, sending him flying like a ball. Deputy Director Chui, who was still vomiting, was hit squarely by his body. In a flash, Asi was right in front of them, pinning him down with one foot. The sharp chainsaw blade was raised high. Group leader Beng gritted his teeth and uttered, "What?" Fortunately, he managed to block the chainsaw with his steel. The three on the roof were still looking down. Xiao Xiao was worried. Oh no, group leader Beng is about to lose it. Asi's laughter grew louder, forcing group leader Beng to struggle to hold on. I'm a group leader, how can I lose? His face hardened as if he was deep in thought. Then he threw away all his dignity and cried out loud. Mummy, I don't want to die, help me. Jiangxi and Xiao Xiao, who were watching through binoculars, were speechless. Help me. Xi Ming's young subordinate was gloating. The foolish human academy, to think they would have a day like this. The group of three on the rooftop couldn't show themselves. Xiao Xiao lowered her binoculars. Is he going to kill everyone here? The commander was also anxious. Deputy Director Jian. What should we do? Jiangxi was actually calculating in his head. If I make a move, my identity will be exposed. With that thought, he turned to Xiao Xiao. You go down and beat him up. The girl immediately yelled, Deputy Director Jian. Don't you see how strong that monster is? Even group leader Beng is no match for it. Do you want me to become its food? Jiangxi didn't care and ordered her. Give me your hand. He bit her arm directly, making Xiao Xiao struggle in a panic. She was released and looked dazedly at the bite mark on her arm. Having seen this kind of thing before, she quickly grabbed her arm and exclaimed, Don't tell me you want to control my brain like that spy. He replied, I'm not that boring. His words were full of hidden meaning as Jiangxi went back to his people watching. Go easy on him. Group leader Beng was crying his eyes out, begging Mummy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare me. The louder he cried, the more excited he became, pushing the chainsaw closer. Suddenly, an aggressive voice was heard right behind them. Ate you with the chainsaw, he's boring. He turned in surprise after hearing the extremely perverted laughter. Who's that? A pair of sneakers lifted, and then stomped on the road. The person was carrying a 6-barreled gun, dragging it on the ground, creating sparks. Xiao Xiao appeared with a wide grin and deep, zombie-like eyes. Play with me. The cells were moving freely inside Xiao Xiao's body. At that moment, they suddenly began to mutate. The cells broke apart, and the genetic structure was almost destroyed. The gene chains. But then they reassembled into a completely new gene chain. After being bitten and transformed by Jiangxi, Xiao Xiao held her weapon and let out a crazed laugh. Eth looked at her with some interest. Group leader Beng recognized her and spoke up through his tears. The girl from before. Now all his attention was focused on her as he asked, Play with me, then. He continued to provoke her. What the hell are you? After her genes were altered, Xiao Xiao seemed completely different, sporting a savage grin. All talk, no action. After saying that, she didn't forget to taunt him. What kind of nobody are you? After finishing her sentence, she lifted her weapon and yelled insanely, enough with the nonsense. Let's go. The gun in her hand fired a continuous, crazed barrage of bullets towards Ai. I invite you to suck on some bullets. The bullets from Xiao Xiao's gun flew relentlessly towards him. She seemed thrilled, laughing loudly as she unleashed a barrage of bullets. Aju easily dodged the series of bullets she fired, but the pompadour captain could only hide behind him, hugging his knees and praying. He was terrified to the point of tears. On Aju's side, he seemed to see a terrifying dark figure. The pompadour captain was rescued by his comrade. Run. It turned out Xiao Xiao had, at some point, flipped upside down in the sky, which is why he was so panicked. While airborne, she quickly pulled the pins on 2 grenades in her hands. Then, she stuffed both of them into his mouth and flipped away. I'll give you an appetizer. The moment she landed, the grenades unleashed their firepower. But unexpectedly, the 2 grenades didn't even scratch Aju. He walked out of the smoke, laughing heartily. Didn't feel a thing. Immediately after, before he could react, he took several bullets to the face. Xiao Xiao, biting an ammo casing, said with delight, so satisfying. The soldier next to Mr. Zombie shivered at the sight and asked, Deputy Chief Jian, what did you just do? To his question, he answered calmly, just modifying Xiao Xiao's genes. He then fell silent for a moment, focusing on her genetics. Xiao Xiao can definitely get even stronger. Over on the other side, after being shot in the face, Aju said with some difficulty, oh, that hurts. She had almost completely lost it, laughing maniacally. I love this feeling. Seeing her like this, the pompadour captain and his comrade hugged each other, trembling and on the verge of crying. Suddenly, Aju regained his composure, raised his chainsaw hand, and charged at her. With just that, you think you can take me down? His chainsaw arm was dodged, and she stumped on it with her foot before delivering a kick that sent him flying. Aju was in so much pain from her kick that he felt like spitting. He was sent rolling for dozens of laps, head to the ground and butt in the air. From just one of Xiao Xiao's kicks, he continued to roll for dozens more. The captain, watching from the side, was terrified. She's clearly so strong, why was she pretending to be weak earlier? His comrade agreed, exactly. Is she crazy? Who knows where she got it from? But her weapon has changed again. It was now the cannon of truth. Mr. Zombie, who had been observing from a rooftop, was suddenly a bit surprised for some reason. Aju crashed into the wall of a warehouse and finally stopped. So painful. Coincidentally, the spot he crashed into had many gasoline cans, so he grabbed one and started chugging it. After drinking the gasoline, Aju was back in top condition and provocatively yelled, let's continue. Xiao Xiao showed no fear and replied with a crazed laugh, bring it on. The pompadour captain and his comrade cried in terror. Oh my god, she's a psycho. Xiao Xiao then fired the first shot towards Aju. Before the rocket could even reach him, it was sliced in half. He then moved at an imperceptible speed, slashing through Xiao Xiao before landing far behind her. Xiao Xiao's body was sawn in 2, her blood splattering as her torso was severed. Seeing this, the pompadour captain and his comrade screamed in alarm. It's over. Aju, thinking he had killed her, boasted arrogantly, I have an immortal body. You can't kill me, so don't waste your energy. Elsewhere, Mr. Zombie's expression turned grim, and he clenched his fist. And then, Xiao Xiao's body began to heal as if nothing had happened. Her body started to reconnect right before his eyes. This scene terrified Aju so much that he broke out in a cold sweat, his jaw dropping. What? Xiao Xiao, standing opposite him, began to speak. Immortal. Her tone was now utterly crazed as she laughed with glee. Sorry, Some. Her body had completely reattached itself, perfectly healed. The pompadour captain and his comrade were even more terrified this time and screamed. After a fierce battle between Xiao Xiao and Aju, the area was heavily damaged, with thick dust and smoke rising around them. Though scared, the captain and his comrade didn't forget to watch the show, adding their emotional commentary. After being granted immortality by Mr. Zombie, Xiao Xiao became even more frenzied, laughing. Come on, more, the captain and his comrade screamed, what kind of person is she? Then they both panicked and turned to flee. These people are all freaks, save me. Aju was also frightened by this and hesitantly asked, what are you? Who's the real Jianxi here? Meanwhile, Mr. Zombie was leisurely observing the intense battle below with a pair of binoculars, while the soldier next to him was still shivering with fear. He was also a bit surprised and remarked, I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to become so strong after her genes were mutated. He continued, speaking about her current condition. But now her bones are shattered, he analyzed with some tension, all her muscles are torn. Even though she can use gene recombination, she can still feel the pain of being sliced in half. He then said urgently, this has to end quickly. His face was grim and angry. Aju, you didn't obey my order to stay put. Don't blame me for beating you up again. Immediately after, Xiao Xiao's body was suddenly filled with even more power than before. She let out a few savage laughs. Then, she rushed forward at lightning speed, getting right in Aju's face, surprising him completely. Before he could finish his sentence, he took a powerful blow to the face, followed by another to his body. Wherever he was knocked, she was instantly there. Xiao Xiao appeared from behind, smashing her weapon down on his head with great force. She attacked relentlessly, one wave after another, giving him no chance to counter. Aju crashed to the ground with enough force to create a cloud of dust. He seemed to have lost all ability to fight and could only speak in broken fragments. But before he could say anything, he received a continuous series of blows to his head. Every time she lifted her weapon, she brought it down for another strike. Each time Aju managed to lift his head, he was immediately smashed down, letting out pained cries. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and begged desperately, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I surrender." His eyes filled with pathetic tears. "I'll go home now, just stop, I'm going home right now." Mr. Zombie, watching his subordinate's humiliating surrender from a distance, remained silent, offering no comment. The four-eyed man on the other side was also at a loss for words seeing him beg. Hearing Aju's continuous pleas, Xiao Xiao finally lowered her weapon, intending to spare him. Who would have thought, the moment he saw Xiao Xiao lower her weapon, the petty man swung his fist and sucker punched her. She was sent flying, crashing into the two fleeing figures of the Pompadour captain and his comrade. Seeing his subordinate sneak attack, Mr. Zombie face-palmed in anger, cursing, "Damn it, Aju." He then yelled towards Xiao Xiao, "You actually believed him. Why did you let your guard down? One moment of carelessness and you will revert to your old self." After she was knocked away, a cloud of dust settled. She leaned painfully against the other two and said tremblingly, I don't know." Aju, seeing her return to a normal human state, gloated, "So it was just a stimulant drug, huh? Wore off, did it?" He swung his chainsaw hand and taunted confidently, "In your next life, be careful not to trust the words of a zombie." The four-eyed man, watching through the screen, laughed excitedly. "What kind of Jiangshi is this? So strong. Not only does he have a hidden skill, but also a passive sneak attack skill. Truly top tier." Mr. Zombie was completely exasperated and sight, covering his face. The four-eyed man seemed overjoyed, laughing and slamming his desk. "Now chop them all up. It's over." On the screen, the panicked faces of Xiao Xiao and the other two appeared. "Help, I don't want to die." Another part of the screen showed Aju's savage grin. Suddenly, the four-eyed man noticed something else on the screen. He looked at the image of Mr. Zombie and was slightly surprised. Other one. His figure stood firmly, facing Aju. The four-eyed man smiled cunningly. "It's fine. With your power, no one is your match. Go on." Aju seemed to sense Mr. Zombie's immense power and began to tremble uncontrollably. Mr. Zombie's face was cold and grim as he called his name. "Aju." He then asked slowly, "Do you remember who I am?" The three Xiao Xiao, the captain, and his comrade, saw him step out and temporarily stop their panicked act. The four-eyed man, seeing Aju not moving, was confused. "Why aren't you moving? Smash him for me." Aju still couldn't move a muscle and whimpered in response to his question. "Didn't I tell you to stay home? Explain why you are here." He began to remember a prior report from his subordinate. "Hinacho, a zombie has come to cause trouble. He wants you to be his underling." At the time, he had laughed and asked, "Who's so arrogant?" In the past, when he had faced Mr. Zombie, he could only force a sarcastic smile. "So it's you." He didn't forget to mock him. "You don't look human, and you don't look like a zombie." He put on an incredibly punchable expression and challenged, "You look as weak as a snail. What makes you think you can tell me to be your subordinate?" Back in the present, the three onlookers were clueless, asking each other what was happening. "What are they saying?" "I don't know. I think he peed his pants." Unbelievably, Aju was so scared of Mr. Zombie that he lost control and wet himself. His face went blank as he trembled with fear. Urine trickled down from his crotch. The four-eyed man was furious and mashed the button. "What are you doing?" "Hit him." Although they couldn't see Mr. Zombie's expression clearly, they could feel the coldness radiating from him. Aju stood frozen, not moving an inch, sweating profusely. He suddenly recalled the time he had to face him before, but in a different form. His face at that time was being crushed by a single hand, the pain forcing him to squeak out a sorry. Mr. Zombie had feigned ignorance and asked, "What was that?" His subordinates below called out worriedly for their king Aju. Mr. Zombie gave him a ferocious grin and said, "Why did you stop talking?" His deadly gaze was fixed on him as he spoke slowly, "Now, you tell me. What right do you have?" This demeanor terrified him, making his eyes go wide and snot run from his nose. At that moment, an angry shout echoed in his ear. "What are you doing?" The four-eyed man screamed repeatedly, urging him on. "Don't be scared. Aren't you immortal?" But right now, Aju had no mind to think about defeating him. In truth, the four-eyed man didn't know. Terrifying memories from the past were flooding his mind. Aju was remembering his pathetic state back then, an immortal being, torn apart like sushi and hung on a tree for hundreds of years. The 4-eyed man didn't care that Aju was on the verge of tears, only focusing on mashing the red button in front of him. Hit him for me now. At that moment Aju screamed, no. Then the 4-eyed man's control panel exploded. Aju scrambled to his feet in fear and, while running, shouted, I don't want to fight him. If you want to fight, you fight him yourself. This scene left the 4-eyed man stunned, his jaw hanging open. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao, group leader Beng, and his teammate were all rendered speechless. Over on his side, Hyungsi was equally silent. They were all at a complete loss for words at his shameless escape. The 4-eyed man, who until this moment had thought he was in complete control of SE, was filled with regret. Damn it, he actually broke free from my control. This is the first time I've ever encountered a situation like this. But it seemed he wasn't ready to give up, wanting to send out other zombies to attack them. It's fine, I have other zombies. Just watch how I'll deal with you all. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a voice spoke. Alright, give up on this path. Hearing the voice, he turned to look at Brother Ming. Ji-Ming then reminded the 4-eyed man of one thing, they're coming down. Suddenly, a large helicopter appeared in the sky. Inside, a few familiar figures could be seen, and then a voice rang out. Group leaders, we have arrived. Inside the helicopter, Lan Kai looked over at Xiao Kai and asked with a frown, hey, is your brother Ming down there? His face swollen, he replied, yes. The base is divided into 6 floors, with a total area of 11,000 square meters. Hearing this, she was incredibly surprised and exclaimed, what? Over 10,000 square meters. With only one entrance, how long will it take us to find it? Suddenly, another person answered her. It was Director General Gang, who now stood at the helicopter's exit, drawing his sword with a dangerous look on his face. In the face of absolute power, violence can solve all problems. After that, he vanished. He had actually jumped directly from the helicopter. Seeing this, Lan Kai was startled and cursed loudly, you brute. Director General Gang plummeted down at the speed of light, the tip of his sword aimed at the ground, spinning continuously. His body spun along with the sword, creating a vortex. He then laughed cheerfully, as if to console Lan Kai. It's fine. He then crashed into the Earth's surface, creating a massive explosion from the impact that kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Due to the incredible speed, the ground collapsed into a desolate wasteland. Deep underground, he was completely calm, as if nothing had happened, and sheathed his sword. Done. This is faster than taking the stairs. Seeing him, Lan Kai was utterly speechless, full of disdain. This idiot. She muttered. Then she turned to the others in the helicopter and asked with a pose, do you men ever use your brains when you do things? What if the enemy has set a trap? The Director General, hearing her question, replied without a change in expression, in the face of absolute power, any scheme is useless. With that, he too leaped from the helicopter and disappeared, somersaulting with the grand flair of a main character as he gave his instructions. Leave the second line of defense to us. Lan Kai, not expecting him to do the same, cursed furiously, is there anything in your brains besides brute force? After infiltrating Dr. Jae-Ming's base, the military forces began to search the area for any traces. A soldier carefully threw open a door and shouted, you are surrounded. After a period of searching, they began to report to Director General Gang via radio. Report, Director General Gang, Zone 1 is clear. Over on Director General Kin's side, he received a similar report. Report, Director General Kin, Zone 2 is also clear. Hearing this, Director General Gang frowned. Could they have escaped? The Director General standing next to him immediately denied it. Impossible. I've sealed off all sea, land, and air routes of this city. He asserted with absolute certainty, not even a mosquito could fly out. Meanwhile, Lan Kai and Ziling were standing on the surface, not in a rush to go down into the base like the other two had been. Lan Kai was extremely annoyed, raising a fist threateningly. Why do we have to stand guard here while they get to go down and catch the bad guys? The two of us combined are not weaker than them. The man in black, threatened by her, became terrified and quickly explained, Group Leader Lan Kai, please don't get agitated. After all, their ranks are quite high. Hearing this, Lan Kai could only snort coldly. Curse you all. Moving to another location high up, on the roof of a certain building, it turned out that Dr. Jae-Ming's group hadn't fully escaped but were hiding on the rooftop to carry out their next plan. The 4-eyed man spoke up. Brother Ming, they're in. Receiving the report, he gave the order. Plana. Inside the base, Director General Gang discovered a massive test tube with a strange piece of paper on it. He took the paper down and asked suspiciously, what is this? He then read the words written on it. Inside is the extremely dangerous zombie king. If you're a man, open it. Without another word, he directly ordered a soldier to blow up the test tube. Blow it up for me. The soldier, immediately on call, carried over a container of gasoline and followed the order. Yes, sir. The Director General, seeing this, quickly tried to stop him. Wait, we came here to arrest people, don't cause more trouble. Observing the situation clearly, the four-eyed man urgently reported, "They've fallen for the bait." Ji Ming said succinctly, "Plan by." With that, he raised a suspicious red button in his hand. Instantly, a timer inside the base hit 0, and a continuous alarm blared. The Director General, only now realizing there was a bomb in the base, cried out in alarm, "What?" Before he could react, the bomb exploded right in front of Director General Gang. The soldiers who couldn't escape in time were burned alive by the destructive flames. Debris and shrapnel flew everywhere. Standing at a distance, the Director General was largely unaffected, and calmly covered his face. Director General Gang, who took the brunt of the bomb's force, was still unscathed and let out a light, contemptuous snore. He called this a trap. After observing, the four-eyed man immediately reported to Ji Ming. "Brother Ming, it's open." Realizing his plan had succeeded, he let out a sinister chuckle. The chuckle turned into a loud laugh as he boisterously declared, "Today, humanity will be annihilated." The words were steely, but a glance down at his strawberry print shorts was incredibly jarring. "Let us welcome the great new species." Finally, he flashed a dangerous smile and spoke to his secret weapon. "Now kill all of humanity, including me." Inside the base, after the explosion, fine sand and dust filled the air. Director General Gang and the Director General were stunned to see a figure standing behind the smoke. The Zombie King. The smoke gradually cleared to reveal an arm with the ghastly blue-gray skin of zombies. Finally, the legendary Zombie King appeared. In the form of a child with a pacifier in its mouth. The Director General and his group were completely bewildered by this appearance. In the end, it was the Director General who thought things through and raised a hand to stop the enraged Director General Gang from advancing. "Be careful. Those who appear aggressive from the start are not scary. The truly frightening ones are those who look like harmless children." As he advised, he observed the seemingly harmless monster. "One look and you know it's not simple. I've seen this trick many times." But he still couldn't stop the furious Director General Gang from advancing and launching the first attack at the Zombie King. Aberrant blade slash. It was so fast that no one could see when it dodged the attack and ended up standing on his head. The Director General was shocked by this scene and shouted, "I knew it." Then he yelled a warning to everyone behind him, ordering a retreat. "Everyone, run now." Full retreat. The soldiers, ever obedient, immediately abandoned their superior and fled for their lives. Meanwhile, Director General Gang was furious about being stood on by this monster. He quickly turned and swung his sword, slicing vertically through it. The Zombie King was instantly cut in half, but surprisingly, instead of dying, it split into two identical Zombie Kings, who landed upside down on the ground. The two group leaders were left speechless by this display. The two Zombie Kings casually sucked on their pacifiers for a moment, then horrifyingly merged back into one. After reforming, the Zombie King stood still, making no further moves. Dr. Ji Ming's group had now achieved their goal. The four-eyed man turned and ordered the others. "The zombies have been released. Let's use this chance to escape." Hearing this, the others complied. Roger, in a desolate, uninhabited area, a massive horde of zombies suddenly rushed out like a flood. Lan Kai and two others on the ground suddenly spotted them. The man in black panicked and shouted, "Shit, that's a huge, dense crowd." While still holding his food, he urgently announced, "I'll set up a defense right away." But Lan Kai stopped him. "No need. Stand back." With that, she undid her hair bun and said confidently, "I'll warm up first." Leave the professional work to the professional. Facing the grotesque zombie horde, she decisively drew her sword. Lan Kai stood proudly with her weapon in hand, ready to face them. Immediately after, she shot forward, somersaulting to land a direct kick to a zombie's face. Lan Kai then unleashed a series of attacks, kicks, thrusts, and stabs, swiftly eliminating a batch of them. They were all sent flying into the air. She then used a tree trunk as a springboard, using its elasticity to launch herself high into the air. Just like that, with one jump, she soared upwards. The man in black hadn't even finished his plate of food before he was stunned into jaw-dropping silence by her brilliant display. Streaks of light flashed across the sky, too fast to be seen clearly by the naked eye. Lan Kai's sword fell diagonally from the sky, embedding itself deep into the ground. She used the sturdiness of her sword to land lightly upon it. From the sky, pieces of rotten zombie flesh rained down. A few pieces landed directly on the man in black's plate of food, but he didn't notice, still mesmerized by Lan Kai's technique. When he finally looked down at his plate, he saw that, by some miracle, his uneaten food had been replaced with beautifully arranged slices of rotten zombie meat. Seeing this, he turned to her and shouted with admiration, "Group leader Lan Kai is magnificent." Lan Kai stood calmly, striking a pose, and said coolly, trying to escape in the chaos, "Not a chance." Seeing this, the four-eyed man cursed, "That damn woman. The zombies were just released and she's already dealt with them all." But it seemed he wasn't ready to give up yet, and continued to operate his machine, wanting to release another wave. "Damn it, just you wait. If only I had a chainsaw zombie like before." After being released, the zombies ran wildly, searching for food. Suddenly, in a corner, two familiar figures appeared, Xiao Hai and Ako. Ako turned to Xiao Hai and said, "You have to keep this a secret," about the zombie wearing a virus protection mask. Hearing his request, he replied naturally, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone." Then he held up a portrait of us and asked a passing zombie, "Brother, have you seen this zombie? He carries a chainsaw." The zombie, annoyed at being bothered for no reason, angrily knocked the picture from his hand and cursed as it walked away. Xiao Hai looked in the direction of the grumpy zombie and said angrily, "Zombies from other clans are so savage." Suddenly Aku appeared behind him, light as a feather, and reminded him, "Xiao Hai, I'm afraid if we don't find Athi, we'll get beaten up too." But he still pretended to be calm to reassure him. "Don't worry, we'll find it." The scene shifts to the inside of the underground base where the Jiang Shi King appeared. Group leader Jiang De and the director General were now completely dumbfounded by its terrifying abilities. The Jiang Shi King spread its arms towards them and taunted, "Let's keep playing." Seeing this, the director General immediately concluded, "It's messing with you." Hearing that, group leader Jiang De was furious. He then charged forward, continuously attacking it. "Mess with your head." But all his attacks were easily dodged. Finally, he spotted an opening and swung his sword horizontally, instantly cutting the Jiang Shi King's body in two. It used the same old trick, transforming into two separate bodies and jumping back to evade his attack range. In the end, it merged back into one, cheerful as if nothing had happened. Group leader Jiang De, having failed to defeat it twice, cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, don't run if you've got guts," he said to it very seriously. "Let's have a proper fight." The Jiang Shi King was influenced by his words and stopped sucking on its pacifier. Its body slowly began to transform. Its hair and arms grew longer, and its chest swelled. Then, its body morphed into that of a grown young woman. The two men present witnessed the entire spectacle, utterly astonished. The Jiang Shi King's body had transformed from a baby that still smelled of milk into a girl with an offensively curvy and defensively thick figure. Group leader Jiang De and the director General's jaws dropped in unison as they exclaimed, "What?" The Jiang Shi King's body finally completed its transformation. The director General stuttered, witnessing the process, "This is..." After transforming, the Jiang Shi King leisurely sat on a table and replied to group leader Jiang De's earlier words. "All right." The Jiang Shi King, now in a very alluring form, said seductively, "What's wrong? Come and play with me." Group leader Jiang De seemed unaffected by its transformation and said aggressively, "Looks like I'll have to slice you into threads." With that, he swung his blade and charged forward swiftly. Twin crescent slash. But as his sword neared her, it was stopped, shocking him completely. His technique was effortlessly blocked by the Jiang Shi King with a single finger. The once sharp blade couldn't inflict any damage on her. This infuriated group leader Jiang De, and he gritted his teeth. "Damn it." He then turned to the director General and shouted, "Come and help me." Hearing the call for help, the director General could only click his tongue in frustration before removing his cloak and transforming into a robot. Model 1. Before he could even attack, she kneed him in the head. The direct hit caught him off guard and sent him flying. This knee from the Jiang Shi King launched him straight out of the underground base. Agao, standing next to Xiao Hai, suddenly heard a scream coming from the distance. "What's that sound?" Lan Kai and Ziling's group also heard it. He had flown from underground, pierced through the roof of a skyscraper, and then tumbled a few times upon landing. He coincidentally landed right in front of Agao and Xiao Hai, freezing them in place. "What the heck?" Agao asked naively. "I think he's about to die. Should we save him?" Xiao Hai, with a strong sense of professional duty, replied, "Are you crazy? We're Jiang Shi." The director General, having lost all combat ability, lay groaning at their feet. Then, more smoke and loud crashing sounds rose from the underground base. Suddenly, something else was launched from the base, piercing through another building. Lan Kai recognized the person who had just flown out as group leader Jiang De and called out in surprise, "Director Jiang." Ziling also asked urgently, "What's going on?" Group leader Jiang De, now nearly powerless, coughed a few times and said tremblingly, "Look over there." Lan Kai and Ziling followed his pointing finger, confused. "What the hell is that over there?" The two stood facing the direction of the Jiang Shi King. Then they spotted the figure of a girl yawning in the distance. The battle with the Jiang Shi King was proving to be anything but easy. While one side was fighting for their lives, Mr. Zombie's side was having a very relaxing and lavish meal. Xiao Xiao hummed happily while waiting for the meat to cook. "I like grilled chicken wings. I love grilled chicken wings the most." Then she picked up a skewer and said casually, "I've seen grilled chicken and grilled duck before, but this is the first time I've seen grilled chicken eggs." Mr. Zombie replied naturally and comfortably, "I like chicken eggs." The Pompadour captain did a complete 180 and respectfully offered him a drink. Group leader Jiang, "Please have some tea." He took a sip and commented casually, "This tea is a bit bitter." The Pompadour captain dramatically spun around and barked, "Which idiot made this tea?" Get a plane to the south and bring back some top-grade Kating tea immediately. Suddenly, strange sounds came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Xiao, chewing on her skewer, asked, "What's that sound?" The scene then cut back to the harsh battle with the Jiangxi king. She was completely at ease, a slight, cheerful smile on her lips. Then she stood up straight, her expression turning grim, seemingly ready to fight again. Ziling, observing the Jiangxi king from the opposite side, said slowly, "There's something strange about this Jiangxi. This is big trouble." With that, she got into a stance with her sword and reminded Lan Kai, "This is not the time for bickering. Let's cooperate." Lan Kai replied bluntly, "You don't have to tell me." The Jiangxi king, facing them, its face now darkened, slowly walked towards them step by step. Xiao Xiao, sitting next to Mr. Zombie, now spoke anxiously, "There have been constant noises coming from underground just now. It's too close." Without a word, he quickly stood up, and walked towards the source of the sound. "Let's go check it out." Lan Kai swiftly threw her sword towards the Jiangxi king. Attack! Her sword flew incredibly fast, leaving a cut on its face. Following that, Ziling also rushed in, attempting to draw her sword, but the king reacted and kicked her straight in the chin. Ziling was kicked back, crying out in pain. The Jiangxi king praised her without reservation, commendable speed. While being sent flying, Ziling managed to regain her composure. She then teleported in front of the king with incredible speed, spun around, and kicked it in the face, but the Jiangxi king blocked it. A pity, not strong enough. Seeing that her attack couldn't harm it, Ziling clicked her tongue in frustration, then backflipped away to create distance. At the same time, Lan Kai appeared from nowhere and landed several slashes on its body. The Jiangxi king, incredibly agile, dodged all of her sword strikes. Group leader Jian Des seemed to have regained his strength and stood opposite where the two girls were fighting the Jiangxi king. He clutched his arm, gritting his teeth. "Hold on, just a little longer." He then stood up straight and said slowly, "Give me 2 minutes." With that, he gave a command, "Reserve engine." Immediately, group leader Jian Da's body was encased in a very eye-catching suit of iron armor. The Jiangxi king, seeing his transformation, smirked with interest. Interesting. His body was now several times larger than normal, and the armor he wore made him look incredibly cool. At that moment, 2 very large swords appeared on his hips. He had finally completed his transformation, and this armor was named Heart of Steel, first lineage. Ziling, still resolute, spoke from within the thick smoke, "Don't underestimate others." Then she and Lan Kai emerged from the white smoke. They both approached the king and attacked simultaneously. Lan Kai seemed to be just as spiteful, cursing at it. "Are you looking down on me?" Seeing them charge, the Jiangxi king was not rushed at all and slowly stuck out its long tongue. Lan Kai and Ziling, seeing this, shouted in surprise in unison, "What?" The Jiangxi king's body transformed once again. It grew larger, and strange, large, sharp spikes sprouted from its back. Suddenly it slammed down a large, heavy hand, shattering the ground. Lan Kai and Ziling were sent flying as a result. The Jiangxi king transformed into a new, massive, and muscular form. After completing its transformation, it laughed loudly at group leader Jian Da. Having witnessed the Jiangxi king's changes, he was no longer surprised and simply said, "Come on." The 2 girls were thrown, crashing into the pavement and buildings. They were now heavily injured and exhausted. Ziling asked, trembling slightly, "What is this thing?" She couldn't help but feel fear looking at the Jiangxi king's terrifyingly large form. At this moment, the Jiangxi king slowly dragged its heavy feet towards group leader Jian Da. He showed no fear and walked towards it. It then opened its mouth and said to him, "One move to decide victory or defeat, human." Immediately after, they both threw their fists. "Let's go." Looking at the difference between their 2 fists, one could guess the outcome of this uneven battle. The 2 fists, thrown with all their might, collided. Immediately, the area around them was blown away by the excessively powerful energy of the impact. Lan Kai and Ziling, watching from a distance, were also affected and thrown far away. Mr. Zombie and Xiao Xiao, who were approaching the source of the sound, were stunned to witness such a powerful explosion. From within the thick dust and smoke where nothing could be seen, the figures of the winner and the loser gradually emerged. And the loser of this battle was group leader Jian Da. The upper half of his body was almost completely blown away. The Jiangxi king, after winning, declared, "You lose, human." But he was still resolute and rebutted weakly, "No. I haven't lost." The Jiangxi king, running out of patience, said to him, "It seems you won't give up until you're at death's door." The bright sunlight shone down on the scene of the fierce battle. At this time, Mr. Zombie and Xiao Xiao's group arrived at the location of the explosion. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. "Here." The Pompadour captain, following behind, also observed and asked, "What happened?" Mr. Zombie sniffed the air and said softly, "A familiar scent." He observed the scene of the recent fierce battle from a distance. The Jiangxi king, after transforming into a massive, muscular form, now threatened group leader Jim Da. It seems you won't be afraid until I show you the power that can destroy the world. Hearing this, he was shocked. What? Suddenly, it seemed to get excited and said loudly, let's do it again. Its body then suddenly contorted and shrank several times, finally returning to its normal form, but it still exuded the powerful aura of the strong as it asked, how about this? Lan Kai and Ziling, witnessing it transform yet again, were utterly flabbergasted. On Dr. Ji Ming's side, who had been observing the battle from the beginning, the four-eyed man suddenly said urgently, Brother Ming, we can't analyze it anymore. He however, still replied with an amused laugh, this is the true corpse king. Suddenly, the Jiangxi king turned around and said cryptically, it seems we don't have to fight anymore. Group leader Jiang Da, though with only one arm left, was still full of fighting spirit and charged forward again. In your dreams, on this side, the two girls, Lan Kai and Ziling, approached from the front and back, attacking it simultaneously. He wasn't fazed in the slightest, just giving a light chuckle. Seek attacks are wrong, you know. Then, he raised his hand and flicked a finger. That single flick sent Director General Gang reeling back. The three of them combined their attacks, but he shattered their techniques with ease, like sharp shards of glass breaking and raining down. The two women were caught in the aftermath, coughing in pain. They were both sent flying, suspended in mid-air for a moment before tumbling down towards where Jiang Xi's group was standing. Coincidentally, he caught them both, allowing them to land safely. Zhao Xiao's group, standing behind him, stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the scene. Zhao Xiao quickly asked in a panic, Group Leader Lan, Group Leader Ziling, are you two okay? What happened? Group Leader Bang and his teammate, seeing Director General Gang injured, also called out anxiously. Director General Gang, are you still alive? Lying on the ground, he struggled to reply, can't die. I can still fight. The zombie king, seeing he could still talk, provoked him with contempt. Oh, he spared your life and you're still talking tough. Lying in his arms, Ziling endured the pain and tried to warn him, he is the newest generation of zombie king, researched by Dr. J. Ming. Get out of here, quickly. Standing to the side, Xiao Xiao could only whimper in fear. Lan Kai, still conscious, urged him on. Run, the zombie king didn't attack again. Instead, he pointed at Jiangxi's group and commanded, get them. Following his order, a horde of low-level zombies swarmed out from nowhere. Group leader Bang and his teammate, seeing such a powerful zombie force, cried out in alarm. We're doomed. Where did this pile of zombies come from? Being carried on his shoulder, Lan Kai's face was contorted in pain as she rushed him. Retreat, quickly, Jiangxi, we can't all die here. The low-level zombies charged at them with incredible speed, their claws outstretched. Over on his side, Jiming was extremely pleased with his creation, laughing incessantly. This is the true allure of the zombie king. Suddenly, Jiangxi dropped Lan Kai and Ziling. Thrown to the ground, Lan Kai's eyes went wide with confusion. At that moment, Jiangxi became more serious than usual. He yelled out coldly, all of you, get lost. Hearing his threat, the zombies suddenly skidded to a fearful halt. They froze, standing around him, not daring to advance. They were so hungry they let out whimpers, but fear of him made their legs go weak. The zombie king, standing to the side, had a clear view of the entire scene. He finally showed a hint of surprise and asked, you? What? Who are you? A light smoke began to rise from Jiangxi's face, and his features gradually changed. His expression turned grim as he spoke. You are the zombie king. His foot was pressing down on a terrified zombie that was prostrated on the ground. Finishing his words, he turned to him and asked, so what does that make me? In the city where the transformed zombie king, a product of Dr. Ji Ming's experiments, had appeared, not a single person was left. Jiangxi stood in the middle of the city, calmly stepping on the terrified zombie prostrated beneath him. Nearby, Xiao Xiao and a soldier were helping Lan Kai and Ziling to a safer place. Director General Gang, having lost an arm after his fight with the zombie king, sat weakly on the ground, unable to move. Small wisps of smoke continued to rise from Jiangxi's face as it transformed. He turned to the transformed zombie king and asked, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? He stood arrogantly on a pile of low-level zombies, facing him. The transformed zombie king, seeing how easily he could control the zombies, was too shocked to speak. He gave a cold laugh and looked down on him. Are you mute? Director General Gang, seeing his complete transformation, cried out in surprise. What is this? Xiao Xiao was equally astonished. Is that what he looks like? The transformed zombie king finally let out a sneer. So, you're one of my kind. Director General Gang, seeming to still have a lot of energy, turned to Ziling and shouted, Academy of Extraordinary People, are you all insane? You actually let a zombie be the deputy director. Hearing him, Ziling just gave a cold snort. None of your business. The stage was now left to just the two of them, him and the transformed zombie king. He stood on the ground, looking up at him standing on a tower of zombies. He finally spoke, as if negotiating. I proposed that only the survivor gets to be called the Zombie King. Hearing this, he found it reasonable and replied, I agree. He gave a provocative smile and said, then come on. His expression was utterly ruthless as he complied. All right. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward and threw a punch at his face. But the punch had so little effect on him that he had to taunt, did you forget to eat breakfast? Hearing that, he was absolutely furious. Before he could say another word, Gyungsi drove a fist into his stomach. The force of the blow sent the nearby zombies flying. I'd advise you to eat a meal before you pick a fight. Xiao Xiao, holding Ziling, screamed in terror at the sight. The corpses of the low-level zombies were sent flying right in front of her. The transformed zombie king cried out in pain from the punch and was sent flying several hundred meters away. He just kept flying, endlessly. The blow sent him flying across the continent, and out to sea. People at the seaport suddenly saw something flying towards them, and immediately ran in a panic. What is that? Run, he slammed into the ship's hull, cracking it on impact. The massive vessel shuddered violently from the collision. The transformed zombie king groaned in pain from the hit. Jiming and the four-eyed man were left with their jaws agape. What? That person is a zombie. Out at sea, a shockwave erupted. He then let out a delighted laugh, and complimented, you're pretty tough. The four-eyed man frantically said to Jiming, Brother Ming, this guy's sudden appearance. We can't analyze him. Hearing this, he didn't know what to do either. At that moment, the transformed zombie king suddenly dived underwater and then lifted the ship with his strength. He aimed at him and threw the massive vessel with all his might. Xiao Xiao, seeing the ship flying towards them, screamed in fear, what the devil is that? Ziling, getting a clear view of the approaching vessel, was also slightly alarmed. A submarine. The enormous ship was thrown from the sea right into the heart of the city. He let out a vicious laugh and shouted at him, sorry, I'm completely full. The massive ship, combined with his throwing power, heavily damaged and shattered the road. Xiao Xiao was now so scared she couldn't even stand, slumping to the ground. She said with difficulty, I think you two should find another place to fight. Over with the director general, Aq and Xiao He were by his side, not leaving for a moment. Aq stood by, watching him diligently weld something. He stepped forward and stopped him. Stop welding. Xiao He asked, confused, why? He looked off in a certain direction and reminded him, look over there. The director general, who thought he was safe, turned out to be in just as bad a state. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. These two idiots. They took off all the parts that shouldn't be removed and welded back the parts that needed to be removed. Aq said slowly to Xiao He, it's the breath of the king. Back at the fight, after the transformed zombie king threw the ship at Jiangxi, something shot up from underneath, piercing through the hull. He was completely unharmed and did a light somersault in the air. He didn't forget to provoke him. Hello there. Xiao Xiao, seeing he was okay, cried out in surprise. Jiangxi, the transformed zombie king, was also incredibly surprised to see him. Then he suddenly shot off with incredible speed. In the air, Jiangxi held a rope as he heard him speak again. He threw a loop of the rope around his neck and replied casually, all right. From the air, as if playing a game, he held the rope tightly. Director General Gang, seeing this, was also surprised and wondered to himself, is that really a zombie? Now, holding the rope tightly, he swooped down. Let's see where you run this time. He was yanked back by the neck. After pulling him closer, he directly kicked him straight in the face. The kick caved his face in, and he was once again sent flying into the sky. The zombie king was completely outmatched and clicked his tongue in frustration. He then grabbed the rope around his neck and said, this. He then pulled on the rope and continued, I know how to do this too. Thinking he wanted to use the rope to counterattack, he directly snapped it and replied, you know Jack. Suddenly, instead of counterattacking, he shot off in the opposite direction. He dove down so fast that he sent the ship flying. Group leader Beng, who was supporting Director General Gang, was also shocked. Jiangxi stood calmly on a red pillar and looked down at him with interest. He then launched an attack to stop him. He was furious at being interrupted and tried to justify himself. I just wanted to change to a more spacious place. I wasn't running. With that, he was hit by him and sent crashing into the sea with a powerful blow. It was so forceful that he bounced several times on the water's surface. He followed, landing on the hull of a nearby ship. The people nearby, seeing their appearance, panicked and asked each other, what strange thing is flying over here now? I don't know. I think it's a person. He stood on the ship, looking down at the deep sea, and asked, do you like breaking things that much? The people who got a clear look at him screamed and ran in all directions. A zombie. He's a zombie. Run, get out of here. Hearing his question, he replied flippantly, none of your business. If you're so good, why don't you break something too? The director general, observing their fight, was stammering, unable to form words. Aq was holding his head up so he could get a better view of the battle. He turned to Xiao Hai and said urgently, "We have to get out of here quickly. I know Jiangxi is strong, but I understand Dr. Mingji better. He is the only research genius our humanity has produced in centuries. Any one of his studies could turn an ordinary person into an overlord. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to." He wasn't scared by these words at all and told him directly, "Shut up, human, and watch carefully." The director general was surprised by his words, not understanding what he meant. Xiao He gave a confident and worshipful smile. "No one is a match for the king." After saying that, he didn't forget to add, "Not even the gods can compare." Hearing this, he asked, confused, "Gods?" At that moment, his figure on the ship suddenly flickered and vanished. The transformed zombie king was standing upside down, and seeing him suddenly disappear, he panicked slightly. Immediately after, he appeared right in front of him with a grim expression. His face changed as he said in astonishment, His speed has gotten faster." He had barely finished speaking when he took a punch to the face. This punch sent him flying straight into the sky. He was outside the Earth's atmosphere, groaning in pain, when before he could even adjust, he was shocked into crying out again. "What?" Right then, something appeared in front of him. The ship Jiangxi had actually thrown it out of the atmosphere, aiming right for him. The ship hurtled towards him at an incredible speed, crashing into him before he had a chance to dodge. Then, they both slammed into the moon, causing it to crack and break apart. Down below, Xiao Xiao's group, seeing the moon get damaged just like that, were so scared their jaws dropped. Mr. Zombie stood on the harbor patrol's life raft, laughing heartily. The ship that had rammed him was now stuck straight into the moon. Xiao Xiao, unsure what expression to make, said teasingly, "Alright, no need to run anymore. It's useless to run anywhere." The transformed Jiangxi king was not yet defeated. He clung to the moon and said with effort, "It's not over yet." He then used all his strength to scream and push the ship off of him. The massive ship was pushed back, and he then launched himself from the moon at high speed. "It's not over. What are you so smug about?" Seeing him still full of fight from outside the Earth, Mr. Zombie just snorted coldly. He stood calmly, watching him descend. Then, he laughed loudly, and immediately got into a stance. He leaped high into the air, landing on the ship that was now in outer space. He seemed much crazier now as he chased after him, saying, "Then let's continue." He then pursued him from space back to Earth. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, arrived at a nuclear reactor. The transformed Jiangxi king punched the nuclear reactor, sending it flying. "Try this." The nuclear reactor soared into the sky. It then began to glow, as if it were about to explode. Xiao Xiao's group below saw this and screamed in terror, their faces pale. "Oh my god!" The nuclear energy expanded ever larger in the sky, spreading to the coastline and causing the sea to rise uncontrollably. Then, it detonated in a massive explosion in the Earth's sky. Xiao Xiao's group quickly took cover under some sturdy steel plates. After the nuclear explosion dissipated, only thick dust and smoke remained. Mr. Zombie landed gently, completely unharmed. The other also landed on a different ship far away from him, clicking his tongue in frustration. Although he was uninjured, the tears in his clothes spoke of the power of the nuclear bomb. All in all, he was still laughing triumphantly as he asked, "What's wrong?" Not continuing. "This level of damage is just like an itch to me." Hearing this, the other gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "What?" Mr. Zombie stood on the opposite side, staring intently at the ship where he stood. After struggling to survive the bomb, Xiao Xiao's group lay scattered on the ground. She asked everyone around her with concern, "Is everyone okay?" She then lifted her head and asked in horror, "Is it over?" The transformed Jiangxi king, still unwilling to give up, tensed up as if to say, "It's not over yet." He then manifested a giant arm and began to negotiate. "We are of the same kind. I have a proposal." His face was filled with determination as he continued, "If neither of us can do anything to the other, why not cooperate?" He extended his massive arm towards Mr. Zombie while making his offer. "Let's destroy the world together." His arm pushed Mr. Zombie back into the heart of the city. He spoke with grand delusion, "From now on, we'll each take half. No one interferes with the other." Mr. Zombie was pushed by his arm, crashing into a skyscraper and causing it to explode completely. Xiao Xiao screamed at the sight. Finally he withdrew his arm and asked, "Well, what do you think of my proposal?" But in the end, he still couldn't harm him. Mr. Zombie let out a grim laugh and replied coldly, "I have no interest in destroying the world." He then added, "Furthermore." The scene shifts back to Xiao Hai, Agao, and the Director General. The Director General's face was still filled with terror as he stuttered, "This is impossible." He then quickly turned to Xiao Hai and urged, "I'm serious, we should really run." Seeing that he didn't move, the Director General quickly explained further. "I know Mr. Zombie is very strong after transforming, but that guy is not weak either. We should conserve our strength, find an opportunity to discover his weakness, and then deal with that Jiangxi king later." Not wanting to hear any more, he frowned and ordered, "Shut up." The Director General, feeling criticized, was at a loss for words. You. He then gave a confident smile and said, "Who told you our king can only transform once?" The Director General was even more surprised and shouted, "What?" Back on the other side, Mr. Zombie's face was cold as he continued his previous sentence about the proposal. "You're not worthy." Mr. Zombie's figure stood on the roof of a dilapidated building as he asked grimly, "And we each get half. How could you even say that?" The Director General, seeing that he was unharmed, was also flabbergasted. A deadly red light flashed in his eyes as he continued, "Only weaklings go around threatening to destroy the world or rule the world." Xiao Xiao, standing below and not understanding the situation, asked, "What are they talking about?" The Pumpbutter captain replied honestly, "I don't know, it's too far." The transformed Jianxi king, hearing this, was more bitter than if he had eaten a chili and gritted his teeth. "You." Mr. Zombie didn't care how he felt, and only wanted to teach him a lesson, so he said in a low voice, "It seems you won't understand unless I discipline you, you newcomer." Immediately after, his body once again emitted light smoke as he transformed. He exerted so much force that the ground shook and his clothes began to tear. Finally, he unleashed his power, and completely changed his form. Xiao Xiao's group below was stunned speechless by this transformation. Mr. Zombie now appeared with a completely different look, not like a Jianxi or a monster, but more like a normal human. Seeing his form clearly, Xiao Xiao's group was so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap. What the hell is this? His current form was no different from a normal person as he stood calmly on the rooftop. His eyes were cold and grim as he glanced in one direction. The other, on his side, immediately felt his terrifying presence. This display scared him into shouting, "What?" On Xiao Hai the Gao, and the Director General's side it was unusually quiet. The Director General's face was grim, and he said nothing more. Suddenly, Aga slapped him with his large hand, sending snot flying. Aga said loudly, "Hey, sap out of it, you idiot." He then grabbed the Director General's head, lifted it up, and said, "Look for yourself." The clearer the Director General saw, the more terrified he became, breaking out in a cold sweat. He heard Aga continue with reverence, "Look at our god." Suddenly, Mr. Zombie lifted his foot, stepped on a protruding rock, and struck a heroic pose, still staring intently at the transformed Jianxi king. Ziling, seeing his current form, was shocked and said, "He's transformed again. Unlike that corpse king from Dr. Jiming." Lan Kai behind her agree. "He's becoming more and more human." The Director General trembled and stuttered, "This is even more than that time." Seeing his completely human appearance, he also wondered in fear, "Is this possible?" Suddenly, it began to rain. Ziling, seeing the sudden downpour, her expression changed. "It's raining." The transformed Jiangxi king, completely unwilling to accept defeat, asked him, "Damn it. What the hell are you?" He then teleported in front of him, raised his fist, and shouted, "Are you human or a zombie?" He threw a punch at Mr. Zombie as if to finish him with this move. His expression didn't change as he stared calmly at him. Then, the raindrops that had not yet hit the ground suddenly stopped in midair. It was he who was controlling the raindrops. Instantly, the other's body was sliced into pieces. The raindrops that had been suspended in mid-air were now controlled by him to flow back up into the sky. The others were also pulled up into the air. Xiao Xiao now knew this was his doing and screamed in shock, "The rain is flowing backwards. Can a zombie do this?" Even the massive, heavy ships weighing hundreds of thousands of tons were pulled up. Not only that, but all the fish, big and small, were also pulled into the sky. When he stopped controlling the rain, Xiao Xiao and the other creatures that had been pulled up fell back to the ground. The transformed Jiangxi king, now dismembered, could do nothing. Mr. Zombie's eyes were like bullets as he faced him and said, "I am your father." From outer space, observing the earth, a massive vortex was gathering in one place. Xiao Xiao, seeing the strange phenomenon in the atmosphere, was terrified. "Is this a massive hurricane?" Lan Kai and Ziling, who had been pulled up into the sky, now fell down one after another. Around Mr. Zombie, fish that he had pulled up from the ocean with his power were raining down. Ziling lay on the ground and looked up at him, saying with difficulty, "A Jianxi has this kind of power." A large whale now fell like the others onto a skyscraper. Dr. Jiming, watching from a distance, was completely stunned. His 4-eyed subordinate also screamed in fear. "What's happening?" "A whale." The transformed Jianxi king now lay on the ground, looking up at him helplessly. "Damn it, how can this be happening?" The 4-eyed man turned to Jiming and asked, "Brother Ming, have you ever seen a Jianxi like this before?" He also stuttered in fear, "Never. Never. Never seen anything like it." Suddenly the transformed Jiangxi king forced himself up from the ground and said decisively, "Recover." His hands then grew back, from bone to flesh. After recovering his 2 hands, he still tried to act tough. "What good will this do? I can't do anything to you, But what about you? He was now furious and roared at him. The life force of a Jianshi king is immortal. Even if you cut me into countless pieces, I can still recover. Mr. Zombie was not rushed or impatient at his words and just said a soft "oh." He then swept his hand, and an invisible force pulled the other towards him, making him exclaim in alarm, "What?" The moment he finished speaking, his neck was in Mr. Zombie's grasp. The transformed Jianshi king struggled painfully in his hand. At this moment, Mr. Zombie spoke in a cold voice, "You seem to have a misunderstanding about death." He then continued, "Destroying a person isn't just about physical destruction." Hearing this, the other cried out in surprise, "You?" He said nothing, just looked at him with eyes devoid of any warmth. Facing his eyes, for some reason, the other suddenly groaned in pain. Deep within his eyes seemed to be a terrifying, hypnotic magic. Massive ships appeared continuously in outer space, but it was unknown whether they belonged to humans or some other alien force. Then, somewhere in the ocean, deadly whirlpools appeared one after another. The transformed Jianshi king seemed to be enduring some kind of torture as he let out a few pained cries. The image of the massive ships in outer space appeared once again. Suddenly, someone in magnificent armor spoke in a deep voice, "The ancients." Then, others on the ship followed orders and descended. "Kill." The one in red armor said a strange sentence. "Surround and kill for the 1351st time. The 6th time destroying human civilization. This time, exterminate." At this moment, a very familiar figure was standing in the middle of the stormy ocean, preparing to launch himself. The transformed Jianshi king's eyes rolled back as if he were about to lose consciousness. The ships in outer space exploded one by one. The people inside screamed incessantly, He's transforming again. Help, save me." The long-haired man's eyes flashed coldly. Seeing the long-haired man clearly, he let out a long, terrified scream. From the darkness, a blood-red eye appeared, incredibly frightening. Then, his whole body went limp, and his eyes turned white, devoid of any life. The transformed Jianshi king lost all strength in Mr. Zombie's grasp. Below, Xiao, not knowing what had happened, asked, "What's going on?" Ziling couldn't help but wonder as well, "Is it over?" At this moment, Mr. Zombie let him go. The transformed Jianshi king fell freely from the rooftop, landing on the ground without moving. He seemed to be completely defeated, with no sign of movement and his eyes completely black. The director general, seeing this, was surprised and confused. "What's wrong? Why isn't he moving anymore?" Xiao Hai, hearing him, replied calmly he was probably scared unconscious by the king's 3rd form. Hearing this, he was shocked to his core and shouted, "What did you say?" "Scared to death." Dr. Jiming on his side was also very surprised by this scene and wondered how did this happen? The 4-eyed man, seeing their Jianshi king destroyed, stuttered in fear, It's over." It turned out they had prepared a helicopter for escape in case of defeat. The 4-eyed man quickly called for Brother Ming. He grabbed Jiming and said urgently, "Their coastal air defense is gone now. Let's get out of here. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to." Who would have thought? As he turned, he bumped into a solid chest and froze. Seeing him appear so suddenly, they backed away in fear. The 4-eyed man and the others screamed in surprise, "A Jianshi? We've never shown our faces. How does he know we exist?" His eyes were calm as he looked at Dr. Jiming's group. The 4-eyed man and the others were now lying on the ground, trembling and crying, "Mommy. Mommy." He didn't even glance at their cowardly state, and asked calmly, "Are you going to surrender? Or do you want to go meet the Jianshi king?" He then added a threat, "I'll give you 1 second to think." Without another word, the 4-eyed man and his group immediately raised their hands in surrender. We'll confess." Jiming was furious but could do nothing, so he could only grit out a few bitter words. Damn it, he looked at them silently, saying nothing more. And so, it was all over. Dr. Jiming, who was supposed to be executed on the spot, was captured alive by Mr. Zombie. Dr. Jiming's group was taken away in a vehicle. At this moment, Ziling suddenly noticed his strange behavior and asked Xiao, "What's wrong with him?" She replied honestly, "I don't know." On this side, Mr. Zombie finally returned to his original form. He was lost in thought for a while and then said sorrowfully, "Transforming into that is too scary. I'm a kind Jianshi." Ziling looked at Xiao and said, "You go ask him." Xiao, who was now traumatized by his terrifying form, had no mind to ask him anything. "No way, I'm scared. You saw how scary he can be." Ziling gave her no time to escape and pushed her forward, promising, "Go on, I'll make you Mr. Zombie's deputy group leader later." Xiao slowly approached him and asked hesitantly, "Mr. Zombie, are you okay? Let's go." Suddenly, he stood up, scaring her out of her wits. He said, "I'm hungry." He then added calmly, "I need a new set of clothes that aren't torn." Xiao was finally relieved and told herself, "Okay, he's not aggressive now." She then walked alongside him and asked, "By the way, Mr. Zombie, do you remember what you just did?" He answered honestly, "I remember, but it's very vague." He then thought carefully. "I have no concept of time. I've probably beaten up a few weirdos like him before." Zhao Xiao didn't understand and could only say huh. He didn't explain further and just said, "Anyway, he was too weak. I don't remember." In the prisoner transport vehicle, a savage laugh suddenly erupted. The four-eyed man, seeing Ji Ming's terrifying laughter, asked, "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" He didn't care about his future fate and just marveled, "Mr. Zombie. I never thought such a powerful species existed." He was very excited and secretly made a new plan. "I will definitely get your genes to create a species stronger than you." And so, the fierce battle with the transformed Jiangxi king ended, and peace was restored to the human world. The Jiangxi created by Dr. Jiming was scared to death by Mr. Zombie. Jiming's story also came to an end. At this moment, he was standing in a closed room, surrounded by mysterious people. One of them asked him, "Mr. Zombie, do you have any objections to becoming a group leader?" He replied naturally, "None." The mysterious people continued, "Alright, becoming a group leader isn't just about being strong. Besides protecting the city, you also have to manage it." The person then added, "If the population doesn't exceed 10 million within the specified time, you will be dismissed." The person then asked for his opinion, "What are your thoughts on the city? Which city do you want?" He smiled modestly and scratched his head. "Just give me city, the place where we captured Dr. Jiming." Hearing this, the person was very surprised and reminded him, "What? That's an empty city, an uninhabited area. You need eggs to raise chickens, right?" The more the person spoke, the more agitated he became. "If you don't have eggs, you at least need fertilized cells. With no one there, how will you develop it? If the population doesn't meet the target, your position as group leader will be lost." He was not swayed by the person's heartfelt advice and said firmly, "No, I want it." Seeing his attitude, the person had to relent. Alright. Finally, his position as group leader was approved, and he officially took over the management of city. A blonde woman with an eye patch, seeing his appointment letter, cursed angrily, "Superhuman Academy. What corner did this idiot come from?" Although she was being restrained, she couldn't help but continue, "He doesn't want a good city, he just wants an empty one. How can it develop?" Ziling was also very helpless with his decision and could only facepalm and sigh. Some time after the fierce battle in city, the place was now completely under his management. Mr. Zombie became the group leader to protect the city and expanded to 4 legions, creating a historic moment. The citizens of city were none other than the gentle, homeless Jiangxi. At this moment, a baby Jiangxi said, "Mommy, our new home is so grand." Another little boy Jiangxi pointed and said, "Mommy, look, humans." The soldiers, following his orders, came to cities to maintain order. A historic image of the century, human soldiers protecting the moving Jiangxi. Mr. Zombie was now standing on high, looking down proudly at his city. Xiao He reported the mission progress to him. Reporting, "Great King, as per your request, all the zombie citizens have moved in." He replied without emotion, "Good." The soldiers suddenly stood at attention in unison. A small Jiangxi on the side was scared by this and screamed. It then ran back to its mother and asked nervously, "Mommy, will they hit us with their fire sticks?" The soldiers said very solemnly, "Group Leader Jiang's order is God's order. Group Leader Jiang's citizens are our citizens. We must protect everyone during the move safely." The Jiangxi, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and was at a loss for words. Amal said excitedly, "All right. Now we have our own city." He walked calmly, speaking his thoughts. Sometimes, for a race to develop, war is not necessary. His subordinates agreed with this. Ido replied happily, "Yes." At this moment, Ido remembered Aju and asked him, "By the way, Great King, what about Aju? He's been hanging for a few months already." He waved his hand dismissively. "Let him continue to hang." The scene shifts to a very large and magnificent building. This was the Jiang City Hall. Aju was now stretched out, and suspended from the roof of the city hall. He was crying miserably, his face wet with tears, and sobbed, I was wrong." He continued pathetically, "I'm about to become a dried zombie. I'll be obedient next time." And so, Season 1 of Mr. Jiangxi ended peacefully and with laughter. Now, even Jiangxi could live happily and comfortably thanks to him. A mother Jiangxi held her child up and said with a happy smile, "Quick, thank the Great King. We have a home now." Promising that Season 2 of Mr. Jiangxi would bring more surprises and excitement. Ziling suddenly appeared unexpectedly. She was sent flying by some force, crashing into the wall behind her and crying out in pain. Ziling was attacked to the point where she lay in the rubble. She coughed with great difficulty, then struggled to look up at the opposite side and wondered in surprise, "Is this even possible?" Opposite her was Xiao Xiao, who had transformed due to carrying Mr. Zombie's genes. She carried a terrifyingly large gun on her shoulder, and laughed heartily. The fight between Xiao Xiao and Ziling was incredibly intense. Ziling, now injured, struggled to defend herself and said, "There's such a thing. She's like a different person." Xiao Xiao, influenced by Mr. Zombie's genes, had turned into a jiangshi. She laughed with delight and then said crazily, "Senior sister Ziling, I can still fight." Ziling, not giving up, immediately got up and teleported, disappearing in an instant, then reappeared behind Xiao Xiao. Before she could attack, Xiao Xiao twisted her head 180 degrees and looked at her. Ziling was scared by this and cursed, "Damn it." She lost her balance from the surprise and fell to the ground. She quickly used her hands to support herself and questioned her life. "Is this human?" Suddenly, her expression changed. Xiao Xiao, now devoid of any humanity, terrifyingly raised her weapon, about to strike. She managed to flip back a few meters to dodge, then hastily dodged the rain of bullets Xiao Xiao was relentlessly firing at her. Xiao Xiao's face contorted as she insanely and repeatedly asked her, "Senior sister Ziling, can I be the group leader?" The casings from each bullet she fired fell continuously to the ground. Xiao Xiao laughed crazily, and continued to fire at her. Ziling, after dodging the rain of bullets, jumped to a wall. She jumped onto the wall and launched herself with great force. She looked up at Xiao Xiao and clicked her tongue. Immediately, Ziling jumped with great force and charged straight at her. "Then show me your best." Xiao Xiao was not worried or nervous and just snorted. She began to manipulate the cells in her body. At the same time, Ziling had already attacked her. Horizontal blade slash, but her sharp sword strikes didn't leave a single scratch on Xiao Xiao. She turned around and said mockingly, "If you don't slash seriously, senior sister, how can I use my full strength?" Ziling did not hold back and raised her sword high, then slashed down, instantly cutting Xiao Xiao's entire body in two. But she showed no panic and still laughed heartily. Ziling was shocked to see her stand still and take her blow. Why didn't she dodge? Immediately after, she screamed in panic at Xiao Xiao's recovery ability. What the hell? After completely recovering, she acted as if nothing had happened and smiled calmly. Ziling panicked and quickly jumped back. She was still terrified and wondered, "This is too much. What did Mr. Zombie do?" Xiao Xiao looked at her with a confident expression, and asked provocatively, "How about now? Can I be the group leader now?" She then raised her fist and charged straight at Ziling. The punch landed directly on her undefended body. Ziling was sent flying into a wall and coughed painfully. She said with a grim face to Xiao Xiao, "All right, it's over." At this moment, her body also emitted white smoke and transformed back. Xiao Xiao now returned to her original form and asked her in a panic, "Senior sister Ziling, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to." Ziling didn't care much and asked directly, "Did you turn into a jiangshi after being bitten by Mr. Zombie?" Hearing this, she naturally denied it. "No, didn't we have a full body checkup in the lab yesterday? The cells in a human body are all normal, even the genes haven't changed." Ziling still didn't believe it, and asked carefully, "Then how did you turn your head 180 degrees and recover after being cut in half?" Xiao Xiao answered very honestly, "I don't know how that feels either. Now if I want to transform, I just do. It's not uncomfortable or anything." She then continued to explain, "If I'm in a bad mood, a couple of stimulant shots will do the trick. I'll become more formidable. It's been a long time, and I haven't seen any side effects." After explaining everything clearly, she called out loudly, "Senior sister Ziling." Ziling, hearing all her explanations, was at a loss for words and remained silent for a while. "What's wrong with senior sister Ziling?" Immediately after, she stood up, wanting to leave, and pushed her away. "Get out of the way." Xiao Xiao, not understanding, quickly asked, "Senior sister, where are you going?" Xiao Xiao watched her hurried figure with great confusion and asked, "What's wrong with senior sister Ziling?" Ziling said in a cold voice, "Leave me alone." Her subordinate also asked her anxiously, "Group leader, where are you going?" Ziling didn't stop for a second and replied directly, "To city." She then quickly boarded a plane and took off for the city Mr. Zombie was managing. When the flight ended, they landed in city. Ziling ran from the plane without waiting for her subordinate, forcing him to call after her, "Group leader Ziling, wait for me." The scene then shifts to the city hall of city, where Mr. Zombie was in office. He was having a meeting with his subordinates. He looked at the paper in his hand seriously, and read aloud. "Amao, manager of Qinghua district. Agan, city police chief. Aling, civil affairs bureau chief." Finally he mentioned Xiao Hai. And Xiao Hai. Hearing his name, he immediately stood up and announced his presence loudly. He naturally appointed a position for Xiao Hai, city finance bureau chief. "From now on, you'll manage all the money in the house." He took the appointment letter and swore solemnly, "I swear to protect every single coin in the Jiang finance bureau to the death." At this moment, the meeting room door was suddenly thrown open. Ziling was now very rushed and panting. Mr. Zombie, seeing her sudden arrival, welcomed her with a smile and asked, "Ziling, what's the matter?" Without a word, she quickly ran towards him. Seeing her in such a hurry, he didn't find it suspicious and said comfortably, "I was just about to find you to report on the situation." Not letting him continue, she directly put her hand in his mouth and said, "Open your mouth." Suddenly being grabbed by the head and forced to open his mouth, Mr. Zombie was very confused. Then, he bit down on her fair arm. After it was done, she immediately said goodbye and rushed off. "Alright, it's done. You can continue." After leaving the meeting room, she was no longer in a hurry and walked naturally under the city hall. At this time, her subordinate also caught up and complained, "Group leader Ziling, you walk too fast." He then reminded her with a worried expression, "Group leader Ziling, have you forgotten that Spy could control people? Why did you let him bite you so easily?" He then added, "You are so noble. What if he controls you and makes you do unspeakable things?" Ziling's expression was very firm as she said slowly, "Such great power. A body torn apart can be put back together. That kind of immortality." She then stated her reckless thoughts. "He can do whatever he wants. Even if he tells me to striptease in the public square, I'll do it." On this side, Mr. Zombie was dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion. After the fierce battle with the transformed Jianxi King, city had returned to its original peace. And so, Mr. Zombie received the city and began to reform and develop it, delegating tasks to his subordinates. The city began to operate normally. City, like any other city, began to organize trade and business activities. There was a Jianxi clothing store, where the female Jianxi were very enthusiastic about their business and welcomed customers. Welcome. Then there was a Jianxi barbershop. The Jianxi in this city also wanted a clean and tidy appearance. There was also Jianxi real estate. The Jianxi workers here were also busy with construction work. And there were Jianxi real estate agents too. They were also working hard to find talented clients. Come on, special price for new houses with interior decoration included. Not only that, but city also had a Jianxi driving school. With laws in place, these Jianxi were also required to obey the law and get their driver's licenses. Candidate number 54. Candidate number 54. The examiner looked at the Jianxi who couldn't tell the difference between the driver's seat and the passenger's seat and asked, "What are you doing driving from the passenger's seat?" The scene then shifts to Mr. Zombie standing on a tall building, looking at his city. He was enjoying himself, sipping coffee and taking in the beautiful city. Their corpse king was also experiencing a short period of leisurely and pleasant life. The scene shifts again to another place. His personal information sheet was in someone's hand. A woman with long blonde hair and an eye patch frowned and commented, "Mr. Zombie, weak personality, no character at all. He's just an ordinary person." The woman's subordinate handed her a cup of coffee and said, "I don't know why the Superhuman Academy made him a group leader. Supervisor Chen, didn't you hear what the Director General of the Steel Academy said? This is exactly what he was talking about." The woman, addressed as Supervisor Chen, replied, "It's common for the academies to fight amongst themselves. We've seen them slander each other before." She then continued, "But this time, he doesn't need to slander him. I don't like this Mr. Zombie. Being a group leader without any personality." She hesitated and mentioned, "As for whether he's a Jinshi or not." Supervisor Chen then crushed the paper in her hand and said decisively, "We'll know when we go see." Somewhere in the icy north of the Earth, the Arctic, a helicopter suddenly appeared, flying over the Arctic sky. At the same time, a large ship appeared off the coast of the Arctic region. A rather young boy stepped forward and greeted a silver-haired man. "Dr. Bizarre, hello." The man, addressed as Dr. Bizarre, then spoke, "I heard the remains of an ancient person were found here." Hearing this, the boy confirmed, "Yes, a mummy, estimated to be 1,000 years old." He then continued with what he knew. "We were on a scientific expedition when we discovered it buried 500 meters under the ice. We're trying to lift it with a crane." Hearing this, he was interested, and reminded him, "Remember not to damage the remains." He then said slowly, "If he is truly an ancient person, it will be the greatest discovery of human civilization." At this moment, cranes were pulling ice blocks from underground. A man gave signals to guide the construction workers. "Be careful, pull it up slowly." Dr. Bizarre took out a cigarette and said with anticipation, "I hope this time it will help with our research on ancient history." In the distance were mysterious-looking people in fur coats. He looked at the construction site and said honestly, "As the head of the Academy's archaeology group, this is the first time I've been so nervous." The person below continued to give signals to make the construction work easier. "All right, that's right, just like that, put it down gently." The mysterious-looking rock was gradually lowered to the ground. Inside the large block of ice seemed to be the figure of someone. Inside was a very shriveled figure with dark skin and long white hair that reached her hips. Dr. Bizarre was very surprised to see the figure in the ice. "It looks like this." At this moment, a frightening figure suddenly appeared behind the young boy. The person covered his mouth, opened his own wide, and then quickly bit down on his unprotected neck. He was very surprised by this and shouted, "Who are you? You not one of us." The others around were also killed soon after. Dr. Bazaar was kicked to the ground and cried out in pain. Then, he was ordered to be used as a sacrifice. He was attacked by them and screamed for help. The person didn't stop and said to him, "Don't panic, I'm just taking your blood." A man with long blue hair who didn't look human was staring intently ahead. Next to him was a woman with brown hair who was delighted, wiping her mouth and smiling. The large rock had now completely fallen to the ground. The people in fur coats now began to break the large block of ice. As the figure in the ice was revealed, strange white smoke billowed out. The figure in the ice gradually became more fleshy. As she stepped out of the ice, the brown-haired woman approached and put a cloak on her. Then, the others knelt before her and said respectfully, "Greetings, Demon King." They worshipped her and wished her, "May the Demon King live forever." The expression of the woman called the Demon King was very cold as she spoke briefly. Just one question. She wore only thin pants and a fur cloak. She then asked with hatred, "Is that idiot surnamed Jiang still alive?" Xiao Hong stood in front, her face grim. Lanling's face was confused. He knelt down in a respectful posture before her and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Zombie is still alive. 1,000 years have passed, and he is still living well." Sweat poured down his face. He looked up at Xiao Hong and said hesitantly, "I remember last time after he destroyed human civilization. Now he's living with them, and even rebuilding his own race." The maid next to her supported her. "Demon King, be careful." Xiao Hong's eyes narrowed, and she gritted out each word. "Diadu." She looked into the distance and said coldly, "This time, I will not forgive you." In a large city full of skyscrapers and modern technology, Guangzhou Province, the academy's capital, Mr. Zombie was enjoying a cup of tea when a call suddenly rang out. "Your Majesty, you have a phone call." Everyone stood grimly, focused. Inside the capital, someone on a bed was screaming, making the doctor flustered. Ziling's eyes widened in confusion. "What is that? I've never seen anything like it." Langi stood behind, confused, and said, "It doesn't look like a jiangshi." His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and struggled violently, despite being chained hand and foot. Two doctors held him tightly and spoke. "According to the investigation, this is a member of the scientific archaeological team from the neighboring province, discovered in the Arctic region. Even the head of our province's archaeological team has gone missing with him. The investigation reveals he's just an ordinary person, but when he was captured, he injured 2 of our group leaders." Xiao Xiao looked at Ziling, who was observing the situation inside, and suddenly spoke up. "It seems we can only call in the expert." The car stopped, flanked by 2 men. Jiangxi stepped out, and everyone formed 2 lines, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Group Leader Jiangxi." The lights flickered on brightly as he was escorted to a room. Everyone inside turned to look at Jiangxi. Group Leader Nen approached him and extended a hand. "Hello." He smiled, and introduced himself. "I am Group Leader Nen of the Gang Kun Academy." He then asked, "Did you capture Dr. Jiming?" Jiangxi laughed and replied, "Hello." After the greetings, he walked past him. Group Leader Nen sneered with contempt. As expected of a low-lie, able to shake hands with a human and complete half the objective. A brown-haired man with golden glasses standing nearby said disdainfully, "He looks so weak. Why did our academy make him a group leader?" Director General Gang, standing next to him, thought with disgust, to invite him to the academy is to court death. He then looked around and asked, "Where is Director General Gang?" Director General Gang, sitting outside the room, was trembling with anxiety. "I knew I shouldn't have come. I should have just stayed at Guo's house." In a room, a terrifying growl echoed continuously. Seeing Jiangxi enter, a doctor spoke up. "Jiangxi, look at this guy. Do you know what kind of monster he is?" He replied, at a loss for words, "I don't even know how old I am, and you want me to look at this?" Jiangxi reached out and touched the bitten part of the man's neck on the bed. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Ziling entered with a glass of water and the others, asking hesitantly, "Jang. Jiangxi, did you find something?" The man on the bed growled. Jiangxi slowly removed his hand from his neck. Suddenly, the man closed his mouth and looked at him in a daze. Jiangxi smiled with amusement at the man on the bed. "Interesting." The Blood Clan. A powerful magic surged through his body, and a strong force erupted, sending everyone nearby flying. The man on the bed's eyes welled with tears of fear as he hugged himself. Jiangxi spoke coldly, "I thought you all were insane." A powerful magical force sent the group flying. Group leader Nane's head slammed painfully against the wall. The brown-haired man with golden glasses struggled to sit up and asked, "What's going on? Why did group leader Jiang suddenly go berserk?" Group leader Nane's face darkened. "What are you doing?" Ziling and Xiao Xiao were on the floor, holding their heads. Jiangxi looked thoughtfully at the man on the bed and said, "Interesting. I remember killing all of you." He gave a savage smile, grabbed his neck, and asked, "In that case, tell me, where is Chu Xiao Han, who likes to drug me?" He cried out in a panic, I don't know anything, don't ask me, I just turned into a vampire yesterday. As soon as the man on the bed finished speaking, Jiang-si squeezed his neck, turning him into a cloud of smoke. Group leader Nen was sweating profusely, and said in a daze, did that chicken just do that? Impossible, Director General Gang, terrified, said loudly, I told you, I should have just stayed at Guo's house. After he was done, Jiang-si fell into a thoughtful silence. Ziling and Xiao Xiao ran to him. Ziling asked, what's wrong, Jiang-si? Did you find anything? She looked straight at his face and asked urgently, just now. He said something about a blood clan. He reminded them, be careful when you go out these next few days. Jiang-si's face became serious. Ziling and Xiao Xiao stared at him with wide eyes. Jiang-si forced a smile, scratched his head, and replied, I forgot. The two girls fell to the ground. Oh dear. At the large tower, Ziling's grumbling voice was heard. When you change into this state, can't your mind be a little more normal? He said innocently, I really forgot. Jiang-si's hands and feet became clumsy as he said, I'll remember next time. Group leader Nin glanced at him and muttered, what a chicken. Suddenly Jiang-si turned around. Seeing his gaze, group leader Nen and the brown-haired man with golden glasses became flustered. Rain poured down on the city as a voice was heard, Xiao Hong, my king, this is our home. Looking at the cobwebs above, Lanling asked hesitantly, are you used to being here? Xiao Hong's face was filled with annoyance as she sat with him in a corner, sheltering from the rain. A coin fell to the ground, attracting their attention. A haughty voice scoffed, isn't the capital city supposed to be strictly managed? Why are there still beggars? Her attendant was flustered. My king, don't stoop to the level of humans. Lanling's eyes lit up at the sight of the coin, and she reached out for it. Money. Money. Xiao Hong frowned. She angrily threw a can at the wall and yelled, if it has come to this, why did you summon me? The attendant sitting next to Xiao Hong cried with grievance. My king, do you know how we have lived for the past 1,000 years? She recalled the fierce battle between Xiao Hong and Jiang-si and continued, after the great battle between you and Jiang-si that year, you were beaten into a dried-up corpse. We witnessed it from below. The female attendant, lying on the ground, clenched a handkerchief, brought it to her mouth, and continued in a panic, then he wiped out our entire race to survive. She brought the handkerchief to her eyes, wiping them as she spoke, we pretended to be dead to escape from him. The terrifying image of Jiang-si appeared in the female attendant's mind. She spoke with a tremor in her voice, after that, under Jiang-si's threat, we dared not show our faces for 1,000 years. She and Landing hid behind a wall, fearfully avoiding everyone. No matter which corner of the world we went to, whether it was humans or zombies, we would take a detour if we saw them. The more she spoke, the more her tears flowed. She choked out, we haven't left this alley for 1,000 years. Lanling is about to become an idiot. Xiao Hong looked into the void and said with a frown, then it was useless for you to summon me. She leaned against the wall and said thoughtfully, I am no match for him. Now I'm not even worthy of shaving Jiang-si's leg hair. Lanling looked at her and said, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The reason we resurrected you is because we recently received important intelligence. His face contorted. We discovered someone who can help Your Majesty become invincible. The female attendant added, yes, the one who can make you invincible. Xiao Hong glanced at him and asked coldly, who? Landing took a newspaper from his clothes and showed it to her. Jiang-si and the group looked ahead thoughtfully. In front of them were Dr. Jiming and his accomplices, all in prison. He asked coldly, why not just execute him? Ziling said seriously, not yet. He has planted many spies among us. We need to root them all out. Another thing is his anti-human research documents. We need to find and destroy all of them. Jiang-si expressed his doubt. What if he escapes? Group leader Nin crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. How could he? Chained up like that, how could he run? He walked forward, looked back, and said with arrogance, if he was caught by group leader Jiang, then let me take group leader Jiang to see. Looking down from the helicopter was a vast, sprawling plain with houses clustered together. A voice was heard. This is the prison the capital built specifically for us. I have hollowed out the entire mountain, 3,000 meters deep. In a base with only one opening designed for light and a host of people holding large cannons, he said, there are a total of 1,500 floors and 100,000 soldiers. Standing in the elevator, Jiang-si looked out in surprise. Group leader Nin, his introductory voice was heard again. Even taking the elevator down takes 30 minutes to reach the bottom floor. Whether it's anti-aircraft guns, laser guns, or bazookas, we have all kinds of heavy weaponry. Looking over at the ranks of soldiers, he continued, this is just the appetizer. The man in the mask with the glowing red stripe stood with his arms crossed and said seriously, every 100 floors, there is a group leader on guard. There are 30 group leaders and 2 director generals in command. Jiang-si was too overwhelmed to speak. Group leader Nin looked ahead smugly and continued, with this level of defense, how could he possibly escape? Below was the image of a prisoner chained to a large pillar. He continued with self-satisfaction. We have also planted detonators as a precaution. Dr. Jiming was chained to a massive detonator with an explosive force equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of vent. If anyone approached him, it would explode immediately. Group leader Nin crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance. Even if he successfully breaks out of prison, he'll still have to die with him. Cold sweat dripped down Jiangxi's face. Group leader Nin added, even if the gods came, they would only be able to collect his corpse. He suddenly burst out laughing and ran off, his voice echoing. In his original state, Jiangxi, seeing such insane measures from the humans, broke out in a sweat. You guys are beasts. I wish you all the best. I have to go. A hand held a tablet, which was live streaming the image of group leader Nan at the base. At the same time, in a small alley, Xiao Hong's group of 3 stood frozen, their eyes wide. The atmosphere became gloomy. Lan Ling spoke up, Your Majesty, they even installed a self-destruct device. She roared in indignation, these vicious humans. Group leader Nan lit a cigarette and looked at Ziling, asking with curiosity, I forgot to tell you, Supervisor Chen has gone to group leader Jiang's city for an inspection. Didn't you let your boyfriend know? Her face became annoyed. She glared at him and said, Get lost, you're the one who's his boyfriend. Why are you telling me this? He leaned against a nearby rock and said nonchalantly, Director General Gang told Supervisor Chen that group leader Jiang is a zombie and has even built a zombie city. I don't care if Jiangxi is a zombie or not. Group leader Nin his eyes flickered to Ziling and he continued with a smirk, I only acknowledge the strong. She looked at him coldly and let out a sigh. In a large, bustling city, Jiangxi's face was blooming with joy as he walked, attracting a lot of attention. The human city is so prosperous. Dr. Jingming was silent, chained to the large pillar. Inside, a person quietly pushed a food cart past. Dr. Jingming's subordinate, chained next to him, was crying. We're doomed. He wasn't scared at all. He gave a sinister smile and said, Jiangxi, I will definitely obtain your genes. Hearing Dr. Jingming say this, he immediately panicked. Brother Ming, what are you saying? We're about to be executed. He sneered with determination. No, they won't kill us until they get my research documents. Before I was caught, I had someone hide the documents in a place that even I don't know. Dr. Jingming gritted out each word, those idiots are keeping me alive. They will regret it. His subordinate was flustered. Jiangxi is too strong. Let's not even talk about how to get his genes. The hardest part is how to research a stronger individual than him. Dr. Jiming remained confident and said calmly, we need a strong vessel, one that can contain Jiangxi's genes, then I can research it. His subordinate was worried and quickly retorted, don't talk about research anymore. This place has the world's strongest prison system. How can we escape? We're just ordinary people. Dr. Jiming's face contorted in thought. The person pushing the food cart approached them. A person stood next to a robot, the sound of the engine rumbling. The smart robot, serving the prepared meal, was ready. The system's voice beeped, and the robot gently brought the food to Dr. Jiming's mouth. His subordinate, seeing this, panicked and cried out, Brother Ming. Dr. Jiming began to chew the food in his mouth. He ate with relish. In Dr. Jiming's mouth was a tooth with a listening device. He sat silently, his expression grim. Outside, a man stood and thought. A mechanical voice was heard. Where is the new zombie king being held? He spoke respectfully into a recorder. Sir, he is in the body laboratory on the 200th floor. There are currently 2 director generals on guard. On the other side, a Blood Clan member lay unconscious on a bed. Someone replied, all right, just do as I say. Guard our vessel. Jiangxi walked casually on the street, glancing at his phone screen. Ziling held the phone to her ear and said, I am telling you something. Jiangxi listened intently to her every word. Director, General Gang snitched to Supervisor Chen that you have built a zombie city. Now Supervisor Chen wants to come to your city for an inspection, and is on his way. Supervisor Chen sat in the car, her arms crossed seriously. Ziling continued hurriedly, Supervisor Chen is our province's auditor. She checks on the conduct of the group leaders. If she finds out the truth about you, your position as group leader will be revoked immediately. Sweat beaded on his face as he forced out, actually, I am human. Sweat poured down Jiangxi's forehead like rain as he listened to Ziling's nagging. Don't think I don't know what's in your city. You know very well who you are. Get lost. He stood there, stunned. Jiangxi raised his hands and screamed, I am doomed. He was in a panic, his hands and feet clumsy. What should I do? What should I do? Jiangxi's eye stopped when he saw something. He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at a cosmetics store. The sunlight shone down. Supervisor Chen's subordinate opened the car door respectfully and said, Supervisor Chen. The person looked at the already parked plane and said, the plane to city is ready. She looked ahead, gave a cold snort, and said, those without personality are not worthy of being group leaders. I have to revoke that Jian guy's position. Cars fell from the sky, and Xiao He was stunned at the sight. The cars crashed to the ground in front of a large building. Jiangxi landed lightly. Xiao Hei asked, confused, what's wrong, Great King? He walked over to him and explained hurriedly, Supervisor Chen is coming to our city for an inspection. Quickly hand out all the stuff. Tell the zombie citizens to disguise themselves. If Supervisor Chen finds out we are zombies, she will take back this city. As soon as Jiangxi finished speaking, he quickly gave the order. Akota Zone D, Alung to Zone D, hurry up. A man carrying a car in the sky froze as the voice was heard. If you don't want to go back to living in a pile of rubble, you'd better watch your expression. The others in the sky also stopped, listening seriously to every word. Everyone is in charge of their own area. Hurry up, let's get moving. Ako held a lipstick and looked confused at Xiao Hai, who was applying powder. He asked, will this work? He opened his eyes wide, looked up, and concentrated on putting on contact lenses as he replied, if the Great King is doing this, he must have his reasons. Jiangxi's subordinate waved and announced, the Great King has given an order. If you don't want to go back to living under the overpass, come and get your stuff. Everyone who protects the city gets a share. A little zombie kid asked curiously, Mom, what are they doing? The mother replied patiently, the Great King has given an order. He wants us to pretend to be human. A female zombie stood in front of his two subordinates, applying powder, and asked, can I have one? Is this how you do it? The little zombie kid grabbed his mother's leg. Mom, I want one too. The female zombie with the beautiful face held a lipstick and turned to her child, who stared wide-eyed. Don't rush, Mommy isn't done yet. A Mao walked in from outside. We're back. A Q and Xiao Hei appeared, their faces covered in makeup. A Lung and a Mao exclaimed in shock, damn, are you guys done? A Ko, your makeup is hideous. He yelled back, none of your business. A Lung asked, bewildered, so what should we do? Xiao Hei said with regret, you guys will just have to make a sacrifice. He put leashes around a Lung and a Mao's necks, turning them into pets, and asked, Supervisor Chen should be here soon. I don't see her anywhere. The two of them roared, Xiao Hei, we all have the same position. Why do we have to be pets? Xiao Hei asked back nonchalantly, weren't you pets when you were alive? They looked up at the plane gliding across the sky. Supervisor Chen's subordinate looked ahead and said cheerfully, it's a good thing Supervisor Chen is so far-sighted and had us take the train. Supervisor Chen walked forward and said coldly, you could think with your ass and know that Guangzhou province doesn't have many group leaders. The news of our arrival has definitely been leaked. It's best to take a detour and check from the lowest level of the populace. That way, it will be easier to find clues about Jiangxi. Her two subordinates were whispering behind her. Why does Supervisor Chen dislike Jiangxi so much? He's weak and cowardly. The other one added, besides the minister, Supervisor Chen dislikes everyone. She's prejudiced against everyone. Supervisor Chen froze. The person next to him quickly said, keep your voice down, in case Supervisor Chen hears you. She frowned, turned her head, and asked with an annoyed tone, I heard everything. So what if I'm prejudiced? A voice echoed in Supervisor Chen's head, making her expression even uglier. Ever since the minister gave up his power, any cat or dog can become a group leader. The image of the proud minister appeared in her head. Only a talent like the minister can lead humanity to prosperity. That domineering aura, that I am the only one under the heavens aura, is what befits a leader. Hyungse was still calmly enjoying his meal in his room, not bothered by the chaos outside. Supervisor Chen said seriously, and then walked off with her subordinates. Now, let's begin the investigation. Her two subordinates looked around and said, it's been a while since the minister went on an expedition. He'll probably be back soon. Xiao Hai, a Ko, a Lun, and a Mao were still waiting silently. He wondered, strange, why hasn't she arrived yet? Logically, Supervisor Chen should have arrived by now. Aku replied, she'll probably be here soon. Just wait. One of Supervisor Chen's subordinates saw a store and went in to ask. Excuse me, sir, may I ask you something? He looked around confused and asked, oh, sir, why do you only sell egg-based products? The shopkeeper was flustered and turned away, saying awkwardly, what are you talking about? I don't hear anything. No, I don't hear anything at all. The subordinate was bewildered. Is he deaf and mute? Outside, another one was also gathering information. May I ask, after group leader Jiangxi became the ruler of this city, did he oppress you? The person patted his chest and replied, not at all, our great king is very good. Not only did he give us a place to live, but he also gives out free chicken eggs every month. Suddenly, his arm fell to the ground, leaving both of them bewildered. Supervisor Chen's subordinate stared wide-eyed as he saw the hand on the ground waving at him. He screamed in a panic, hey, young man, your hand fell off. He hastily picked up the arm and ran off. My mom is calling me home for dinner. This is a prosthetic, don't mind it. Supervisor Chen's subordinates were sweating bullets. She stomped her foot in anger and snapped, damn it, a bunch of lunatics. Today I learned that humans can be as stupid as zombies. Supervisor Chen clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Damn it, that bastard Jiangxi. Did he build an entire city for crazy people? She turned back and pointed at the person who had gathered the information and ordered, Write this down for me. This is the right document to revoke group leader Jiangxi's position. The subordinate immediately complied. Yes, sir. A cloud drifted lightly across the sky. Jiangxi sat laughing to himself, making his subordinate ask in confusion, what's wrong with group leader Jiangxi? Aku came closer and asked, what happened? The subordinate replied, I don't know either. Group leader Jiangxi became like this after he finished eating. He's talking nonsense, and even shaking. He was stunned when he heard the man's description of Jiangxi's condition. Aku grabbed the subordinate's collar and yelled, wait a minute, what did you feed the great king? The man replied fearfully, I don't know. The group leader came back and said he was hungry. The subordinate recalled the plate of food and spoke up, we cooked him chili fried eggs. Chili fried eggs. Aku was worried. We're doomed, the great king can't eat that. The subordinate asked, what happens if he eats it? Jiangxi was still sitting in a corner by the glass window, his eyes gleaming, a strange smile on his lips. He explained hastily, that's the great king's stimulant. He'll become berserk for a whole month. On the other side, Xiao Hai's group was still waiting. He held the phone to his ear. Hello. Aku's panicked voice came from the other end. Xiao Hai, something big has happened. The great king ate chili fried eggs. It's a disaster. Xiao Hai exclaimed in shock. What? I hid all the chili peppers. He was confused. I don't know how they found them either. What should we do? He threw up his hands and said, telling me is useless. I don't know either. Akam asked, seeing Xiao Hai's confused expression. Xiao Hai, do you think the great king will take care of the inspection team too? Xiao Hai frowned and stammered, It's very possible. Fluffy clouds drifted across the sky. Supervisor Chen ordered irritably, let's go. There's nothing more to investigate here. Let's go check somewhere else. She froze as she looked up. A truck was falling from the sky. It crashed to the ground, creating a large crack. Supervisor Chen screamed in a panic. Don't seal it on the truck with a great force. She and her subordinates fell to the ground, stammering. What just happened? This is a truck, he frowned, a sinister smile on his face. Supervisor Chen, next I will take you on a tour. Supervisor Chen's subordinates scrambled to their feet. They asked in a daze, what just happened? Who is that guy? Jiangxi stood on the truck, looking down at Supervisor Chen, his face dark and menacing. She stammered, Who are you? Jiangxi sneered, his eyes gleaming with a sly glint. You've forgotten so soon. I'm the Jiangxi you're looking for. Supervisor Chen's subordinate was stunned. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. Another one asked in a panic, You Jiangxi? Supervisor Chen stood up abruptly. I remember you didn't look like this. Jiangxi landed on the ground with a sinister smile. I took off my mask. She stumbled back in a daze as he approached. Wait a minute, don't come near me. Jiangxi snapped his fingers and said, Supervisor Chen came all this way, so I've prepared a few welcoming gifts. A canned chili stir-fried egg. Please accept it. His subordinates appeared, each holding a bowl of eggs. Jiangxi brought his face close to Supervision's. We don't eat people. She frowned. What? He lifted her up. Jiangxi bent his knees to gather power and launched himself upwards, saying, This is the outskirts. How can you investigate anything? Let's go somewhere more lively. He flew up, carrying Supervisor Chen with him, making her scream. Her two subordinates, seeing this, panicked. Supervisor Chen, oh my god. Supervisor Chen stared at him with wide eyes as he flew higher and higher. One of them marveled, whoa, he jumped so high. The other one hailed a taxi. Stop marveling. Let's follow them. Xiao Hai suddenly saw him carrying her high above and said, Supervisor Chen is over there. Akam added, the great king is there too. Let's go. Supervisor Chen, suspended in mid-air, screamed in a panic. Jiangxi chose a nearby building and landed. He stood on the building and held her up to see. Jiangxi gently shook Supervisor Chen and introduced, This is my city, over 2 million square kilometers, and we're preparing to expand into a new area. He looked into the window of a company and continued, there are high-level office workers, and listed companies. Jiangxi then turned to the zombies who were building another skyscraper. There's also the architecture industry. We have every industry we need, and over 1,000 job positions. We can bring in nearly 100 billion in taxes to Guangzhou. He pulled her and jumped off the building, making her cry out and scream, I get it, let me down. Jiangxi dragged Supervisor Chen along. Let's talk about Sister N. He dragged her to a traffic light. We always obey the law and traffic regulations. There are no violators. The truck driver, seeing him, was terrified. The person in the truck was in a panic as he saw Jiangxi walk past. Oh no, my leg is cramping. He didn't pay attention and continued, if there is. He kicked the truck, making Supervisor Chen sweat and scream. I'll just kick it away. The truck went flying. Her subordinates, who had just arrived, quickly paid the taxi driver. They stared wide-eyed as they saw the truck crash into a skyscraper. Xiao Hai flew over to the building and pulled the driver out of the truck. Supervisor Chen stammered, unable to speak. You killed someone, Jiangxi said in a cold voice. Not at all. He explained, when my subordinates appear, all of my subordinates have a special move. They won't let the citizens die in vain. At the intersection, there were no cars. Supervisor Chen's two subordinates ran over. Supervisor Chen. Duntu threw her at them. The two subordinates caught her. Duntu walked over to his group. I know Supervisor Chen's purpose in coming here. Today, I'll let you go. No matter what the result is. They stood in thought, looking at him. Chenxi glanced at them and said in a grim tone, who would dare to stop me from opening the sea? The truck was crashed into the skyscraper. Jiangxi said in a grim tone, if you're tired of living, you can give it a try. Supervisor Chen's subordinate screamed. At the deserted intersection, one of them said, Xiao Guang, let's go back. My legs are a little numb. Xiao Guang stammered, Is this the overwhelming feeling that humans can have? Looking at Jiangxi, he continued worriedly, compared to the minister, he's even less like a human. He gave a sinister smile. Xiao Guan was sweating and said, who said he was cowardly and weak? I want to strangle that bastard. Jiangxi walked away, his voice echoing, let's go back. I don't provide free meals. While I haven't changed my mind. Supervisor Chen suddenly spoke up, wait a minute. Sweat poured down her face like rain as she struggled to say, I acknowledge that your ability to manage the city is very good. But as a group leader, you must not only have the ability to manage the city, but also the combat power. Jiangxi froze when he heard Supervisor Chen's words. Zhao He was shocked, a Q was bewildered, a Cam was confused, and a Mao and a Lun were stunned. She frowned and continued, as a group leader, you must have the strength to protect your city. I don't see that you have the power to protect the city. Jiangxi's subordinates rushed over and covered Supervisor Chen's mouth. She looked around, dazed. Jiangxi stood in front of them, his expression grim. So, Jiangxi turned his head, a sinister smile on his face, and asked Supervisor Chen, you want to see my true strength? His entire group trembled, making her confused. Jiangxi replied, alright. Bright sunlight shone down. Everyone gathered at the beach. A Q stood next to everyone and said worriedly, I have a bad feeling. The atmosphere became tense. On Supervisor Chen's side, she was confused and asked, why did you bring me here? His sly shadow was cast on the sea by the sunlight. She was bewildered. A Q suddenly called out, Supervisor Chen. He said with a hidden meaning, whatever happens later, Supervisor Chen will be responsible. It has nothing to do with us. Supervisor Chen was in a panic. What? She was shocked. Jiangxi glanced at Supervisor Chen. The group stared at him with wide eyes. Supervisor Chen was confused. What is he doing? Rocks from below flew up, surprising her subordinate. What? What is this? The rocks can fly. Jiangxi clenched his fists and stood in front of them and thought, his eyes half closed. Jiangxi stood still, looking at Ed. Supervisor Chen's group screamed in shock. What is that? He remained in the same position, not moving. A huge wave rose up and crashed against the rock face in front of them. Jiangxi's voice boomed, stop. He stood in thought amidst everyone's panic. Supervisor Chen's two subordinates were in a panic. The atmosphere has completely changed. What? What does he want to do? A great force slammed into the three of them, making them scream. The ground exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. A Q grabbed one of her subordinates' collars. Supervisor Chen was sent flying by the immense pressure and crashed to the ground. She stared wide-eyed as Supervisor Chen and Xiao Guang sat on the ground in a daze, looking ahead. Xiao Guang asked in a daze, where did your group leader go? A Q pulled out a large telescope from nowhere and placed it in front of her. Supervisor Chen looked through the telescope and was left speechless. She saw Saturn from afar through the lens. Saturn stood alone in the dark universe. Jiangxi looked up. Supervisor Chen's eyes were wide with confusion. Is this even possible? His face became tense as he looked ahead. The image of Saturn was magnified. Near Saturn, another planet appeared. A planet stood in the vast universe, a myriad of miles from Earth. Supervisor Chen's group exclaimed in shock, damn, this is insane. Are you even human? Jiangxi raised his arm. He curled two fingers. Jiangxi clenched his hand into a fist. He swung his arm in a few circles to gather power. Jiangxi launched a fatal punch upwards. Supervisor Chen's group and his subordinates all yelled, we're doomed. Jiangxi remained in the same position. Aku shouted, everyone, get out of the way. A strong gust of wind slammed into Supervisor Chen's face. The water on one side of the earth shot up. A massive flood surged into the city. Aku struggled to block the flood's attack. Her subordinates screamed. Ziling and Xiao Xiao were sent flying in their headquarters. She lay on the ground and asked, what? What just happened? The alarm bells rang. Warning, level 12 tsunami. Warning, warning, level 12 tsunami. Warning. Ziling and Xiao Xiao looked towards the open door. The massive wave was crashing into the city. The two of them screamed, what is that? Is the apocalypse here early? Ziling and Xiao Xiao were speechless. The alarm bells rang. Warning. Level 12 tsunami. The warning has threatened the development of humanity. A barrier was erected. Initiating level 1 protocol. The wave was blocked by the barrier. Jang shot up into the sky. He landed in the middle of the wave. Jang's face was grimly terrifying. He looked ahead and asked, "Do you see it now?" The surface of the water churned. Supervisor Chen fell to the ground in a daze. Jang stood in thought, watching the surging wave behind them. The sun shone brightly in the sky. Jang's group watched the deck drive away. The three of them in the car were sweating in a panic. A monster. He's not human. Even a monster isn't as terrifying as him. The car drove further and further away, and the figures of Jiangxi's group gradually faded. Aq was worried. Did we go too far? Will they take back the city? Xiao He was sweating bullets. I don't think so. Looking down from above was a vast, sprawling plain. In the middle was a giant crater. After returning, Supervisor Chen's mental state was no longer normal. She adopted a tacitly approving attitude towards the city managed by Jiangxi. In another development, below the prison where Dr. Jiming was being held, in the laboratory, the man with the red glowing glasses stood with his arms crossed, looking at the zombie king who was chained to the bed. This Jiangxi guy is really terrifying. The doctor added, I don't know how he dealt with this guy. He stared intently at the powerless zombie and said, shouldn't we be marveling at Dr. Jiming? He can create such a terrifying creature. The doctor said, that damn Jiming. Is he trying to create a god? He said thoughtfully, if Dr. Jiming had dedicated himself to humanity, how great would he have been? The doctor asked, don't think about it. Do you think he might not be dead yet? The man with the red glowing glasses quickly denied it. Impossible. There are no more signs of lie. A spy, who had appeared out of nowhere, poured a liquid into a glass of water. The two of them continued to chat, not noticing his presence. Dr. Jiming's voice echoed in the spy's ear, just do as I say. Thel-47 is undergoing fusion with the original solution. The spy held 2 chemical solutions in his hands and followed his instructions. The ratio is 71. The new zombie king has only lost consciousness. He still has his flesh. There is still a chance for him to recover. He held a large syringe and filled it with the solution as soon as Dr. Jiming finished speaking. Find an opportunity to inject it into the new zombie king's body. The man with the red glowing glasses turned and walked to the door, his voice echoing, I'm going on patrol. The spy scoffed, what's there to patrol 3,000 meters underground? The spy walked towards the zombie king. He decisively took the syringe and stabbed it into him, shocking the doctor and the other man. The liquid in the syringe was gradually injected into the zombie king. The man with the red glowing glasses punched the spy, sending him flying into the wall. He yelled in a panic, what did you do? The zombie king's eyes flew open. A large explosion occurred, making everyone in the lab scream. Group leader Nen, standing outside, asked with wide eyes, what? What just happened? The alarm bells rang. Warning, warning, the dust gradually settled. The zombie king stood up, clenched his fists, and looked at them. Dr. Jingming gave the order to exchange. Kill them all, get me out of here, and I will make you stronger than Jiangxi. A plane was approaching the base from above. A person kicked the plane door open. The plane door fell off. Everyone on the plane screamed in fear. A voice gave the order, don't move. As long as you are honest, your lives will not be in danger. A man went to the cockpit, put a gun to the pilot's head, and said, don't try any funny business. After we're done, we'll let you go. The plane moved in fear. Xiao Hong suddenly appeared at the plane door. She walked past a young man and her voice echoed, they've set up a warning in a radius of several hundred miles. This is the only way we can do this. Her subordinate replied, Your Majesty, they've attached a self-destruct device to Dr. Jiming. Perhaps we should come up with a detailed plan. Xiao Hong frowned. She put a hand on her hip and said loudly, no need, it's just a human trick. If I can't even handle this small matter, how can I be your king? One by one, they jumped from the plane, shouting, the way to deal with violence is with more violence. They jumped straight into the base, yelling, kill them all. A voice was heard, shocking the group leaders. Look up there. Group leader Nen hurriedly announced, it's a prison break, set up a defense, quickly. A group of people jumped down from above. Soldiers raised their guns and fired, but the prison break team dodged every bullet. A team leader shouted to reassure his men, everyone, don't panic, don't rush. We still have 30 team leaders, they can't beat us. The scene inside the prison descended into chaos. The warden, bewildered, asked, what's happening? A prison break. Xiao Hong stood arrogantly with her arms crossed, looking at a diagram of the base. She was on the first floor. 320 meters away were team leader Nen, and the other leaders. 500 meters further was the location of the chief warden and team leader Sing Ai. 2990 meters beyond that was the zombie king's cell. Finally, at 3,000 meters, Dr. Katamura was imprisoned. At the 3,000-meter level, a man in glasses with a red glint in his eyes was slammed against a wall. He was stunned as the Zombie King walked past him. The Zombie King stood before Dr. Katamura and said, "I despise you. Do you think I'm here to save you? Between you and Jiangxi, your death is more important." He smirked, shocking his subordinate. "What?" Dr. Katamura's voice was low and threatening. "After one fight with Jiangxi, you think you're invincible? I created you. Although I'm just an ordinary human, if I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. You're still too naive to posture in front of me." The Zombie King gritted his teeth. "What? But don't worry," the doctor continued. "After you've fulfilled my dream, I'll end things myself. Can you make me as strong as Jiangxi?" "You're serious?" the Zombie King asked, his eyes narrowing. Dr. Katamura's eyes glinted with determination. "I guarantee it. I do what I say." Back above, the chief warden faced one of the intruders. Another intruder charged toward Team Leader and his group, and screams echoed through the base. Team Leader Ning stood at the front, weapon in hand, demanding, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Xiao Hong and her people stared at them coldly. She stepped forward. "I don't want to waste words with you." She scanned each of them and said, "You have two choices, hand over Dr. Katamura and Lev, or refuse, and I will let you witness my power." "In your dreams," Team Leader Nen yelled, angrily swinging a pipe at her. Xiao Hong's face contorted in annoyance. The other team leaders roared and charged at her simultaneously. "Where do you think you are?" Demanding we release someone. The sounds of fighting filled the base. Down at the 3,000-meter level, a robotic arm fell to the ground. The chief warden lay on the floor, struggling to ask, "What? What just happened?" Team leader Nen was terrified. "I didn't see anything." The soldiers panicked. "Oh my god," they stammered, raising their guns towards Xiao Hong. "Shoot, shoot now." She watched them calmly as they fired relentlessly. The bullets seemed to have no effect on Xiao Hong whatsoever. She stood tall, weathering the storm of ammunition. One of her subordinates boasted, "Is this the extent of your scientific technology?" A massive explosion suddenly erupted from Dr. Katamura's cell. At the same time, his subordinate helped him up, confused. "Didn't you say it would explode on contact? Why are we okay?" The doctor explained grimly, "After the power was cut, 2 wires were left open. No machine is perfect." The Zombie King strode forward. Dr. Katamura's subordinate watched him and whispered, "Mr. Katamura, he's already so powerful. Do we really need to make him stronger? With his arrogance, I fear it will cause other problems. There is no better vessel than him." The Zombie King suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed ahead. Before him lay a field of bodies. The chief warden, missing an arm, gritted his teeth and tried to stand. Dr. Katamura's subordinate stared, "Why? What happened?" As the smoke cleared, Xiao Hong stood unharmed. She looked towards the Zombie King. "Dear Dr. Katamura," she said mockingly. "Someone who couldn't even touch a single hair on Jiangxi's second form is unworthy of being your vessel." Dr. Katamura and his subordinate were stunned. The Zombie King scowled at her words. Xiao Hong continued with a proposition, "Why not study my body instead? What do you think?" She stood still, awaiting his answer. The Zombie King laughed in contempt. "Interesting. Are you saying you're stronger than me?" The air grew tense. "It's not just a little stronger," Xiao Hong challenged directly. "If you don't believe me, you can try." He instantly lunged at her. Xiao Hong threw a punch straight into the Zombie King's face. Dr. Katamura and his subordinate were shocked. Xiao Hong's 2 followers were stunned. Her arm remained in its punching position as team leader Nen and the chief warden gaped in disbelief. A massive wave of magic erupted from her fist. The Zombie King was sent flying, crashing through a thick wall and leaving a huge crack. He gritted his teeth in fury. This is the same power Jiangxi had before. Damn it, something like this exists. He then noticed the bomb mounted in front of him. He crouched, then launched himself towards it. "Everyone die for me," he roared. "That's a nuclear reactor. What are you doing?" Dr. Katamura's subordinate yelled in horror. Xiao Hong watched calmly. The chief warden's jaw dropped. "This is bad." The Zombie King slammed his fist into the reactor. "I knew this thing couldn't be trusted," his subordinate screamed. The bombs in Dr. Katamura's former cell began to detonate. Xiao Hong remained unfazed and simply raised her hand, unleashing her magic. One by one, the explosions were extinguished. The bombs gradually returned to their original state. The Zombie King was stunned and furious. Dr. Katamura's subordinate was speechless. "What?" The chief warden and team leader Ning stared, dumbfounded. The bomb housing was then crushed into a pile of scrap metal and collapsed directly onto the Zombie King, pinning him underneath in agony. Everyone stared in disbelief. "Is that all the strength you have to call yourself a king?" Xiao Hong mocked. She raised her hand, and his body flew towards her. She grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. "How did Jiangxi deal with you?" she asked coldly. "What?" he snarled. Xiao Hong tightened her grip, causing his face to contort in pain. Her sharp eyes stared directly into his as she entered his mind, causing him to panic. You all saw her, he stammered, the memory of Jung-si flooding back in terror. He belonged to the previous civilization. He screamed in panic. It's good that you know, Xiao Hong said grimly, her eyes narrowing like blades. She threw the defeated zombie king to the ground, where he collapsed in a heap. A dead silence fell over the room. The poor zombie king, just recently revived, had been scared to death by Xiao Hong. The chief warden and team leader Ning stared with wide eyes as Dr. Kitamura's subordinate broke into a cold sweat. She turned her gaze to the doctor. Dear Dr. Kitamura, she began, placing a hand on her hip. Now, am I qualified to be your vessel? She watched him intently, waiting for his answer. He was stunned for a moment, then a smirk spread across his face as he immediately agreed. Of course. Back in Jiangxi City, Ziling rushed past Gao. Get out of my way, don't stop me, it's urgent. He scrambled to block her path. You can't, team leader Zai. Now is not the time to see the great king. It's urgent, I have no choice. Take me to your boss now, she insisted. Gao got goosebumps. No, it's too dangerous. Dangerous. I don't know what you're talking about. She threw open the door and rushed in. Jiangxi, it's bad, there's terrible news. Jiangxi, holding a glass of wine, turned to look at her. What? She gasped, bewildered. Since when did you start living like this? He gave her a chilling smile. Changing my lifestyle once in a while is quite interesting. What brings you here? She frowned. Dr. Kitamura has escaped. Jiangxi was unsurprised. I knew you trash weren't a match for Xiao Hong. Ziling was shocked. How do you know? It only happened 10 minutes ago. He grinned. Xiao Hong used her bloodline power. I could feel it. Bloodline power. She repeated, confused. She turned to leave. I have to report this to my superiors. Jiangxi grabbed her arm. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's been a while since I've lived peacefully with humans. Let's have a meal. I'll give you a tour of my city. She was startled by his words and struggled to break free. Don't even think about it. Is this how you give someone a city tour? Don't think I don't know what you did to Supervisor Chen. Jiangxi casually sipped his drink, unfazed. I don't have time to play with you right now, she said, walking away. This is urgent, I have to go back. Hey, he called after her with a sly grin. Don't you want to learn how to use my bloodline power? Ziling froze, her eyes wide. She spun around. What? Your bloodline power. He flashed a sinister smile. She backed away in panic, then stammered, all right then. I guess one date with you won't hurt. At the hospital, doctors rushed gurneys carrying the team leaders into the examination room. Move it, emergency, a doctor shouted. Still breathing. He leaned down to the chief warden, who was trying to speak. What are you saying? The chief warden struggled to speak, his voice weak. Invite the minister. In Dr. Kitamura's lab, Xiao Hong sat casually on a chair. Dr. Kitamura leaned on a table, marveling. Truly amazing. I've never seen a body this abnormal. It defies science. Landing coldly reminded him, hey, don't just experiment randomly. His genes must be used effectively. Don't damage the queen's body. The doctor's subordinate crossed his arms confidently. Relax. Trust in Dr. Kitamura's research. The doctor is the most intelligent man in all of humanity. Dr. Kitamura frowned. There was a successful case before, but that was because Jiangxi brought it about himself. Although your queen isn't human, with me, it's not a problem. Now, we just need Jiangxi's genes. Landing broke into a sweat. Are you telling us to go pluck a feather from Jiangxi? I'm not stupid enough to send you to your deaths, the subordinate called back. Xiao Hong's two followers glanced at each other. So what do we do? One asked. Jiangxi isn't just going to give it to us. Xiao Hong sat inside, observing the conversation calmly. Dr. Kitamura's disciple laughed and rummaged through his pocket. He pulled out a vial of liquid. A trivial matter like this is no challenge for us. Xiao Hong's followers were stunned. Damn, how did you do that? Dr. Kitamura poured the liquid into a test tube. Previously, someone obtained Jiangxi's genes to test if a body would turn into a zombie. I had my subordinate take her blood. His disciple grinned. Sometimes, spies like her are very reliable, Kitamura added. Alright, let's begin. That evening, in the bustling city, a chef nervously served food to Ziling. So that's how it works, she said, finally understanding. That's not even the real name of your ability. What if you can't change back? Are there side effects? Jiangxi didn't answer, just said urgently. Tell me, she urged. Suddenly, he reverted to his normal state with a clueless expression. Enraged, she grabbed his collar and screamed, damn it, couldn't you wait until you finished explaining before changing back? I put aside so many important things to go on a date with you, and you pull this. You're so irresponsible. She shook him violently. Change back for a minute now. Jiangxi replied calmly, I didn't force you. You came willingly. You, she roared, then turned to the chef. Where are your chili peppers? Give me a kilogram. The panicked chef replied, all the city's chili peppers have been destroyed by Minister Xiao Hai. 2 months later, at the city hospital, Lan Qi stood with her arms crossed. I've already visited you twice in the hospital. The chief warden, lying in bed, asked weakly, before I lost consciousness, I told you to send a message. Did you do it? Relax, she reassured him. I sent the satellite transmission as soon as I got the news. I even marked it as urgent. He fell silent. Lan Qi leaned back. You guys are pretty useless. So many of you, plus a voice-activated nuclear bomb, and you still let one woman break in and escape. This enemy was different, the chief warden explained. The bomb definitely detonated, but she somehow compressed it back together. It's like she's not from this era. I understand, Lan Qi said grimly. A sent the message. The minister should have received it by now. Sunlight streamed through the clouds. Deep underground, amidst complex machinery, a voice said in awe, I can't believe there's a city down here. The civilization must have been quite advanced. It's a shame only ruins are left. Understood, another voice replied. Minister, urgent situation, a subordinate reported. The minister was observing his surroundings, his eyes fixed on a desiccated corpse sitting on a throne-like chair. A man rushed up behind him. Sir Minister, there's an emergency. Dr. Kitamura, whom we just captured, has escaped again. The subordinate followed the minister's gaze and gasped. Is that? He was speechless. Yes, the minister replied, still looking at the corpse. The remains of an ancient human. The entire body has 134 fractures, as if crushed by some monster. The most terrifying part is that all the tissue was incinerated, which is why it hasn't decayed after 1,000 years. It's just an empty shell now, with no research value. It seems a great war happened here, the subordinate marveled. My God, with such high technology. That monster must have been incredibly powerful. The minister looked around. There's nothing left to explore here. What were you saying just now? The Academy of Superhumans recruited a fairly strong team leader, who captured Dr. Kitamura. But somehow he was rescued. Most of the team leaders were severely injured. The main headquarters is now in a dangerous state, with its combat strength greatly diminished. Let's go, the minister ordered, starting to walk away. What is this? His subordinate asked, brushing sand off an object on the ground. The minister suddenly stopped. A small drone floated over, scanning each of their faces. What? The minister exclaimed in surprise. His 2 subordinates were also scanned and froze. Suddenly, a cloaked holographic figure appeared before the minister. It's been broken for 1,000 years and it still works. One subordinate whispered in awe. The figure appeared below the desiccated corpse. This is the first time I have seen a human with such a powerful physique, the hologram said. Minister, be careful, a subordinate warned. What's there to panic about? It's just a projection, the minister replied calmly. The hologram stared directly at him. I can make you even stronger, but you must swear to protect human civilization. The minister responded respectfully, Senior, there is no need to say this. I only wish to learn more about the ancient humans. Why were you all wiped out? A screen appeared above the hologram's head, showing the face of Jiang Sai. Is this image serious? His subordinate muttered. An image of Earth appeared. Over 1,000 years ago, the ancient human began. The Earth did not have just 2 continents as it does now. It was divided into 7 continents and 8 oceans, with over 100 nations. It was extremely prosperous. We pooled our resources to create machines to make humans stronger. We achieved interstellar travel. Our scientific power reached unprecedented levels. We dominated the aliens. Their technology was like ants compared to ours. The beasts in the sky and monsters underground were nothing to us. But there was one thing we could not solve, the zombies. Why? The subordinate asked. The hologram pointed at Jiangxi's image. Because of him. Sir Minister, is he tricking us? The subordinate whispered. This thing looks harmless. The ancients would not joke about such matters, the minister replied. Have you noticed? Zombies have existed since we were born. You're right, the subordinate realized. Another asked, we built so many academies to fight the zombies. Though we always have the upper hand, we've never been able to eradicate them. Is it because of this man? Senior, the minister asked, what are we to do against such a terrifying creature? My time is short, the hologram replied. I am merely a consciousness embedded in an before my death. Back then, we focused only on knowledge and technology. However, your generation has followed a different path. It turns out that physical cultivation can also reach incredible heights. This has given me hope. You cultivate your bodies, and with the wisdom of the ancients. A small hole opened up, and a gleaming golden gauntlet emerged. You can surely succeed. Remember, no matter what other races appear in this world, only the zombies are humanity's greatest enemy. Take it, the minister ordered his subordinate. Then he bowed. Thank you, senior. We will not disappoint you. The hologram faded back into the corpse. Let's go, the minister said, looking at the body one last time. These devices are useless now. Are we going to find the person from the clip now? His subordinate asked. We deal with Dr. Kitamura first, the minister replied, walking away. He paused and thought. The world is vast. Finding one specific zombie is like finding a needle in a haystack. Ziling was on the phone. Yes, I understand. She hung up and turned to Jiang Sai. The minister is coming back soon. All officers are being called for a meeting. You have to go too. Jiang Sai asked, surprised. The minister. Who's that? Some time later, in the lab, Dr. Kitamura stared eagerly at a tube of green liquid. Just a little more. Almost there. He laughed with excitement. Success, Xiao Hong was submerged in a tank filled with the same green liquid. Outside, Lan Ning and another follower waited. Lan Ning looked mournfully at a single coin. This is the last coin our clan has left. As the Grand Steward of the Blood Clan, I work 10 jobs a day and still can't feed you lot. I got this last coin from begging. He burst into tears. I want to die. His subordinate leaned in and whispered, don't be sad. Have you forgotten our skills? We have hands and feet. Why not do a little side job? Don't be ridiculous. What side job? Lan Ning said dejectedly. Rob a bank. The subordinate explained, I found a bank on my way here. The people there move like snails. It takes half an hour just to get a ticket number. With our skills, we can be in and out in 10 seconds. At our speed, not even a missile could catch us. We get the money and run. I guarantee it'll be perfect. A wicked smile spread across Lan Ning's face. Excellent. In the modern city, at the Guangzhou provincial headquarters, a subordinate reported, Sir Minister, all the team leaders have arrived. The meeting can begin. The minister quickly put on his mask. A convoy of vehicles set off. Kyungsei and Ziling disembarked with the other team leaders. Elsewhere, a figure in a pig mask stood across from a bank. At the same time, Lan Ning and his subordinate scoped out the area. A car pulled up sluggishly. Mr. Lan Ning, we can proceed, a voice called from inside. Lan Ning held a gun, the pig mask on his head. How are the preparations? There can be no mistakes. The subordinate in the front seat, already masked, turned around. Don't worry, I've checked it out. This place has the fewest people. Robbing banks is our specialty. High up in a skyscraper, Xiao Hai sipped a cup of tea. Minister Xiao Hai, the financial report for February is ready, his subordinate reported. Let's do it, Lan Ning said as they stepped out of the car. They walked towards the bank entrance, completely unaware that it was the Jiangxi People's Bank. The total for this month is 435.6 billion yuan, the subordinate reported to Xiao Hai. Count it again, Xiao Hai instructed. There can be no errors. As Jiangxi's right-hand man, we cannot let the city lose a single coin. Yes, sir, nobody move, Lan Ning and his subordinate shouted as they stormed in. He grabbed stacks of cash, laughing maniacally. We're rich. From his perch, Xiao Hai noticed smoke in the distance. What's going on over there? With the money secured, Lan Ning and his subordinate raced to their getaway car. No more living like dogs. Bad news, Minister Xiao Hai, the bank has been robbed, a subordinate reported urgently. What? Xiao Hai's face went pale. In the speeding car, Lan Ning held the money with a radiant expression. But his face froze when he heard a threatening voice call his name. Lan Ning. He paled and stuck his head out the window. Who called me? Wait, that feeling. High above, Xiao Hai was staring down at their car. Lan Ning's face turned ashen as sweat poured down his face. He grabbed his subordinate by the collar. You idiot. Which bank did you rob? I don't know, the subordinate stammered, frantically flipping through a notebook. Jiangxi People's Bank. All color drained from Lan Ning's face. He looked out the window at Xiao Hai, whose furious face seemed to loom over them. Xiao Hai appeared like a god of wrath, scattering tiny particles from his hands. Lan Ning and the cloaked driver screamed in terror. Drive. What are you waiting for? An award. Lan Ning shrieked. That's Jiangxi's most mysterious subordinate, recruited back in 800 ed. I don't care what you and your queen are up to, Xiao Hai's voice boomed. He lunged down, fist raised. If you want to live. He roared, his voice laced with fury as his red eyes blazed. Then pay. He slammed his fist into the ground. The impact shattered everything around him, shaking a high-rise building and sending cars flying into the air. People inside were thrown around, completely bewildered. That's insane, the cloaked driver muttered, awestruck. Damn it, Lan Ning cursed. The money we stole isn't even enough to fix your car. We're finished. He's gone mad. Xiao Hai stood silently, looking up at the sky. Seeing his chance, Lan Ning ordered his men to split up. Go back and tell the great king we've caused a disaster. With that, he leaped out of the car. I'll hold him off, His subordinates bailed out, scattering in every direction. No one escapes, Xiao He declared. Good timing, Lan Ning said arrogantly. We're both stewards. I'd like to see how strong you are. Then his eyes widened in surprise at something he saw. Suddenly Xiao He was on him, driving an elbow into his face. You're not worthy of being my equal, Xiao He sneered, following up with another punch. Mr. Lan Ning, the cloak driver yelled, seeing his companion getting beaten. Suddenly, he screamed as Xiao He appeared in pursuit. Help me, he shrieked as he fled. At the Guangzhou headquarters, the hall was filled with people. The minister appeared with his subordinate. Greetings, Sir Minister, the crowd said respectfully. I am aware that Dr. Kitamura has escaped, the minister announced. But first, I have something important to announce. He nodded to a subordinate, who brought out a golden arm with a blue gem set in its center. What is that? The chief warden wondered. A golden right hand, team leader didn't guess. This is ancient technology, the minister explained. The crowd murmured in confusion and awe. Ziling and Lan Qi stared in amazement. I discovered it in an underground canyon, the minister continued. When I retrieved it, all other information about the ancient era vanished. Team leader Nen laughed. With ancient technology, Dr. Kitamura and that scantily clad woman are nothing. We will not use this to deal with Dr. Kitamura, the minister said. We will use it to deal with someone else. According to the ancient humans' projection, there is a monster on this earth who destroyed their civilization. A monster that caused the cataclysm. A monster. The chief warden stammered. Are you joking, Sir Minister? Ziling asked, disbelieving. The ancient humans were all wiped out. There's a monster on Earth that terrifying. Yes, the minister replied firmly. The Ancient One said this monster is extremely dangerous, capable of destroying civilizations. He warned us to be careful. Does it really exist? Ziling asked, bewildered. Where is he now? I don't know. The Ancient One didn't say much. He could be anywhere. We must be cautious. Hyung-se, standing nearby, asked, so how do you use that thing? He didn't say, but it looks simple enough, the minister said, strapping the gauntlet on. Let me try. You put it on and press the button in the middle. We must find this monster and eliminate the threat. Suddenly, the minister froze, his eyes wide with alarm as he looked down. He stared blankly for a moment. Hyung-se looked at him with a forced, confused smile. Damn it, the minister suddenly yelled, trying to grab the golden arm. At that moment, Lan Ning's body crashed through the ceiling at incredible speed, creating a massive explosion as he slammed into the meeting hall. Ziling stumbled from the shockwave. What was that? Lan Ke wondered, shielding her face. Lan Ning skidded across the floor, leaving a trail of smoke and debris, and was buried under a pile of rubble. What happened? Ziling asked, covering her nose. Seconds later, Xiao He landed in the massive hole Lan Ning had created. He stood up, chest puffed out proudly. Great King. Save me. Lan Ning groaned from beneath the rocks, his face bruised and swollen. Who is that? I've never seen him before, people in the crowd whispered. Ziling's eyes widened in recognition. That's one of Jiangxi's subordinates. Jiangxi stepped forward at attention now in Zhao. A subordinate quickly reported to the minister, he's a zombie. From the jagged edge of the hole, people rushed out to attack. Damn zombie, team leader Nen yelled. You've got some nerve, do you know where you are? Don't get in my way, Xiao He retorted, kicking team leader Nen squarely in the face. He landed and drove his fist into the chief warden's stomach. Others swarmed him, but he threw team leader Nen down below and slammed Ing-ai to the ground. The other team leaders who charged in were beaten back effortlessly. Why are we the ones getting hit? One groaned. We're team leaders, why do we always run into these kinds of monsters? Ziling and another woman named Xiao Xiao watched in stunned silence. He's on another level from that chainsaw guy, Xiao Xiao stammered. Xiao He flew into the air and scattered more of the tiny, strange particles. Die, he commanded, raising his hand to strike. Damn it, what is this? Xiao Xiao yelled. Don't touch it, Ziling shouted. At that moment, Jiangxi appeared, driving his fist into Xiao He's gut. The impact of the blow sent a shockwave through the hall, blowing people backward. Ziling landed safely, but Xiao Xiao was slammed into a wall. Minister, that team leader's power. A subordinate began. I see it, the minister replied calmly, activating the golden gauntlet. The other team leaders are like ants before him. The Ancient One was right. He's much stronger than I imagined. Jiangxi dragged Xiao He to the ground. For Great King, Xiao He coughed. Why are you here? You can't kill them, Jiangxi said coldly, glancing at the minister, who was now crackling with lightning from the gauntlet. This is the team leader's headquarters. They are the ones who gave us the city. He paused, looking up. And a black crescent shape was growing in the sky. The sun was disappearing. Minister, a subordinate cried out. It wasn't me, the minister replied, equally confused. A total solar eclipse. Ziling Bri, Lan Nane, and the chief warden stared in astonishment. Everyone looked up as the sky grew dark. The sun was completely swallowed, leaving only a faint corona. What's happening? Someone in the crowd asked. Then, Xiao Hong descended, floating in the darkened sky. Look, someone's flying up there, a civilian shouted. The minister stared out at her. Who is she? Ziling wondered. The chief warden recognized her immediately. It's that woman, he yelled. Xiao Hong landed, her eyes glowing crimson, a sinister smile on her face. She walked forward with supreme arrogance. I am now invincible. At Lan Ling's plea for help, his subordinate immediately ordered his men, take them down to save brother Lan Ling. The henchman roared and charged forward, only to be simultaneously kneed in the stomach by the minister. The blow was so powerful it sent them flying out of the building. Across the street, Xiao Hum watched from the opposite headquarters as dust and smoke billowed up. She stood in silent contemplation, her gaze fixed on the scene, her mind filled with schemes. The minister turned to his subordinate and advised, it's about to get chaotic. Lead the citizens out of this city. Leave this place to me. The subordinate quickly replied, understood. Seeing the minister intervene, Xiao Hong coldly remarked, humans shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. As fast as a lightning flash, he rushed towards her and landed a punch squarely on her face, shouting a similar sentiment back at her. Enraged, Xiao Hong let out a huff, spun around, and delivered a powerful upward kick to the minister. The three girls watching the spectacle exclaimed in astonishment, how is she so strong? That was so direct. Meanwhile things were quiet where Zheng Si and Xiao He were. Xiao He stammered awkwardly, Great King, they've started fighting. Zheng Si spread his hands and replied indifferently, it has nothing to do with us. A massive explosion rocked a part of the city, sending smoke and dust billowing into the air. The sun gradually emerged as the darkness finally passed, leaving behind the same brilliant rays as before. The minister landed on one knee, then looked up and threatened, I'll deal with you first, then Jiang Sai. Xiao Hong, standing nearby, glanced over with a scornful look. Quite the arrogant one, aren't you? Lan Qi remarked unconsciously. The minister began to raise his golden arm, preparing to attack. He thrust his hand forward, and the golden arm emitted a terrifying bolt of lightning. He declared proudly, one move to decide victory or defeat. Xiao Hong's hair whipped in the wind as she calmly replied, all right. Jiangxi, not understanding anything, stood there dumbfounded with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hong leaped high into the air, pointed her hand towards the minister, and stated firmly, that suits me just fine. She lunged at him with the speed of light, so fast that the naked eye could only perceive it as a spark of fire. Closing in on the minister, Xiao Hong raised her fist, and he countered with his golden arm. The minister thrust his arm forward, and the two fierce attacks collided, creating a violent earthquake that sent Xiao Xiao and Lan Qi stumbling and screaming. Xiao Hong shattered all the minister's fingers, and the force of their battle was so immense that the car windows on the street below shattered. Amidst the furious storm, a scream was heard as someone was sent flying into the building across the street, causing a huge explosion. The minister bent over, coughing with difficulty, his arm completely shattered. Xiao Hong stood with her hands on her hips, seemingly unaffected by the fight. The minister clutched his destroyed golden arm, his frustration palpable. Damn it, what kind of ancient science and technology is this? It's all for show. His subordinate nearby also voiced his disappointment, if I had known, I would have fought myself. Xiao Hong, however, was impressed by the minister's strength and praised him. 1,000 years have passed, and you are the physically strongest human I have ever met. If you had been born 1,000 years ago, and used this technology, it's uncertain who would have died. Then, feigning sorrow, she teleported. What a pity. Xiao Hong slammed the minister against a wall, raised her fist, and shouted, open your eyes and look. Just then, Ziling appeared behind her, flying in like a deity. She held a staff in one hand, and in the next moment, Xiao Hong had moved to the rooftop. She stood on one building, staring intently at the person on the opposite one, saying, you've picked a fight with the wrong person. Xiao Hong narrowed her eyes and shouted, demanding to know Ziling's identity. Who are you? Without hesitation, Ziling drew her sword and proudly declared, your opponent is me. Her eyes glowed red, and a cunning smile played on her lips. Inside, Lan Kui looked out in alarm and shouted, what is that? Xiao Hong was also shocked and disbelieving. What? Lan Ling's subordinate looked up at the sky with worry. Zhao Xiao ran out from nowhere and pulled him away. An instant later, a massive explosion occurred right where he had been standing. Zhao Xiao held him by the head, her eyes a strange mix of red sclera and black iris. The man stammered in fear, what? What is this? Xiao Hong glanced in that direction and let out a surprised ho. Zhao Xiao turned to face her, still gripping the subordinate by the collar, who defiantly shouted, don't you be so arrogant. The atmosphere grew still. The three of them, Xiao Hong, Ziling, and Xiao Xiao faced each other. Ziling stood tall, her eyes thoughtful as if devising hundreds of battle strategies. Ziling stood proudly, her sword at the ready. The minister looked over, surprised. Lan Kai dazedly uttered, Ziling. The chief, still confused about the situation, said, I just fainted. What did I miss? The team leader was also bewildered, feeling that something was wrong. On the other side, Xiao Xiao grabbed Lan Ling's subordinate by the collar and cursed, damn it, don't you look down on me. The subordinate violently pushed her hand away and performed several flips to escape. Xiao Xiao instinctively looked around for her. Lan Ling's subordinate, still stubborn, arrogantly taunted, I'm not some small fry. You think I'm easy to bully? Xiao Xiao just smirked contemptuously and replied, then prove it. The subordinate leaped high and lunged at Xiao Xiao. With a quick reflex, Xiao Xiao kicked straight up, hitting her chin and flipping her backward, saying, Is that all you've got? Lan Ling's subordinate could only let out a pained grunt. Xiao Xiao then crouched on the ground like a ferocious wolf, laughing menacingly. She dashed towards Lan Ling's subordinate like a flash of lightning and delivered a powerful punch straight to her face. The people watching from inside the office were amazed. Is Xiao Xiao really that awesome? Lan Ling's subordinate, on her hands and knees, cursed, damn it. She then put one hand on the ground, kicked her legs into the air, and spun around. She looked up at the sky, breathing heavily. Blood dripped from her hand as she shouted, Crimson Blood Doppelganger. Instantly, multiple identical copies of her appeared. Xiao Xiao, watching from a distance, guessed it was a blinding trick and wasn't distracted by the clones. He charged forward and kicked the real subordinate squarely in the stomach. Immediately, the other clones vanished. The subordinate cried out, disappear. Hit by the devastating kick, she exclaimed in shock, Is this person even human? Meanwhile, Xiao Hong slashed through the air with her bare hand. Dust swirled at her feet. Ziling spun her sword in several circles, then held it straight out. Standing still, she made an invisible slash, and the entire building far behind her was sliced in half. The sheer force and speed of the cut caused the upper parts of the buildings to detach from their bases. People inside screamed in terror. Inside the office, everyone was thrown off balance. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, so strong, unbelievably strong. The chief was also in awe of Ziling's incredible power. Is Ziling always this powerful? Something's wrong. This state. She seems like a different person. Witnessing this, Xiao Hong muttered, so that's how it is. She placed one foot on a rock and spoke to Ziling, implying she didn't want her to interfere. So you've also been enhanced. A pity you're not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for Jiangxi to avenge my past humiliation. Xiao Hong closed her eyes, then snapped them open with a piercing gaze. Her entire body darkened, emanating a menacing, demonic aura, yet she calmly tried to persuade Ziling to leave one last time. I have waited 1,000 years for this moment. My power can crush you. You are no match for me. I advise you to leave now. Don't stand in my way. The people inside the office stared out, their jaws agape. Ziling remained motionless, as if indifferent to Xiao Hong's words. Then she finally responded, You're right, my power isn't as strong as yours. Even with a stimulant, I can't win. But I don't agree that you can defeat him with that. She raised a hand to her face, smiled cryptically, and said, Let me show you something interesting. Xiao Hong frowned in confusion. Interesting. Ziling clawed at her face, her eyes glowing with red sclera and black irises. She gave a demonic grin and said, Second form. Gradually, Ziling's face began to turn to stone as she looked up at the sky. Lan Qi suddenly realized and exclaimed, Wait, that's, the chief wondered, what is she doing? Ziling slammed her hand down. Xiao Hong, who had been watching her, grew annoyed, not knowing what kind of trick this was. A massive pink vortex appeared across from Xiao Hong. The vortex blew a strong wind into the office where everyone was standing, causing them to shield their faces and cry out in surprise. Xiao Hong's eyes froze. By now, Ziling's face had transformed into something grotesque. It was gray and cracked, with jagged teeth protruding from her mouth, and 4 long, white horns had sprouted from her head. A hazy smoke emanated from the office building. The people inside saw Ziling's new form and their jaws dropped. Even Xiao Hong was stunned by this, stammering, What? Genfei and Xiaohai standing far away, were also in awe. Xiao Xiao, who was in the middle of beating up Lan Ling's subordinate, paused and turned to exclaim, she can change forms. Xiao Hong's expression had turned sour and annoyed. She started to speak about the matter, then lowered her head, seeming to reflect as she spoke more softly. One time. Then another time. Ziling cut her off, taunting, Are you lamenting your lie? I think we can skip the nonsense. A red stick shot out from a hand. When did Xiao Hong get so close to Ziling? She somersaulted through the air, diving towards her. Ziling immediately drew her sword. Xiao Hong swung the long, red sword and said, You're right. She brought the sword down, screaming, Only the weak talk too much. Ziling drew her own sword and chanted, Blade Unshi. She made a single slash and continued her incantation, Crimson Blade Slash. A cut appeared across Xiao Hong's face down to her neck. Terrified, she turned and fled. Lan Ling's subordinate screamed in fear. A web-like network of crimson light spread out. Tiny red dots pulsed and moved rapidly. Ziling was crouched at a right angle to the ground, her sword extended, as if she had just completed a monumental slash. Everyone who witnessed this scene cried out in amazement. Lanling's subordinate burst into tears, crying out in anguish, "Great King!" Ziling straightened up and sheathed her sword, standing calmly. Inside the office, the minister's soldiers reported, "Team leader Ziling has shredded her cells." The chief, in disbelief, turned and questioned, "A joke? What kind of joke is this?" Lan Kai also grimaced and grunted. The minister, lying on the ground, could say nothing, only holding his breath. Just then, Ziling turned her head and said, "You're not that weak. Are you planning a sneak attack?" Helix. Streams of red appeared in the sky, raining down. They splattered on the ground where Ziling stood, forming a vortex of blood that descended upon her like fan blades. An arm shot out. It was just bone and muscle, as if the skin had been completely flayed off. Someone landed on the ground, placing a hand on the surface. It was Xiao Hong. She stood up, her body completely bare. The team leader asked in fear, Are these two even human?" Tianzi, seeing the situation, guessed Xiao Hong is about to explode. He and Xiao He leaped from the building they were on. "Let's find another place to watch." Ziling, seeing that Xiao Hong wasn't dead, remarked, "That unrefined guy said you were a monster from over 1,000 years ago. Indeed, you can't be described by common sense." From the side, the minister saw something and yelled, "What?" Lanling also shot up in anger and shouted, "That bastard Jiangxi." At that moment, Jiangxi was flying through the air on Xiao Hai's back, announcing, "It's dangerous, let's get out of here quickly." Xiao Hong remained motionless, her face dark and downcast. Ziling stared at her, not daring to let her guard down for a second. Xiao Hong raised one hand, and the sky turned dark. It seemed she was about to unleash a new technique. The sky swirled with dark, ominous clouds. Xiao Hong looked up, her eyes blazing with hatred, and said, "It's not over yet." Seeing this, Ziling took a defensive stance with her sword, ready to fight again. "Fine." Just then, two dark figures landed on a nearby building. A voice said, "It's safe here." It was clearly Jiangxi and Xiao He finding a new spot to watch the show. At the same time, Lan Kai and someone else flew over. She shouted, "Brother Jiangxi." A figure shot high into the sky at dizzying speed. Xiao Hong took out the red sword from before and performed a few slashes. She unleashed countless slashes, like a spider's web, upon the opposite building. Inevitably, the building crumbled into pieces. Ziling quickly jumped to another building as the one she was on collapsed. As soon as she landed, the new building was also sliced in two. Ziling then charged forward to clash swords with Xiao Hong. She swung her sword powerfully straight at Ziling's face. Ziling raised her hands to block. Then she leaped up, aimed her sword downwards. The spectators gasped in shock. Hyunsi, watching intently, couldn't help but let out a cry of amazement. From above, the entire vast city seemed to have been split in two by Ziling's slash. Xiao Hong fell through the air, tumbling, then turned and looked back with an annoyed grunt. She raised one leg, preparing her stance. Lan Kai looked up in astonishment. Unbelievable. She couldn't believe that after such a brutal beating from Ziling, Xiao Hong was still unharmed, not even dead. On the minister's side, he struggled to remove the golden gauntlet from his hand. He shouted in confusion, "What's going on? I can't take this glove off." A white figure shot from the top of the other building. Ziling crawled across the glass surface like a bizarre spider. Xiao Hong, swift as a phantom, rushed towards her. Regaining her footing, she kicked Ziling in the face and screamed, "Your second form is useless against me." Xiao Hong bent her knees and leaped high, a figure soaring forward. She took a fighting stance, a crimson aura surrounding her every move. She pushed her palm forward. The chief and the team leader stood watching, their eyes wide. Xiao Hong struck Ziling in the stomach, sending her crashing into a building, shattering the glass. Then another blow, and Ziling was thrown about like a rag doll. The glass of the building was shattered in the shape of Ziling's body. Lan Kai gasped. Ziling was stuck to the glass, her head slumped, motionless. The golden gauntlet emitted a powerful electric shock, making the minister's whole body jolt. He shouted in angry confusion, "What's wrong with this gauntlet?" A voice spoke, "I shall borrow your body." Suddenly, a swirling energy enveloped the minister, causing him to panic. "You? Who are you?" "No, they can't be." Abruptly, a man in a black cloak appeared before him and said, "Ancient One." The minister shouted in shock, "Huh." On the other side, Ziling had been impaled through the stomach by a sword. She weakly said, "You were right." Xiao Hong watched her from afar, listening to every word. Her eyes were wide and serious. Ziling forcefully pulled out the sword that had pierced her and said, "I can't do anything to you." Then she jumped down, landing with her sword propped against the ground. She stood tall, completely unscathed as if nothing had happened, and continued, "But you can't do anything to me either." Lan Kai, seeing her miraculous survival, turned and grabbed Jiangxi by the collar, shaking him and demanding, I want that too. Me too. Don't think I don't know what you did for Ziling, he stammered, trying to calm her down. Don't be so violent. Smoke began to curl around the skyscraper like a spiral. Jiangxi heard an explosion and turned his attention that way. Ziling also looked in surprise, and even Xiao Hong observed curiously. The chief looked up and quickly asked, what was that sound? A giant golden figure was stepping onto the earth, a colossal hand emerging from space and slowly touching the planet's surface. A booming laugh echoed like thunder. I am reborn. The giant leg stomped down on the earth's surface, causing chaos on the streets below. Traffic came to a standstill. Drivers leaned out of their cars, arguing loudly. Don't block my way. Look who's talking. So what if I'm blocking you? People on the street looked up at the sky, stunned. The building Jiangxi was on was smashed to pieces. Lan Kai was thrown about, screaming in fear. Jiangxi, not understanding what was happening, watched as boulders fell around him. He remained still, observing the situation. He then leaped nimbly from one falling rock to another. He grabbed the team leader, the chief, and Lan Kai. She cried out in surprise as Jiangxi threw her to a safe distance. He then jumped clear of the rubble. A giant golden hand rose up, shadowing him. The hand quickly closed, trapping Jiangxi inside. Outside Earth, a giant in golden armor, larger than the planet itself, stood in space. Xiao Hong stumbled, trying to keep her balance. Ziling also slid back a few feet. The giant stood silently. Jiangxi, trapped in its palm, shouted, what do you want? The man in the black cloak appeared again and said, I apologize for using you, Yun Wan. He continued, for the sake of humanity, your sacrifice is worthwhile. Gradually, a brilliant golden light enveloped and consumed the minister. Those Jiangxi had just saved were gathered on top of a building. A subordinate, terrified and frozen, stammered, what is that thing? Everyone witnessing it had grim, fearful expressions. The minister had completely transformed into the giant golden armored being, floating beside the earth. People looked up in awe, their mouths agape. Ziling was also stunned to see the minister in this form. Jiangxi was using both hands to push against the giant's fingers. A plane flew by, looking tiny in comparison to the minister, showing just how enormous he truly was. The passengers on the plane looked out, their eyes wide and jaws dropped in astonishment. Jiangxi used all his strength to keep the fingers from crushing him. From a distance, Ziling and Xiao Hong simultaneously charged towards the giant minister. Seeing each other rushing forward, they both shouted, this is none of your business. They both kicked at the giant, but were blocked by a barrier he created. A bolt of lightning flashed, and in the next second, Ziling was bound tightly in golden ropes. On the other side, Xiao Hong shared the same fate. The minister, now possessed by the Iron Man, threatened, stop interfering, humans. We have studied Jiangxi's genes for centuries. He then berated them both. And yet you two women use it as a stimulant to attack me. How shallow. Jiangxi was still struggling to hold back the two fingers trying to crush him. Just when it seemed he was exhausted with no way out, Jiangxi transformed into his second form. He looked up with a cunning smile, twisted his waist, and gripped the minister's finger, causing it to twist as well. Instantly, the minister's entire arm began to rotate. The giant looked down in surprise. Oh. A figure shot up the minister's body with phantom-like speed. A closer look revealed Jiangxi running up at the speed of light, easily scaling the minister's arm. The giant slapped his own shoulder to try and catch Jiangxi. The minister spread his arms wide, his voice filled with satisfaction. 1,000 years, I have finally waited for this. Xiao Hong's eyes widened in shock as she let out a faint cry. Ziling was speechless at the sight. The tiny Jiangxi used both hands to lift the giant minister's arm and shouted. Then he yelled tauntingly, come on, what are you waiting for? Let the second battle begin. The giant replied, show me your true nature. After a moment of silence, a pair of resolute, powerful eyes stared straight ahead. The minister's arm weighed heavily on Jiangxi's back. As the giant raised his arm, Jiangxi prepared to attack. Xiao Hong looked on in amazement. The minister's eyes glowed red as he raised his hand high, as if to destroy everything. But before he struck, he yelled at Jiangxi, are you looking down on me? You damn monster. Jiangxi glared up at him with dagger-like eyes. Lan Kai, watching, stammered in fear, what? What is this? Without a word, Jiangxi shot upwards. The minister grunted in surprise as the circuits and components inside him clashed continuously. Instantly, many other combat robots appeared. The chief exclaimed in amazement, this is ancient technology. A subordinate added, why do I feel like I'm the one who's outdated? Jiangxi fearlessly charged forward to fight. He flew over the heads of the robots, kicking them in the stomach one by one. Jiangxi furiously punched, kicked, attacked, and defended against each enemy. In the next second, he tore a robot in half. As soon as he finished one, more robots descended to continue the fight. The minister glanced at his shoulder and saw a swarm of soldier robots crawling up like ants, each one filled with killing intent. He shouted, it's not over yet. Jiangxi raised his fist, ready for a fierce battle. He spun around, sending a whirlwind of robots flying away in disarray. Seeing Jiangxi decimate his minions, the minister clenched his fists in fury. Still can't make you go all out. Still looking down on me. Immediately, more giant robots identical to him descended from space to Earth. Everyone panicked, shouting in disbelief and fear, "This is too much." These massive robots surrounded Jiangxi. The Ancient One began to speak. The last night before the dawn. Jiangxi listened curiously to his every word. "I have witnessed it." The minister angrily revealed, "This is not your true form." Xiao Hong, still tied up, heard this and her eyes widened in shock. The people on the ground and Lan Kai were also horrified, their jaws dropping. While Jiangxi was distracted, the minister swung his fist straight at him. Before the giant fist, he looked incredibly small, like an ant trying to fight an elephant. The impact of the punch shook the ground below. People, cars, everything on the street was rattled, launched into the air. All the vehicles floated in the sky, creating a chaotic scene. The Ancient One angrily shouted, "Look at your masterpiece." The minister trembled as he questioned him, "Do you have to destroy it?" The Ancient One, uncaring, furiously insisted, "Silence. It must be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand down on the Earth's surface. The observers below stared, their mouths agape in shock. The Ancient One was now gripping the globe with both hands as the giant slammed its hand onto the planet. From the cracks between the minister's fingers, Jiangxi quickly leaped out, screaming in pure hatred. Jiangxi must disappear from Earth. Jiangxi swiftly jumped out and climbed up. With his light, beat agility, he reached the minister's shoulder. The people watching through binoculars were stunned. Jiangxi leaped, moving nimbly through the air. His speed was so great that even the minister couldn't keep up. In space, the robot floated before the Earth. The Ancient One began to speak. I have read the documents about him. After he became the team leader, he was not as malicious as you said. He continued, "The city he manages is even better than the cities managed by us humans. Not only does he pay taxes to us, but he also develops it in a positive direction." Looking at the people, the scenery, the peaceful and happy life on Earth, the Ancient One stated firmly, "He has not harmed humans." Jiangxi stood alone, looking down from above. Recalling the times he had helped others, like carrying an old woman across the street, the Ancient One continued, "He has also helped us many times. Why can't we coexist?" The robot didn't want to hear it and shouted, "Silence." A massive explosion was caused by the robot. The Ancient One continued to persuade him, "Why don't we want to live in peace?" But the minister looked at Jiangxi and said, "But look at him." He suddenly broke into a cunning smile and said, "How can we live in peace like this?" At that moment, the minister went mad, screaming his point of view. Zombies were originally a weak race. Our ordinary bombers could destroy them, but I don't know where this one came from. Jiangxi looked at his beloved Earth from afar as the minister continued arrogantly, "Our life and death all depend on his whims." The minister raised his hand and declared with stubborn, malicious intent, "I will not allow such a creature to exist. If we are of different races." Everyone was watching him. His armor shattered, accompanied by a fierce roar. "Then he must be killed." The minister was now clad in new, shinier golden armor, and he held a giant golden sword. Divine punishment. Everyone gasped. Countless giant robots like him appeared from nowhere, each holding an identical, menacing sword. These clones of his split up, surrounding the Earth and stabbing their swords through the planet's surface. Numerous dangerous lightning bolts erupted. Jiangxi dodged the attack, leaping to another location. Seeing this, the minister grunted in frustration. Jiangxi trembled and muttered, "Power." His eyes were cold and sharp, showing an indomitable spirit. Jiangxi stood silently, then calmly analyzed, "Sometimes, being bigger doesn't mean being stronger." The minister was surprised and confused by this. Jiangxi extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the minister's clone shattered into tiny pieces. A series of simultaneous explosions wrapped around the Earth's surface. The shockwave reached the people below, throwing them off balance. Lan Ki shouted a warning, "This place is no longer safe. Team leaders, let's evacuate the citizens together." The onlookers on the building scattered in different directions. The team leaders shouted orders, splitting up to act. Jiangxi had already closed in on the giant miniature. He punched him in the face, making him grunt in pain. A torrent of fire rained down from above, engulfing the minister, who then fell with a massive splash. His immense size caused the sea to churn violently like a deep earthquake. Jiangxi then hit safely on the ground. He knelt and, with his bare hands, began to tear the earth in half. The Ancient One tumbled through the air, cursing in despair, "Damn it." On the ground, people fanned out to every corner. Lan Ki shouted instructions, "Team leaders, spread out, evacuate those who have difficulty moving." Lan Kai ran frantically, carrying a newborn baby in her arms. People shouted, "Run." Suddenly she looked down and saw the ground splitting apart. Lan Kai was terrified, not understanding what was happening, and could only stammer as she saw Jiangxi in the distance, tirelessly splitting the earth with his bare hands. The people on the ground also froze, stunned by the sight. Even the team leader couldn't believe his eyes. Dunsei continued to tear the ground apart. The fissure he created grew wider and wider. Soon, he ripped the earth wide open as if it were a piece of paper. From above, the city looked as if a disaster had struck, with a deep, dark chasm in the ground. Everyone who witnessed this screamed in terror. A stretch of land hundreds of kilometers long was torn in half, a horrifying sight. A hand reached up, trembling as if falling. It's over. How can a single creature do this? From space, the massive crack on the Earth's surface was visible. Someone was holding Lanka's hand, as she had nearly fallen into the deep fissure. He encouraged her, hold on. Lanka looked over and saw something that made her eyes widen in surprise. In the distance, the robot was in free fall. A second later, Jiangxi appeared and punched him in the stomach. A huge explosion occurred, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. The minister struggled to his feet amidst the rubble, coughing in pain. The mask on his face gradually cracked. He shouted triumphantly, "Young one, do you see? This is his destructive power." The robot glanced to the side and saw something that left him speechless. The sea was churning, as if preparing for a tsunami. Tenzin had now entered his fourth form. Seeing him, the robot was enveloped in an angry electrical discharge. He was utterly shocked and bewildered. What kind of creature is this? Ziling was perched on a large piece of metal floating on the sea. She looked up at him and let out a surprised him. Xiao Han, beside her, was also stunned and involuntarily uttered, I've never seen. This is Jiangxi. The robot was still frozen, unable to speak in the face of this unbelievable situation. Then, suddenly, he burst into triumphant laughter and said, yes, this is the face. Before the dawn disappeared, I saw this face. On the other side, Jiangxi leaped high into the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. He stood on a high cliff, looking down. Xiao Hai, seeing his boss like this, was so shocked he stammered, Is he crazy? He dashed away, flipping a car over, and said with certainty, this ancient one is toast. We've got to run. The ancient one flew into the air, surrounded by aggressive lightning, and laughed heartily. After all that fighting, I've finally been waiting for this moment. Young one, your sturdy body will have to suffer for it. Jiangxi stood silently with head bowed. Then he raised his hand towards the ancient one. A powerful, invisible force struck the ancient one in the stomach, making him grunt in pain. Jiangxi began to clench his fist, and the ancient one was crushed by the invisible force from afar like a ball of clay, making him scream in agony. The ancient one inside the minister's body also felt the excruciating pain and cried out, what? A pillar of light shot up into the sky, surrounded by dust. The giant robot's body cracked into pieces. He cried out in fear, no. Before being completely disintegrated, he managed to utter a few last words, why? Why am I so strong, yet I still can't defeat him? He fell through the air, a large hole in his stomach. The people below, watching through binoculars, were moved to tears. The minister is dead. Xiao He was extremely worried. Great king, you can't kill the human minister. Jiangxi extended his hand and snapped his fingers. The dna in the minister's body changed. From the hole in his body, muscle fibers began to reconnect, spinning like a fan. Jiangxi landed on the ground, the sunset illuminating him. He pointed his finger forward. A large hole appeared in the middle of the minister's body, the muscle fibers twisting like a fan as a bright red heart was pulled out. The people watching through binoculars screamed in shock. Xiao Hong, in disbelief, shot up and exclaimed, this. Lan Ling, who was watching secretly, was so scared he teared up. My God. Ziling, also in disbelief, was in awe. He can do that. After the minister's heart was removed, the wound instantly healed as if nothing had happened. He looked down at his body and screamed, what? Something flashed past his face, and he froze, unable to react. Jiangxi suddenly raised his hand in the silent atmosphere. The minister flipped upside down and began to fall, grunting in frustration. From a distance, Jiangxi watched the minister fall, his face calm and unbothered. At that moment, the human minister understood why the ancient humans had gone to such lengths to destroy him. Looking at Jiangxi in his fourth form, he was filled with fear. After destroying all his enemies, Jiangxi stood silently. Everyone on the rooftop who had witnessed the battle was also silent, frozen in shock. They lowered their binoculars, their faces still showing the shock from the intense battle. Something fell into the sea with a loud splash, sending water everywhere. A loud shout followed. Jiangxi, it was Ziling. She appeared and landed, then glanced to the side. Before her stood Jiangxi. He had returned to his original, normal state with a bald head and deep black eyes. Jiangxi, are you okay after using your bloodline power? Seeing that Jiangxi was safe and unharmed, Ziling let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I thought you'd be happy to see him alive. However, in the next second, Ziling flew into a rage, screaming, but our house is gone. She continued to scold Jiangxi, why didn't you say earlier that you could handle him yourself? Why did we have to go through all that trouble? The ground was split open, and the landscape was a chaotic mess, destroyed by the recent battle. Jang-si just scratched his head and nonchalantly replied, "Well, I was afraid of scaring people." Behind a large rock, Xiao Hong and Lan Ning were hiding and eavesdropping. Beneath the sea, the event had shifted the southern continent by 130 kilometers, affecting the Earth's climate and creating the deepest ocean trench. 2 months later, humans had begun rebuilding and repairing the buildings heavily damaged in the aftermath of the war. Because the human population had been evacuated before the battle, there were no heavy casualties, but several cities had been completely destroyed. The Jiangxi Architectural Association would be responsible for all reconstruction. The minister sat in his office, reviewing a digital report. The screen displayed detailed information about Jiangxi and his various forms. A question lingered in the air as the minister sat in deep thought, after learning why the ancient humans wanted to destroy Jiangxi. And faced with this terrifying power, what will the Minister of Humanity decide to do? Just then, Supervisor Chen walked in. "Sir Minister, you called for me." The minister asked her to run a small errand. "Go to the supermarket and buy a few bags of chicken eggs for me." He turned his back to the window and said in a low voice, "I want to visit the newly appointed chief of city." Meanwhile, at the construction site for the second phase of the vampire city, Lan Ning tapped a wooden stick and clapped his hands, yelling at the workers, "Hurry up, I paid you to work, not to be lazy." His subordinate, still covered in bandages from the battle, stood beside him and glanced over. "Brother Lan Ning, where did you get the money?" Lan Ning mumbled incoherently, unable to answer. From a window high above, Xiao Hei watched them, sipping coffee with a look of immense satisfaction. A voice spoke up, "Xiao Hei, aren't they our enemies? Why did you lend them money?" He took a slow sip of coffee before replying, "The great king said we shouldn't fight them, to keep them from eyeing the money in the bank." Xiao Hei grinned, a cunning and calculating look on his face. "So, it's better to give them a high-interest loan and make them work for us. At this rate, they'll have to work for us for at least 300 years. A guest stood silently, at a loss for words. Lang, standing beside him, thought to himself, "Vicious capitalist." Elsewhere, Lan Ning turned to his subordinate. "By the way, where is the great queen?" "I don't know," she replied. "Probably in her room." Inside a dark and lonely room, Xiao Hong sat alone on the floor. She had her face buried in her knees, looking utterly desolate and lost in a storm of chaotic thoughts. The queen had never expected Jiangxi to have another transformation. She had drugged and ambushed him, but that had only been a fraction of Jiangxi's true power. Recalling the moment Jiangxi transformed into his fourth form, looking like a god of death, the mighty queen had to admit that she could never defeat him in this lifetime. Xiao Hong bit her lip in anger, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. From the rooftop of a tall building, Jiangxi stood in contemplation, looking down at the city below. In an industrial factory filled with complex modern machinery discharging toxic waste, Dr. Kitamura's blue-haired subordinate finished reading a paper and called out, "Mr. Kitamura, it's him." Next to the door, an indistinct figure sat slumped on the ground, head bowed. Across from him stood the arrogant Dr. Kitamura. His face was stern, and his glasses glinted dangerously. Jiangxi Kitamura's voice echoed, "Even in death, I will never forgive you." An alarm clock rang so violently that it bounced off the nightstand. Annoyed at being woken up, Jiangxi slammed his hand down, shattering it to pieces. He sat up in bed, wearing an incredibly cute set of pajamas. The first thing he did after waking up was open the fridge to find something to eat. His age was unknown, as was the time of his death. He cracked an egg into his mouth. I only remember it was a summer day. In a classroom, a zombie suddenly appeared, sending everyone into a panic. I turned into a zombie while I was in class. After that, Jiangxi fully joined the ranks of the zombies. Originally, I was just a very ordinary zombie. I followed wherever my kind went. Later, these zombies gained some self-awareness and began to train diligently, dangling bait in front of themselves and chasing it. To survive and avoid being captured by humans and turned into lamp oil or perpetual motion machines, I started to exercise. They even learned to lift weights and lived on protein shakes instead of human flesh. Finally, I succeeded. Jiangxi had grown into a powerful young man with unparalleled strength. Standing on a high place, looking down, he thought to himself, "I've become invincible." He clenched his fists, his face dark with frustration. The wind blew his hat off, revealing a satisfied smile. In that moment, his face returned to that of a normal human. Next came his fourth form, a robust, muscular figure with black hair that reached his knees. This was his strongest form, proof of his long and arduous efforts. Jiangxi recalled his battles, the times his own hands had caused so much harm to others. I grew tired of war. For the sake of peace, I decided to help humanity. After his relentless efforts to solve mankind's problems, the incident with the new zombie king and the ancient humans changed humanity's perception of zombies. In the sky, a blimp flew by with a banner. Finally, I have a city of my own. But Jiangxi returned to the present, at home in his pajamas. As he prepared to brush his teeth, he realized, I think I've become too strong. It was because they feared me that humans were willing to do anything to destroy me. I just found that out yesterday. Someone was ringing the doorbell. He opened the door just a crack. Who is it? It was Ziling. She immediately put her hands on her hips with a scowl. What are you doing? What kind of leader are you? I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. Jang slammed the door in her face, managing only to say, I'm almost done. At an academy, a large crowd had gathered for a ceremony. The person on stage announced, a new year has begun. We have all witnessed the growth of this academy. We live in a dangerous era, an era that also presents us with countless opportunities and challenges. The speaker was Lan Kai. She gestured to the side of the stage to introduce someone. This time, Jung-si will lead our academy to a prosperous future. Lan Kai shouted respectfully, please welcome our new chief. The crowd below erupted in a unified cheer. Greetings, chief. All eyes were on Jung-si. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, trying to think of something to say. Good morning. Everyone must be hungry, right? I brought chicken eggs. After his less than inspiring speech, the crowd stared blankly, a sense of anticlimax hanging in the air. And just like that, Jung-si replaced the previous leader and became the new chief. The former chief's subordinate turned to him. The team leader has been replaced. The chief gritted his teeth. Shut up. Do you think you could beat him? In the minister's office, Supervisor Chen rushed in, pushing past others. Move it, it's urgent. What's wrong, Supervisor Chen? Why the panic? Someone asked. She stopped and fumbled in her purse, stammering, it sits big. She held out a mobile device to the minister. The president is calling. Startled by the mention of the president, the minister took the phone and stood up straight to speak. He hastily explained the situation, assuring him about the future. I was just about to report to you, sir. Yes, I understand. Everything happened so suddenly before, so I couldn't report in time. I absolutely was not trying to hide anything. I guarantee I will carry out your orders, Mr. President. Curious, Supervisor Chen asked from behind, what is it, Sir Minister? The ancient human incident, the minister replied. The whole world probably knows by now. How? We kept it a secret, she said, confused. The minister placed the phone on the table. How could they not know? Something this big, the other hemisphere knows about it too. Supervisor Chen picked up the phone and read a news report. According to news from the northern hemisphere, a fierce battle broke out in the south, seemingly involving the appearance of ancient humans. Furthermore, the exchange conference is about to begin, the minister added. So many things are happening at once. He then turned to Supervisor Chen. Where are the things I asked you to buy? She held up 2 plastic bags. Right here. At Jung-si's house in city, on a beautiful sunny day, the minister stood at the front door holding a bag of eggs, Jung-si's favorite food. Before ringing the bell, he thought, if I've made him the chief, fulfilling his duties shouldn't be a problem. He decided to press the doorbell. Before he could, the door opened a crack, revealing the face of a young woman. It was Ziling. She opened the door wider, revealing that she was wearing a cute and seductive cat-maid outfit. The minister jumped back, yelling, damn it, you're Ziling. And what's with this outfit? Don't tell me you too. She was just as startled and quickly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. Sir Minister, it's not what you think. Lan Kai then appeared from inside, holding 2 plates of pastries and wearing the exact same maid outfit. Oh my, Sir Minister, she exclaimed. Seeing Lan Kai was also part of this, the minister felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He trembled with indignation. Jung-si just got promoted, and you two are brazenly playing this kind of game in front of me. I have no choice but to report this to my superiors. Are you two really this bold? Lan Kai suddenly looked down at something and screamed, dropping the plates. The minister, feeling betrayed and disappointed, turned to Lee. I have an urgent matter to attend to back at headquarters. Sir Minister, it's a misunderstanding, Ziling and Lan Kai shouted in unison. We're just celebrating that jerk's promotion. We're wearing these outfits because we lost a game. The minister stopped. What? You're going to attend the meeting dressed like this? I've never seen you wear anything like it. Ziling blushed and pointed inside. If you don't believe us, Sir Minister, see for yourself. Inside, Jiangxi was playing cards with Xiao Xiao, who was also in a maid outfit. And the former chief was there too. He held his cards, a tense look on his face as he strategized. This time, I will defeat you. He drew a red card from Jiangxi's hand, making Jiangxi yell as if he'd been caught. A banner hung on the wall read, First Inauguration of Chief Jiangxi. Team leader Nand was setting off fireworks below, shouting, anyone who doesn't show up is fired. The minister was stunned by this bizarre scene. An array of vegetables flew through the air, sliced in an instant by countless slashes. It was team leader Zhang, using his sword to chop vegetables. The finished product was a beautifully arranged, delicious-looking dish. King Ai held up 2 plates of food and announced, sushi is here. Suddenly, his eyes met the minister's. King Ai froze in panic and quickly explained, Sir Minister, it's not what you think. I am not that kind of person. Jiangxi forced me to do it. The minister simply cleared his throat, trying to appear calm. Ahem. He then regained his composure and announced to everyone, since everyone is here, I won't have to call a separate meeting. Let's have a meeting. I want to discuss an urgent matter. The minister joined them at the table. Aren't you the leader of all humanity? Jang said. No, the minister replied. He thanked Jang Ai, who was wearing an apron and serving food. He touched the horns on his helmet and began to explain. Each region has several provinces, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The group gathered around, listening intently. The minister unexpectedly removed the faceplate of his helmet. I am only the chairman of Guangzhou province. He looked at the stunned group. What's wrong? They all quickly looked away. Nothing. The minister then explained in detail. Dengsi, let me explain. This world has 2 continents, meaning only 2 countries, Countria and Country. We live in Country. The 2 countries once cooperated to eliminate the zombies, but conflicts and power struggles arose. To maintain peace, they established the Eternal Friendship Exchange Conference, but in reality, peace is maintained by military strength. The tension is due to different political systems. Countryet is a federal system with a developed economy, while Countryba is a monarchy with a strong military. Both want to change the other, and unite humanity. Although Country often loses in confrontations, thanks to the president's intelligence, it has not been annexed. War between 2 nations of the same race is absurd. After the long and confusing explanation, Jiangxi was lost. What's an exchange conference? It's like a school sports festival, but on a global scale, Ziling explained. You can also think of it as a worldwide military exercise held every 4 years. They were the champions last time. What? That sounds so boring, Jiangxi said dismissively. Lan Ke leaned back, her gaze distant. Last time, in the zombie killing category alone, one of their states killed 8 million. It's unbelievable. Hearing such a horrific record, Jiangxi, a zombie himself, jumped. What did you say? You're the chief, Lan Ke reminded him. You have to participate this time. At her words, Jiangxi trembled and thought, does this woman really see me as a human? The minister, who had been listening, reassured them, don't worry, we're setting the agenda this time. There won't be a category like that. It would be self-humiliation. Monarchy, federation, what's all that? Jiangxi asked, still confused. High above the city, a white airplane flew by. A person walked into an office in a building. He summoned us. This was the capital of Country. On the desk were documents, photos, and reports about the ancient human attack from a few months ago. A man sat with his back to the door. Take the photos on the table and look at them, he said gruffly. They were sent from Country. Yes, sir, a woman replied, picking up a photo of giant robots impaling the earth's surface with swords. The 2 women examining the documents were the twin Yao sisters. The one with black hair was the older sister, and the one with brown hair was the younger. They both stared at the unbelievable photo. This is ancient technology, Yao Jai, the older sister, realized. The mysterious man put down his coffee cup. The intelligence department suspects that Country has mastered this technology. Once they possess that power, our country will be at a disadvantage. He continued, addressing the sisters, next month, the president of Country will visit our country. You 2 are my most capable subordinates. What your older sister did has nothing to do with you. He raised his coffee cup and coldly announced, I called you here to investigate this matter thoroughly. The king is very displeased about your sister's participation in that armed rebellion, but rest assured, if you handle this matter well, I will speak to the royal family on her behalf. Yes, Prime Minister, the 2 sisters shouted in unison. The sky was gloomy. In a science lab, a voice announced, 47 solution is prepared and ready for injection at any time. Kitamura stood with his arms crossed, observing with confidence. His blue-haired subordinate was busy at a console. Connected to device number 1, 2 and 3, please respond. Connected to number 3, another scientist reported, pulling a lever. Inside the lab, an ancient human sat naked in an electric chair. All right, Mr. Kitamura, it's ready, the blue-haired subordinate said. Good, Kitamura replied, satisfied. Mr. Kitamura, the subordinate asked, this ancient has been around for over 1,000 years. He must be a fossil by now. Can we really revive him? In the field of biology, Kitamura declared arrogantly, there is nothing I cannot do. He then gave the cold command, begin. The other scientist slammed the lever down. A scream so loud it could tear the sky apart erupted in agony. Is the ancient really coming back to life? The blue-haired subordinate wondered in amazement. He remembered the giant robots from the battle and thought, if we can revive such a powerful figure, it would be a miracle. Inside the lab, the ancient was being zapped with electricity. The immense magical energy sent shockwaves outside, kicking up dust and smoke. Everyone watching was terrified. Inside, the electrocution continued. From the thick dust, someone started coughing. The blue-haired subordinate, seeing the procedure was finished, let out a happy cheer. He looked at the chair, but instead of the ancient, there was a bald, naked old man. Damn it, the subordinate screamed in shock and confusion. Where did the ancient go? He rushed into the lab, grabbed the bald man by the collar, and shook him. Where is the ancient? Speak up, who are you? I am the ancient, don't kill me, the man cried, tears streaming down his face. The subordinate held up the photo of the giant robot, and yelled, You're bluffing. You looked so cool before, and now you're telling me this is what you really look like. It turned out he really was the ancient. I'm just a doctor, I have no combat power, the man explained. Is there anything wrong with a mecha designer making himself look cool? Kitamura, who had been watching from behind the glass, clicked his tongue in disappointment. As he turned to leave, the ancient called out, Hey you there, we're both human, right? Aren't you going to chat for a bit? Kitamura turned back, a mysterious glint in his glasses. The atmosphere became quiet. What do you want to talk about? Kitamura finally asked. Although our starting points are different, our goals are the same. We can cooperate, the ancient proposed. Thinking he was too weak, Kitamura turned away again. You were defeated by Jiang-sai. I thought you would be a stronger vessel than that vampire girl, but I was wrong. I have to continue my research. Don't bother me. We studied Jiang-sai's genes 1,000 years ago, the ancient revealed, remembering the experiments on zombies. Your method is flawed. The terrifying thing about Jiang-sai isn't his strength, but his limitless ability to grow stronger. Kitamura was intrigued. Right now, we are the two most intelligent people in the world, the ancient said with renewed authority. He looked at Kitamura. You are strong in biology, and you have Jiang-sai's genes. I possess unparalleled technology and the knowledge of how to use his genes. Why don't we create a new Jiang-sai? The three of them were thunderstruck. What? The blue-haired subordinate screamed. What do you say? The ancient asked calmly. After a moment of hesitation, Kitamura extended his hand. I agree. And so, the two most brilliant and devious minds in the world joined forces. Happy cooperation, they said. What? You're making this guy the president's bodyguard. The blue-haired subordinate's shriek echoed from the lab. Back in Jiang-sai's house, after some discussion, Ziling slammed her hands on the table. What? Sir Minister, are you insane? Making this guy the president's bodyguard. She pointed at Jiang-sai. He could kill the president. Jiang-sai pointed at himself, looking innocent. I have no other choice, the minister said gravely. The visit is coming up soon, and things in country but aren't stable. They already know about the ancient humans. I'm afraid they might do something reckless. The minister stood up. It's decided. The president has instructed us to select top experts from each province as bodyguards. He looked at Jiang-sai. Didn't you always want to integrate into the upper echelons of human society? If the president himself gives the order, no one will dare question your status. The minister turned his back to them. But you cannot reveal your identity just yet. A zombie as a government official would still shock society. From now on, all team leaders in Guangzhou will listen to you. To prevent any accidents, I'm allowing you to bring 2 of your most capable assistants. Everyone, do your best. Don't bring shame to Guangzhou. Time passed. In Jiang-sai's office, Xiao Hai and his closest subordinates were gathered. Jiang-sai sat at his desk and announced, the provincial chief has given an order. We will act as the president's bodyguards. I'm allowed to bring 2 assistants. Who wants to go with me? Everyone hesitated. Xiao Hai was the first to speak up. I have to deal with taxes at the end of the year, Great King. I'm not free. Me too, Great King, a Gao added. They still have public security issues in several districts to resolve. Me too, again chimed in. But a Lang and a Ji were the complete opposite, excitedly volunteering. We're free, Great King, we can go. Let's show those humans how formidable we are. Pleased with their attitude, Jiang-sai praised them. A Lang, a Zhou, I like your spirit. A short time later, Jiang-sai was leading a Lang and a Zhou on leashes, like walking dogs. The 2 subordinates looked a bit awkward. They came face to face with Ziling and Lan Ke's group. What cute puppies, Lan Ke marveled, crouching down and wiggling her fingers. Here, doggy. Feeling insulted, a Zhou roared in her face. Are you cooing at me? Do you want me to bite you to death? Startled, Lan Ke jumped back into a defensive stance, trembling. The dog is talking, they are Jiang-sai subordinates, Ziling explained, placing a hand on Lan Ke's shoulder. She then crossed her arms. Follow me. The president wants to see you. They followed a shadowy figure to a factory where a few people were waiting. A girl in a pink dress saw them arrive. Look, the people from the Guangzhou Abnormal Academy are here. A man in a mask approached them. Took you long enough. I thought you were going to abandon the mission. I don't get it, he said with contempt, getting right in Jiang-sai's face. Why did your academy replace Chief Qin with an unknown rookie like you? Why does the president trust the people of Guangzhou so much? People from the neighboring provinces like us are strong too. I could take down 10 of you. Before he could finish, a fist slammed into his face, sending him flying and creating a small explosion. What was that you were saying? Dunsi asked calmly. Ziling just sighed and rubbed her forehead. The other two from the masked man's team stared in shock. Lan Kai let out a small, satisfied laugh. In an office, Jiang Si stood before the president of Country. The president had his back to him. You're Jiang Si? He asked coldly. Jiang Si stood at attention, swallowing nervously. The minister of Guangzhou says you are very strong and fully capable of being a bodyguard. The president turned, revealing a sinister smile and a yellow beard. So, if we encounter danger, will you protect my safety? Danger is nothing to me, Jiang Si replied honestly, scratching his head. The president laughed loudly. Well then, if the minister of Guangzhou is so confident, then I believe in you. Outside a ruined city and country, a lone figure sat, a pair of fair legs belonging to a beautiful and proud young woman in a seductive black dress. Big sister, a voice called. She turned as the speaker stood up. Here is your equipment. It was a Ta. He placed a hand on his chest. The zombie army is ready. She equipped what he gave her. Ta, you've done well. It must have been hard. Leave the rest to me. Zombies roamed the desolate city. Ta, she asked, why do humans keep fighting in such a beautiful world? Seeing a young man and a zombie fighting side by side, Ta replied, I'm not human, I don't know. Perhaps it's because of resources. A large zombie army was gathering. The woman stepped before them. I believe it's because of selfishness, she said, answering her own question. She then addressed the entire army. Brothers, you've all heard, right? The president of Country is coming to visit. Our mission is to eliminate those bastards. Ago and another young man listened intently. Many people ask why we must do this, she continued. Since the zombie outbreak began, I admit it has brought a lot of trouble to humans. But the truth is, zombies are no match for humans. Before human technology, zombies are nothing. 100 years ago, humans developed ways to control zombies. But why are they still building up their military to wipe out all zombies? It's a conspiracy. It's because Country and Country are hiding the fact that zombies also have their own consciousness. Eliminating zombies is just an excuse for their internal struggles. She thought of the suffering caused by the war. So many kind-hearted people don't know the truth. So many families have been torn apart. And so many conscious zombies have died under their guns. The truth is, humans and zombies can be friends. The army roared in unison, eliminate the presidents of Country and Country to show the world. We can coexist peacefully, they chanted. The woman watched their determination in silent contemplation. On the plain, Lan Kai, Ziling, and Jiang Si waited with bored expressions. The tea was broadcasting live. Dear viewers, the exchange conference you've all been waiting for is about to begin, a cheerful reporter announced. The president of Country will begin his 7-day visit today. A large crowd has gathered here. This is Country News, reporting live from the scene. Another channel was also covering the event. This is Country News. Our president will arrive at the hotel today and will have a meeting with the prime minister of Country tomorrow. A young boy named Xiao Jai watched the news with fascination. Xiao Jai, eat your dinner. Stop watching the news, his parents said. But I want to see what the president of Country looks like, he replied. His father watched with skepticism. Such a grand display. They call it an exchange meeting, but who knows what shady deals they're making. Our country is too weak, his mother commented with a sigh. The whole world is watching, Xiao Ji said happily. The plane flew over the border. The Yao sisters appeared. The mission the prime minister gave his. The younger sister began impatiently. Ensure security first, the older sister replied calmly. We can't let something happen to the president of Country as soon as he lands. Will our older sister make a move directly? The younger one asked. With her personality, she would have taken care of it before the plane even landed, the older sister replied nonchalantly. At the airport, a young man from the zombie army stood with a cloaked figure. Everything is in place. I guarantee the president of Country will lose his head. The cloaked figure was a Ta. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and collapsed. What's wrong? The young man asked frantically. Ta, are you feeling unwell? Now is not the time for jokes. On that plane, Ta stammered, there's something. That gives me a familiar sense of fear. The young man helped Ta up and reported on his radio, it's nothing, Ta is just feeling a little sick. Proceed with the plan, Ta said weakly. The plane was landing as the reporter announced, the plane is about to land at our capital's airport. The governor of his state will be receiving him. Let us all welcome peace, she glanced at her notes. The president of Country has arrived, the plane door opened. A man in a sharp black suit, but with a hood pulled over his head, stepped out. It was Jiang Si. The moment he saw him, Ta grabbed the radio and shouted, danger, stop now, Jiao, the sniper, heard the signal. You fool, can't you feel it? What? Jiao asked, confused. I'm wearing a consciousness-enhancing device for better sniping. The female leader received the signal and shot up. What? She said into her mic. Everyone, retreat. That man is not the president of Contria. As Jiang Si appeared, dozens of cameras flashed. Xiao Ji's family stared blankly at the screen. Who is that guy? Other families watching were just as confused. For the first time, Jiang Si appeared before the people of the entire world. What would happen to him, now entangled in the world's power struggles? His image appeared on the Yao sisters' screen. Who is this? The younger sister asked. Is he on the list of the president's entourage? The main bodyguard, Jiang Si. Why does he seem so strange? On the plane, the minister praised Jiang Si over the radio. Well done, Jiang Si. This is exactly the effect we wanted. You're the bulletproof shield. Let's see if anyone dares to shoot. Sir Minister, Jiang Si grumbled back. You weren't like this before, sending your subordinates to be shields. Well, it's not like you can die anyway, the minister replied casually. That's right, look around. The president will stand in the sniper's blind spot when he comes out. I can catch your missiles with my bare hands, Jiang Si muttered in frustration. Just to dodge a bullet, do we need to be this dramatic? Just bear with it, the minister encouraged. The president is just a normal person, not as tough as us. Their president is disembarking, the reporter announced. The president of Contria stepped out, waving and smiling at the welcoming crowd. A warm welcome to our country, Mr. President, a dignitary said. You've traveled a long way, so we have prepared a hotel for you. The visit will officially begin tomorrow. The foreign ambassador introduced the man next to him. This is the governor of its state, who is in charge of this reception. Focus, Ziling said to Jiang Si. The female leader watched the screen. That feeling of pressure from before. Was it my imagination? On the Yao sister's screen, nothing was happening. Strange, the younger sister said impatiently. Why hasn't she made her move yet? I don't know, the older sister replied. It seems she's missed the best opportunity for an assassination. It's our turn now. The screen showed the president of Contria declaring, I have arranged for transportation. It's bugged with a listening device. We'll know as soon as they mention the ancient ones. During this 7-day visit, time is the one thing we have. The two fell silent. At the Thongdong Bangad airport, the host enthusiastically said, we have prepared transportation for the president. But he politely declined, no need for such trouble, we have our own shuttle. Jiang Si, standing there, received an order from the minister to have the president get into a different car. He then took out a device, disconnected something, and pressed a button. Elsewhere, the two Yao sisters were still discussing. The younger sister asked, didn't they bring bodyguards? Are we still providing security? The older sister, holding a lollipop, retorted, how much do you trust the military value of Contria? Looking at a monitor, she said, did you see Ziling and Lan Qi following the last exchange delegation? They were beaten to a pulp. The younger sister dismissed them. No matter how grand their security detail is, their country's strength is only so. A man sitting behind them interrupted their conversation, shouting, they didn't take our vehicle. They got into another car. The younger sister was surprised. What? She immediately grabbed a microphone to get a clear report. Which car did their president get into? Specify. Hello. The man reported in confusion. They also brought a signal jammer. We've lost connection. This enraged her so much that she slammed her hand on the table and cursed, damn it. Jiang Si, Ziling, and Lan Kai approached. 2 cars had been prepared. Following the minister's instructions, they split up. They began to act according to his plan. Jiang Si would take an underground route to get the president to the hotel. He had laid out a meticulous map to guide them. Jiang Si, from this moment on, no one gets near the president. Ziling and Lan Kai will take the old route to draw their attention. The woman from the earlier incident was still shaken. Her older sister, a Jiao, kept asking over the comes what to do next. Big sis, what do we do now? Do we proceed with the assassination? The woman spoke into the mic. Listen, there's a very strange person in that group. He ordered everyone to stop. But a Jiao's connection was caught, and she couldn't hear the command. Hello. Are we killing them or not? Hello. What is this crappy device? He looked at his sniper rifle, then at another gun, and kicked it away in disgust. Seriously, with this kind of power, we still need to use this garbage weapon for an assassination. I could just charge in and beat them up. He then pulled out a knife. Don't worry, big sis. A Jiao decided to act alone. Wait for me to kill them all, then I'll come report my merits to you. The man working diligently with the minister was curious. Minister, they've boarded the car safely. Why are you so careful as to jam the signal? The minister, having seen through everything, replied, everyone has their own agenda. You think they're safe now? We have one concern, Dr. J. Ming. Their country also has a formidable underground organization. Jiang Si was sitting in the front passenger seat of a car when the president of Contria from the back seat suddenly asked, Chief Jiang Si is a zombie, isn't he? Hearing this, Jang was quite surprised. The president didn't wait for a reply and continued, "You will protect me, won't you?" Jang replied with a single word, "I will." Hearing his answer, the president of country laughed with interest. "Then I'm relieved. One more thing, there's no chance you'll one day feel like killing us all to rule the world, is there?" Jang replied nonchalantly, "I have no interest in that." The driver, hearing their conversation, broke out in a nervous sweat. The woman's follower reported, "Big sis, we can't contact a Jiao," which worried her. Ata, receiving the news, guessed, "The convoy must have a signal jammer, that's why we can't get through." The young man beside him said he was going to hijack a car. The two Yao sisters also acted hastily, having a bad feeling. Quick, to the convoy. The city center was peaceful. Jiangxi's group's convoy moved with special forces soldiers lining the roads for security. Suddenly Lan Kai, sitting next to Ziling, sensed a strange disturbance. She looked out the window curiously. "What's that sound?" A Jiao flew down from above, screaming, "Stop right there for Mei." A massive collision occurred. The crash of Jiao caused threw everything into chaos. Lan Kai and Ziling were surprised as they were thrown from the car. Ziling was bewildered. What is this?" A Jiao emerged from the smoke and dust of the crash, looking terrifying. Lan Kai asked in shock, "What the hell is that thing?" Suddenly, from the rooftop of a building, something landed at high speed. It was the two Yao sisters, rushing over. The older sister shouted, "Ziling, Lan Kai, this guy is dangerous." At that moment, Ata spoke up, "You foreigners from the other side of the world." He casually held out his knife and declared, "I'll show you the power of country by zombies." He then let out a breath, full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Lan Kai said in confusion, "Zombies." The older Yao sister recognized him as one of the zombie bosses under her sister's command. A Jiao raised his hand, creating a quantity of black oil, and then flung it around in an arc. He then flicked a lighter and said, "Attack." Lan Kai was baffled. What? A Jiao had used the fire to ignite the oil, creating a massive fireball that rushed towards her. The younger Yao sister was shocked. The fireball, with its immense destructive power, flew towards Ziling and Lan Kai, but they managed to jump up and dodge it in time. The younger Yao sister shouted a warning, "Don't let that fire touch you. It can't be extinguished." Ziling was utterly confused. "Yao Shaxu, Yao Xiaoyo, why are you two?" Lan Kai saw the fire's wide range, and gritted her teeth in frustration. In a building in the city, Ata and the young man with him received an order from their big sis. "You must bring a Jiao back to me. We've missed the assassination opportunity." A Jiao's unauthorized actions would give the president of country leverage. He replied, "Understood, big sis. I'm on my way." Ata said to the young man, "No need to help me, I've already recovered." Dunzuo was sitting silently in the car. Ata and the young man went down to the street and saw a car. He was noticing something. Dunzuo in the car was looking right at him. This sent a jolt of alarm through Ata. What? A sword was moving at incredible speed. It shot straight towards a Jiao. It was Lan Kai's sword. She appeared with her blades and approached him, saying, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Seeing this, he took something out, lit it behind his back, and threw it towards her, saying, "Oh yeah." The object flew in front of Lan Kai and suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and dust. Caught off guard, she was enveloped and started coughing violently. After the smoke cleared, before she could recover, she was attacked by a Jiao. He was right in front of her, decisively striking with his knife. Seeing this, Ziling cried out, "Lan Kai." The Yao sisters were also stunned. "We told you to be careful." Lan Kai was sent flying. A Jiao stood with his knife, ready to fight again. Next, she had been taken down by a Jiao and was leaning against a car, covered in injuries. Ziling, in a state of panic, called out, "Lan Kai." The Yao sisters rushed to help. Suddenly, a Jiao was surrounded by numerous swords. The two sisters appeared in front of Ziling to help, saying, "Get your president out of here. To attack so recklessly with such little power. Hurry and get Lan Kai to a doctor, she might still be saved." Each of them held a sword. The younger sister said, "In the end, we still have to use force." She then threatened a Jiao, "We don't want to execute you. I advise you to get lost." He angrily pointed at them in protest. "Bullshit." He cautiously raised his knife. "If it weren't for the fact that you're Big Sis's younger sisters, I would have chopped you up and sold you off long ago. But fine, you brats. I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson on her behalf." A Jiao began to use his power, saying, "Don't blame me for not giving you more warning." He created a pool of black oil around himself, then said, "Corpse oil." This made Ziling and the two Yao sisters stare in wide-eyed confusion. A Jiao's lighter fell into the oil on the ground, and it burst into flames. The sight before her astonished Ziling. The oil was gradually igniting, creating a blaze that surrounded a Jiao. His head, hands, and other body parts were on fire. After the flames subsided, a Jiao himself was the one burning. He stood tall in a grotesque form, his head and hands wreathed in fire. The Yao sisters were shocked and screamed. In front of them, a Jiao brazenly transformed. The younger sister said in amazement, He can transform. The older sister was stunned. What? Ziling stood silently behind them, her face dark and frighteningly quiet. A Jiao boasted, What's wrong? Never seen this before. I went easy on you out of respect for Big Sis. He thought you were so tough. The older sister, seeing that Ziling hadn't taken Lan Kai away yet, asked, Why haven't you left? At that moment, Ziling's body also began to change. As she prepared to fight, a voice called out, Ziling, stand back. It was Lan Kai. She was slowly floating up. You had your turn to shine last time. Seeing this, the Yao sisters and a Jiao were all surprised. Finishing her sentence, now it's my turn, she stood up with Ziling, ready to fight. Her face had transformed into a terrifying skull. The Yao sisters screamed in fear, What the hell is that? Lan Kai, holding her weapon, said majestically, Let me experience it. Let's see how strong the chief's genes are. Ziling's face also transformed into a skull with 2 sharp horns. She drew her sword and said, Alright, let's make this quick. Don't waste time. The Yao sisters were still bewildered and suspicious. When did you people? Are you still human? A Jiao watched, confused. What is this? Why do I sense a kindred spirit? No, not a kindred spirit. Lan Kai raised her sword and taunted him. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you wanted to kill us all? He attacked enthusiastically, big talk, huh. Fine, I'll grant your wish. A corner of the city was affected by a Jiao's fire. He swung his arms, using his power to spread flames in all directions. He created a massive fireball and directed it forward. Lan Kai, unafraid, didn't dodge but stood before it, inhaled, and decisively swallowed the entire flame. The younger Yao sister was aghast. What? She swallowed it. A Jiao, seeing Lan Kai's action, said with amusement, Interesting. Lan Kai was moving towards him at high speed. She then delivered a kick to his face that startled him. How? Impossible. Her kick was so powerful that it threw him off balance, but he managed to use his hands to brace himself. Suddenly, he received a signal from Big Sis. A Jiao, can you hear me? But he was still focused on Lan Kai's power. Is this the kick of a human? Big Sis shouted angrily, Answer me if you can hear me. A Jiao ignored her, replying only, I'm busy. Lan Kai laughed cheerfully. In another quiet and safe building, Jiangxi was on the phone with the minister. Jiangxi had seen Ziling and Lan Kai are in a bit of trouble. Jiangxi asked if the line was back to normal. The minister asked if the president had arrived safely at the hotel. Jiangxi replied, Yes. The minister said, Now, go over to Ziling's side and see what's happened. Jiangxi cautiously asked, If I go over there now, will things be okay here? The minister replied, This is our territory, it's very safe. He then promptly hung up. After receiving the message, Jiangxi started to move. Alright, I'm on my way. Lan Kai was standing silently on a wrecked car. Earlier, Xiao Xiao was resting inside a test tube. She came out in a panic and asked, What is Sister Lan Kai doing? Lan Kai was holding a syringe filled with a solution, saying, I don't care. She was competing with Ziling. Why is it that we're both team leaders, but she can surpass me? I won't allow it. Xiao Xiao, seeing her rebellious state, tried to dissuade her. This thing hasn't been thoroughly researched yet. We don't know the side effects. But Lan Kai didn't care. Shut up, she said, and began injecting the substance into her arm. As the solution entered her system, she endured the pain and used all of it. Now, transformed, she stood motionless. Seeing this, Ziling said, Lan Kai, control your emotions. Suddenly, a Jiao laughed with great interest. This is getting interesting. The Yao sisters turned to look at him in surprise. Lan Kai opened her mouth and absorbed the fire he created. Seeing this, he increased his power, creating a fiery tornado and smugly saying, Keep burning. She shot back the fire she had absorbed, shouting, Returning it to you. Lan Kai released several times the amount of fire she had taken in. This stunned everyone. What? A Jiao was buried in the flames, screaming in pain. He couldn't believe it was happening. No, this is impossible. As the fire disappeared, Lan Kai appeared right in front of a Jiao. The younger Yao sister was shocked. She can even blow it back out. In a flash, she kicked a Jiao, sending him crashing to the ground. Her kick was so strong that he fell through the cracked concrete into the earth below. After defeating him, Lan Kai said with satisfaction, This feels great. A Jiao climbed out from underground, cursing angrily, Great my ass, what the hell are you? Ziling, from behind, reminded her, Lan Kai, control your emotions. You'll lose your reason and go berserk. Hearing this, the younger Yao sister was taken aback. Lan Kai's face had become terrifying, her mouth opened in a grotesque smile, I want to eat him. The Yao sisters looked at Lan Kai in utter shock. She's losing control, they thought, as she continuously tried to attack a Jiao. Eat you, he was speechless. You. Then he said angrily, Who's the real zombie here? He continued to receive a signal from Big Sis. Jiao, listen up. Abort the mission. She advised him, something terrifying is heading your way. Something was approaching from the sky at incredible speed. It was Jiang Se. He landed from the sky, creating a huge impact that sent smoke and dust everywhere. As the dust slowly settled, Jiao, still stubborn, tried to reply, no, I'm not satisfied. We haven't decided a winner yet. Suddenly, a guy appeared from behind and slapped him on the shoulder. A guy immediately grabbed Jiao and started running, saying, let's go. Seeing this, Lan Qi shouted angrily, nobody runs, leave your life here. Being dragged away, Jiao protested, hey guy, we haven't finished our fight. A guy warned helplessly, if you want to finish it, you'll die. Lan Qi, not wanting them to escape, blew out a massive source of power. Jiao, seeing its size, asked in panic, what? What is that? The attack was moving in multiple directions, targeting them. Seeing the dire situation, a guy raised his hand to teleport. Lan Qi's wide-range attack slammed into a building. A guy seemed unable to use his ability and said in surprise, what? The Yao sisters were also in disbelief. What was that? Technology. The force of Lan Qi's power knocked them backward. They fell to the ground in a panic. What? Damn it, we can't dodge this. The building hit by Lan Qi's attack was collapsing towards the two girls. Ziling, unable to do anything, shouted, this is bad, she's lost control, energy levels have surpassed the danger threshold. Xiao Yu closed her eyes, waiting to be buried by the building, but then something happened that saved them. Seeing no impact, she opened her eyes. Jiangxi had appeared in front of them, splitting the building in two. They were safe, though covered in scratches and completely bewildered. What happened? Xiao Yu stared at Jiangxi, who said nothing. He then turned his face, and at that moment, his features had returned to human. Xiao Yu stared at Jiangxi, who looked down at her in silence. Meanwhile, the out-of-control Lan Qi was attacking everything around her. Jiangxi glanced at her, and Xiao Yu followed his gaze. He calmly extended his hand. Lan Qi, unaware of his presence, was still attacking ferociously. Jiangxi's fist shot out, and he punched Lan Qi squarely in the face, shattering the fearsome bone mass covering it. At that moment, she was no longer aggressive and was gradually calming down. The Yao sisters were horrified. What? Jiangxi remained silent and indifferent, looking at Lan Qi. The bone mask covering Ziling's face also disappeared. She called out in surprise, Lan Qi. Lan Qi silently closed her eyes, her body seemingly weakening. The Yao sisters watched the situation intently. When they turned to look at Jiangxi, his face had reverted to that of a zombie. They were all confused. Ziling went to support Lan Qi, saying, I told you to control your emotions. She only replied curtly, got too excited. Xiao Yu raised a hand to rub her eyes, getting up and doubting herself. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why did I just see a handsome guy? But Xiao Xu beside her confirmed it, I saw it too. They started to question their sanity. We both saw the same thing, right? Something's wrong. It must be an illusion. Are we that desperate for a man? Xiao Yu rejected this reason. No way. Xiao Xu looked at Jiangxi and wondered, who is he, really? He said something to Lan Qi and Ziling, to which they replied, yes. Xiao Xu asked, Xiao Yu, you've studied Countria for so long. Have you ever seen him? She, too, was curious about him and replied, I've never heard of this character. His group was preparing to get in the car and leave. Xiao Xu looked at them with certainty. They definitely possess the power of ancient technology. She muttered in frustration, damn it, otherwise how could their power be so terrifying? We didn't even get to make a move. It makes us look as weak as snails. Xiao Yu received a phone call. Bosses, their president has arrived at the hotel. She announced a delay in their plans. Let's not think about that for now. Their president is at the hotel. We've been played. We'll discuss it back at headquarters. Then she gave a serious order, Xiao Ji, listen carefully. Investigate that guy in the hat for me. Find out what he's doing in Countria. Xiao Ji acknowledged the order. Understood. A guy dragged Jiao to the rooftop of a building. The sudden landing caught Jiao off guard, and he fell flat on his face. He angrily yelled, a guy, what are you doing? I wasn't done fighting. A guy, losing his patience, retorted, shut up. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead. A guy then calmed down and said to Jiao, putting that mysterious guy aside, we've missed the chance to assassinate the president. I think I sense two unfamiliar auras. Two very strong zombie bosses have infiltrated our territory. This shocked Jiao. An airplane was flying in the sky, beginning its descent. On the plane, a Lang and a Mao were in a pet carrier cage. When they landed, a Mao was growling in his cage. A hand grabbed his scruff. Lan Qi leaned in close to a Mao and threatened, you better behave. If you get exposed, I'll tell your big brother. Hearing this, he imagined himself being hung up with no escape and became frightened. Anxiously, he looked up at the sky and bar. Seeing Lan Qi and Ziling leading a Lang and a Mao out, The Yao twin sisters were puzzled. Your pets look very unique. Ziling forced a smile and replied, they are indeed unique, while Lan Kai looked away. Seeing a Mao, the sisters felt helpless. The older sister shook Ziling's hand and confirmed, that's everything, right? She replied, yes, that's everything. The older sister announced, the visit schedule will begin in 2 days. Happy cooperation. The four of them then went their separate ways. The younger sister glanced at Lan Kai and Ziling and commented, those two girls are clever. They won't reveal the source of that power to us. The older sister turned and asked, there's only one way. Has the invited expert arrived yet? The younger sister looked at her watch and said, he should be here by now. 2 days later, on a bright morning, the president of Country began his 7-day visit. A female reporter from Country confidently hosted the program as usual. Dear viewers, the president of Country has arrived at our largest shopping center. The camera panned around, showing a large crowd. He is here to survey our business models, and there's a possibility of a huge deal being closed. The camera showed the ambassador of Country interacting with the president of Country. Everyone was welcoming him. This afternoon, he will visit several technology companies. The female reporter added, and this evening, he will meet with the Black Queen. People in the crowd were eagerly taking pictures. In a solemn meeting room, a voice announced, I am here to attend a round-table conference with our Prime Minister to discuss the exchange. When the meeting ended, it was late at night. Ziling walked out of the meeting room behind Jiangxi, sighing, that was exhausting. The visit is finally almost over. Good thing they cooperated with security, otherwise it would have been even more tiring. On the Yao twin sisters' monitor, an image of Jiangxi was displayed. The younger sister asked, are you sure you saw him turn into a handsome guy? The older sister affirmed, I'm sure. I couldn't have mistaken it. The door behind them opened, and a man walked in, saying, the Prime Minister sent me to cooperate with you too. The younger sister casually said, come here, Minister Thoi. He asked directly, tell me, whose memory do you want me to extract? She looked at the image of Jiangxi on the screen and said, his. She gave him a brief overview. The visit is now over, and we don't have much time. This guy is a mysterious figure from Country. We haven't been able to find anything about him, but I'm sure he's connected to the Ancient Ones. And he smiled and said, understood. This is my specialty. There's nothing I can't do. Minister Thoi took a bottle and sprayed himself, saying, disguise. A white smoke appeared around him. After the smoke cleared, he had transformed into the president of Country and asked, how is it? Do I look like him? The Yao twin sisters smiled smugly, we're counting on you. Jiangxi was waiting for Ziling to buy something from a vending machine. She took out a bottle of water and handed it to him. Holding her own can, she wondered aloud, sometimes I want to ask you, how long have you lived? He replied awkwardly, I don't know. I've forgotten. Ziling started guessing, 800 years. 1,000 years. 2,000 years. She then threw her can into the trash and walked away, saying, it's useless to ask. You don't even know your own age. He stood still, holding the can, and said, I'm going to sleep. The young man and Ate were hiding behind a wall. The young man asked, are you sure we have to be here? Ate replied nervously, I just want to be sure who that person I met that day was. Anyway, he's not human. He was stunned when he reached the end of the wall. Jiangxi's back was right in front of him. He was startled when he saw him, sensing a terrifying force from within Jiangxi staring at him threateningly. Ate immediately turned and ran, pulling the young man with him. This is bad, I give up, run. The young man was surprised and confused. Jiangxi was walking down the hallway when his phone rang. It was Ziling's voice. This is Ziling. The president is calling for you. He wondered, didn't you go to sleep? But it was actually Xiao Yu imitating her voice. Whatever, the president is calling for you. We're waiting for you in room 614. Seeing Lan Kai enter her room, Ziling asked, Lan Kai, why are you here? She replied, the president is calling for us. A hand opened a door. It was Jiangxi. Seeing him, Minister Thoi, disguised as the president of Country, said, you're here. Good, I have something to ask you. Meanwhile, Ziling was trying to contact Jiangxi. Lan Kai asked her, have you reached Jiangxi yet? She replied, not yet. Xiao Yu said smugly, we know how to block signals too. We're about to find out the source of that power. Lan Kai and Ziling entered a room. Here, a Lang and a Mao were quietly in their cages. The real president of Country was casually playing a video game. Ziling asked, President, you called for us. He said, I need to use the restroom, and then said a lot of other things that made them freeze. In front of the restroom door, Lan Kai and Ziling stood staring at the gender signs. Ziling asked doubtfully, is it okay if we don't go in? Lan Kai replied nonchalantly, this is our territory. What could possibly happen? Inside the restroom, two men were at the urinals. It was the young man and Ate. The young man asked curiously about what happened earlier. Ate, if you brought me here, why did you run away? He replied, I just wanted to be sure, and to see if there was still a chance. The young man was skeptical. How could that be? Didn't you say there was a very scary guy here? We've missed our chance. The president of Contria appeared, whistling casually. He stood next to them to use the urinal. He cheerfully looked at Ataz. Package. And said, nice one, bro. The two girls waiting outside started to get antsy as he was taking a long time. A corner of the building was destroyed. The young man and Ata were carrying the president of Contria and rushing out, laughing. Ata was overjoyed. What a stroke of luck, they cheered, we hit the jackpot. As far as the eye could see, Ata and the young man were hastily moving across rooftops to get back to their base as quickly as possible. They laughed excitedly. We never expected such a surprise harvest. This time, they'll have to admire Yiz. Lan Kai and Ziling, standing outside, heard the noise. What's that sound? They awkwardly peeked into the men's restroom. Lan Kai wondered, what is the president doing to make such a loud noise? But they were both stunned to see that the restroom wall had been smashed. Realizing the situation, they screamed in panic. Alarms blared everywhere. Everyone scrambled to prepare upon receiving the news. Attention everyone, the president is missing. Lock down everything. We must find the president before the press finds out. Inform Contrib about what happened on their territory. They must assist in retrieving the camera footage. Lan Kai and Ziling were anxiously in the president's room. Ziling held her phone, continuously trying to contact Jang Sai. Hello. Have you reached Chief Jiangxi yet? Lan Kai replied, not yet. I don't know where he is. This made Ziling grit her teeth in anger. Lan Kai impatiently said, let me transform and find him. But Ziling rushed to stop her. Wait, have you forgotten that a few days ago you almost couldn't change back? Ziling warned her, without Jiangxi, you'll eat everyone here. She held up her hand to explain, even I can't control at 100. Don't let us become the ones threatening the president's life. We can't use the genes unless it's absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Lan Kai asked in confusion, then what do we do now? They both fell silent. Then, they appeared in front of a Mao and a Lang's cages, making the creatures anxious. Lan Kai asked Ziling, are you serious? Ziling knelt and held out a keychain belonging to the president of Contria. This is the president's. Can you find him? A Mao only replied, let me out first. After being released, they sat on a sofa. Lan Kai was skeptical. Ziling, they're not dogs. Can they really find him? Suddenly, Lang grabbed a Mao's collar and started pulling him up. This surprised Lan Kai and Ziling. Lang threw a Mao against the wall. The wall was severely damaged. The two girls shielded their eyes from the dust. Lang looked up at the destroyed wall and said cheerfully, freedom. He got into a ready stance, then crouched to build momentum. Instantly, he shot out at an incredible speed, shouting, leave it to us. The soldiers were enveloped in the dust cloud Lang created, coughing non-stop. In the dust, Ziling was amazed. What was that? Lan Kai thought, how is this any different from when we transform? Something was streaking across the sky at the speed of light. Attack, and the young man looked up in surprise. Amel was rushing towards them, warning, brother, if you don't want to die, leave the man. Ata was horrified. He shouted, realizing, damn it, Contria is raising zombie kinks. Ata and the young man started running, telling each other to head back to headquarters. Lang and Amao chased after them, shouting, you're dead meat. Ziling's group also began to act. Lan Kai asked, what do we do? Ziling signaled to follow them. They started to give chase. Ziling was amazed, they're so fast. Lan Kai was frustrated, having power and not being able to use it is so annoying. All three groups Lan Kai's, Amao's, and Ataz were moving at top speed across the sky. At a ruined area, a shout attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Get out of my way, attack, and the young man hastily landed. A Jiao and a Guy approached them. A Jiao was surprised. A Guy immediately realized. Wait, this is the president. Ata urgently shouted, don't just stand there. There are two freaks chasing us. Just as he finished speaking, a Mao and a Lang arrived. This greatly surprised the zombies. What? They began to gather. People from another place. As the gathered zombies focused on a Mao and a Lang, someone asked, Contria's zombie bosses. A Mao declared, hand over the person, and there will be no fight. We're dealing with foreign zombies. Be careful. A Guy heard this and questioned him. The human war between our two countries hasn't even started, and we're fighting first. As a zombie leader, why are you helping humans? A Mao quickly retorted, me. Look at yourselves. You're also coexisting with humans. Atat and the young man were silent as he said, what right do you have to talk to me? But a Guy immediately argued, I'm doing this for the future survival of zombies. It's a grand plan. Hearing this, a Mao burst out laughing. In the past, a figure walked on the barren earth towards the sun. A Mao recalled, the first half of my life was like that of an ordinary bird. He was just a bird in a flock. We helped humans clean up trash and corpses. We caught prey, killed insects, and reduce the spread of disease. But he wondered why, in their mouths, we became pests, a terrifying, cruel existence. Amao realized, I hate humans not because of their prejudice, but because of jealousy. I wanted to become human. Seeing humans walk and communicate happily, he always wished, I want legs like them. I want consciousness and intelligence like them, to become a higher being. Bullets from a gun killed hundreds of birds. Now I've become the last one to be killed by humans. At that moment, Jang appeared. He knelt inquisitively and lifted a heavy stone slab. With the earth in this state, can anything still survive? He looked at Alang with pity. A pity, your lower half and wings are gone. He gently lifted him up and said, from now on, I'll call you Alang. He then took him along and taught him. Alang, remember, hatred and destruction don't solve problems. To this day, he still remembered the feeling of being cared for by Jiangxi in Ziling's pocket. Back in the present, Amao sneered. He brazenly declared, the truth proves that our plan is grander. A guy, seeing his attitude, realized it seems negotiation is impossible. At that moment, Lan Kai and Ziling caught up. You guys run so fast. A Jiao had transformed and was holding his weapon, ready to fight. A guy, what's the point of talking so much to them? This isn't their territory. Don't think country zombies are useless. Amao's body was also changing. Lan Kai and Ziling stared at him in amazement. His facial features changed, becoming softer. He remembered Ziling placing him in her hand. He said that whether you want to become human or any other creature, if you say it's right, then it's right. Now, his body had transformed into a human's. He said, I have no intention of negotiating with you either. The two girls, seeing Amao's human form, screamed in horror. Amao stood tall in his human form. Lan Kai held her head in disbelief. What is this thing? Ziling shouted in a panic. Isn't he a dog? A guy was also extremely surprised. What? A Jiao beside him sneered, a broken, winged bird with delusions of becoming human. But Amao just glanced at him silently. He raised his hands to attack, shouting, what are you so arrogant about? He then used his immolation power, creating an immense heat to attack Amao. With her experience fighting a Jiao, Lan Kai shouted a warning, you too, be careful, this guy is not simple. The tornado it created was massive and rushing straight towards Amao, but he quickly dodged to the side. After missing Amao, it didn't disappear but turned into a cyclone, affecting Ziling and Lan Kai with its wind pressure. Ziling assessed the situation, and planned with Lan Kai, let's get out of here. Leave it to them. We'll go find the president. From within the flames, a Jiao appeared in front of Amao, thrusting a fiery fist. Amao planted his feet firmly and punched a Jiao straight in the stomach. This bewildered Lan Kai, Ziling, a guy, and a Ta. What? A Jiao grunted in pain. He had been thrown tens of meters away by Amao. A guy looked at Amao in terror. This guy's attack power is insane. Then, Amao quickly advanced towards the other zombies. They couldn't react fast enough and just stood there dumbfounded. Amao created 3 claws, which sliced the ruined building into 3 parts, causing immense damage to the zombies. A guy looked towards the rising smoke. A Jiao had reverted to his original form and was lying sprawled on the ground. A Gao exclaimed, what is this monstrosity? The 2 girls began to make their move. Amao had absorbed all of Aga's fire into his own hands. Unable to fight alone, Aga drew his knives and commanded, country to zombies, listen up. All of you, charge and drive those 2 out. He charged forward, throwing his knives. Dagger storm. A volley of knives flew towards Amao, but he stood his ground. Aga lunged, intending to stab him, but was stopped in his tracks. Amao glanced at him, then sent him flying with a destructive blast. The force of the attack shattered Aga's knives, leaving him in a state of shock. What? This power seemed effortless for Amao, created with just a wave of his arms. Meanwhile, Lan Kai and Ziling were scouting. Found the president, Ziling shouted. Ata heard her voice, realizing they'd been discovered, and turned to look. Aga signaled to stop them. A horde of zombies immediately surrounded the 2 girls, but something else caught their attention. Alang was perched atop a towering pillar. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and his hands grew to an enormous size. With a single swing of his massive hand, he demolished several buildings. Alang had transformed into a giant monster. The zombies he sent flying screamed in terror. Lan Kai and Ziling stared in disbelief at his new form. Alang planted 1 foot on a large building and crushed it to dust. Mommy, Aga screamed in terror. An ancient deformed type. You old geezer, Lan Kai and Ziling shouted, pointing at Alang. Why were you living in a cage if you're this powerful? We let you out because we thought you were harmless. This is no different from when we transform. You're not allowed to harm the president. Alang stood defiantly in the middle of the city. He was so massive that the young man and Ata could see him just by looking up. Ata immediately recognized the legendary deformed species. He handed the president of country to the young man and instructed, take this man to Big Sister. I'm going to provide support, and activate the consciousness enhancing device. Seeing Alang's invincible form, he knew they needed a power boost. Otherwise, the zombies of Country B would be no match for them, even if they fought to the death. Damn it, Aga cursed, feeling overwhelmed. To think there are still ancient monsters in this era. Something moved at incredible speed towards Alang's eye. It was a Mao, now on Alang's body. They both possessed terrifying abilities. They're not ordinary zombie bosses, Aga realized. The young man rushed to Big Sister with the president of Country A. Big Sister, there are 2 monsters. I saw everything, she replied. This is the president of Country A, he said, presenting him. Just kill him already, she snapped. Why are you giving him to me? But he had an excuse to leave. Agao and Ate are in danger. I have to go help them. Ate was rushing towards Agao as fast as he could. The young man stood before the consciousness-enhancing device, impatiently asking, how high should I set it? If the consciousness is enhanced too much, they'll revert to primitive zombies. Don't worry about it, just turn it on. Ate's voice came through the comms. After the device was activated, Aga let out a roar. The remaining zombies did the same, rising with grim determination to drive out the intruders. From his high vantage point, a Mao sneered. So you've combined with human technology. Is that all you've got? Just a bunch of small fry. Alang began to attack with his claws, indifferent to everything around him. It has nothing to in with us. We serve only one person. He swung his arm, and the force was so great that it wiped out a corner of the city, sending zombies and rubble flying. Lan Kai and Ziling were caught in the blast, screaming in shock. The people who had used the enhancement device were stunned. Didn't we use the consciousness-enhancing device? The young man said in fear. He wiped them all out in one move. Damn it, Aga yelled, charging at a Mao, but he was easily blocked and thrown to the ground. Aga coughed up blood, severely injured. A Mao showed no mercy and quickly finished him off. Ate was closing in to help. With no other option, the young man activated the consciousness enhancement to its maximum level. Damn it, I have to hold on. Ate approached Alang from the ground. Alang glanced down at him in surprise. The power surge from the device began to take effect. Ate felt the change in his body and roared as he too transformed into a giant monster, standing defiantly before Alang. A fellow of my kind, Alang said with interest. Ate lunged at him. From above, a Mao watched. Suddenly, Aga stood up before him, fist raised. You are all so strong, he said, his voice filled with rage. Why do you help the humans? We are your own kind. I cannot answer that question, a Mao replied, ready to fight. My orders are to bring the human president back. He punched Aga squarely in the face. We just want our race to survive, Aga said weakly. Is that so wrong? Meanwhile, Ate was holding onto Alang with all his might. It's not over, you're not welcome here, but Alang was unfazed. If you refuse to hand over the human president, he said calmly, then you will all die here. He grabbed Ate by the neck, making him cry out in pain. Ziling and Lan Kai watched in bewilderment as Alang gathered energy in his hand and struck Ate, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The young man screamed in terror. Ate, Alang lifted him by the neck. Lan Kai and Ziling were stunned by the sight of the 2 giant monsters facing off. With your power, why do you let humans control you? Ate choked out. You have the power of destruction, yet you act as their dogs. Why wouldn't I want to destroy humanity? Alang replied, his mind drifting back to the past. I was just a child of the deformed zombie clan. We were not mindless undead. We had consciousness, we had food. We just wanted our own territory to survive. But then those damn humans came with their technology. They destroyed our homes. Because of their belief that if you're not one of us, you must die, all my elders were killed. Alang, though still very young, was always in hiding. My parents hid me in the rubble to protect me from the humans. I witnessed them kill my family. At that time, I hated humans more than any other species. I wanted revenge, but I hated myself even more for my cowardice and weakness. Alang peeked out from the rubble. All the monsters have been eliminated, a robot soldier declared. From now on, there are no more deformed zombies on Earth. Then he spotted Alang. Wait, there's one more. Just as Alang thought he was about to die, someone appeared and attacked the robot. It was Jiangxi, another of his kind. Alang watched, hidden. A strong fellow of my kind. Jiangxi stood tall, looking like a human, which Alang found strange. He single-handedly fought against the entire robot army. Ground forces have been wiped out, they reported. Use all weapons. Cannons fired from a ship at sea. He's looking at Is, the commander yelled. Use all weapons from the land, sea, and air. Jiangxi controlled the sea, raising a wall of water to block the cannonballs. The waves rose higher than the warships, sinking them. Naval forces wiped out. Fire the orbital laser, a massive laser beam shot from a warship, but Jiangxi stood unfazed. The laser created a huge explosion, but he was unharmed. The laser weapon itself was destroyed. Even the laser that can vaporize zombie cells is like a decoration to him. Finally, a massive figure emerged from the smoke. It was the strongest mecha soldier, humanity's pride, but it couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang. He did what I wanted to in most. One by one, the mecha, jets, and soldiers were defeated. I saw fear on the humans' faces for the first time. Alang, able to survive underwater, was lucky to witness that battle of the century. The earth was now a barren wasteland. He destroyed all of human civilization, and with it, most of the life on Earth. The world, which once had over 100 continents, was now left with only 2. I knew I could never in what he did. I knew he hated humans as much as I did. But as he looked at the desolate world, there was no joy of revenge in his eyes. Alang climbed out of the rubble. Jang had transformed into his zombie form, his eyes empty and lonely. He picked up his coat and put it on, then silently walked away. Suddenly, he stopped. He knelt and dug through the rubble, finding a living creature, its lower body and wings missing. He picked it up. From now on, I'll call you Alang. From then on, Alang always followed Jiang. Big Brother once said that hatred and destruction don't solve problems. As long as we don't threaten humans, we can achieve our great plan. Back in the present, Alang asked Ata, who he held by the neck, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Ziling and Lam Kai were completely bewildered. He threw Ata aside. "Lies," Ata said, leaning against a building. "There's no one that strong." At the fake president's location, the man suddenly said, "Help me." His face darkened, and he sneezed, transforming back into Minister Thoi, coughing up black smoke. The Yao sisters saw him and cried out, "Hey, what did you see with your hypnosis? Answer me. Why did you change back?" The Minister Thoi stuttered, foaming at the mouth. "He killed all my ancestors." "What are you saying? Speak clearly," Hiu shouted. "Ambulance," he managed to say. "Stop shouting and save him," Hiu Toyet said, rushing to open the door. Chumsi stood silently, scratching his head. He fell asleep. He looked at the empty chair. "Where's the president?" The Yao sisters were rushing the unconscious minister to the hospital. "Hurry, doctor, save him, don't die. If you're going to die, at least tell us everything first." Suddenly, Jiangxi's phone rang. It was the minister. "Can you hear me?" "Answer me. The president has been captured." "The president was just here with me," Jiangxi said, confused. "What? The president was captured half an hour ago," the minister said in surprise. The wall of the room exploded as Jiangxi flew off at incredible speed. At the hospital emergency room, the Yao sisters asked the doctor, "How is he?" "Not good," the doctor replied. "Just being able to talk is enough," Hiu Toyet said hopefully. "Don't ask for too much," the doctor said. "It's good that he's alive. He's in a vegetative state. Don't expect him to speak for the rest of his life." Ata, severely injured, confronted Alang. "Lies. If there was a zombie like that, why are we living in such misery? He said he destroyed all of humanity, so why are there still survivors?" "You should ask the humans that," Alang replied calmly. "It seems you're determined to die. If you want to hand over the president, you'll have to get through me first," Ata declared, getting up. The other zombies also rose, ready to fight. "They've gone mad," Lamki said in a panic. "You said it yourself," Alang confirmed. "Then you can all disappear," he roared, unleashing a power many times stronger than before. "What now?" Amao wondered. "Did you forget why we came here?" Ziling and Lamki screamed. "What is that?" Aga said in fear. "Don't fight, we'll hand him over," the young man offered, seeing they couldn't win. A hand reached out towards Alang. The immense power he had just gathered vanished. "What?" Ata's eyes widened. Jiangxi had appeared, stopping the fight, standing on Ata's head. The rampaging zombies suddenly stopped, trembling in fear. They instinctively knelt and bowed their heads. "Greetings, king." "It's quiet again," Lamki said in shock. "Now you see," Alang said proudly. "What?" Ata stared at Jiangxi, full of doubt. "A fellow of my kind. Or an ancestor. Where is the human president?" In the basement. Turn left at the entrance, in the command room," Ata stammered. Agao, still kneeling, watched him go. "What is this?" Facing those two wasn't as pressuring as facing him alone. In the command room, the zombie leader pointed a gun at the president of Contria. "I never show mercy to my enemies. Rest in peace." As she was about to pull the trigger, the president spoke. "Wait. You're the leader of the country B rebel organization, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be a girl. You're no less than any man. Flattery won't save you," she said coldly. "Wait, I have intelligence about ancient human technology. Don't you want to know?" This piqued her interest. "Ancient humans." She pulled the bag off his head. "Speak clearly. My patience is limited. You must know that Country B is doing this because we in Contria discovered ancient ruins," the president began. "Unfortunately, we had to fight them. We only defeated one, but their advanced technology remains. Contriba is dragging out the visit to get more information. You're wasting your efforts trying to make us destroy each other. Let me go, and I'll tell you about the ancient humans. Then you can take matters into your own hands. You're stalling. Do you think I'm a fool? She yelled, realizing she wasn't getting any useful information. She pulled the trigger, but the shot went wide. The zombies had stopped her. What? What are you doing? She demanded, struggling against them. I raised you, gave you consciousness. Why are you stopping me? They brought her before someone. She looked up and saw Jiang Sai. You, she screamed in shock. He remained silent. The zombies forced her to the ground. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, let go. Who are you? Jiang glanced at her and smiled. I didn't expect the leader of the country of zombies to be a human girl. Interesting. But I have no interest in your country's leader, and you are not to kill that person. What? You, she yelled, her plan exposed. Just then, the president of Country walked in. Oh, Chief Jian has arrived. Stop them, she screamed. Or all hope is lost. Let me go. But the zombies' blank reactions horrified her even more. Why aren't they reacting? Are they being controlled? Is the consciousness enhancing device useless? She looked up at Jiangxi in panic. Release her after we leave, Jiangxi said coldly. We are civilized zombies. No unnecessary killing. Outside, by a mountain range, Ziling and Lan Ke rushed to the president. Mr. President, are you alright? You scared us to death. I'm fine, he smiled. I can't believe all this happened just because I had to use the restroom. Sorry about that. Think of it as a trip. Strange. He was just chatting with me a moment ago, and now he's here, Jiangxi thought. Do human presidents have supernatural powers? I guess I can't underestimate them. The other two looked bored listening to his ramblings. And so, the president of Country's trip to the zombie base came to an end. Bodyguard Jiangxi escorted the president back to the hotel. Elsewhere, a Mao turned and said, You guys are lucky. A Go jumped in surprise, then snorted in defiance. A Lang slowly walked forward. After the trip to the Country zombie base, the president of Country had one last day of his visit. The people of Country gave him a warm welcome, showering him with gifts. After the public exchange, the president would fly back to his country. The bodyguard team couldn't let their guard down. They had to watch the president 24/7. Jiangxi stood with a Mao and a Ling, watching their surroundings. Mommy, what cute puppies, a little boy exclaimed. A Mao and a Ling were speechless. Meanwhile, the Yao twin sisters knelt on the ground, their faces pale. We failed our mission. They looked up helplessly as the plane flew away. A month later, Lan Kai and Ziling were sparring. Inhale deeply, tense your upper abdomen, Ziling instructed, demonstrating. Focus your power in the palm of your hand. Enough, I can't wait any longer, Lan Kai yelled, launching herself into the air. Ziling crouched into a fighting stance. Let's begin, Lan Kai shouted excitedly. The two of them exchanged blows like bullets. This is so exhilarating, Lan Kai exclaimed. Sister Lan Kai, control your emotions, Xiao Xiao, who had just entered, yelled from the sidelines. She then turned to the observer. What are you standing there for? Record the combat data before and after transformation. Yes, Mum, he replied in a panic. The fight between Lan Kai and Ziling reached its climax. A leg sweep from Ziling ended the exchange. As she prepared to kick again, Lan Kai did a flip and kicked Ziling in the chin. They both jumped back to regain their balance. Stop fighting, the data has been collected, Xiao Xiao shouted, seeing them fight to the death. Ziling paused for a second, then charged forward with a flurry of punches. Lan Kai retaliated, and the force of their blows sent them flying apart. Lan Kai grabbed her sword and prepared to strike. The commotion drew the attention of everyone around. A deafening explosion followed. The shockwave knocked Xiao Xiao off her feet. Quick, the tranquilizer, she yelled. A set of nozzles appeared and sprayed a gas. Ziling landed, holding her broken sword. Lan Kai did the same and charged forward. Xiao Xiao watched in amazement. The two girls clashed again, their power evenly matched. They stopped, panting, blood dripping to the ground. According to the data, Xiao Xiao analyzed, your strength after transformation is more than 20 times greater than before. It seems to be related to your original strength. I probably can't beat either of you. I'm also curious. You both pierced each other's hearts, but you recovered even without being transformed. I can't in that. In a way, you're no longer human. Lan Kai snatched the data tablet from her. What? Is this the price of power? Your recovery speed is faster than I thought, Xiao Xiao added. How can you not be human? You have consciousness and a physical body, unlike those mindless monsters. So what's the difference? Ziling asked coldly. To me, only those without consciousness are zombies. Be that as it may, Xiao Xiao hesitated. No maybes, Ziling said decisively. I need to research a device to control emotions. With the exchange conference coming up, I don't want to lose control and hurt someone. After the visit to Country B, everyone had a rare short break. On the table was Jiangxi's favorite dish, eggs. He savored it with a happy smile. The doorbell rang. It was Ziling. The president wants you to go with me right now, she said urgently. Elsewhere, Dr. Kitamura was up to something, a sinister smile on his face. Drink up. The ancient was pouring a liquid from one test tube to another. Aren't you a mecha engineer? His subordinate asked, confused. What are you doing? This is more biological than what we in. This is nano-etched liquid metal, the ancient replied, watching the liquid decompose. The crappy metal materials on this earth can't support the technology of the empire. The body also needs to be able to handle high-level abilities. The liquid was slowly evaporating. This liquid metal will be everywhere and will take on any shape the user wants. Its hardness is equivalent to an entire planet. That's ridiculous, the subordinate said, shivering. Does Earth even have something like this? Combined, just 1 gram can grow infinitely. That's more impressive than what we have, the subordinate said in awe. Was everything like this in the old days? It's hard to imagine how advanced your technology was. Because it was too advanced, the ancient said matter-of-factly, we lived like useless bums, relying on AI for everything. It made everyone like overgrown babies. He looked at an image of Jiangxi on a battlefield with a hint of reluctant admiration. We pushed our technology to its limits, but we still couldn't defeat him. If he's that strong, can we defeat him? The subordinate asked. Why do you have someone like Jiangxi? Who said Jiangxi is a creature of our generation? The ancient's face darkened. He was the first human to turn into a zombie. What? The subordinate said, disgusted. The time he has lived among humans on Earth is far longer than you can imagine, the ancient recounted. There were other civilizations before ours. Like other civilizations, we started with agriculture. But one day, a farmer turned into a zombie. War broke out. In the flow of time, we, like you, used all our weapons to deal with the zombies. And in the days that followed, to completely solve this problem, we evolved on a different path. We didn't have the strong bodies of the later generations and relied heavily on technology. And after 1,000 years, our technology also made a breakthrough. In the process, we discovered a shocking secret. The virus that turns humans into zombies is always in our bodies. It's not that humans turn into zombies on their own. He continued, his voice filled with awe and fear. When we studied the origins of human civilization, we realized something terrifying. He has lived through all the human civilizations. At least he didn't just destroy one civilization. You mean Jiangxi is even older than we thought, Dr. Kitamura, who had been listening, interjected. You know it too. The ancient's expression didn't change. The elders who researched day and night discovered that there was a bug like him on Earth. We were terrified. In the past, we worked tirelessly, and then we desperately developed technology. We studied his behavior, his genetic code. We developed our technology to its peak, thinking that no matter how strong he was just a biological creature and couldn't surpass the speed of light. Unfortunately, we still failed. In the final moments of humanity, we buried human fertilized eggs in the ground so that humans could survive. I don't need to tell you the rest. Buried fertilized eggs in the ground. Kitamura repeated, trembling with anger. Are you saying that our generation came from those fertilized eggs? The ancient quickly waved his hands. Don't get excited. We also nurtured a few hundred men and women to reproduce freely. After a few thousand years, the genes have long since changed. We didn't expect a genius like you to appear. This is the greatness of humanity. Alright, I've heard enough of your nonsense, Kitamura said coldly, turning away. I finished my work here. Come and see. He pointed to a machine in the lab. On the chair was a zombie, the subject of their research. Is that all it looks like? The blue-haired subordinate said, disappointed. It's just a semi-finished product, Kitamura explained. I've put Jiangxi's genes into a body, but I haven't given it consciousness yet. That's up to you. The ancient nodded. He held up a vial. Inject this nano-metal into him. Then we'll have a mechanical version of Jiangxi. It will have an immortal body made of nano-metal combined with Jiangxi's genes. It'll be no different from the real thing. Wait, the blue-haired subordinate yelled. We're making a copy of Jiangxi. Have you forgotten what he's thinking? He still wants to live in peace with humans. What if we create a guy with the same idea? Won't he just kill us? Then we won't give him his current consciousness, Kitamura replied. We should still be careful, the ancient said cautiously. With my understanding of Jiangxi, we can only give him the mindset of the Jiangxi from the previous generation. What was his mindset then? The blue-haired subordinate asked nervously. What if he wants to join forces with Jiangxi? Wouldn't all our efforts be for nothing? I don't know, the ancient said nonchalantly. I don't know what he was thinking back then. All I know is that he would kill any human he saw. The subordinate jumped. Whatever, Kitamura said coolly. It's already been created. Let's just see what happens. At the seaport, ships and planes were departing. Jung-si noticed something and asked Ziling, why did you bring me to the port? Aren't we going to the office? See for yourself, she replied indifferently. Before him was a large, heavily armed warship. The president of Contria turned and saw him. Oh, as the ship got closer, he spread his arms wide. Chief Jung-si has arrived. It's been a long time since your last visit. Thank you for saving me. It's great that Contria has someone as strong as you. He threw an arm around Jung-si's shoulder. To express my gratitude, I've prepared a big gift for you. Aim it, money or women, I can give you anything. If you don't like those, I have something else. What about Ziling and Lan Kai? He pointed to the warships in the distance and laughed heartily. But I don't think Chief Jian would like those things. Don't worry, if you don't like them, I have something else. Here, a naval fleet for you. 4 aircraft carriers, 60 military vessels of various types. He laughed heartily, showing his goodwill and desire to cooperate with Jiang-si. Starting today, you are the super admiral of Ver. In the future, half of Contria's destiny will be in your hands. Don't you dare harm us, alright? Damn it. Ziling, standing beside them, was speechless. They trust him way too much. Jung-si indifferently let out an "oh." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Ziling interjected. What do you mean, oh? I've never even seen a navy before. Aside from the minister, the other team leaders' authority was confined to their cities, and the army. The president of Contria raised his hand and signaled to the soldiers, shouting, attention, salute your superior officer. All the soldiers stood at attention and shouted in unison, greetings, Super Admiral Jiang, greetings. Other soldiers brought out trumpets and drums and began to play loudly. The president of Contria then made a grand introduction. This is the naval advisor I have chosen, selected from among the other ministers, to facilitate your naval training. The side of the ship shot off fireworks, and banners unfurled in a grand display. The president of Contria enthusiastically declared, launch the ships, congratulations to Super Admiral Jian on his inauguration. In another sea region, a fleet similar to theirs set sail. Aboard was the big sis of the country to zombies. They had barely departed, when she was already reprimanding her subordinates. Wipe that arrogant look off your faces. I didn't spend a fortune to invite you here to sit around and do nothing. A Jiao and a Guy lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Jiao Hong stood with her arms crossed, showing her displeasure. Seeing his leader getting angry, Lam Lin quickly tried to placate her. Great king, please don't get agitated. Let's talk things through. He then turned to the big sis. May I ask why you've summoned us here? The big sis didn't even turn to look at him, but stated her purpose clearly. The exchange between Contria and Contribai is about to take place. They will have a firepower competition at sea. I want you to infiltrate their ranks and make them kill each other. Can you do it? Lam Lin, sensing a big payday, chuckled and got straight to the point. Of course. How much are you willing to pay? The big sis held up 3 fingers, indicating 3,000 tons of gold. Glancing at the frowning Xiao Hong, she instructed Lam Lin, and while you're at it, tell your great king to stop making that face. At the mention of money, his eyes lit up. Lam Lin quickly turned to persuade Xiao Hong. Great king, please calm down. Have you forgotten about our debts? That idiot Big Black charged us an interest rate of 40. It will take us hundreds of years to pay it off. As soon as he finished, Xiao Hong strode towards the big sis. A Jiao immediately stepped in her way, questioning, what do you want? Please maintain a minimum distance of 5 meters from our leader. Xiao Hong replied arrogantly, what's wrong? Afraid I'll bite your big sister's head off. A Jiao stood his ground firmly, reasoning, we are very sensitive to ancient beings right now. Please stay away. Alright, the big sis finally spoke up. Everyone, stand down. Xiao Hong faced the big sis, her tone proud. Human girl, I don't care what you want to do. Right now, aside from those I can't beat, no one is a match for me. But if you want me to act, it'll cost you extra. The big sis stated her request succinctly. All you need to do is make them start an internal conflict. Xiao Hong replied, okay. After the discussion, their ship continued its journey. The pitiful vampire queen, the noble Chu Xiao Hong, forced to work because of a high-interest loan. And so, the exchange between Country A and Country B was about to begin. At that moment, the city was filled with the roar of fireworks as if for a national celebration. Inside the television studio, 2 excited announcers were presenting. Dear viewers, we are the live broadcast room of Country B. The exchange between the 2 nations is about to begin. Although this exchange has been held for decades, I would like to take a moment to explain a few things today. Since the dawn of this civilization, we have been tormented by zombies until we were forced to hide in cities. At the seaport, a female reporter was also broadcasting the situation. Therefore, we have devoted ourselves to developing military equipment to protect ourselves. As the 2 countries are quite far apart but are of the same race, an exchange is held every 4 years. The entire nation watched their teas with interest. The exchange will take place at sea, and will be broadcast live to the world. Large screens on skyscrapers were also broadcasting the event. The announcers' voices echoed everywhere. The theme of this exchange is island conquest, with the purpose of demonstrating each country's military strength to the world. Outside the seaport, the sound of the broadcast was just as lively, showcasing advanced military equipment capable of protecting everyone. Our live broadcast room will now connect with our field reporter in country. The scene shifted to a coastline, where the super admirals of country were gathered on an island with the lieutenants of country. The delegates were arriving one by one, and the exchange was about to begin. Today, there was also a simple volleyball match. A charming girl in a swimsuit was stretching and warming up. It was none other than our Ziling. The young men in the audience stared at her, their eyes wide with excitement. Someone even took out a camera to take pictures of her. The atmosphere on the island had reached its peak. Lankai had also changed into an alluring two-piece yellow swimsuit. She coldly glanced around and snorted. The Yao twin sisters were also preparing for the match, reminding each other, even if it's just an exhibition, we can't lose. Be careful. Yanxi, shirtless and wearing only shorts, stood with his legs wide apart like a fool. Lan Kai, in a white swimsuit, stood with her hands on her hips, looking powerful. A subordinate looked at the lineup of girls and grinned. The past few years weren't that interesting. It's only fun when these two teams of girls compete. The audience below noticed Jiangxi and began to murmur. Who's that scrawny guy? Is he the team leader for today's exchange? Why is he wearing a zombie hat? I think he was in the president's bodyguard detail before. He looks so weak. Jiangxi wondered, Ziling's lid is healed. The chief replied, the bio team leader made a prosthetic for her back then. The referee then shouted, the match begins. Lan Ki served the first ball. The referee was explaining the rules at the same time. This time, it will be two-person teams, with each side choosing their own members. Ziling leaped up, swinging her arm to spike the ball. The referee continued, folks at the scene, feast your eyes. You can witness the physical strength of country as officers and country as team leaders. This volleyball weighs 48 kilograms. A normal person can't even lift it, let alone play with it. The young men all brought out their binoculars to get a better look at the sexy girls, practically drooling. Ziling's powerful serve was aimed directly at the older Yao sister, who couldn't receive it, and fell onto the sand. The younger Yao sister jumped high to spike the ball, shouting angrily, are you serious? She hit it with great force, but her eyes suddenly widened. On the other side of the net, Lan Kai was aiming for the ball and yelled, die. The two of them hit the ball back and forth, screaming, get lost. Suddenly the ball flew towards Jiangxi, but he easily dodged it. Seeing this, the spectators below were surprised. Isn't this just an exhibition? Deep, observing from the side, also noted Jiangxi's special ability. The crowd roared out. Deep announced, country gets 1 point. Continue. The loud cheer was like a splash of water to Jiangxi's face, startling him again. He quickly rushed forward. Suddenly, Jiangxi turned and smiled. Because of his carelessness, he took a ball right to the face. Seeing Jiangxi get hit, the crowd cheered excitedly, hey, that one's out too. The referee crossed his arms and announced, next group. Lan Kai, feeling her team was being treated unfairly, shouted, damn it, it clearly hit one of your players. That's not out. The referee rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's these two teams every year. If I let you fight for real, the exchange would be over too soon. The eye also lowered her glasses to watch the match. Everyone's eyes were on Jiangxi, who was holding the ball motionlessly. Nia cautiously reminded, Deep, be careful not to be discovered. Jiangxi stood still, gripping the ball in frustration. Deep stared at him, nervously waiting for the slightest movement. Nia watched arrogantly. Deep glanced to the side as if to say something, then she reassured Nia, don't worry. The war between us and him was a matter of dozens of centuries ago. He doesn't remember. Deep looked at Jiangxi, who was trying to dodge the ball but kept getting hit, looking like a clown. She sneered, look at him. Then her eyes narrowed, and she said seriously, his first form looks like an idiot. If you only saw this form, you'd never guess he's a nightmare after transforming. Hiding in country with for so long, I never expected to meet him here. This is the first time I've seen him in person. Nia cut her off. This is not the time for reunions. Deep recalled something, her eyes filled with hatred as she recounted, dangerous. That painful memory is still etched in my mind. She remembered the rockets launching into space and continued, he brought to spare. The people on the ship looked out the round windows towards her. That suffocating feeling of oppression, the pain of leaving our homeland. The rocket gradually ascended, leaving Earth behind, flying to a strange, distant planet. The more Deep spoke, the more resentful she became. She bit her lip and started to cry. I can never forget this memory. On the other side, Daisen looked at Jiangxi and gritted his teeth in anger. Deep calmed him down, calm down. He was resentful but managed to reply, yes. Ni also glanced curiously in their direction. Deep, sitting on thy son's hand, reminded him of their main objective. Remember, we're not here to have a one-on-one with him. Reckless actions will have a heavy price. I don't want to be left here alone. At that moment, Ni was approaching them. Deep, on thy son's shoulder, leaned down and instructed her, if you're not sleepy, I'm going to rest for a bit. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Remember to keep your distance from Jiang's side. Before leaving, Deep emphasized their purpose for the day one more time. Remember, the most important thing right now is to investigate Jiangxi's true strength. Jiangxi on the other side seemed to have heard and glanced lightly in their direction. The scene shifted to Dr. Jaiming's science lab. The Ancient One held up a newly completed calculation sheet and couldn't help but admire it. Design complete. It seems I'm still better suited to be a programmer, even if I'm losing a bit of hair. The green-haired man quietly asked, I'm very curious about the Ancient Ones you just mentioned. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly corrected himself. No, that's not right. The green-haired man looked at the Ancient One, curious. An even older human civilization. What were they like? Even the Ancient One couldn't give a precise answer and replied vaguely. Unfortunately, I don't know. At least we left behind historical records for you. But they left nothing, which made us mistakenly believe we were the first generation for a long time. Meanwhile, outside the seaport where the warships were, the fleets began to move forward. Helicopters flew alongside them. Inside a helicopter, a reporter was filming and announcing. Dear viewers, the exchange between the two countries is about to begin. I am currently above a branch of Korea's massive fleet. We will bring you the entire process. The scene shifted to the control room. A zombie soldier called out, Big Brother. A familiar figure turned around. It was Jiangxi, now dressed in a majestic super admiral's uniform. Chapter 90e. At the seaport, the fleets were densely lined up. Jiangxi used binoculars to carefully observe the situation outside. As the fleets set sail, after several months of training, our Jiangxi now had his own naval fleet. Through training, the zombies under Jiangxi had mastered the skills of operating an aircraft carrier. One zombie was directing a ship, while another was assigned as a helicopter pilot, knowing how to fly planes and coordinate in combat. They also had skills in deploying land, sea, and air attacks. The people of Country B would never have guessed that the military weapons designed to counter their own zombies were now infiltrated by a zombie fleet. Finally, the planes took off. What would the Country B reporter think if she knew that the zombies were flying fighter jets right above her head? A while later, the planes and fleets were sailing in the vast ocean. Ziling was also there. She stood tall, looking out. A zombie captain brought a captain's hat to Ziling and said, Team Leader Ziling, the higher-ups have arranged for you to join Super Admiral Jiangxi's fleet. This is your appointment letter. Next was Lan Kai. Team Leader Lan Kai, you may depart now. The zombie captain also gave her a similar hat. Team Leader Lan Kai, this is your uniform. But Lan Kai bluntly refused with a perfectly reasonable excuse. Team leaders don't need to wear uniforms. At that moment, an announcement blared over the fleet speakers. We are now on Korea's Jiangxi fleet, in the central region of the sea. This time, Korea has dispatched its entire navy, a total of 3 fleets. The female announcer was still excitedly presenting the theme of the exchange, Island Conquest. To challenge the adaptability and coordination of the human team leaders and officers. All fleets have disabled satellite communication and navigation systems, using only radio to communicate. The planes and fleets were all moving forward together. The first group consisted of Jiangxi, Ziling, and Lan Kai. The announcer introduced, this time, Korea's side includes the Jiangxi fleet, led by Nevi No. 2. The second group consisted of the minister, the chief, and a subordinate. The announcer introduced the second group. Minister Tran leads Nevi No. 2, also known as the Invincible Steel Navy Fleet. The third group was another minister with 2 imposing-looking subordinates, along with the grilled sausage fleet of Navi No. 3. On the other side were the Yao twin sisters and another young man. On our country's side, we have the No. 1 fleet of Officer Ban Ho and the Yao sisters. Group 5 was 3 girls in police uniforms, the No. 2 naval fleet of Lieutenant Colonel Hung Ho. Group 6 consisted of Colonel Ho, Deep, Ni, and Thy Son, along with the No. 3 naval fleet of Colonel Ho. On the large screen in the city center, the female announcer was saying, unfortunately, we cannot interview the fleet commanders. It seems everyone is determined to win. All fleets have declined interviews to maintain military secrecy. She then pointed towards Jiangxi and improvised, but don't worry, everyone. The commander of Korea's No. 2 fleet is very friendly. He has agreed to answer all public questions. Jiangxi scratched his head, looking as bewildered as a deer in headlights. The female reporter pointed her microphone at him and asked, what major advantages do you think Korea's fleets have? Who will win in the end? As a super admiral, Jiangxi spat out a ridiculously playful answer. I think everyone should stop fighting. We need to be a little more peaceful. Let's finish this quickly and go home for dinner. Even people watching the news at home, after hearing Jiang wondered, is this guy an idiot? The female reporter continued, turning to interview Ziling. What advantages do you think your fleet has that can lead to victory? Just like her friend, Ziling's answer was equally speechless. It'll be a victory if he doesn't steer the fleet into a river. The female reporter was stunned. Suddenly, Lanka's eyes narrowed and she said seriously, I have a bad feeling. The fleets had set sail. A loud shout was heard. Let's begin. First was the ship with the red hull, country was no. One fleet. The older Yao sister observed the outside with a bored expression. Seriously, an island conquest is so boring. The zombie killing competition last time was much simpler and more intense. The younger Yao sister crossed her arms and asked seriously, there are 2 new female lieutenants in the know. 3 fleet. Do you know them? The older sister replied, no. I heard they were surgeons for a long time and were recently given a special promotion. She looked over at Colonel Ho's group and wondered, I wonder what's so special about them. Dai Sun suddenly sniffed the air. Deep noticed and asked, Dai Sun, what's wrong? Dai Sun replied, it's nothing. The warship was sailing normally, but Dai Sun sensed something and revealed, a formidable opponent is coming. Xiao Hong was also on board, sitting with her legs crossed, enjoying the view. Chapter 99. Hearing Dai Sun, Deep looked up, slightly surprised. Formidable. Ni also had to ask, little Dai Sun, you feel they're formidable too? He slowly revealed, her birth might be similar to mine. We belong to the same species. Looking at Xiao Hong sitting there, Dai Sun had a different thought. But for some reason, I can also feel that her aura is very weak. Deep turned back in surprise, what? Similar to you. Dai Sun slowly explained, with her weak aura, she probably won't last much longer. The scene shifted to a lone green island in the middle of the sea. Some island in the Atlantic Ocean. A helicopter had arrived. A ship was also approaching the island. A voice announced, Lieutenant General Hung Ho, we have reached the target island. Contria is on our left. A subordinate looked through binoculars and reported, Lieutenant General, the exchange has begun. Lieutenant Colonel Hung Ho immediately ordered, fire. A massive shell was instantly fired from her fleet. The opponent's ship was thrown into chaos. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. Minister Truong, country Bas no. Du fleet has opened fire on us. Minister Truong, caught by surprise, could only curse to vent his frustration. Damn those bastards from country Bay. An announcement was made, country loses 1 destroyer, -3 points. A soldier looked down at the red liquid on the deck and shouted, paint. On the other ship, the commotion was just as intense. A soldier shouted, Minister Tran, they're fighting. A subordinate, watching the spectacle, sneered. Are the short-range cannons on Minister Truong's fleet just for show? The minister calmly looked through his binoculars and said, they're too close. The reporter in the helicopter, seeing this, almost dropped his jaw. Dear viewers, you all saw that. The impatient people of country but have made the first move. All the citizens on the mainland were focused on the events unfolding here. The male reporter continued, the match is won by conquering the island. There is also a point system. Whoever has the higher score can also win. We have always adhered to the principle of friendship first, competition second, and fighting to the near death. Although we take precautions against injuring innocent people by replacing live ammunition with fireworks, we are all eagerly awaiting the close quarters combat between the president of Contria and the general of country Bai. The crowd watching was ecstatic, cheering loudly. Go on, tear them apart. The male reporter continued, viewers, it's time to test the teamwork of the president of Contria and the general of country Bai. Minister Truong immediately gave an urgent order, full-scale counter-attack, for Mei. His subordinate quickly turned the helm as instructed. The enemy ship was still firing continuously, causing the sea to splash violently. The subordinate with glasses looked through his binoculars and shouted in fear, no way. Human soldiers, Minister Truong angrily shouted, fire, for Mei. He repeatedly slammed his hands on the keyboard, making his subordinate panic and warn him, Minister Tran, don't press it anymore. It's about to smoke. On Lieutenant Colonel Hung Ho's ship, the attack was just as fierce. Take them out for Mei. Lieutenant General, aren't we here to conquer the island? Conquer my ass, annihilate their entire force, and the island is ours. A subordinate, seeing the situation, asked worriedly, should we help? If this continues, Minister Truong's fleet will lose. The minister calmly replied, unperturbed. What's the hurry? Let's go around. The minister then analyzed the situation. The first team to land on the island gets 40 points. Let those 2 idiots fight here. We'll sneak in. It's called stealing the chicken. Hearing this, his subordinate's eyes widened in shock. The subordinate with glasses cried out in fear, human soldiers. Hung Ho's ship was still attacking with live ammunition, and showed no signs of stopping. Minister Truong's subordinate reported a difficult piece of news. We're almost out of ammunition. Hearing this, he impatiently urged, get out of the way, time to go all in. To catch the bandit, you must first catch the leader. From Minister Truong's ship, a strange round object was thrown. The subordinate shouted in alarm, Minister Truong. Lieutenant Colonel Hun Ho saw something flying towards her ship. She didn't know what it was but quickly announced, Lieutenant General, something is flying towards us. Suddenly, Minister Truong's back began to expand, ripping the back of his shirt. He had finally succeeded in transforming his muscles. His clothes no longer fit and were torn to shreds, leaving him naked. He leaped into the air with excitement. The man of muscle, on Lieutenant Colonel Hun Ho's side, seeing the obscene man with no clothes on, brazenly exposing himself, the entire crew covered their heads and screamed. The reporter in the helicopter was so shocked by the horrifying sight that his eyes and mouth started to drool. The soldiers watching from a distance with binoculars were not spared either. The audience watching all stared at the screen showing Minister Truong. Their faces were frozen, drool also streaming from their eyes and mouths. It was clear that Minister Truong's showing off technique had a massive impact on the enemy. The reporter rubbed his eyes hard and said, apologies, viewers. Even after so many years, it still burns the eyes. Hun Ho angrily crushed her phone and cursed, despicable. Her subordinate fearfully called her name, Lieutenant General Hun Ho. Instantly, Hun Ho rushed towards Minister Truong's ship in a fit of rage. Get lost, you damn pervert. While he was busy showing off his body, she had already rushed over and kicked him squarely in his avatar. Hun Ho's high heel slammed into Minister Truong's face, almost disfiguring it. Seeing the new development, the reporter regained his confident and enthusiastic demeanor. Dear viewers, the duel between the generals and the president that you've all been waiting for is finally here. The people watching cheered her on. Hit him. Beat him to death. From a distance, the sounds of cheering from the mainland could still be heard from the ships. Let's cheer for them. A subordinate, observing through binoculars, called out, Minister, look to our right. The younger Yao sister's eyes were filled with tears as she trembled in confusion. The older sister, watching intently, said its country is no one fleet. Could they also be planning? She saw something and screamed, oh no, they're trying to steal the chicken. The first fleet to land on the island would get 40 points. Both the subordinate and the younger Yao sister had the same idea. I'll send someone to stop them. But the minister refused, no need. The older Yao sister also had another plan. I'll send someone to stop them. It's too late now. With so many ships, they'll definitely interfere. The ship was now moving straight ahead. The older Yao sister shouted, then let's race. Full speed ahead. At the same time on the island, the green-haired man frantically pounded on a door, shouting, this is bad, Dr. Jiming. The human army is heading towards us. Jiming turned around in a panic, replying in confusion, what? Chapter 100. Dr. Jiming looked through his binoculars, observing thoughtfully. The scene where he stood was quiet. His binoculars showed a large beach with two boats running parallel to each other. A subordinate, enraged, pulled a lever all the way. Useless fools, daring to race with me. If you see the wake behind my boat, consider it my loss. The boat skimmed across the sea like a lightning flash. On the other boat, the Yao twin sisters were just as determined. Damn it, I have never lost a race. Full speed ahead from me. Dr. Jiming angrily slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, his disciple turned and asked, did they discover us? He retorted, impossible, the hiding spot I chose is the safest. This land, not even a few hundred square meters, is not under the jurisdiction of country or country. Who would a normal person pay attention to a place like this? In an office, a voice was heard, a few months ago, what were your thoughts on this exchange? The Prime Minister of Country stood next to the President of Country, lifting his ticket. Where should we hold this exchange? He looked at the world map on the screen and continued, don't even think about holding it in my country. I had to clean up the mess last time. Don't even dream of it. The Prime Minister of Country took a sip of tea. If you don't want to hold it in your country, I don't want to hold it in mine either. He pointed to an island on the map. Then let's choose this place. The rights to this small island have not yet been decided. We've divided up all the territory on Earth. Only this island is left. The island the Prime Minister pointed to was gradually enlarged. He said, and the two of them clinked their glasses, whoever wins this competition, the island will belong to them. How about it? The President of Country laughed loudly. Deal. Dr. Jiming furiously slammed his hand on the table and roared. Despicable, he asked angrily, are you done yet? The Ancient One frantically typed on the keyboard. Wait a minute, I'm still writing the sequence. A zombie was being programmed inside, still missing one arm. In the sky, helicopters flew continuously. The editor in the helicopter excitedly hosted the program. Viewers in front of your T's, the fleets of the two countries are gradually arriving. Even the I's group stood silently, listening to the host's voice. Finally, the fleet of the General of Country has arrived. The people across the nation looked at the large screen in the city and exclaimed, "The good part is about to start." The editor leaned out to get a look. "Wait, why can't I see country as no? Too fleet." The helicopter flew past a place with icebergs. Ziling was on a boat approaching an iceberg. She got goosebumps and shivered. So cold. What the hell is this place? Lan Kai, trembling, stood next to the captain and shouted, "Helmsman, where are we?" The captain, sweating profusely, replied, "We're about to hit an iceberg." Xiao Xiao, warming herself by a fire, said helplessly, "Exactly. Is this the North Pole or the South Pole? I told you not to let the zombies drive the boat." Jang held a teacup, his face covered in sweat. "We're lost." The boat slammed into the iceberg in front of them. Ziling gritted her teeth to keep her balance. The captain announced, "Captain Ziling, we've hit an iceberg." Ziling screamed, "Jiangxi, I can already see the fish." Lan Kai held onto the railing and shouted, "Where the hell did you drive the boat?" Jiangxi was sad, sweat pouring down like rain. They were at the North Pole, a whole world away from the South Pole. Jiangxi smiled sheepishly at Ziling's knitting. "Jiangxi, where on earth did you drive the ship?" Lan Kai on the other side complained, "You're the head of the fleet. What kind of job are you doing?" She shouted, "Can you be a little more reliable in this state?" She yelled into the phone, "We can't use the satellite information. Don't you know how to use a compass? What are we supposed to do now?" He stammered, making Ziling frown. "How about we just rest and withdraw from the exchange?" The helicopter flew over the sea where a fierce battle was taking place, the scene of the exchange island. The editor excitedly announced, "It's starting. The steadfast pillars of the two nations are beginning to fight." Lieutenant Colonel Hunho fell into the sea, her eyes wide as she looked ahead. A man with no clothes on appeared in front of her. She screamed. The sun rose high, shining down on the beach. Dr. Jiming raised his binoculars to look into the distance. The sea was turbulent, with water splashing everywhere. The excited editor's voice rang out, "The subordinate captain is opening his mouth with determination." Dear viewers, the No. 1 and No. 2 fleets of the two countries are rushing towards the small island. Who will take the lead and get 40 points? The Yao twin sisters gritted their teeth and drove forward. Dr. Jiming was enraged. "Come on, you bunch of useless soldiers." He turned around and said, "You think of a way too? Don't just bury your head in writing the sequence." The Ancient One's face was wary. He glanced at him and replied, "Don't you have a lot of zombie samples? Go look in the trash, and see if there's any nano, middle left. For you, making a technological creature probably isn't that hard." Dr. Jiming's disciple rummaged through everything. "I'll go find it." He took out a vial of solution. Found it. Dr. Jiming snatched the vial. A bunch of zombies. "The human army is dying." Dr. Jiming muttered, "You think I'm an idiot?" He said grimly, "I won't go down that easily." On the beach, a small island appeared. Landlin looked through his binoculars and said, "King, they're fighting. We can fish in troubled waters." Zhao Hong ordered, "Fire." A shell was fired from the boat. Deep was surprised. Ni Ai was confused. Dai Sun was deep in thought. He suddenly extended his hand. The boat hit a large rock, causing a huge tremor. On the other side, the rock was blown up. Palomel Ho was enraged. "Live ammunition. You bastards from Countria are playing for real. Load the ammunition for me. Counter-attack with live ammunition." Lam Lin broke out in a sweat. "Great king, there's a master on the other side." A large figure approached Colonel Ho. Dai Sun ordered, "Steer the ship over there." He clenched his fist and retorted, "Damn it, I'm the supreme commander here. You two lieutenants will follow my orders." Dai Sun lifted Colonel Ho by the head. Colonel Ho, being lifted high, struggled violently. His face turned pale as he panicked. So strong. I'm a general of Conchiba. Who the hell are you people?" Lam Lin, his jaw dropped. "King, we're about to crash. This time we snuck into Country's No. 3 fleet. We can't be exposed." Dai Sun silently lifted Colonel Ho higher. Zhao Hong and Ni Ai said in unison, "Ram them." Xiao Hong's boat sped forward. Ni Ai's boat also shot forward. The editor was excited. They're getting impatient. Both sides are getting impatient. Country's No. 3 fleet and Country's No. 3 fleet are both unwilling to back down, preparing to perform a Pacific Rim kiss for us. This exchange will definitely be more exciting than ever. Ignoring all the commotion, Jiangxi was calmly fishing with a zombie. The two boats were getting closer and closer. Lam Lin, his jaw dropped. "We're about to crash." Colonel Ho was so scared that he was drooling. Xiao Hong charged forward. Dai Sun also rushed up. She took a running start, and kicked high into the air. A great force erupted from her leg. Dai Sun flew over Xiao Hong's boat. She turned around in amazement as he landed on her boat. Dai Sun bent his knees to maintain his balance. The boat made a loud noise as water splashed everywhere. Lam Lin screamed in fear. Who is this guy?" Zhao Hong's subordinate snorted from a corner. The editor was excited. Dear viewers, the fight between the subordinates of the president and the general is just as exciting. A certain lieutenant from country A, relying on his brute strength, has overturned a Contria warship with a single kick. Xiao Hong's hand created a large source of magic. A large vortex appeared under the boat. Thy son also got into a fighting stance. She frowned and looked at him. He clasped his hands together, and a large rock appeared. The rock squeezed Xiao Hong, trapping her. The editor was sweating. This is the fighting power that a subordinate of the president can display. The entire city was stunned, looking at the large screen. Everyone was wide-eyed. The editor immediately flipped through his notes. Strange, Lieutenant Thy son is on the list of competitors, but this snake young lady from Contria. There's no one like her in the records. Lam Lin and the Yao twin sisters screamed. The chief turned to the minister and said, Minister, there's a problem. Something seems strange on the island. He looked through his binoculars and asked, what is it? A giant monster was trampling on the trees on the island, aggressively moving forward. The minister was shocked. Dr. Jiming, enraged, challenged, come on, you bunch of idiots. On the other side, Jiangxi was still fishing with the zombie. The subordinate captain asked with wide eyes, what is that thing on the island? Is it also part of the exercise? The minister suddenly ordered a retreat. His subordinate was confused. The younger Yao twin sister in the cockpit said, hey, they're slowing down. The older sister looked outside and shouted, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. The monster lifted a boulder. It threw the boulder with great force, and it skimmed across the waves. The boulder hit the cockpit where the Yao twin sisters were. In the sea of fire, the twin sisters screamed. The subordinate captain's jaw dropped. Minister, the opposing ship's hull has exploded. He leaned on the railing in a daze. A real explosion. This exchange is playing for real this time. If it's real, this is too much. Dr. Jiming stood deep in thought. The editor's eyes were wide with shock. What happened? The lead warship of Contria has suddenly exploded. This exercise is too realistic. He gritted his teeth, word by word. Die, for May. In a large office, the Prime Minister of Country B was on the phone. Hello. Was this your doing? The President of Country immediately replied, how could it be? I don't have that kind of ability. He chose this location. The minister gave an order, full-scale counter-attack. For May, the presidents of the two countries will not allow their military equipment to be lost. There is an enemy active on the island. On the large iceberg, Jiangxi was still peacefully fishing with the zombie. He suddenly turned and asked, where are Ziling and Lam Kai? The zombie replied innocently, I don't know. They were just here. Ziling and Lam Kai were on a boat in the central region of the Great Sea. Ziling clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Damn it, this exchange happens once every 4 years. Do you know how long I've waited? It wasn't easy to get this much power. I was planning to use this to wash away my previous shame. This idiot brought us to the South Pole. The exchange conference hasn't even started, and it's already over for us. The zombie captain panicked. Captain, we don't have enough fuel without a mothership. Shut up, you're useless, Ziling screamed at him. I'd rather die than give up. Think of a way, now, even if we have to swim, we will swim to the competition site. A zombie beat a drum to rally them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. On both sides of the boat, zombies began to row in unison. Row, they chanted. The ancient human stared at a computer screen and laughed. Success, the research and development were a success. Dr. Katamura's disciple approached nervously. Hey, don't bring it to life here. The ancient glanced at him. Relax, I'm not that stupid. I've already set it up to be deployed into the open sea from the beginning. Images of Jiangxi's side, full of fighting spirit, appeared opposite the images of Xiao Hong's group. A large coastal city on the island of Gran Canaria, in the Atlantic Ocean. A Jiao lit a cigarette. I wonder how our external contractors are doing. A Gao with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, they should be done by now. He frowned, looking ahead. Something's wrong. What is that? What is what? A Jiao asked. A large device emerged from the sand. A hand touched it, its fingers digging into the mechanism. The strange device sprang open from the inside. A Jiao and a Gao gasped in astonishment as a pair of dangerous, crimson eyes appeared. Xiao He was writing something when his pen suddenly snapped in two. He stared at it, bewildered. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A Gao and a Lang rushed in, speaking in unison. Hey, Xiao He, what happened? The Great King is acting strange. Xiao He frowned and spun around. A Gan was panicking. The Great King, The Great King appeared, a dark, terrifying figure with sharp, pointed teeth. A Jiao and a Ge watched nervously as the device in front of them started to smoke. He stepped out arrogantly, a cunning smile on his face. What? A Jiao and a Gao gaped in shock. The Great King stood motionless, staring ahead, then suddenly strode quickly across the sand. The ancient human slammed his hands on the table in excitement. Success! Come on, let me see your true power. He approached a Jiao and a Gao. The great king closed the distance between them in an instant, making a Gao cry out in fear. Who is this? The new great king laughed, coming face to face with a Jiao. He suddenly hugged a Jiao tightly and burst into tears. I'm so happy to see you all. Thank God you're all still alive. A Jiao froze, completely baffled. What the hell is going on? The ancient human screamed, grabbing his hair. Hey, who are you? Let go of me. A Jiao stammered, struggling. Dr. Kitamura's group was speechless, their faces dark. The great king clung to a Jiao's leg, sobbing. I finally see my own kind again. I was so lonely. A Gao was at a loss for words. So much for being cool a moment ago. A Jiao tried to drag his leg away. Let go of me. You failed, Dr. Kitamura. See. Wait, don't get so agitated, the ancient tried to explain. There must have been a problem somewhere. The great king finally calmed down. I'm so sorry, I was rude just now. He shook a Jiao's hand. Hello, the Imjeng say. A Jiao's eyes widened. You're a zombie. That's right, he replied. I'm surprised you all are still alive. It saves me the trouble of resurrecting you. Resurrecting? A Jiao asked, scratching his head in confusion. I just scanned him with the consciousness-enhancing device, a Gao said, looking at a device on his wrist. He is indeed a zombie. A Jiao pointed at the new Jiang Sai. This is strange. Why do you look like this? Ni. He raised a hand towards the sun, then used his other hand to grab his wrist. You mean this? It's fine. He touched his head and laughed. Sometimes, I don't even know what I'll look like. A Gao and a Jiao stared at him, speechless. Hey, Ata called out from a distance. You two, stop chatting. Big sister's external contractors are calling us back. The plan was a success. We need to leave now. A Jiao quickly said his goodbyes to the new Jiangxi and left with a Gao. We have to go. This isn't our territory, so don't wander off. A helicopter took off from the island. What were you two doing just now? The zombie leader, Big Sister, asked with a sharp glance. We ran into a very interesting guy, a Jiao replied, flustered. Below, the new Jiangxi was still waving goodbye. He put his hands on his hips. I am in a good mood now. Time to check out another place. Dr. Kitamura pointed a gun at the ancient human's head. Damn you, you failed. I trusted you, wasted all of my research funding on you, and this is what you give me. Die. His disciple just smiled awkwardly. A helicopter flew high above the boats at sea. The new Jiangxi entered the city, standing between two tall buildings. Look over there. Who is that guy? He looks so strange, the people whispered, breaking into a cold sweat at his appearance. Humans, he growled, his voice low and menacing. In the helicopter, a Gao asked, what are you thinking about? I was thinking about that interesting fellow we just met, a Jiao replied thoughtfully. I should have brought him with us. He's so small and weak, I hope he doesn't get killed by the humans. The new Jiangxi spread his arms, ready to attack. Dr. Kitamura's group froze in shock. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a beam of light shot down from the sky, shattering the earth. Cars and people were sent flying into the air. From the helicopter window, a Jiao stared in disbelief. The helicopter was suddenly hit hard, and they all screamed. Countless levitating cars were crashing into it. What's going on? An earthquake. A Jiao and a Gao yelled as they were thrown to one side. Keep the helicopter steady, Big Sister commanded. A Jiao, what's happening outside? A Gao asked frantically. The entire city had been torn apart. The new Jiangxi stood up, with cars and people raining down behind him. Even Big Sister couldn't hide the shock on her face. Row for me, Lan Ke yelled from her boat. Even if you have to crawl, we will crawl to the exchange conference. The zombie sailors panicked alongside them. Chairman Lan Ke, there's a problem. Look to the southwest. A familiar sight appeared as half the land was lifted into the air like a wall. What the hell? Both Ziling and Lan Ke exclaimed. Elsewhere, Xiao Hong struggled in a hand made of rock. In this world, besides Jiangxi, who could possibly be my opponent? Who are you? Deep smiled. Take a guess. Do you think you can control me with a little trick like this? Xiao Hong said contemptuously. The man with hair covering his eyes was startled as she broke free from the rock restraints with a single swing of her arms and landed on the ground. She's a little stronger than I imagined, the tall man reported to Deep Dev. Who are you people? Xiao Hong demanded. Xiao Tai Shun, go for it, Deep ordered, eager for a fight. Yes, ma'am, he replied from behind. But Ni intervened. All right, now is not the time to see whose subordinate is stronger. She spoke amicably. We mean no harm. We just want to ask where your master is. We want to talk to her. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Xiao Hong scowled. Deep laughed loudly. Interesting, you really don't know anything. You don't really believe that things like vampires exist on this earth, do you? Could you be a remnant from that time? Based on the timeline, she should have disappeared long ago, Xiao Taishan explained to his master. Even if her master used a cultivation pod to sustain her life, she shouldn't be this powerful. That person in charge over there talks as if you know me very well, Xiao Hong said, her patience wearing thin. Xiao Taishan continued his analysis, surprising deeply. A certain gene in her body could grant her eternal life. We are from an even more ancient human civilization, Nei stated. Our purpose here is to investigate Jiangxi's true power. Since you have lived on this earth for so long, can you tell us where the master who created you is now? But her words only angered the vampire queen more. You keep blabbering on, I don't understand a thing. Besides, I loathe humans. She glared at Deep. However, you, the one in charge over there, have successfully piqued my competitive spirit. What? Deep was taken aback. Be careful, Xiao Taishan said, moving to protect his master. She's serious now. Suddenly, all four of them froze at a massive sound. What's going on? From the boat, they could see a huge landmass flipped upside down in the sky. Xiao Hong and Deep stared, jaws agape. Nei had completely lost her composure. What? What is this? A helicopter was still broadcasting lit. Dear viewers, the exchange conference is heating up, the reporter said into his mic. The competition between the two sides has reached its most intense moment. He stopped, horrified by the strange sight. The island of Gran Canaria, the entire island appeared before them. Star Minister, Chief Minister, holding his backpack. Two people clinging to a life raft were also stunned. The new great king lifted one foot, and the ground shook. A flying device shot up from the ground, but it was caught between the two sides of the flipped island. Left, right, the plane was getting dangerously close to the two land masses, sending the people inside into a panic. Increase the altitude. Look. It's that guy from before, a Jiao and a Go yelled. The new great king's body suddenly exploded. His eye sockets and nostrils turned white, a red light flashed, and his jaw unhinged. He had evolved into his second form in an instant. Well, what is this? A Jiao and a Go screamed, clutching each other. Big Sister leaned against the doorframe, sweating profusely. The great king charged towards them. He crashed into the city, cracking the ground. From the smoke, a muscular body emerged. A Jiao and a Go were too terrified to speak. Another wave of destruction swept through the city, sending everything flying. The plane can't take much more. What's happening? The two zombies yelled, trying to shield their leader. Protect Big Sister, but the chaos and the breaking plane made communication impossible. What did you say? I can't hear you. I said protect Big Sister, Mommy, a Go cried out as the horned zombie was sucked into a vortex. A massive hole opened in the ground, gathering a powerful energy. Ziling and Lan Qi couldn't close their mouths. What? They gasped as a powerful suction pulled at them. A blinding light emanated from the sea, where the ship with the strange visitors was. As a Jiao and a Go's group struggled against the immense pressure, all matter on Earth was enveloped in the light and plunged into chaos. The great king stood motionless in the sky, at the center of the hole, surrounded by white smoke. He opened his mouth and let out a few strange noises. The ship was hit by a series of shocks. What happened? Deep asked in surprise. Gran Canaria Island. Direction. Nei tried to verify their location. The ground around the great king was now a flat, empty plain. In a single moment, Gran Canaria Island had been leveled. At least 30 million people had vanished, vaporized. A news broadcast interrupted. Dear viewers, we interrupt with an urgent news bulletin. Gran Canaria, the largest continent on Earth and country, suddenly disappeared 20 minutes ago. Tens of millions of people are missing. What is this? What happened? People watching exclaimed. The small news helicopter had survived the blast. We are sending a reporter to the scene. My God, the bald reporter said into his mic. What on earth happened here? They flew the helicopter deeper into the area. Big Sister's group had managed to land. A tall zombie protected her. A Jiao and a Go lay on the ground, trembling. Before them stood the great king. Brother. What are you doing? He turned and groaned. Damn humans. The two of them clamped their mouths shut in fear. There are still humans, the great king sniffed. They're not all dead. Big Sister's mouth was covered to keep her from making a sound. You're mistaken, a Jiao quickly said, waving his hands. How could there be any humans left here? You must be smelling me. I interact with humans all year round. Behind him, a Go whispered, protect Big Sister. He nodded in agreement. The great king's eyes narrowed. He reached out and grabbed a Jiao, lifting him up. You live with humans all year round. Aren't we brothers? A Jiao tried to reason with him. By killing you, the great king said coldly, I can create the zombies I like. A Go could barely stand. His personality has changed. The absolute power before him terrified him. Why did he become like this? You're overthinking it, a guest said, despite his fear. As a zombie, why would you choose to collude with humans? Prove it, the Great King replied. To the southwest, the closest city to Gran Canaria Island has a population of 70 million. At these words, the Great King's eyes blazed red. He shot up into the sky, leaving a Jiao behind. A Jiao lay on the ground, stunned. The Great King crossed continents at incredible speed. What kind of oppressive feeling was that? A Jiao trembled, even after being released. They quickly regrew. Big sister, are you okay? Luckily, I was quick-witted. The news helicopter saw them. Look, there are people down there. It landed, and Big Sister struggled to sit up. We have to find a way to stop him. Our goal is to coexist with humans. We can't let him do this. Big Sister, are you kidding? A Jiao disagreed. Didn't you see what he just did? What creature in this world can stop him? The Great King was still flying at incredible speed. I predict that in less than half an hour, all of humanity will be wiped out by him. The reporter and a soldier raised their guns when they saw them. There are zombies, but the girl approached them. You're human. She grabbed the camera. Everyone, listen up. Big Sister tried to warn the people in the city. There is a terrifying being here, indiscriminately slaughtering humans. Evacuate now, hide. There might still be a sliver of hope for survival. A young man watching the broadcast turned off the screen in annoyance. Are they crazy? Why is everyone on tin idiot? Outside his window, the city was peaceful and sunny. He placed his phone on a stand. Director Nay, the number of viewers in the live stream room has increased by another 100,000, he laughed. See, who wants to watch the exchange conference? Watching beautiful women live stream is the way to go. Let's ride this wave of popularity. He held up a cosmetic product. Everyone, this is a specialty of our city and country, bae. Whitening cream. Today, you don't need 998. You don't need 298. He aimed the camera at the girl. Today, for only 98, you can take it home. Do you want yourself or your wife to become as beautiful as this little fairy? Just buy it. Just then, their disaster arrived. What? Director Nye turned in surprise. The ground erupted, sending all three of them flying. Who are you? The director stammered from the ground. The girl was also terrified. Who are you? What do you want? A sharp hand reached out and gently pushed her. Half of her body vanished in a spray of blood. The chat exploded in shock. You, the cameraman, get under the help me, the director screamed before he too was killed. The Great King grabbed his shirt and dragged him to the edge of a cliff. The phone was still recording. The Great King flicked his finger, and a tiny energy ball appeared, enough to shock the man. In their office, a Gao and Xiao Hai realized what was happening. Xiao Hai, that's your ability, a guest said. He really is the Great King. People were still confused. What's going on? Why did the channel change? It looks like in city and country, bae. The Great King's image was broadcast on a skyscraper screen due to his ability. He released the energy ball. It fell down the cliff, and the people below felt a strange sensation. Suddenly, countless people turned to dust. Don't touch the small black particles. The Great King clenched his fist, and energy erupted from the ground, creating a supernova that turned the sky red. What the hell was that? What were those black particles he just released? People in another province panicked. The ship carrying Xiao Hum and the others was still drifting. Let's stop here, Xiao Tai Shan suggested. You're no match for me right now. Don't make things harder for yourself. We have to stop him, Deep said. We can't let him kill all the humans. Great Queen, Xiao Hum's subordinate, who had just returned, reported, the one destroying the city just used Xiao Hai's skill. It's definitely Jiang Sai. Why don't you come with us? Xiao Taishan suggested to her. In Jiangxi's current state, after he kills all the humans, you'll be next. Great Queen, her subordinate urged. With no other choice, she agreed to go. An emergency broadcast sounded. A terrifying madman is indiscriminately slaughtering humans on the continent of country by. After careful consideration by the presidents of both countries, the exchange conference is temporarily cancelled. Both countries declare that all combat personnel are to enter a state of emergency. Cancel the exchange conference, Ziling ordered her men. Prepare a helicopter for me. We're flying to the continent of country B. I repeat, the entire nation is to enter level 1 combat readiness. The other group's helicopter took off immediately. All four, who disliked each other, sat in silence, listening to the news. According to our investigation, the disappearance of Gran Canaria Island is also related to this mysterious person. According to statistics, he has slaughtered nearly 100 million people in 3 minutes. Xiao Tai Shan put on his headphones. If you say you're more ancient humans, Xiao Hong's subordinate asked curiously, why does Jiangxi hate humans so much? Xiao Hong leaned in to listen. Because we killed his family and his subordinates, Ni replied calmly. Jang in his great king form, continued to destroy the city. The director screamed for his life before he too was killed on camera. The great king laughed and leaped into the air. What does he want to do? The remaining people feared. Success. Dr. Kitamura, the ancient, and his subordinate cheered, hugging each other. By the way, the subordinate asked, his glasses glinting, isn't your goal the future of humanity? Why are you helping us? What do you know? The ancient chuckled, tapping on his computer. I should probably say hello. He spoke into a microphone. Hello, people of the world. Let me introduce myself. His image flickered on the skyscraper's screen. I am the ancient human you've been thinking and talking about. I have something to show you. A clip of Jang fighting monsters, all the way out into space, appeared. A warrior screamed in terror as he was grabbed. He represents the zombies who destroyed our civilization, the ancient's voice narrated. And he destroyed generation after generation of humanity. It is because of him that our development was fractured. He is still living on this earth, always with us. An unmanned drone approached the great king, who noticed it. And so, we have created a being that can compete with him. People watching were stunned. But you don't need to worry, the ancient continued. I had people bury human eggs and fertilized cells in the ground. The great king reached out and crushed the drone. The destruction of civilization that we experienced, you will all experience sooner or later. For the development of humanity. Go say goodbye to your families. While there is still time. The screen went black. The people, now hopeless, began to flee in panic. Help, Jang, somewhere else, sitting on a thick sheet of ice in formal attire, was startled. The great king had just wiped out another city. According to incomplete statistics, several cities have been destroyed, and hundreds of millions have disappeared, a reporter said, his voice trembling. Riots and looting broke out worldwide. Society is collapsing. The world is ending. Who cares anymore? People yelled as they stormed a bank. Don't give up. A president pleaded. We still have hope. Our two countries have the strongest chairmen and generals. We can defeat him. Yes, we're not to be trifled with. Kill him. His supporters cheered. Zhao Hong's group arrived back on their earth. This place. What happened? Ni was the first to step out. The professionals have arrived, someone said. You're from the exchange conference, right? Where's your boss? He couldn't make it, she replied. Zhao Taishan's face darkened. So they are afraid. What exactly happened? Ni asked. A wall had been erected. In front is the city of our country. He has slaughtered the entire city. To stop him from destroying other places, we sent in lieutenant generals, and thousands of men. We don't know what happened. Let us in, Ni requested. You're only lieutenants. Going in is a death sentence. Wait for your superiors. A soldier stopped her. You talk too much, Xiao Taishan said impatiently. We're going in with them. Ziling and Lanqi jumped down from their helicopter. We are the second fleet of country A. Ziling introduced herself. We were nearby. Excellent. The chairman of country A. That's the same rank as our general. The soldiers began to open the barrier. Why are you here? Ziling asked, surprised to see Xiao Hong. Just passing by. Is there a problem? She retorted coolly. I was about to ask you, why did your boss go crazy? You two know each other. Heap Tiep asked curiously. We've fought once, Xiao Hong explained. Why are you reporters going in too? EI asked the man with the cap. With so many generals and chairmen, of course we're not afraid, he chuckled. How many people have gone in? Over 100 generals, nearly 1,000 lieutenant generals, the reporter said with confidence. With so many experts, we can definitely take him down. Over 100 chairmen, nearly 1,000 vice chairmen. Country B really is a major power, Ziling thought. Don't talk anymore, Lan Kai was the first to see the horrific scene. Everyone, look. Before them was a mountain of bodies, lieutenants and generals piled on top of each other. The sole survivor was unconscious, face down. The great king was dragging him by the leg like a dog. He heard them, and turned to look. Ziling and Lan Kai shivered under his gaze. More helicopters arrived, and new warriors disembarked. All those below the rank of general, withdraw from combat, a representative of the country B generals announced. Leave this place to us. The new warriors walked past Ziling and her group. Number 1 said, below the rank of general, get out. Don't cause any more trouble. The great king sat leisurely on the pile of bodies, waiting for the challengers. Lan Kai was sent flying into a pile of rubble, one side of her face smashed, revealing her true form. It's the great king's fourth form, Aga said, watching the monitor. The aura is identical. It must be the great king, right? Xiao Hai hesitated. Xiao Hai, the great king isn't here. You're in charge. Should we go stop him? A subordinate asked. Xiao Hai broke into a sweat. If he really is the great king, I will follow all of his decisions. It's not like the boss hasn't done this kind of thing before. I agree, Agan said. I agree too, Agao added. We don't agree, a Mao shouted, pointing at the small computer screen. Are you guys really thinking he's the great king? What kind of joke is this? The screen showed a sleek, modern robot. He just took the great king's genes and changed his skin. Do you know how much the great king has sacrificed for peace? Our great king would never commit such acts of wanton slaughter again. Our king is now pursuing the truth, far more noble than this metal monster. Elaine remembered a Mao's words and fell into deep thought. That is just a metal monster. It is not our king. In a hot, dry desert, a girl crawled on the ground, reaching out. Tai Shan. The robot from the screen stood before the president of Contria. Disappointing, he said, rubbing his wrists. I even bothered to change into a different form to play with you. My original state could have crushed you. The president of Contria's face was grim. A second later, he collapsed. The robot turned from white to black. It feels like I'm bullying a child. Boring. After I kill all the humans, I'll come back to play with you. The people in the city stared up in horror. All the warriors who had gone to fight were lying on the ground, defeated. The black monster took off, laughing contemptuously. Damn it, Xiao Hong said, struggling to her feet. Sorry, deep, I couldn't help. This is impossible, Ziling said, covered in wounds. We couldn't even block one hit. Great Queen, Landing said, helping her up. In the South Pole, Junsi sensed something and turned. Great King, a zombie next to him shouted excitedly. A fish is biting. On the other side of the globe, explosions ripped through cities, claiming countless lives. Dear viewers around the world, we are facing an unprecedented crisis, a broadcast announced. Half an hour has passed, and thousands of cities have been destroyed. The mysterious person's rampage continues. His next target is a new city at 30 degrees north latitude. That's our city, Aga said, looking at the map. In the spacious suburbs of a city, the black monster looked down. So, you want to watch the great king's city be destroyed? A Mao yelled. If you won't go, we will, Xiao Hai, Aga said, turning to him. They are still too young, Xiao Hai said grimly. Alang, in his giant form, stood over the city. People of the world, a radio broadcast announced, today is destined to be a day of sorrow. In a refugee camp, people of all ages were gathered. More than half of humanity has been killed. A young couple held each other in fear. A baby cried. This is the most severe disaster we have ever faced. The monster looked down at the camp with interest. Humans and zombies, living together. Interesting. A Mao appeared with a special forces unit. Great King, have you forgotten us? This is your city. Who are you? I don't know you, the monster replied coldly. The president's voice continued to broadcast. I am the president of Contria of the human race. I hereby announce to all of humanity. As long as we have light in our hearts, we will not go extinct. Look. Someone in the refugee camp shouted at a screen. What? A Mao screamed in shock. Damn it, he charged forward. Get lost, the monster roared. The force of its voice sent a Mao flying back into a building, creating a massive tremor. The president's voice rang out as the real Jiangxi made an incredibly cool entrance, surrounded by smoke and dust. Towards the light, the clouds will part. On a rooftop, a voice announced, in the face of disaster, all people are equal. We have no time to mourn the dead. What we need to do now is not to lose faith in life. On the T, a Mao and his bodyguards were shown being defeated. Suddenly, someone appeared next to a Mao and touched him. He was shocked, and whipped his head around to see who it was. The giant Alang, since changing his form, started firing beams. Soon after, he was hit in the face with great force by something, lost his balance, and fell with a crash. The black monster stood on Alang, laughing with excitement. Interesting. On a Mao's side, Jiangxi suddenly appeared. Great King, he said, his face serious as he stared straight ahead without a word. Jiangxi ordered a Mao, evacuate the humans in the city. Retreat. I'll handle this place. Without hesitation, he immediately took the order and flew away. Yes, sire. The monster, seeing this, stood there and jiggled. So there's this too. Xiao Hai, are you still here? Kill everyone. Hearing his name called, Xiao Hai awkwardly shifted back and forth. Here. A Gao, standing next to him, placed all his trust in him. Xiao Hai, our lives are in your hands. Jiangxi's face darkened as he clearly enunciated each word of his command. Xiao Hai, evacuate the masses. He frowned in confusion but accepted the order. Xiao Hai led the group away from the observation point, shouting, let's go. Again was torn. He saw his boss everywhere. Who was Xiao Hai supposed to listen to? He blurted out, evacuate the masses. The monster, seeing this, laughed mockingly. The press corps was still diligently at the scene of the incident. Dear viewers, we have followed the robot to the border of this city. We don't know why the great president of this city in Contria is so interested. Suddenly, Alang laughed loudly. A beam shot out from his eyes and flew straight up into the sky. It shot towards where the monster was standing, but he seemed to dodge it with ease. The people in the rescue area were all terrified. Everyone closed their eyes to avoid the dust and smoke. The black monster advanced and struck a base, sending rocks and dirt flying. Ziling stared blankly ahead. Everyone was terrified, their heads bowed, not daring to look. It's over. The girl holding the baby slowly opened her eyes and peeked outside. Jang appeared majestically, easily blocking the monster's blow. The entire group was amazed at the sight. The monster was a little taken aback. The monster, not cool for more than 3 seconds, had his face grabbed by Jiangxi. He threw it, and it slammed its head hard on the ground, shattering the surrounding bricks. Jiangxi threw the body far away. It flew in a straight line and crashed into a tall building. The monster's incredible speed shattered a section of the company's wall, and it couldn't stop, rolling further inside. Not long after, a white figure shot out from the building. The people in the refugee area broke out in a sweat, watching the drama unfold. Whoa. Who is that person? The monster had just prepared to enter the battle when it was immediately beaten up again. It confidently charged forward, not paying attention to anything. The moment the monster fell was also the moment Jiangxi flew towards it, one diving down, the other swinging up, facing each other. Jiangxi clenched his fist and laughed with excitement as he decisively punched the monster. Everyone who witnessed this scene screamed in amazement. Jiangxi smiled happily. That felt great. The monster crashed hard onto the earth at a breakneck speed. The cunning Jiangxi laughed with delight, his hand raised, ready for another go. Jiangxi stood firm, putting pressure on the ground. High above, in the space outside Earth, there was a dark shadow. The Great King looked down from there, smiling with interest. The feeling of fighting myself. The people standing outside were horrified. Whoa. Who is that person in the military uniform? Jiangxi on this side sat down, laughed, and seemed to be planning something. Xiao Hai, from a distance, with his comrades, urgently shouted while pulling the people away. People from the neighboring city, evacuate, this place is dangerous. Someone in the crowd pointed and shouted, I remember who he is, he's the bodyguard of the president of Countria, and currently the commander of Countryas No. 2 Fleet. A reporter's helicopter also appeared in the sky, updating the situation. Dear viewers, a brave warrior from Countria is single-handedly fighting a monster. Xiao Hai turned around in horror, his body stiff with sweat. Outside in space, where the Great King stood, he also began to move. A flash appeared. In the sky, a spark of fire was suddenly falling. Down below, Jiangxi took a running start and shot straight towards where the fire was falling. The Great King was no less competitive, the two of them racing against each other. The fire was still burning fiercely as it fell. The two of them met, and the space around them seemed to freeze. All the witnesses were dumbfounded. The Great King took a deep breath. The two of them simultaneously threw a punch at each other's face. He was knocked down by his punch. On the other side was also knocked back. The people watching were on the edge of their seats, sweating. The Great King clenched his fist, ready to throw another punch. Jiangxi was also in position, aiming straight for his targets. They both threw their punches at the same time. Boom. A loud noise and explosion appeared on the ground. Its impact was even wider, echoing through the entire large city. The buildings all collapsed one after another. Nothing could escape that super terrifying pressure. A cry was suddenly heard from somewhere. A Jew was flying with the wind, the collapsing building behind him. He cried in a daze, no longer coherent, talking nonsense. The people in the safe area looked out and were amazed at that power, letting out a gasp. The subordinate captain's eyes were also wide with surprise. Minister, that Jiangxi and the monster are fighting. What should we do now? The minister said nothing, his eyes fixed on the distance. He pointed straight ahead and said loudly, that small island has a problem. Attack for me. The minister saw Ziling getting up from the ground and said, Ziling, you're not dead yet. Not dead. Come over and help. She replied, her whole body itching, I know. The Ancient One and Dr. J. Ming's disciple cheered excitedly, fight, kill him. Turning back to the crowd, they finally reacted and realized, he really is the president's bodyguard from that time. A super cool image of Jiangxi appeared. They were looking at the T-screen showing the fight, but on the T, all that was visible was smoke and dust and tall buildings. They wondered why Jiangxi on this side had once again transformed into a real human. His appearance changed again. The Great King in front of him was motionless, the rock behind him shattered as he sat on the ground. The entire nation cheered with joy, regardless of who he was or what he looked like. The people in the shelter cheered and celebrated, looking at the T. He's helping us, he's our hero. Even those who witnessed it firsthand couldn't help but shout, go on, take down that monster. Jiangxi stood majestically amidst the cheers of the people. The people at home also cheered enthusiastically. At the same time, the people of the two regions of the entire country were rejoicing. He coldly threatened, looking down. You said you're like me. You're still too green. Suddenly, a bright light shot out from a building in the distance. Jiangxi just waved his hand and easily sent the light flying. The power was so terrifying that the light flew straight out into space. Boom, a terrifyingly huge explosion appeared, spreading around the surface of the earth. The people on the other side of the globe, going about their normal activities, had to shield their eyes from the scorching light. The witnesses were stunned, sweating profusely. Did he just casually flick away a nuclear warhead? Is this something a human can do? Well, he did it. I'm not blind. He stood silently, emotionless, the light behind him creating a heroic aura. The building from which the light was fired now had a hole in it. A few fingers of someone appeared there. The large rock there moved slightly. A new form of the Great King slowly emerged from the rubble. The people were horrified and surprised. He transformed again. From the building, a figure shot out. Jiangxi easily landed a punch on his face. The Great King was no less formidable and returned the favor, punching him in the face. They raced against each other, creating afterimages. Jiangxi threw a punch, and he easily blocked it with just one finger. He was a little surprised and glanced up at him. From that finger, the Great King gathered power. His hand glowed. Jiangxi's blurred figure was hit by the dazzling light. The people far away were horrified, their faces dark as they retreated. He leaned back, his feet firmly planted on the ground, as golden rays of light swirled around him like a cage. The light from the Great King's hand grew brighter. The Ancient One and Ji Ming's disciple cheered. Yes, just like that. Before he can react, before his head can grow back, make him disappear completely in the air, a transcontinental beam of light was fired, passing through a series of countries. The people in the base stared, their faces blank. They vaporized. Not even a speck is left. The Ancient One's group and his subordinate cheered and hugged each other in celebration. Success, finally. He was trying to act cool, but he couldn't even transform into a new form in time, right? Switching to the scene of the fierce battle in the air, magnified 1,000 times, there were tiny green particles floating around. The people who witnessed this collapsed, and cried their eyes out. It's over. In outer space, in every part of the galaxy, tiny particles appeared. 10 million times the number of vaporized particles. On Earth, they were still there, floating. The cells were gradually forming, creating a connected double helix. On the side of the two celebrating, they suddenly stopped, staring in a daze as a bone arm appeared from the helix. It was surrounded by red and blue strands of light, moving and combining. What's going on? Appearing in the smoke and dust was a human body, complete with bones and flesh. Dr. Jiming's group all gaped and shouted, "What is this?" Jiangxi, gradually regenerating his body, glanced down. The reporters at the scene couldn't help but scream, "What? What's going on?" The drone, controlled, slowly moved towards that direction. The people in the base all jumped up in surprise. Outside in space, a faint light had just flashed by. In front of the Great King, the two buildings were pierced by something incredibly terrifying, creating large holes. The witnesses at the scene were dumbfounded. Is he still human? Jiangxi, in the air, was still in the process of regenerating his form. He looked up and stared at him. Jiangxi appeared with a complete body, as if nothing had happened. The Great King stood motionless, staring at him without a word. The observers of the situation still hadn't processed it. Wait a minute. Why does he look so familiar? On the side of the Ancient One, and the doctor's subordinate, they jumped up in disbelief. He can regenerate like that. Jiangxi had only regenerated halfway and was still continuing. A citizen shouted, recognizing him, "He's the ancient being discovered in the video." The whole crowd, after hearing that, roared with a collective "Oh." The little boy at home broke out in a sweat, immediately realizing, he's the one who destroyed the previous civilization. Jiangxi confidently stepped out of the surrounding smoke and mist. The people in the base were each crying in their own way. No. No way. Both sides are monsters. What are we supposed to do? Who will save his? A pair of pants naturally appeared on his body. Ziling and Lim Qi rushed over. Jiangxi is completely exposed, the minister said. Dr. Demon must be on that small island. It's very likely they made this machine. He jumped down and appeared in front of the Great King. Jiangxi coldly looked up with sharp eyes. The Great King still stood motionless. Suddenly, the onlookers were startled. Jiangxi shot forward like a terrifying wildebeest. A gust of wind brushed past the Great King, and he was unprepared. He was hit with a powerful punch to the stomach. The people in the city held their heads and screamed in horror. Boom! A loud noise, a hot flame erupted, shattering the surroundings. A red light appeared, shattering the rocks on the ground and shooting up into the sky. The people watching were on the edge of their seats, their hearts in their throats. The light twisted and turned, forming a curve that destroyed the buildings. The Great King coughed and was sent flying at an incredible speed. He flew out of the earth, passed through the moon. Unable to stop, the Great King pierced through Saturn at the speed of light. Alone, on a single trajectory, he shot through space. He shot from one planet to another, seemingly in a circular orbit. The Great King crashed into the last planet, breaking it in half. The people on Earth watched, their jaws dropped, their eyes wide in shock. Niai's eyes widened, sweating profusely as she cried out, "My God! What kind of creature is this?" From the orange planet, a small flash appeared. Behind the Earth, a large, dark, circular shadow appeared. From the perspective of space, on the moon, looking at the Earth, Jiangxi was still in the same position, motionless, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he jumped high into the sky. Following the path of the Great King's trajectory, passing through the planet, he was suddenly startled and looked ahead. Jiangxi appeared unexpectedly in front of him, swinging his fist. The Great King, with no strength to resist, was punched in the face. He was falling, and a beam of light shot in this direction. Jiangxi easily dodged to the side. The Great King coughed loudly and fell with a thud, taking massive damage. Niai struggled to sit up, preparing to retreat her forces. "I have to get out of this hellish place quickly. If this continues, I'll die here sooner or later." Jiangxi looked ahead in confusion. He glanced back and saw a high light flying up. On some planet, the Great King was flying clockwise, while on the opposite side, Jiangxi was flying counterclockwise. They met at a point, and Jiangxi, as soon as he saw someone, attacked. Suddenly the Great King teleported somewhere, and he was gone. He was left looking around in confusion. He glanced around irritably. Suddenly, where Niai was standing, something fell in front of her. She screamed. Niai was startled, and whipped her head around. Jiangxi was floating in the sky right in front of her. On this side, the Great King was still able to get up, grunting. He slammed the ground. Suddenly, a dozen people were flying in the air. They roared with excitement, their minds seemingly gone, more like animals. Niai witnessed this and was terrified, screaming, "Alive! They're alive again." The people the Great King had brought back were all surrounded by red energy. They made a hissing sound, and their bodies had red stripes. Their minds were not clear. Niai trembled and turned to this side, then to the other, confused. These were the combat assistants who had been hiding behind a huge rock, watching the drama unfold, trembling with fear. "Oh my God, the dead generals have come back to life, his mechanical army." Zombies. Jiangxi flicked his hand to the side, and a cloud of white dust appeared. The place where they were standing was the destroyed city, a desolate wasteland with no one. The tiny green particles appeared again, floating in the air. From those things, human bones began to form again, one by one. Gradually, a horde of zombies appeared, each with a different appearance, all with toned muscles. The reporters filming were surprised time and time again and couldn't say anything. A complete zombie army had been formed. The people in the shelter saw this, and were motionless. A silent atmosphere enveloped them. The whole group now reacted and started screaming and holding their heads. The Great King was still able to stand and fight him. Jiangxi stared at him, his hand flicking to the side, smoke and dust enveloping the area. The people in the base were so shocked that they had some problems. "Oh, my grandparents, parents, aunts, and uncles have all turned into zombies." Ziling whipped her head around, letting out a gasp. He held his fist out in front of him, his hand clenched, his face dark. The zombies he had created seemed to change form again. Each one was emitting white steam. Their faces now transformed into white, smiling skeletons, looking incredibly frightening. Lankai and Ziling, seeing this scene, screamed in horror. They had now evolved to a new level, advancing with great momentum. Lankai and Ziling exclaimed in amazement, This ability, this is just like us." Second transformation state. Jiangxi pointed forward and gave an order. From high above, outside of space, a series of white rays shot down towards the battlefield of him and the Great King. On the Great King's side, his subordinates also began to charge into battle. Jiangxi's subordinates continuously punched and kicked the zombies on the Great King's side. The other zombies couldn't fight back, and were shattered into red fragments. Each of Jiangxi's monsters had a different fighting style. One punched in the face, another tore a person apart and laughed with delight. One used its hand for a knockout blow, another used its knee to kick the other zombies. One monster liked to play around, circling and lightly tapping on the head. One used its elbow for a headshot. It was mostly a one-sided battle with no resistance. The Great King looked down in annoyance, grunting. Seeing his minions were too weak, he shot towards where Jiangxi was standing. The two of them met, blocking each other's attacks, evenly matched, neither willing to back down. The Great King shouted with excitement, "Interesting." They continued to create giant earthquakes and explosions that spread everywhere. Ziling and Lankai, standing near the battle, tried to shield themselves and said, "Oh my God, the shockwave is reaching all the way here." Far away, at the small island where they were fighting, a series of small planes appeared, observing from a distance. A voice spoke. "They still haven't decided a winner. We and this whole world will disappear together. The Earth is no longer suitable for these two to live on. We have to get to that small island quickly." Dr. Jaming's group and his subordinates were each. Who was yelling? In the plane. What were they doing? "Kill him for me. Damn it, those people, the human army has landed on the island. You must want to go to jail." The Ancient One turned around in a panic and looked at Dr. Jiming. What? He angrily shouted an order, hurry up and retreat. On this side, the subordinate captain was in a fighting state, destroying several enemies. On the side of the doctor's group, they were hastily burning all the research documents they couldn't carry. A plane from above landed on the island. The Ancient One, seeing the plane arrive, held a stack of the remaining papers, and rushed to the plane. It's here, damn it, aren't these humans supposed to be stopping that Jiangxi machine? Dr. Jiming inside shouted an order for the pilot to take off. He urged impatiently, what are you doing? I told you to take off. The whole group looked out and saw Lan Ke holding onto the plane's leg, keeping it down. She seemed to have gotten stronger. Her red eyes now had white marks on her face as she gritted her teeth and looked at them. The whole group was terrified. Weren't you on the front lines? How did you get here? She gently moved and threw the plane, taking the group of wrongdoers with it in the explosion. A long time passed. The sun was still shining down. Dr. Jiming's group and his accomplices were tied up, looking at the shredded documents falling in front of them. Ziling grabbed the Ancient One by the collar and interrogated him. You're the Ancient One. I thought you were so noble and elegant when I saw that mecha before. So you're a bald fake. She pressed him with a barrage of questions. You did all of this. Tell me, how do we end this battle? He trembled with fear, and denied it. What? What are you talking about? I don't know anything. On the side of Jiangxi and the Great King, the battle was still fierce and intense. I'm telling you, how do we end this battle? The Ancient One, being held up by the collar, was also at his wit's end. It's no use, an energy of this scale. No one can stop it. Ziling didn't believe him. Her grip tightened as she looked at him angrily. You're lying. You must have a way out. If you were like that bastard Jiming, I might believe you. Lan Kai, beside her, seemed calm. Ziling, let him go. I have a way to make him talk. He was thrown hard to the ground, yelping. The Ancient One looked at Lan Kai approaching him in horror. What? What do you want? She flicked her hand to the side and looked at him. There was a small tear on his sleeve. The Ancient One's eyes changed to blue. Ziling turned to look at Lan Kai in amazement. You know how to do this too. She looked at her and said, you can too, just not for a long time. Dr. Jiming, hearing this, was shocked. What? His subordinate also said the same thing in unison. Lan Kai began to question him. Is there a way to end this battle? The Ancient One, under her control, answered truthfully. Yes. In the ocean over there, there's a machine terminal device button. Just press it, and the materials containing Jiangxi's genes will disappear. The thing he was talking about was a rectangular button with a red press on top. Without the machines as a body, the mechanical Jiangxi will quickly disintegrate. Ziling also quickly turned to the black briefcase and found it. You mean this one, right? The hypnosis wore off, and he returned to normal, realizing and shouting, what? You people. Lan Kai's face darkened as she warned, shut up. Ziling on the other side continued to search. Honestly, I have to admire your research. On the battlefield, Jiangxi and the Great King were still in a standoff, with no major movements yet. High above, it seemed their subordinates were still fighting fiercely. Jiangxi's terrifying eyes flashed as he looked straight at the Great King. Ziling immediately pressed the button to stop the fight. I never thought I was this strong. The Great King on the side, seeing that gaze, could also feel the terrifying threat from it. So this is the oppressive feeling I bring to others. Now I understand. Ziling pressed the button and saw no change, panicking. Why isn't it working? The Ancient One was surprised and in disbelief. What? Impossible. Without a physical body as a container, he can't possibly live. The Great King on the side was preparing to continue his attack. He said grimly, so you've even invited an outside audience. Ziling and the Ancient One looked at the screen, startled. This is impossible. He repeatedly pressed the button. My machines are all high-quality designs. The Great King seemed to be changing, preparing to attack. His body was transforming, and a series of lightning bolts shot out from him, heading straight for Jiangxi outside. Ziling's jaw dropped. Didn't you say he couldn't live without a mechanical body? The green genes appeared and continued to change. They seemed to lengthen, and were still moving. Ni and the commentator, standing nearby, were hit by a strong gust of wind. Jiangxi was motionless, unaffected, silently looking at her, his eyes wide with surprise. The people in the shelter, watching the screen, were also frozen in shock. 6 back abs appeared. The surrounding smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing a figure. Ziling and the Ancient One's eyes widened, their jaws agape as they watched. The Great King smirked. The form has evolved into a mechanical Jiangxi. 5th form transformation. Sorry, the audience is a bit far away. Ni and the cameramen were stunned, their mouths agape as they looked at them, only now reacting and screaming. The Great King smiled confidently. Without a container, I can still live. Ziling's group also jumped up, screaming in amazement. He turned to look back, somewhat amused. Nie, seeing this, trembled with fear and cried out for help. Oh my god, what kind of monster did our ancestors face? The Great King's fifth form was completely revealed as the smoke and dust cleared. Faced with a power beyond human comprehension, where should the people of the world go? Ziling was dazed and in disbelief. This is too much. Jiangxi's subordinates also had opinions and cried out. He smirked, looking extremely excited and amused. The Great King provoked Jiangxi, my original self, why don't you come over here too? Nie, seeing this, was terrified. Oh my god, Jiangxi was still standing tall, his face dark as he looked down. She and the cameraman were sitting right in the middle of the battle, crying their eyes out. Why did we run to the middle? Help! His subordinates stood outside, staring at the Great King. They all charged forward, roaring. He smiled confidently and shouted, chasing them away, get lost. At the Great King's voice, the monsters all exploded. They cried out in agony, and then there was no trace of them left in this world, as if they had never existed. Nie's group, seeing this, were horrified, their jaws agape, unable to speak. The monster subordinates of Jiangxi all exploded, disappearing into tiny particles. He turned and glanced at them with a contemptuous smile. The subordinates, Xiao Hai, a Gao, a Lang, and the other lackeys, broke out in a sweat. Oh my god, he looks exactly like the Great King. Xiao Hai screamed impatiently, Great King, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, there won't be any humans left. Jiangxi lightly raised his arm. He moved lightly from his position on the rock. Jiangxi looked straight at the Great King, slowly raising his hand. The people watched in a daze, already prepared. He raised his hand to cover his face, then he grimly looked up at the sky, his movements extremely slow and gentle. Ziling realized in a panic, His hair was now pushed back, revealing red stripes on his face, looking extremely handsome and cool. Ziling and Lan Kai were amazed, their jaws agape. Jiangxi's grim face, with the red stripes on one side, looked incredibly handsome and no less powerful. The subordinate captain and the minister were stunned as they looked up. In the sky, a crimson vortex swirled, covering the entire vast sky. Suddenly, a red light shot down, right where Jiangxi was standing. He slowly flew up with the light. The people in the base witnessed this and screamed. One pole of the earth was covered by something red, like blood, flowing down from space. It flowed until it covered the entire earth, turning it from blue to red. High in the sky, a red stream also flowed down, submerging several people. Blood. This is blood. In space, the earth and the sun were very close. From the earth, a red stream was flowing towards the sun. The people at the scene looked up at the sky and screamed. The sun, the planet that the Great King had destroyed, was also turning red and had a connecting thread like the earth. Gradually, the planets in space all turned red and were connected by the red stream. The Ancient One's group and his subordinate, Xi Ming, were wide in amazement. The earth has been dyed red. On the side of the minister and the captain, they stood motionless. The Great King, on the contrary, was extremely excited, smiling at this form. Ziling and Lan Kai looked at him in amazement. Jiangxi had transformed. His hair had turned white. Nie's group broke out in a sweat, silently trying not to breathe heavily. The new form of Jiangxi, with white hair and red symbols on his face, stared straight ahead. The Great King smiled with delight, looking ahead. I don't remember. A tall, silver-haired figure was floating in the air amidst the desolate ruins. Jiangxi had changed his form. His hair was white, his body more toned and muscular as he stared ahead. I have this form. The robot on the other side was frozen, its mouth agape. The cameraman, Huang Hun, collapsed next to Nie, screaming. Monster, her eyes were filled with tears, and she was speechless. The host next to her, his voice trembling, pleaded, please spare use. Jiangxi on this set also had patterns on his face. His serious face exuded a cold aura that spread around him. The people below witnessed this, their mouths agape, motionless, not yet processing it. The Great King said with excitement, let me explain. If you want me to disappear, you have to give me a reason. Thunder and lightning crashed. Jiangxi began to speak. After destroying the iron civilization of humans, I researched it myself. He interrupted him, understood. As expected of the original. He smiled sinisterly, his eyes wide, his outer coat also torn to shreds. But I feel like he can still struggle a little. Jiangxi on the side had a dark, gloomy face, his emotions hard to read. No, you can't. The Great King laughed loudly and shot forward. He looked up, suddenly feeling that something was about to happen. Jiangxi was still in the same place, slowly raising his hand. He stopped midway, somewhat on guard, and shouted, what? Immediately after, a large beam of energy shot out from Jiangxi towards here. The Great King was motionless, smiling with delight. Suddenly, he was getting smaller and smaller. The surrounding surface was magnified. I can see the entire view of the earth around its spheres. Suddenly his red power appeared, heading towards this earth. Ziling and Lanki panicked, their mouths agape as they screamed. Jiangxi was holding a small earth in his hand. The entire population was now in a daze, witnessing a colossal, domineering power. What is that? Help! Jiangxi was holding the small, round thing in his hand. Immediately after, he did not hesitate to clench his fist and crush the small earth. The people below were shocked, their mouths agape as they screamed. The great king's face was dark, his eyes wide. Suddenly the sky, which had been a gloomy red, had returned to a gentle, peaceful blue. The people who had just witnessed that scene were all sweating, collapsed on the ground. What just happened? My head is spinning, my eyes are blurry. Everyone, look, next to them were Nei and the cameraman, lying unconscious. Jiangxi from who knows when had grabbed the great king by the neck. Ziling was dazed and confused, sweating as she looked. What did he just do? Lan Kai was shocked. We're all fine. Jiangxi held him by the neck, dangling him in the air. The great king smiled brightly, and praised him endlessly. Amazing. Jiangxi was flying in the air, holding the upper half of the great king's body. The reporters and Nei had already taken cover, lying flat on the ground, watching the drama unfold. Ziling couldn't believe her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong, and asked again, did he just distort space? Lan Ki clutched her heart, extremely shocked. Exaggerated. The feeling of being crushed. The great king was still able to laugh. Actually, I can feel that deep down, you still hate humans a little, right? He glared at him. You did it on purpose. He was a little angry and annoyed. Yes, I was peacefully in your body. Why did you give me to someone else? Ziling and Lan Ki heard the shocking news. The great king said with a hint of grievance, I was perfectly fine in your body, and I never thought of running away. Xiao Xiao, after hearing that, was also dumbfounded. He continued, but when you gave me to Xiao Xiao's group, you should have thought about what would happen today. The great king remembered the time she had fiercely held a machine gun and shot at the enemy. Through your authorization, I helped the useless humans gain unparalleled power. He mentioned how he had possessed and enhanced Ziling's power all this way. From Ziling, he also helped Lan Kai gain invincible power. To Lan Kai, what wasn't done without your permission. The great king was gradually disappearing, looking at him with a bright smile. You know very well that with humans' abilities, they will definitely fight to the death for this power. Remembering the Ancient One's group and his subordinate, Jimain, cheering with joy. This is his Jane. He had laughed with excitement. Success. Jiangxi was still looking, listening to him say, without your permission, who can control me? On this side, the Ancient One was still stubbornly pressing the button. Why aren't the nano machines working? The great king understood himself clearly. I'm just a strand of gene in your body. When he was born from his blood, his mission was already set. When I gained freedom, the first thing I did was to carry out my duties. When the battle came to an end, the city was in ruins, with no plants, no animals, and no buildings left intact. Desolate. You think I did this? Look at this devastated world. The great king laughed loudly. I want to destroy the civilization of this world. Jiangxi silently looked at him and said with certainty, it's you. Deep down, you still have a little resentment towards humans. He increased the pressure on his neck. He seemed not to notice, and smiled lightly. I'm just doing my job according to the rules. Ziling and Lan Ki still had the same expression, in the same place, with the same actions, looking out at him. The people who heard this were all stunned, feeling a little heartbroken. Oh my god, someone is talking to his genes. Jiangxi had lost all patience and asked, are you done talking? The great king said decisively, there's more. He continued to speak, regardless of the tightening grip on his neck. Now, the earth, seen from space, was somewhat silent and peaceful, true to its blue color. I have massacred billions of people. More than half of humanity has disappeared. The great king continued to try and tempt him. You've worked so hard to save this world. Do you think they will be grateful to you? They will fear you, and then continue to oppose you behind your back. It's better to finish the job you've started and kill them all. Jiangxi's face darkened as he decisively refused. He asked, his tone somewhat teasing, so, besides turning the dead into zombies, what else can you do? His face darkened, exuding a terrifying aura. I can bring them back to life. Hearing this, the great king's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiangxi did as he said, and immediately made a long cut on his chest. He forcefully reached into his own body, grabbed his heart, and pulled it out without any hesitation. Below, where Ziling was, everyone who saw it was horrified and jumped back. Jiangxi pulled the heart, severing the connection to his body. The heart in his hand suddenly glowed. Jiangxi raised it high as he flew into the sky. He squeezed the heart in his hand, and from it, rays of light shot out in all directions and rained down. The light spread out into space, flying to every planet. It flew to every corner of the earth. Where people had died, they were returned to their original form without a single scratch. The resurrected people were amazed. In front of them, people were also gradually being resurrected. Below them were human legs, while their upper bodies were white skeletons. The people quickly took out their cameras to take pictures, not forgetting to look in amazement as the person slowly regenerated their body. A girl with green hair appeared. She had returned to normal, looking around in a daze. Ziling and Lan Kai, along with De Yai's group, were in disbelief. Each red represented a person. They were gradually being reborn. Deep was reborn. Seeing herself still sitting there, she asked in a daze, Aren't we supposed to be dead? The whole group of dead people looked at each other in confusion. The people who had died in the city were also returned, complete and intact, and were just as confused. Dr. Jaeming's group, tied up, were in disbelief. Is this kind of thing even possible? Jiangxi arrogantly provoked him. How about it? The Great King, after his initial shock, smiled. It was the same smile, but this time it felt gentler. The Great King now completely disappeared, with a satisfied smile. I'm impressed. Ziling was still dazed. Everything had happened too quickly, and suddenly. Jiangxi held the Great King's dean in his hand, thinking to himself, this time, you can rest in peace. He finally disappeared completely. The battle had ended satisfactorily. Suddenly on Ziling's side, the minister and the subordinate captain appeared. Ziling, you've captured Dr. Jaeming. She hastily handed the button to the captain. You watch them. We're going to the front lines to see what's going on. In a flash, they both sped off toward Jiangxi. He stood there, staring pensively at the gene in his hand. He clenched his fists. He had originally thought the robotic Jiangxi was a conspiracy hatched by Jaemin and the Ancient One to deal with his true self, but in reality, it was a copy born from the hatred for humanity that existed within his own heart. Jiangxi recalled the robot smile and its words. His own gene was right. In the end, the desire to destroy humanity came from himself. From out of nowhere, he produced a red, heart-like object and held it aloft, unwilling to endure the solitude any longer. Jiangxi activated his unknown sixth form to bring salvation to all life on Earth. As he crushed the object, crushing his own heart in the process, he vanished into the sky. The part of his heart that hated humanity, along with his own gene, disappeared simultaneously, completing his self-elevation. 2 hours passed. A pair of lights streaked across the sky and landed at the battle scene. It was Dawn and Lan Kai, descending slowly. Their eyes widened in stunned silence at the sight before them. A bald, indistinct figure stood there. The two ran towards him to check on him. Why is he standing so still? That was terrifying. Is that Jiangxi in his skeleton form? He isn't dead, is he? The figure gave no response, remaining motionless. Startled, they moved closer for a better look. Sir, are you okay? Dawn asked. Lan Kai spoke up. I just want to know, without a heart, will you turn into a normal zombie? Jiangxi returned to his usual self and said with a cheerful smile, don't worry, a new one will form. He even opened his chest to show them. Lan Kai looked exasperated, realizing her concern had been completely unnecessary. I really want to throttle him, she fumed. Me too, but we're no match for him. Can't you ever just end a fight in one go? They shouted in frustration. How is our president supposed to defend your actions like this? Huddled in a corner, Jiangxi muttered sheepishly, I forgot. Suddenly, his attention shifted to his hand. What's this? A few tiny, black particles were sprinkled on his palm. Dawn, standing behind him, guessed, nanomachines. They seemed to like him. He smiled and closed his hand around them. Who knows? Maybe something interesting will come of this later. Time passed. Since that fierce battle, the city's buildings had been rebuilt. The world was peaceful, the kind of life everyone had longed for. And so, the world welcomed a brief period of peace. But with Jiangxi's existence exposed, where did humanity go from here? A group of Jiangxi's followers appeared, carrying something in a rhythmic chant. They stepped forward and planted poles in the ground. A Jew materialized between two posts, hanging suspended in the air, weeping. He remained there, strung up on the roof of a tall building, unable to escape. The scene shifted to the president of Nation aboard an aircraft. Dawn stood before Lan Kai and asked, Mr. President, you called for us. The president, reading a newspaper article about Jiangxi, asked without turning around, where is Jiangxi now? We don't know his whereabouts. He hasn't come to work since the incident. The president set the paper aside. With this development, society is facing a major problem. The atmosphere inside the aircraft was tense as it flew through the sky. Meanwhile, Dr. Jaemin and his scientists had been captured and were being transported to a detention facility. Society is about to be torn apart, the president thought. As the door of the prison vehicle opened, one of Jaemin's subordinates called out, Dr. Jaemin, look. A massive crowd packed the streets, holding signs and chanting. They were protesting, demanding his release. Dr. Jaemin, humanity's savior, Dr. Jaemin is innocent, release the hope of humanity. One of the subordinates looked out and thought, Are the good guys becoming the bad guys, and the bad guys becoming the good guys? Inside the vehicle, Jamin saw the scene and smiled as someone told him, "Dr. Jamin, you've become a symbol of faith for mankind." The scene shifted again, this time to an underground pipe. Just as the robot Jiangxi had predicted, a small knife and a map appeared. Although the real Jiangxi had saved the world, humanity was not grateful, they were terrified. Monks and ascetics everywhere knelt, praying and lighting incense. A black fear began to creep across human society. Even those who rarely prayed now clasped their hands in silent supplication, their anger suppressed by fear. On the other hand, a group of people built statues of Jiangxi, worshipping him. Another crazed faction revered his violent power, believing it was the ultimate evolutionary path for humanity. This is a god. This is the final direction of human evolution. When good people worshipped the bad, and bad people worshipped the good, such a conflicted society was bound to descend into chaos. While the outside world roared with unsolvable conflict, Jiangxi was in his house, wearing pajamas and lying on the floor, relaxing with a video game. He expertly handled the controller, fully absorbed. Little Black walked in. "My king, human society is acting a bit strange right now." Jiangxi, startled, broke into a sweat. "Oh." He turned with a smile. "Little Black, you're here. What's up?" Little Black pointed outside. "Two dogs want to see you." In the living room, the two dogs Little Black mentioned were a Jiao and a Guy, two zombies from Nation Bai. They sat nervously, sipping water. Jiangxi, having changed his clothes, walked out casually. "Who's looking for me?" Recognizing them, he said, "Oh, it's you. What can I do for you?" A Guy and a Jiao exchanged a look, then knelt and proclaimed, "Great King, we seek your protection." A white, translucent spaceship appeared in the sky as a news broadcast announced, "At 220 p.m., the joint government of Nation and Nation has passed the Jiangxi Management Act. According to government sources, the entire moon will be converted into a nano-metal structure to serve as his prison." A team of astronauts was already on the moon, assembling the facility. The extremely powerful individual, Jiangxi, will be imprisoned here for life to ensure the continued safety and existence of human civilization. The symbol of SAB, the Special Act Enforcement Bureau created by the two nations, was shown. Back on Earth, the city was peaceful. Suddenly, fleets of jets streaked across the sky, while below, soldiers boarded tanks that rolled forward in an imposing procession. From a high vantage point, a Guy looked down through binoculars. The military presence outside has grown. Have they brought in all of the world's top forces? A Jiao, his hands wreathed in flame, seethed with anger at humanity's fear and rejection. Conscious zombies from all over the world were flocking to city. "It's a good thing we decided to seek refuge with the king when we did," he said. Suddenly, a meat skewer appeared, and he used his flame to grill it. A young man sat nearby on the roof, eating his own skewer. Behind them, another zombie was hanging laundry. "A Jiao is right," he said. "Otherwise, with the current housing prices in city, we couldn't even afford a rooftop, let alone let our big sister end up sleeping in a sewer like those vampires. That would be too humiliating." Nearby, the big sister of the zombies was relaxing in a hammock, drinking a Coke. She shook the can and said, "Humans fear Jiangxi's power but don't dare to move against him, so they can only reject ordinary zombies like us. They might as well choose our path." Suddenly, a Guy shouted, "Big sister, this doesn't look good." Through his binoculars, he saw a line of determined soldiers glaring at them. "Damn it, the humans are starting their attack," he thought. A commander roared, "The act is in effect. We must bring Jiangxi to justice today." The big sister's face darkened in shock. Are they for real? Are these people idiots? Do they want to cause the complete extinction of human civilization? On another rooftop, Dawn appeared, preparing to move. She teleported in a blur, zigzagging up the side of a skyscraper. Below, a minister gave the order, "Begin." With determined, purple eyes, Dawn launched herself into the sky like a beam of light. A Mao, the Yao twins, and the zombie squad leader appeared. A Lang leaped down from above. As Dawn shot through the city, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Something was flying toward her. She dodged just in time. Xiao appeared, firing a machine gun that set off a huge explosion behind her. Her eyes turned red as she laughed manically. "Director Dawn." A hail of bullets flew towards Dawn, who ran swiftly to evade them. "Director Dawn, you've brought so many people. How about a little fight with me?" Dawn glanced back, recognizing her attacker. Xiao, behind her, a series of massive explosions erupted. "Let me help you remember who saved this world," Xiao taunted. Dawn leaped forward, and the two clashed in a fierce battle. Xiao was caught off guard and took a blow to the chest, but she quickly recovered and flew back to create distance. Dawn watched her every move and began to transform into her empowered state. "Xiao," she warned, "this concerns the survival of civilization. I don't have time to mess around with you." Ignoring her twisted arm, Xiao was suddenly startled by two figures plummeting from the sky. They crashed down on the rooftop with immense force. Xiao was slammed to the ground and pinned, gritting her teeth in frustration. A Gao, a powerful subordinate of Jiangxi, had descended from above to restrain her. In front of her, the human soldiers who were there to arrest Jiangxi gathered. Don't move. We hope to avoid unnecessary casualties. On the rooftop where Gao had landed, a Mao was tied up while the Yao twins reported in. Report, Jiangxi's boss, level zombie subordinates have been suppressed. Elsewhere, Lan Kai, having captured a Lang, reported, Phase 1 combat objectives complete. A Mao watched this and yelled angrily, you're betraying the king. Little Black appeared, adjusting his tie. The world is currently plagued by border wars every day. Cooperating with the humans and the zombie squad leader to implement the new act is the only way to realize the king's ideal. The scene shifted. On a T-screen, the words you lose flashed. Darn, so close, Jiangxi mumbled. He was still casually lying at home, eating chips, drinking Coke, and playing games. How did the situation turn out like this? He wondered. Maybe I should just wipe the slate clean and reset everything. The story flashed back to several months before the act was implemented. Jiangxi's subordinates, along with Don and Xiao, were meeting to discuss the Jiangxi Management Act. Does everyone remember the plan? I'll go over it one more time, Don said, taking the lead. When I charge into the central city building, a Lang will appear on my left, and a Mao will appear on my right. Xiao held a script, looking seriously at Don. Right as I'm about to reach the building, Xiao, you come out to stop me. Then you get restrained by Little Black's group. And you have lines, so don't mess them up. Xiao sat reading her lines, sweating nervously. Lan Kai and the zombie squad leader stood by, ready. Don then issued an order, testing the strength of the material for Jiangxi's prison. Form 1, normal attack. Suddenly, Jiangxi appeared, winding up for a punch. He struck the material, and it shattered into pieces. A massive shockwave blasted everyone away. Dawn, thrown back by the force, Kogdashi pushed herself up, trying to see what had happened. With a single punch, Jiangxi had destroyed an entire wall of the base. A massive trench was now carved into the Earth's surface, visible from space. The punch felt pretty good, Jiangxi said, satisfied. It looks like you've completely mastered the Ancient One's metal technology. He looked confidently at the rubble. Using such a sturdy material to bind me will definitely erase humanity's fear of me. The minister and Shaksho looked on, speechless. Dawn slammed her hand down in frustration. You're lying. There's no way that can restrain you. Instead of eliminating fear, the minister added, releasing a video of that would only cause an even greater panic. No problem, Jiangxi said confidently, leaving Dawn at a loss for words. Just use this material to build walls 1,000 kilometers thick. The surface area of the moon should be just right. At the same time, Dawn continued, changing the subject. My subordinates will coordinate with yours to change humanity's perception of zombies. Then his followers swept up behind her. The scene shifted back to the day of the operation. Dawn, acting as a left field reporter for the Special Act Enforcement Bureau, announced, all operations are proceeding smoothly. A massive containment device hovered in the sky above city. People at home watched, stunned. This is the special type, Jiangxi Containment Unit, a crystallization of technology from both human and ancient civilizations. Little Black and Aga took selfies with the captured Mao and a Lang. The containment unit has been field-tested and proven to be indestructible. The execution of this act is the first step towards coexistence between humans and zombies. Jiangxi, lying at home, watched the news on TV. Not bad, he thought. Little Black and the others have a real talent for acting. The way they ganged up on their comrades looked completely real. On his floor were several books, Jiangxi's Influencer Economy and For the Survival of Humanity, I Must Abut as an Idol. After he was successfully captured, he could roll out the sequel to his image, E-Building Plan. He closed a box, feeling everything was perfect. He packed his bags and was ready to go to prison. On a plane, heroes from Nation B sneered. The people of Nation A are cowards. We now possess such powerful technology. They laughed at the naive idea of coexistence. Jiangxi is now completely isolated. Unknown to them, a Jew was still tied to the building they were flying past, witnessing everything. I'm going to dry out into a corpse, he thought miserably. When is the king going to let me down? Suddenly, a Jew stopped crying. A projectile was fired from the plane, aimed directly at him. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate this threat completely, the soldier said. The shell slammed into the building, breaking the ropes that held a Jew. Freed, he rejoiced for a moment before realizing he was in mid-air. He fell, flailing. Sorry, I didn't mean to escape. The earth is exploding. He looked over and saw Little Black speaking to the Mia. Please rest assured, we zombies will stand firmly with humanity. Arrest my king. Bring Jiangxi to justice. A Jew was consumed by rage. He betrayed the king. Dawn's voice rang out. Who gave you permission to open fire? I said there was no need for violence. What are you people from Mission with the king? Xiao, still tied up nearby, whispered, hey, we're live streaming. Watch it. Dawn's angry expression vanished instantly. What I meant to say was, our two nations are friends. Elsewhere, Jungsi silently watched the broadcast on a small TV. He effortlessly caught the massive shell fired by Nation's forces. Looks like things aren't so easy for Dawn's side either, he thought, cracking open a soda. On the screen, Dawn was saying, Jungsi has never been our enemy. This show of force is merely to demonstrate our resolve to protect human civilization. Jungsi smiled, satisfied. Just a small hiccup. It won't affect the overall plan. We believe this operation will ultimately be resolved peacefully. Dawn continued on T. Suddenly, a massive explosion, similar to the ones Xiaoxiao had caused, rocked the scene. A Jew charged forward with a chainsaw, determined to avenge his master. Jungsi was so startled he crushed his soda can, spraying the drink all over his face. Explosions erupted across the sky. Just as you predicted, Dawn, a soldier said. It's a Jew. He was single-handedly taking down soldiers and aircraft. Is he fighting for real? A Gao asked. Did the king have special orders for him? Don't act rashly, Little Black cautioned. The king must have a profound reason for this. Dawn broke into a cold sweat. This is bad. A Jew was tied up for too long. I forgot to inform him of the plan. We swore to lead the zombies to prosperity together. Why did you betray the king? A Jew roared, ripping a steel bar from the building and fashioning it into a chain weapon. It's because of these humans. If that's the case, I'll just kill them all. This is bad. A Jew is going all out. Stop him. Little Black's group panicked. The battle was now serious, with explosions rocking the city. The massive prison transport hovering overhead was damaged and began to fall. With a flash, Jiangxi appeared and caught the massive structure. His eyes glowed red as he gave a terrifying, demonic smile. A Jew was suddenly struck by a falling object and knocked out. The resulting explosion swept away everything in the vicinity. Dawn stared in shock as Jiangxi stood amidst the rubble, having returned to his second evolutionary form. The terrified soldiers aimed their weapons at him. He smirked mockingly. What are you waiting for? His expression taunted. Come and get me. Sometime later, Jiangxi was in custody, having his mugshot taken. The plan to control him was a success. At the SEB headquarters and launch site, an announcer's voice echoed, "Today is a day that will be written into the history of mankind." Outside, reporters clamored for information. Little Black stood before them and declared, "We will steadfastly stand with humanity. The law will become the cage that binds Jiangxi, and the right to supervise him belongs to every living being in the world. Peace is the common desire of both zombies and humans." He then turned and walked inside. A Gao held the door for him. "Wait, don't go, I have more questions," a reporter shouted. Inside, Jiangxi stood before the rocket system. Little Black, a Gao, and a Cam entered. A second later, their arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by nervous sweat. "Forgive us, our king, there were too many people outside. Our words were disrespectful." Jiangxi casually broke his handcuffs. It's fine," he said with a smile. "So, what did you think of my performance? Did it seem very weak and friendly?" Jiaxiao appeared beside him, holding up her phone, her face deadpan. "Very weak." The video on her phone showed the apocalyptic devastation he had just caused. "You were extremely friendly. We're lucky you didn't wipe us all out. After seeing that, how many humans do you think will believe you were actually captured?" Jiangxi laughed nervously. "My apologies, a small accident. It probably won't be a big deal, right?" Dawn approached. "We all know how strong you are. The sense of pressure you give people is just too immense," she said seriously. "This whole play was to help humanity regain their confidence, to believe they actually have the means to control you. The first step is complete. The next phase will take place on the moon." She gestured to the rocket. "We'll use the moon prison as a stage for a large-scale zombie reality show to display your life to all of humanity." Little Black held up a tablet with the title project, Jiangxi's Fan Cultivation. "Rest assured, my king. We've mobilized all our subordinates to cheer for you. I've also established the most capable public relations team to ensure there won't be a single anti-fan." "Impossible," Jiangxi said doubtfully. "In today's society, it's impossible not to have anti-fans. You don't need to worry about that," Little Black said confidently. "I have my ways." As he spoke, a hidden team was already dealing with anti-fans in the shadows. "Little Black, wipe that murderous look off your face," a Gao grumbled from behind. Dawn tucked her hair back. "And as your warden, I will be entering the prison with you." Jiangxi said. "Then I'll be in your care." The two shook hands. "Fear comes from the unknown. Once they understand you, humans will realize you're just like..." Before she could finish, Jiangxi scooped her up, grabbed his luggage, and launched himself off the launch pad. A streak of light shot into the heavens and out into space. There was a loud crash on the moon's surface as Jiangxi landed gracefully with all his belongings, while Dawn landed head first in the dust. "We're here," Jiangxi said, admiring the advanced facility before him. "It's been a long time since the Great Extinction that I've seen such a wonder." So nostalgic. He turned to see Dawn glaring at him, beckoning him over. He slowly approached. Realizing the vacuum of space wouldn't transmit sound, she grabbed him by the collar, their faces inches apart, and screamed, "Are you insane? You dragged me directly to the moon. Were you trying to kill me? Didn't we prepare a lander?" Jang scratched his head. "Isn't this more convenient? If you don't like it, I can take you back." Dawn stared at him in horror, then stomped her foot furiously. "Don't bother, you might as well just kill me directly. They're almost here," Dawn said, her anger subsiding as she noticed something approaching. "What is it?" Dawn said. "Your roommates," she replied calmly. A heavily armed spacecraft was descending. "Don't worry, your roommates are all very friendly, top-tier talents who are easy to talk to." Inside the craft, soldiers with grim faces and heavy armor stood ready. A voice announced, "Jang has entered the moon prison. Activating all prison defense systems. Containment complete." Back on Earth, the President of Nation and the Prime Minister of Nation entered a special cell. The captive Ancient One laughed mockingly from within. "You don't really think that just because you learn to use my middle, you can actually imprison him, do you? Are you brain dead? The 1,000-kilometer little shell can only delay him for a short time. And that's based on his power when he destroyed my civilization. He's only stronger now. We never intended to control Jiangxi," the president stated calmly. The moon prison project was his own suggestion. The Ancient One fell silent, his expression changing. "We only use this plan to verify that we have mastered your ancient technology," the president continued, turning his back. "As it turns out, whether it's space travel or planetary reformation, none of it is difficult for us now. And should Jiangxi lose control," the prime minister added, "the moon prison will buy us enough time to board our ships." He slammed his fist on a table. "I don't want to see that bastard king ever again in my life. We will take the spark of humanity into the sea of stars and bid farewell to that monster forever." The Ancient One heard this and burst out laughing. "So you plan to run away? Why do you think we, who possessed interstellar migration technology, didn't run before we were wiped out?" He recalled asking his mother as a child what the adults were doing. She had smiled and told him, "We'll find a new home soon. We can finally leave this for second place." The scene shifted to the human fleet in deep space. "Fleet has left the solar system," a voice announced. "Entering hyperspace." The scientists and crew cheered and wept with joy. "We're finally free from that monster." Suddenly, an explosion tore through a ship. Third Fleet impacted by an unknown force field. Escape pods destroyed. What's happening? Before them, a strange planet made of rectangular crystals was forming. Report, the entire Third Fleet has been wiped out. The force field covered the entire solar system. More ships exploded. Fourth Fleet, take over navigation. Push forward. We have to break through. A commander yelled before his ship was engulfed in flames. Once we're clear, we'll detonate the Earth and avenge the fallen. Report, anomaly detected in the forward sector. A long-haired man in a black suit appeared, floating in space before the crystal planet. The commanders stared in disbelief. It's a person. The Ancient One, watching from his cell, was also horrified. In an instant, we lost the entire fleet. The last sound received by ground command was a calm voice from the entity in space. Perimeter sweep of the celestial prison is complete. The stains have been successfully erased. The current changes in Jiangxi are unrelated to a breakthrough. At that same moment on Earth, an explosion blew out the side of a building. Ei and Dai bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Emissary." A figure sat casually with his foot on a chair. It was Vero, smiling. "We unexpectedly found a surviving compatriot here," Nei reported. "She lived with Jiangxi for several thousand years and knows his current state best." "The god of Taishan," Dai added. The scene cut to the Ghost King, struggling against an unseen force, gritting her teeth. "Who's a compatriot of you lunatics? I don't have time to play your crazy games." She broke free, but found herself standing in a pool of blood and bones. "Perhaps you've truly been away from civilization for too long," Vero's voice said from afar. "There are some things I need to help you remember." He was now sitting authoritatively in a room, with the Ghost King standing far opposite him. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. "For instance," Vero said, suddenly appearing before her, "how the weak should behave." He enveloped them in a mist. "Submit to the representative of God, the God of the new era." He brought the captive Ghost King to the Academy for Irregular Humans. "Lord Emissary, that is the place," Dai said. "Our compatriot said the information is here. Aren't you looking for data on Jiangxi?" The Ghost King said weakly, now floating in the air. "It's right in front of you. Go get it. But be warned, they are strong. They possess the highest combat power of the modern civilization." Vero's eyes flashed with anger. "Shut up, you weakling. You don't even know where your own host is. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job." Inside the academy, a party was underway. A banner read, "Congratulations to Jiangxi for leaving Earth," The zombie squad leader expertly sliced a fish, creating 2 perfect plates of sashimi. Sashimi's here, top-grade sashimi. Even though he's a zombie, one person remarked, he helped us deal with Dr. Jamin and made it so we don't need to build walls around the city anymore. He's helped us so much. Is it right to celebrate him going to prison? Of course, we know Jiangxi bears no ill will toward us, another replied, holding a skewer. The problem is, him leaving Earth just brings an incomparable sense of relief. My anxiety is gone. Even just remembering my contact with him gives me nightmares. All we can do now is hope the president's plan succeeds. A man in a red hat suddenly sensed something, and raised his gun. Who's sneaking around? Show yourself. Vero appeared, his face dark, and lightly touched the barrel of the gun, causing it to explode. He smiled faintly. So this is the Academy for Irregular Humans, where humanity's strongest fighters are gathered. He looked around in contempt. You're all so weak you don't even qualify as Stains. The guard he had disarmed struggled to her feet. When did he? From behind, the zombie squad leader lunged, throwing a powerful punch. He sneered and immediately turned back. Vero effortlessly parried the attack and countered. The nosy leader Ying uttered a few panicked words. This is fake, right? Just a glare was enough to make the man explode into pieces. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood flowing freely. The astonished leader looked down. Blood was seeping from the floor, its color growing darker by the second. The scene remained unchanged except for the blood, red liquid now pooling on the ground. The balloons began to burn, suddenly transforming into a swarm of floating, flaming skulls. Here, the man in the red hat slowly took off his cap and shouted, this is boring, you shouldn't underestimate humans. Nano Iron Heart, Type 1. He began to transform, something new taking shape. He felt himself growing larger, his muscles bulging. His tall figure changed, and as he stretched out his arms, they morphed into the black legs of a bird. Vero smirked with amusement. His Nano Iron Heart Type 1 transformation was complete. Leader Ying stared wide-eyed at the human, Nano Alloy technique. Ancient One, the man in the red hat has completely turned into a monster. Chairman Steel Bone, how long are you going to lie there? Leader Gangda managed to say, I don't need your concern. Suddenly, a sphinx-like hand rose and lunged forward. The gossiping leader Yang was engulfed in a cloud of dust. What appeared was a giant monster named Nano Iron Heart, Type 1. Let's go. A perfect chance to test this body modified with Nano Alloy, he roared in anger. When you two stole the Nano Alloy, couldn't you have called me? The tiger, like beast, fired beams in every direction. From a distance, the man in the red hat aimed his gun, ready to fire. In his transformed state, he was prepared to unleash a blast of light. Beside him, the transformed leader Gangda was also ready, waiting for the command. They fired simultaneously, their beams of light merging and hurtling forward. Vero raised his hand and blocked it with ease. 1,000 years have passed, and you people haven't changed. He smirked at them. Vero pointed a finger at his opponents. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared, crushing the tiger in its grasp. Leader Gangda was held immobile, reverting to his human form. Vero swung his arm, deflecting the power shot at him. The man in the red hat was no match either. He was sent flying, also reverting to his human form. The space fell silent for a moment. The man in the red hat knelt on the ground, his strength depleted. He looked up to hear Vero's words. 1,000 years ago, you relied on a spaceship to launch such an attack. I suppose this can be considered some sort of progress. Dai, who had been observing from the side, reported, Lord Emissary, they are not the entire fleet of the ancient civilization you destroyed back then. The current civilization focuses on developing individual combat strength, a point we have reported before. Vero sounded bored. Oh, is that so? It doesn't matter. It's perfectly normal for stains like these, festering in a cage, to be annihilated by Jiangxi at any moment. Leader Yang finally dared to step forward protectively. Who are you people? You know him. Vero spread his arms wide with a smile. You could say he is the one I exiled and sealed away. And now, I have returned from the Sea of Stars to put a complete end to that demon, and while I'm at it, wipe out stains like you. Dai panicked and pointed. Lord Vero, the one in the back is running away. Vero's eyes widened in surprise. Something was missing. The man in the red hat was gone. Someone from the group had run off to report the situation. I have to report what's happening here quickly. Vero held out his hand and declared, it's useless. Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. They may escape my grasp, but they cannot escape the fate of annihilation. You lowly beings may call me the god of the civilization of the ages. Vero turned back, and with a gesture of his finger, another person exploded with a boom. Something horrifying fell to the ground with a loud thud. The blood on the floor began to fade and disappear. Vero approached the Ghost King. Lowly creature, didn't you say this academy had intelligence related to Jiangxi? If I find it, I will not pursue the matter of your proposal to attack the academy as a warning to humanity. She thought angrily to herself, damn it, I knew this group was useless, but I didn't expect them to be this useless. I was planning to escape during the chaos, but these failures couldn't even last one round. Leader Gang Da was no longer moving. It seems I'll have to think long-term. Dai cheered. We found it. We found the intelligence on Jiangxi. Hearing this, the Ghost King smirked. See? I told you it was here. That was close. Thorough took a stack of papers from Dai's hand. What is this? See for yourself, my lord, Dai said. In his hand was a book about Jiangxi titled Idol Series, Into the Prison. Dai pressed a button to start a program. Welcome, everyone, to the large-scale reality show of this season's Jiangxi. This is the reality show with the highest viewership and favorability rating in the world, breaking 100 billion. On the screen, a host was talking about the moon. We will use a global live stream to expose everything to you, guaranteeing absolutely no editing or fabrication. They all sat and watched the show. With the strong promotion of the SAR Special Law Bureau, all 8,000 of the world's top super criminals have been transferred to the moon prison. This show will live stream the true land of criminals for you. Everyone watched with expressions of disbelief and awe. The screen showed Jiangxi sitting with a few unfriendly-looking people. Furthermore, because they have always been locked up in prisons and completely cut off from outside news, they have no idea they might come into conflict with Jiangxi, said the spokesperson for the SEB Special Law Bureau. Xiaohe added, even in this extreme situation, Jiangxi can still coexist peacefully with humans. Back on the moon where Jiangxi was, he was queuing for food. Auntie, could I please have some more eggs? I'm planning to use this opportunity to work out a bit. The T-screen followed his every move, accompanied by a stream of negative comments. Vero's face grew darker, veins popping on his forehead as he watched. Dai held up her phone, showing off her achievement. Lord Emissary, we have already sent 1,000 slanderous comments about Jiangxi. Rest assured, we are working hard to crusade against the enemies of our god base. He shot her an irritated glance. Be quiet. I'm thinking. Vero stared intently at the tea, lost in thought. On the screen, Jiangxi happily received a full spoonful of food. Thank you, Auntie. In the observation room, Ziling gave orders. Team 1, watch the lighting. Team 2, what are you doing? Can't you see Jiangxi's makeup is smudged? Are you deaf? Move the camera to another character. Makeup team, go touch him up. Jiangxi, in the middle of his meal, was suddenly pulled aside for a makeup touch-up, standing motionless as they worked on him. Vero's expression grew increasingly grim. How can this be? Calm down, it can't be this good. He remembered Jiangxi's ruthless, murderous nature, a demon who could destroy worlds at will. An image of the cunning Jiangxi in his fifth form appeared in his mind. How could he possibly care about the thoughts of humanity? Someone like him would want nothing more than to slaughter every person in every corner of the earth. Vero pondered. Could it be that 1,000 years of solitary confinement have driven him insane? He paused, a realization dawning on him. Vero shot up, overjoyed at having found a suitable reason. I understand now. Jiangxi must be trying to probe the mysteries of the human soul. From these lowly stains, he hopes to borrow their power to break the authority of our divine civilization. Yes, that's it. His ultimate goal is still to break through the barrier we built, not hesitating to destroy a civilization and spend 1,000 years setting up his plan. He calmed down and sat, marveling, how terrifyingly cunning. Jiangxi, you are truly worthy of being my old foe. Vero smiled menacingly. But now that I've found you out, how can I let you have your way? He slammed his hand on the chair. First, a greeting. Outside Earth, in the vastness of space, a satellite hovered. Somewhere, as if on a ship, an image of Earth was being projected. A muscular, blonde-haired man gritted his teeth as he walked. He picked up his food and chose a seat. Jiangxi was eating happily, followed by a large film crew. Suddenly, the man slammed his tray of food down in front of Jiangxi. Ziling's eyes darted towards them as the man sat down. His body was covered in wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his eye as he smiled and said, "It's been a long time." The scene shifted to the exterior of the moon base. A group of reporters was gathered outside. This is your special correspondent, reporting live for you. It is now the third day, and everything here remains as calm as ever. Xiao Hai and his subordinates watched the broadcast intently, raising their beers to celebrate. They were ecstatic, their party in full swing. The global live stream has been going for 3 days, and no one has gotten into a conflict with the Great King. The public discussion on Earth is also very positive. The plan is going much more smoothly than we thought. Back at the moon base, the atmosphere was the complete opposite of the cheerful celebration on Earth. A group of men lay unconscious on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Ziling turned away, annoyed. I already educated these prisoners beforehand. As long as they don't actively look for trouble, with Jiangxi's personality, why would he ever get into a conflict with anyone? Suddenly, a guard burst through the door, shouting, "Director Ziling, emergency situation." Back with Jiangxi, Vero, having possessed one of the inmates, appeared before him with a crazed smile. Did Jiangxi, do you remember us? Jiangxi continued eating, looking uninterested. You. Thorough, seeing this reaction, was incredulous. He laughed menacingly. Stop pretending. Let me see. He controlled the inmate, who drew back a powerful fist. Just how weak you've become. He lunged forward, aiming a punch straight at Jiangxi. Jiangxi remained motionless, easily catching and stopping the arm with nothing but his chopsticks. The man trembled, unable to move. Suddenly, red alert sirens blared. Special warning, special warning. Machine guns immediately activated and locked on. Target exhibiting violent tendencies. Prison lockdown complete. Self-destruct system initiated. If violent tendencies are not neutralized, self-destruct countdown will begin. Final 3 minutes. The people on Earth froze when they heard the news. It's going to self-destruct. Laser sights from the weapons all pointed at Jiangxi, covering him from head to toe, leaving no blind spots. Just for gently blocking a punch, he was being threatened by an arsenal of guns. Vero was now certain of his suspicions and laughed heartily. Interesting, Jiangxi then going on a killing spree. The other inmates broke out in a cold sweat, trying to me. Big brothers, let it go, let it go. Peace brings prosperity, eh? Vero, in the inmate's body, laughed and said, Jiangxi, is this the result of you living peacefully with humans? He provoked him further. No matter how you pretend, these weak worms will always fear you. This fear will make them repeat the mistakes of that mechanical civilization. The history of you destroying human civilization will repeat itself endlessly. Jiangxi's eyes lit up. I see. So this is what's called a prison brawl. He thought for a moment, and then recalled, I remember now. They told me how to handle this. Ziling had taught him several ways to deal with such situations, the foolish way, the violent way, the calm way, the stealthy way. No action necessary. I understand. He shifted into his third form, and turned to face his opponent. The subordinates who had just been celebrating were now frantic. It's over, the great king is about to make his move. I'm going to release a Jew and the others, prepare for war with the humans. Jiangxi stood silently, staring at the man opposite him. Ziling yelled into her comes, shut down that idiotic self-destruct system for me. Now, he took a step towards his foe. Target's threat level is too high. Activating intelligence system as per protocol. Vero, still fearless, continued to taunt him through the possessed man. As expected, still the same demon who only knows destruction. Let this puppet I control fight you. Come on, smash this puppet to pieces and let the humans see your true, terrifying face. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock. His expression changed, and he broke into a cold sweat as he watched Jiangxi grow larger, looking down at him and bringing a hand closer. Vero was terrified, unable to move. The will of this body is resisting me. Don't. Jiangxi only placed a hand gently on the man's shoulder. A wisp of energy appeared, and Vero's spirit was expelled. The man regained his senses, frozen in place. Jiangxi asked gently, are you calm now? The air was silent. Jiangxi glanced over, and the man, scared out of his wits, ran for his life, screaming, Mommy, save me. Vero stared at the screen in disbelief. How is this possible? Just by evoking fear, he helped the man break free from my control. Jiangxi glanced upwards, sensing something. Vero's spirit was still lingering nearby. Insect. Jiangxi flicked his hand dismissively. Vero's eyes widened in sheer terror. A flash of light erupted from the moon, streaking towards Earth with incredible speed and power. Dao Hong was stunned. Dai Dai's jaw dropped. Tai Shan was speechless. Vero stood with his hands on his hips, looking forward. Ni stared in astonishment as he raised a hand to the sky, and an immense pressure descended. Ni, Dai, and the others couldn't withstand the crushing weight and were forced to the ground. What's happening? This pressure. On the moon, Jiangxi returned to his original form and put his hat back on. A notification chimed. Target's aggressive state has vanished. Alert cancelled. He cheered, all taken care of. The terrified onlookers backed away. Back on Earth, Vero's location was in ruins. His subordinates lay on the ground. He looked at the hand he had just used to block the force, which was now scorched and steaming. Vero was filled with awe. As expected, that demon hasn't weakened at all. Then why, even after being provoked like that, is he unwilling to turn on the humans? He clenched his fist. I understand. He must be trying to gather these worms as his followers, to contend with me, God's emissary, for power. I absolutely cannot let him continue. Vero's face darkened as he commanded, all of you on Earth, do everything in your power to destroy humanity's trust in Jiangxi. When our reinforcements arrive, the grand army of God's emissaries will turn this entire galaxy to dust. Yes, Lord Emissary. Nei and Dai replied in unison. Vero vanished instantly. I will go to the moon myself. I must hold Jiangxi off until the reinforcements arrive. The Ghost King was surprised. He just left like that. Looks like I don't need to run anymore. Ni turned to explain, the Lord Emissary's target is Jiangxi. Why would he stay on Earth with us? She put her coat back on. The humans will soon discover the attack on the Academy for non-humans. Between Jiangxi's subordinates and all the humans enhanced by ancient technology, none of them will be easy to deal with. The Ghost King looked cool and confident. Why don't you all submit to me? This king guarantees you a way to survive. She remembered Vero's face. That madman will definitely be obliterated by Jiangxi. I just happen to be in need of a few underlings. Might as well take this chance to recruit them. The humans won't find out, I warned. If you don't believe me, you can go look at the place where we just fought. The Ghost King, unconcerned, opened the door and stepped out. The shattered walls were repairing themselves, returning to their original state. The people in the academy who had vanished were also being restored. Both the damage from the battle and the people who had been killed could be restored through imagination. The Ghost King walked around, surveying the scene, manifesting projections of imagination into reality. This is the authority of our divine civilization's power. Leader Yang lay on the ground, unconscious but completely unharmed. Therefore, until this civilization is destroyed, they will never realize they were attacked. Leader Gang Dao was fully revived, and the whole group was unscathed, as if nothing had happened. To perish in ignorance is the mercy bestowed by our Lord Emissary. Leader Gang Dao woke up to see Dai Dai and Tai Shan. And we also use spiritual gods, gods of the imagined mind, to fight. For example, little Tai Shan here is my spiritual god. She smirked. Weren't you born the same way? Demons and dragons. The Ghost King asked. Are you saying I'm something you dimwits imagine? Ni stepped out. Believe it or not. But if the Lord Emissary judges that you intend to leak information to the humans. She crackled with lightning. Then we can't let you leave today. The scene shifts to a peaceful city, where a group has gathered near a large crater. A little girl with green hair is climbing on their car to take a picture. Yes, that's the pose. Good. One more. The photographer called out from a distance. A few more angles. Jiangxi saved us. We have to do our best with this promotional campaign for him. Suddenly, a black hand grabbed his ankle from below. He yelped and looked behind him. Who is it? A giant hand appeared, waving hello. They stared dumbfoundedly as a man with no hands or legs crawled towards them. Please take me to the Special Law Bureau in Guangzhou. The emissary believed that the most powerful force in the vast sea of stars was hidden within the spirit. Red streams of light flowed towards him. Imagination was the spark that ignited that power. It is through such power that we have created countless gods, becoming a divine civilization that walks with the gods. It is also how we imprisoned the primordial demon in his homeland. The emissary floated in mid-air, his eyes glowing. In the long years that followed, we traveled the universe, conquering stars, but never did we lower our guard against the demon. He saw an image of Jiangxi in normal pajamas. And now, that demon dares to create a false front, pretending to want to live in harmony with ordinary humans. The emissary's face was fierce. A flame appeared in his palm. And I, Emissary Vero, how could I let you succeed? He pushed the flame, sending it into a large man lying in bed. The man cried out in pain. Vero declared, I will make this weak civilization see your true, terrifying, and tedious face right now. Jiangxi was happily watching people line up when he bumped into a large man, enraging him. The man glared and shouted, hey, don't cut in line. Jiangxi slapped him hard, sending his head into the wall, and then calmly continued on his way. Rushing to line up for the washroom so early in the morning. A little courtesy, please. Can't we be more civilized? The man, looking pathetic, mumbled, sorry. The emissary, watching this, was taken aback. I meant I would expose your true face soon. Definitely. The following week, Jiangxi happily admired himself in the mirror, singing softly. Early to bed, early to rise, feeling refreshed and great. In prison, Jiangxi lived a disciplined life, exercising actively, his days full and happy. He even enthusiastically raced with other inmates. The emissary, angered by this, created a flame in his hand. He transferred the flame to two men and ordered, follow my command. Go deal with Jiangxi. They moved to obey. Seeing this, Jiangxi assessed the situation. He ran at the speed of light, sending everyone flying. He cheerfully walked to the gym. Next up, daily exercise. The equipment here is fantastic. The emissary, not giving up, yelled, keep attacking Jiangxi until everyone turns their backs on him. The men he controlled prepared to attack, but they froze, staring in awe as Jiangxi bench pressed a weight bigger than his own body. They began to tremble, no longer daring to attack. The emissary screamed, get up, all of you. One of them muttered, we have to fight Jiangxi. For real. Jiangxi, feeling relaxed after his warm-up, said it's time for some more exercise. He moved on to play pickleball. He played so well that everyone was amazed. No matter the sport, there's always someone to play with. The people here are so friendly. His two opponents were drenched in sweat, looking exhausted. They were worn out, but Jiangxi was still full of energy. Made some more new friends. What a peaceful and fulfilling day. The emissary was freaking out. After being attacked so many times, he should have shown his crazed, terrifying face. You weren't like this before. Ziling sat calmly in her chair and answered her phone. Xiao Xiao. What's up? Xiao Xiao quickly replied, Director Ziling, has there been anything unusual at the Moon Prison recently? Everything is normal on my end, Ziling answered calmly. In fact, the number of inmates causing trouble seems to have decreased lately. We received news that someone is causing trouble for Jiang Sai. Ziling glanced over at him, doing splits on the floor. Causing trouble for Jiang Sai? She asked, puzzled. Who's tired of living? See. I told you we didn't need to worry about Jiang Sai's side, Xiao Xiao said with relief. The minister added, but the fact that we were attacked is true. She stood with several robots. On a bed, machines were examining a young man. Lanke, what are the results of the investigation from the Academy for Non-Humans? The minister replied, Bureau Chief Jang personally led a team there, but so far, they haven't found anything unusual. Balloons floated everywhere as Bureau Chief Chang walked towards the Academy for Non-Humans. The place was decorated with red ribbons. He saw Leader Ying, who looked surprised. The bureau chief pushed aside a curtain and opened a door. He walked over and squeezed Leader Ying's face. It felt normal, there were no signs of him ever being beaten. Leader Ying rubbed his head. Bureau Chief Chang, what's the occasion for this sudden inspection? The bureau chief looked around and then answered his phone. I've checked. There are no signs of an attack at the academy. You all must be overthinking it. Did Chairman Can just fall down while he was out playing? Suddenly, Xiao Hong appeared, floating above his head. She passed through his body, giving him a strange sensation. After facing through him, she landed forcefully in front of the bureau chief. Unaware, he continued, a wasted trip. All this unnecessary worry. She was furious. Is that guy blind? He can't even see a beating like this. It's useless, Nie's voice rang out. I've already integrated you into my illusion. Nie, dressed glamorously, spoke clearly. No matter what you do, people outside won't notice. Even if you kill him. Dai's face darkened. I don't understand why you want to oppose his. Regardless of who your master is, you should be one of our kind. Nonsense, Xiao Hong retorted. I am the queen of the blood clan, not the product of someone's imagination, and I certainly have no master. Tai Shan explained, Master, this absurd creature's mind is completely closed off. Let me out to break her bones, so she won't ruin our plans anymore. Xiao Hong forced a smile, trying to stay calm. You big oaf, last time you caught me because I was careless. This time. Her eyes glowed, her expression terrifying. Watch me crush you to dust, Bureau Chief Chang, let's go back, his assistant said. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Tai Shan charged at Xiao Hong. She countered with a kick, sending him flying downwards at an imperceptible speed, right where she stood. They caused a massive explosion. I grew impatient. We've wasted too much time. My illusion is about to break. I've raised the illusion to its highest level to protect you. Let Tai Shan finish her with his full power. Tai Shan threw a punch at Xiao Hong. She dodged it. Tai Shan raised his hands to defend against her blows. She landed a punch that sent him flying into a wall with great force. Xiao Hong smirked triumphantly. Shameless bragging. Dai raised her tattooed arm. This one is completely unreasonable. Her expression was furious as the tattoo swirled around her arm. There's no other way. Let me remind you of the true form of a spiritual god. Pieces of rock began to cling to Tai Shan's body. I envisioned the heavens and earth tilting, mountains echoing, lava freezing, peaks shattering the sky. His entire hand was now encased in rock. The rock spread down his legs, accumulating more and more, covering his entire body. She used her power to draw the fragments onto him. My god descends, a giant foot appeared. Xiao Hong stared in amazement. Dai had transformed Tai Shan into a stone giant 100 times his original size. She declared proudly, his name is the echoing terror of the ancient mountains. The Tai Shan god stood before Xiao Hong. Dai floated above. The power of a spiritual god comes from the imagination of God's representative. A masterless creature like you is no match for the Tai Shan god. Xiao Hong flew towards her in a rage. You talk too much. Tai Shan god, crush her, Dai commanded. He brought his massive fist down on her. Without hesitation, she met his fist with her own hands. Xiao Hong seemed to be struggling, slightly outmatched by the Tai Shan god. The clash of their powers created an explosion. Xiao Hong was nearly exhausted. Tai Shan, unharmed, quickly threw another punch. She used her wondrous hands to recover and dodge the blow, spinning on his giant hand to evade. It was clear she was at a disadvantage. The Tai Shan god's eyes glowed red as something attacked his hand. Earth core eruption. Dai shouted. He slammed his hand on the ground, affecting everything around them. Sharp, massive spikes erupted behind him, attacking Xiao Hong. A spike pierced her side, another her back. Her thigh was impaled, gushing blood, and her hands were also grievously injured. Taishan had transformed into a being without eyes or a mouth, his upper body like a porcupine. Xiao Hong groaned in pain from the bleeding wounds. Dai said viciously, "Don't think you're so great just because you can regenerate. These spikes will drain all of your divine power until you turn into a pool of blood," she threatened. "Beg for mercy now, and you might have a chance. Otherwise, when your remaining power is gone, you will disappear completely." Unafraid, Xiao Hong laughed contemptuously. The spikes began to retract. Dai was surprised. They dissolved so quickly. Dai, watch out, AI yelled. Something slashed across Dai's neck. Xiao Hong had moved like a flash of lightning past her. Dai screamed in pain, clutching her neck as she fell from the sky. Xiao Hong landed on a spike, and the ground shook with a loud thud. "You were too careless, Dai," Nei said, annoyed. Xiao Hong smiled. "So you gods can also get hurt and bleed?" Dai, her face down, cursed her. "Damn you." Nei used her power to heal her. "If I had been a second slower, you'd be dead." As Dai's body was restored, she gritted her teeth in anger. Who would have thought a wild god without a master could be so powerful? Still unconvinced, she said, "This isn't the time for talk. She doesn't have a master to replenish her power, she can't last long. Let's attack together." Nai closed her eyes and began to chant. When she opened them, her irises were gone. Something shone above her head, a bell chime. Enduring time, she intoned, all things return to the longing for peace. Suddenly, a gray furred hand appeared. My god descends. Nai had created a beast with bright, clear, playful eyes. Its name is the restless peace of the everyday. Xiao Hong was stunned. Taishan god, Dai commanded. He rose from the ground, his hand so large it blocked the view from a plane's window. The passengers stared in horror. Dreamscape, Nai said grimly. The beast, everyday, obeyed its master and flew up, trailing streams of light. A magical barrier enveloped the airplane. The passengers rubbed their eyes. Was that nothing? A young man wondered. Were we just seeing things? Another asked. Xiao Hong was trying to use her magic. Everyday looked at her, and reached out with its massive hand. Xiao Hong prepared to block it, but it suddenly vanished, surprising her. She hovered in the air. Why did even that big guy disappear? Taishan suddenly attacked her, so fast she couldn't react and scream. His fist slammed into her, and her face crashed into the Taishan god. Dai, Nei, and Everyday followed, climbing onto Taishan. Dai fumed, a spiritual god with no master, and she can last this long. Just how strong was she before? Xiao Hong lay exhausted in the water. Impossible, Nei exclaimed. When I met her before, her aura was very weak. Besides, she'd been on Earth for nearly 1,000 years. She should have faded away by now. Everyday spoke calmly, I sense an unknown energy source within her body helping her sustain her existence. This enraged its master. Why? Blood spread from Xiao Hong in the water. A green light glowed in her chest. All her cells and hormones had turned green. Everyday admitted, looking at Xiao Hong's hateful face, fortunately, she cannot wield that power. Otherwise, we would all die here. She flew up, the water beneath her turning red. So you like to hide in illusions. Xiao Hong's voice made them panic. It's raining, Dai said. She looked up and realized with horror that it was raining drops of blood. Xiao Hong calmed herself, gathering her power. Her voice was filled with rage. Then let me send you all to hell at once. The drops of blood swirled above her head. She looked at them with pure hatred. Dai was terrified. Are you kidding me? Xiao Hong gestured, and the blood drops shot forward like lightning, stunning the two women. They screamed, unable to react in time as the blood streaks aimed for them. Everyday realized the danger. This is bad, she's enraged. She's using all of her divine power. The Taishan god appeared, looking grim. Taishan god, stop her now, Dai urged. He raised his hands, preparing to fight, and reached for Xiao Hong. She roared defiantly and unleashed her full power. The two fought with fierce, untamed energy. Xiao Hong seemed to have regained 100 of her strength. She struck at Dai. Ei was also attacked. Full dreamscape, Nai screamed. Everyday obeyed, but it was still pierced by Xiao Hong's power. Taishan, and she fought until he was exhausted and reverted to his original form. Xiao Hong staggered back, maintaining her balance. The battlefield exploded in a cloud of dust and debris, which flew towards the city's skyscrapers. The people in the city stared, mouths agape. Taishan walked slowly, his clothes in tatters, smoke rising from his body. Nie, also exhausted and scraped, ordered, Everyday, reverse time. Dai supported her. Nie, are you okay? She grimaced in pain. Sorry, I couldn't bring little Taishan back with us. The Blood Clan's attack was too strong. I could only return us to our normal state. My spiritual god has exhausted all its divine power and cannot even maintain its own existence. Fortunately, she thought, as long as the power source, am okay, the dissipated part of the spiritual god will recover quickly. Dai was aghast. You've got to be kidding. How could Xiao Hong unleash such a powerful attack when she doesn't even have the status of a god's host? Because she was risking her life, Ni said calmly. Without a host, she burned everything she had in that last attack to fight Tai Shan. Xiao Hong, who had heard everything, stood with her clothes in disarray and gave them a thumbs down. This time, I win, she said with satisfaction. Suddenly, something flew past. Ni turned to see a naked man hovering in the air, a sight that utterly shocked both her and Dai. The messy, aired man looked down and said, so it was all you're doing. Now, feel the passion of humanity. What the hell? The two women screamed. Taishan moved to block him, but was struck, his outer stone layers shattering. He continued to shield them. This is bad, Nie said, her voice filled with worry. When my psychic energy runs out, the illusionary realm will disappear. Let's not get tangled up with this pervert. We need to get out of here. Who wants to get tangled up with him? Dai retorted. If only little Taishan hadn't used up so much energy earlier. Little Taishan, get this pervert out of my sight. Taishan and the man were locked in combat. Taishan landed a solid punch on his jaw. The man cried out, looking at him with newfound respect, and seized the opportunity to grab his arm, successfully stopping him. Stop, he said. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the sky. A helicopter descended, bringing Xiaoxiao and a piece of equipment. This is fun, she exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoxiao aimed her weapon, firing a brilliant beam that exploded on the roof of a skyscraper, sending debris flying everywhere. Dai and Nai were terrified. Taishan gritted his teeth, his body battered and bleeding. A minister stood with his arms crossed. You are under arrest for threatening the safety of humanity. Surrender. That's the top fighting force of Nationa, Dai worried. They must have integrated ancient technology, they're much stronger than they were in the drills. Don't tell me our Ghost King fought to the point of self-disintegration just to draw their attention here. Ni said, frustrated. Why would she do that? Suddenly, a strand of dna materialized in the air. It was unmistakably the Ghost King's. She hovered there, surrounded by a green aura. Who disintegrated into dust. That was just a powerful move. What's so surprising? Impossible, Ni shrieked. You don't even have a host. How could you regenerate after your very existence was erased? A host? The Ghost King looked at her with disdain. I told you, I don't need such a thing. She declared haughtily, I am the vampire queen who fought Jiangxi for 1,000 years. Showing off with Jiangxi's gene feels amazing, she thought schemingly. I should go get some more from them later. Meanwhile, in the moon prison, a young woman, seemingly the MC for Jiangxi's show, spoke excitedly into a microphone. Jiangxi waved cheerfully. Welcome, everyone, to the world's first criminal variety show, Run, Prisoner. The MC announced that after 2 weeks of selection, the show was officially beginning. Her voice echoed as a group of men in pink dresses practiced dancing, listening intently despite their exhaustion. The program was broadcast live globally, capturing the attention of people on massive outdoor screens. Please vote for your favorite contestant, the MC shouted. And now, let's welcome to the stage, Jiangxi. Vero, the emissary, surrounded by a red magical aura, watched from a palace. He crumpled a piece of paper in his hand. It read, to avoid destroying humanity, I can only debut as an idol. Damn it, Vero see. How dare he ignore me? The prisoners under my control have been attacking him day and night, yet it's been completely impossible to provoke his anger. On the screen, the MC announced that Jiangxi had successfully advanced to the next round. What's the point of playing this peace and love game with everyone here? Vero snarled, a terrifying smile spreading across his face as he prepared a spell. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Red energy swirled around him. Dawn, how was my performance just now? Jiangxi asked, wiping sweat from his brow. The audience's reaction was very good, she replied, a bit dazed. Even ignoring the votes from Little Black and the others, you're still high in the rankings. Most importantly, humanity's general sentiment towards you has improved significantly. It wasn't for nothing, then. I practiced for so long, he said, scratching his head cheerfully. Looks like if everything goes smoothly, my dream will soon come true. I'll be able to enjoy my retirement. Contestant Jiangxi, please step forward for the second round, the prison meal challenge, the male MC called out. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought, clenching his fists. Contestant Jiangxi. The MC repeated. Dawn placed a hand on his shoulder. If you don't go on stage now, you'll be eliminated. She looked at him gently. Don't dawdle. Manage your work. I'll handle things over here. Contestant Jiangxi, the MC urged. Coming, he quickly replied. Dawn put a hand to her chin, thinking. Vero was channeling his magic, forming terrifying skulls within the streams of light. They flew towards the moon. Sensing them, Dawn drew her sword. She flew out of the moon prison to intercept them, expertly slashing through the red energy beams. It seems Xiaoxiao's earlier call was about you, wasn't it? Dawn asked, facing him. He sneered. A mere human who doesn't know her place dares to raise a blade against a great emissary. Enraged, Dawn threw her sword straight at him. Vero dodged, but the blade sliced off a lock of his hair. She removed her face shield, her expression grim. I don't care who you are, god or demon. The left side of her face began to change, her eye turning black and red, a white pattern appearing on her cheek. I will absolutely not allow anyone to ruin this plan. So that we can survive in this era, she thought, glaring at him against the backdrop of the sun. Knave, he yelled. After a moment, Vero smirked maliciously. No matter. You're going to die anyway. He removed his glasses. Let me show you the way our divine civilization fights. His eyes transformed, and he declared, I imagine the blood moon is a mirror, reflecting the fear in people's hearts. Dawn stared in horror as the upper half of his face morphed into a grotesque beast. She couldn't believe what was happening. He had officially created a monster, the blood moon's reflection, Vero's mythological form. Back at Zeb headquarters, Dai was brought in, hands bound, her face swollen. Just kill me, she mumbled. The messy, aired man looked at her with contempt. She's the one who attacked the academy for irregular humans, Little Black confirmed. Don't underestimate her, the minister warned. We had to deploy all of our elite forces to defeat the Titan she summoned, and capture her. He continued. Another white-haired individual was seriously injured and escaped. Lan Kai is coordinating with the Vampire Queen to pursue them. The Ghost King and Lan Kai were racing in a vehicle. The blood crystals are nearby, the Ghost King said with determination. Let's search one more time. I will get that back. To avoid causing panic among the humans, we zombies couldn't intervene in the fight, Little Black explained, flexing his hand. But when it comes to interrogation, I can offer some assistance. Bring it on, Dai shouted. No matter the humiliation or torture, I will not yield. Xiaoxiao, sorting through papers, handed a stack to Little Black. No need. She's been quite cooperative. She told us her background, the number of her comrades, their fighting methods, and their objectives all on her own. Little Black stared at her, confused. They both looked at Dai. Then who is this? I'd rather die than surrender. Act 4. To gather intel, we've read many of your books, Dai said through tears. After being captured, one must defy death, enduring humiliation and torture from the enemy. Isn't that your standard procedure? Xiaoxiao's face was stiff. I'm really curious what kind of books you've been reading. She handed the files to Little Black. This is the information we collected. See for yourself. He read the pages, divine era, using imagination to summon gods for battle, here to purge the world. So we have no reason to hide anything from you. Dai cried pitifully before regaining her composure. We were just being kind, letting you perish in ignorance. After all, mortals cannot resist the destruction bestowed by the gods. Gods. Xiaoxiao scoffed, crossing her arms. Are you saying they're stronger than Jiangxi? Dai laughed contemptuously. Speaking of Jiangxi, the Lord Emissary himself has gone to the moon to subjugate him. You'll see for yourselves soon enough. No one paid her much mind. Dao turned on the TV. It was still showing Jiangxi's program. And this is contestant Jiangxi's dish from the 7th trial. Let's look forward to his next performance. At SAD headquarters, the minister announced, confirmed. There are no abnormalities in the moon prison. Even the broadcast is proceeding normally. That Vero guy you mentioned, Xiaoxiao wondered aloud, could he have been dealt with by Jiangxi already? Impossible, Dai screamed. No, something's wrong, Little Black said, looking up. The fight has started. Where do you see that? The minister asked. None of the surveillance cameras have detected any signs of combat. He pointed upwards. Everyone looked up at the moon and saw a red mass approaching. Dawn was fighting with all her might. Massive red tentacles attacked her, but she reacted with incredible speed. The giant monster's body swelled, and Vero emerged from within it, a satisfied, demonic look on his face. So Jiangxi has his own vibes to infect his subordinates. Barely passable as a lower-level combatant, I suppose. As the monster grew, Dawn's face, now completely transformed, twisted in a snarl. What is this thing? She wondered. Even the latest equipment couldn't cut through the creatures he summoned. Dawn, this is Xiaoxiao, came a voice over the comms. Don't engage with that monster, easier said than done, she replied, fending off another attack. These massive tentacles are a real pain. I can't break free, the satellite has locked onto its position, Xiaoxiao said urgently. You just need to create some distance, and the moon prison's defense system can attack. So get out of there, it will only take a few seconds. No other choice, Dawn muttered, fighting. I'll have to try this. A green gene sequence appeared. Jiangxi complete. Her face began to crack. Forcibly multiplying Jiangxi's gene in my body will lead to my own collapse. But if it's just for a few seconds. Vero was stunned. It's not an infection. She is Jiangxi's gene inside her. Her face had twisted into a form far more terrifying than before. Initially, I was going to let you filth-born from the prison die a painless death. Pharaoh raged, but since you've degenerated to the point of embracing that demon's gene, things are different now. He created a dangerous-looking red orb. I imagine the blood moon as a mirror, he roared, unleashing his ultimate technique from atop the beast. Forging soldiers from fire, the moon's light illuminating the heavens, he channeled his power into the beast, and it lit up, targeting the moon. It created a magic circle, and shot forward like a beam of light, crashing into the moon with a cataclysmic explosion. I won't let this stage be destroyed, Dawn yelled, flying towards the impact zone. Her face was a mask of fury as debris pelted her. Too strong, she thought, as the blast wave hit her, sending her plummeting down. On Earth, people screamed as they saw the explosion. The moon, is it being burned by the sun? Will we still have a mid-autumn festival? The moon prison's defense system has been completely destroyed, Little Black announced. Damn it, Dawn, can you hear me? Tato cried out. Are you kidding me? That guy used the sun as a weapon, the minister exclaimed. A Gao ran up. Little Black, what's going on? My console shows all surveillance on the moon is down. There was an attack that pierced 1,000 kilometers of nano-idle and hit the prison directly. What's the rush? Little Black said calmly. Look, the moon wasn't completely destroyed. The shockwave from the explosion reached the headquarters, catching everyone by surprise as smoke filled the air. The prisoners screamed. Gunsei, in a new form, flew up and caught the falling Dawn. Director Dawn, this is Shakusho. If you can hear me, respond, Shakusho pleaded. Dawn forced her eyes open and saw him. Gunsei gently set her down. You rest first, he said, his voice serious. He looked up, clenching her tattered clothes in his fist. This little brat. Dawn was both shocked and scared by his words. Let me handle this. Thousands of years ago, because of Jiangxi, we were forced from our homeland, beginning a long and arduous exile among the stars. Pharaoh's voice narrated over images of spaceships. During this time, our divine civilization witnessed countless wonders of the universe, solidifying our imagination, and our imagination became our power. Pharaoh stood before the blazing sun. The power of the divine civilization today is far beyond Jiangxi's comprehension. He glared down at Jiangxi, who returned a look of pure hatred. Jiangxi, Pharaoh commanded his moon beast, didn't you want to lock yourself in this nano-prison? Then let it burn to ashes around you. The beast erupted in flames. On Earth, an emergency broadcast blared. The unusual phenomena on the moon have been confirmed as an attack by an extremely powerful alien civilization. The beast's power had destroyed nearly half the moon. The people in the headquarters watched in horror. Moon beast, Pharaoh ordered. A beam of light shot out, striking the moon and causing an even larger explosion that sent flames racing towards the headquarters. It's too hot. We're dead, people screamed. I'd rather be sentenced to death. Activate all cameras. Activate the surrounding satellites, the MC yelled. The live broadcast continues. Dawn, exhausted, forced herself to speak. This time, we must let more people see Jiangxi fighting to protect humanity. The crisis broadcast began. Jiangxi is single-handedly facing powerful invaders. A bloody battle is about to begin. The moon beast fired a massive red beam. Jiangxi stood his ground, and the beam missed, dissipating into smoke. He then launched himself forward, a blur of motion. A green beam of energy shot from his hand, piercing straight through the beast. Pharaoh, caught in the blast, cried out in pain. Jiangxi was on him in an instant, punching a huge hole through the monster's chest. Blood began to pour from Pharaoh's lips as he trembled in agony, glaring at Jiangxi, who now held his heart in his hand. A demon. Always a demon, Pharaoh gasped. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, it doesn't change your bloodthirsty nature. Here, you can have it back, Jiangxi said, tossing the heart back at him. Pharaoh clutched his chest and screamed, stop him. The monster's eyes glowed, but Jiangxi simply flew straight through it, appearing right in front of the horrified Pharaoh. He grabbed Pharaoh's face and, before he could react, slammed him into the ground with incredible force. At that same moment, on the other side of the earth, at Nationba's secret escape base, the Ancient One spoke contemptuously from a screen. A meaningless struggle. But I don't mind helping to upgrade your backward technology. Dr. Jamin held up a vial. This drug can help humans hibernate in space, preserving their life signs. Time is the biggest problem for human space travel. While it's not immortality, it will do. As long as we can escape this place, I don't mind releasing the lunatics who nearly destroyed the world, the Prime Minister of Nationma said, sipping a drink. A golden-haired man beside him added, besides, we aren't on bad terms with Jiangxi now. Humanity is perfectly safe. Jiangxi is dating on the moon. We have plenty of time to break out of the solar system. The Yao twins ran in, out of breath. This is bad, the astronomical stations just issued an alert. They observed a flash consistent with stellar extinction. Jiangxi is tearing things apart with his bare hands. The Prime Minister stood in stunned silence. Don't stop me, I am leaving this galaxy now, he yelled as the twins tried to hold him back. I can't stand another day in this wretched place. The beast is weakening, the twins reported. Its tentacles are bleeding more and more. Jang, having reverted to his previous form, pulled up his hood. Sorry, I went a little too hard. I have things to do. Vero lay on the ground, a gaping hole in his chest. I have seen your power countless times in the scriptures and legends of my civilization, Vero said, struggling to his feet. For thousands of years, we have endlessly studied your strength, forms, personality, and fighting style. He caught. But only by truly facing you did I realize. You are more terrifying than the most exaggerated myths, more extreme than the most radical research data. His heart began to regenerate. Hey, you're not planning on running away? Then looked up. A vortex of smoke swirled above him and funneled into the monster's body. But Vero's voice echoed from the creature, which had now transformed, was created precisely to hunt beings like you. On Earth, people watched the broadcast. After Dawn publicly announced the news of the emissary's invasion, the world plunged into crisis, Dai said with satisfaction. The Lord ordered us to create chaos. But looking at this situation, I don't even need to lift a finger. The appearance of the gods will cause your fragile civilization to collapse. The world is being destroyed by aliens. We're done for, people screamed. A young man with curly blonde hair gleefully looted a store. All right, no more work, the news broadcast interrupted. Emergency update. The alien invader has just been killed by Jiang with a single punch. The battle lasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds. The world is once again at peace. This is truly a joyous occasion. The blonde man froze. That's it. Disperse, a man said calmly. Let's go. We can have a barbecue tonight. The blonde looter pulled out his phone. All right, boss. I'll be right back to work overtime. It's back to normal. Dai screamed in frustration. What is wrong with your civilization? With Jung around, world-ending events are just a regular Tuesday, Xiao said smugly. What haven't we seen? But was that emissary really killed in 1 second? I don't know, Ago added. Right now, the moon cameras are just showing a field of red. They're probably broken. Should I try hitting them? The battle doesn't seem to be over, Little Black said gravely. And right now, the moon gives me a very dangerous feeling. Even more dangerous than the king normally does. The monster, wreathed in flames, faced Jiang Sai. He drew his sword and threw it. The monster ducked to avoid the blade, then stood still, gathering its power. It charged. Jiang Sai, with his lightning-fast reflexes, punched it, grabbed its head, and twisted, tearing off one of its arms. He then ripped off the other. It tried to shrink back to dodge, but Jiang Sai vanished, reappearing after circling the entire moon at incredible speed, and delivered a devastating punch to its face. The monster was sent flying off the moon, burning like a meteor as it fell toward Earth. It crashed into the ocean, causing a massive tsunami that slammed into the city. Emergency broadcast, the MC's voice announced. The alien invasion is not over, Jiang Sai's battle with it has reached Earth. Please pray for yourselves. The monster rose from the waves, standing in the center of a massive water spout. I imagine my body as the moon, seizing the heavenly light, Jiang Sai's voice echoed. The sky splits, the sea bleeds, and the mortal world falls. Floating in the air, he looked down and smirked. So that's it. I remember who you two are. The monster blasted the water spout apart with a beam of light that shot past Jiang Sai and struck the moon, splitting it in two. The people of Earth stared in horror. Thousand-faced moon, Jiang Sai said, unimpressed. The ascent of purgatory. A horrifying entity emerged from the ocean, colossal eyeball surrounded by mouths. It rose so high it passed airplanes. Vero and Jiang Sai clashed in a blur of motion. Vero blocked a punch with a shield. He retreated to a rock, his body growing larger. Show me your true strength, he challenged. Your power cannot break the mythological body I have fused with the moon beast, but the heavenly fire I stole can suppress your regeneration. A small flame shot towards Jiang Sai, who remained unfazed. Do you understand? All of my abilities have been owned over 1,000 years specifically to counter you. He lunged, but Jiang Sai dodged every move. Thousand-faced moon, Vero commanded the giant eye in the sky. Swallow everything. Tentacles shot out from the eye and wrapped around Jiang Sai, pulling him into its massive pupil. He was swallowed whole, sinking into a red abyss dotted with smaller eyes. At the bottom, a figure was regenerating. Welcome to my soul, the thousand-faced moon, Vero's new form said. This place was formed from the collective desires and greed of an entire planet. It allows me to seize and dominate. Once you fall in here, you can never escape. You weren't like this when you destroyed our civilization. Come on, show me that symbol of death and hatred within you. The giant eye began to consume the shattered pieces of the moon. The moon is gone. People on Earth cried. Emergency bulletin, the MC shouted. Today's global weather forecast is a destructive meteor shower. Please refrain from going outside unless necessary. As meteors rain down, Earth's forces mobilize. All large meteorites over Gwangju have been successfully intercepted, the minister announced. A mother and child huddled in fear. We can still manage to protect the cities, a Gao grunted, lifting a massive boulder. The problem is, if those two titans keep fighting like this, the world won't hold up. The remnants of the moon prison drifted in space, in dire straits. Emergency. Multiple prisoner breaches detected. Take immediate action. An alarm blared. I don't want to escape. Lock me back up. Guards, help me. A prisoner being dragged out into space screamed. The MC, still holding her microphone, reported. Esteemed viewers, the moon has been completely destroyed. Although we are still alive, death is not far off. Dawn grabbed her hand and tried to run. Everyone, hold on. Jiangxi will deal with the enemy soon. I have to use his gene again, she thought. At least to regain the ability to move. The giant eye approached their fragment of the moon. Does judging someone really need to be this dramatic? Help! Two men screamed as they were about to be pulled in. Dawn was exhausted, unable to resist. Suddenly, a green light flashed on Jiangxi. He flew down, placed a protective field around the eyeball monster, and then pulled Dawn, the MC, and the other man to safety on another moon fragment. He was surrounded by an aura of fire. To fight me, you still have time to worry about others. Thoreau's form regenerated. You forced my hand. Now, pay the price for your selfish arrogance. So noisy, Jiangxi snapped, setting the others down. Isn't this what you wanted to see? The MC and the civilians stared in horror. He clenched his fists, his face darkening. Then I'll give you a good look. Dawn watched, confused, as his black hair slowly turned pure white. He smiled, a sharp, terrifying expression that made everyone gasp. Isn't that the monster that killed half the MC began. In the divine civilization celestial palace, a floating court and a blood-red sky, Shukai sat on a throne. Vero knelt before him. The emissary Vero pays his respects to the god seat. Vero, Shukai's voice boomed, you destroyed a nascent planet, and devoured the souls of its civilization to elevate your mind. Is this true? Yes, Lord Godseat, Vero replied, a magical sigil glowing in his hand. I devoured the fear and despair of billions of lives and spent hundreds of years digesting them all, allowing my soul, the thousand-faced moon, to be completely transformed. Before that, I spent over 1,000 years studying every record of Jiangxi, honing my skills to counter him. He crushed the sigil. I now possess power that can match Jiangxi's strongest form. Shu Kai was silent for a moment, then his eyes narrowed. If you are so confident, then go. I permit you to be the vanguard of my people and seek revenge on Jiangxi. By your command, Vero said, placing a hand over his heart. I will surely defeat Jiangxi. Back in the present, Jiangxi had his hand around the throat of Vero's monster. Impossible, it gurgled, struggling. What are you so surprised about? Jiangxi, I have always been your nightmare. Have you forgotten who tucked their tail between their legs and ran from this world like a dog 1,000 years ago? I am a genius among the great emissaries. The monster screamed, provoked. To defeat you, I endured 1,000 years of relentless training. I still have many abilities I haven't used. I can't be defeated this easily. Its body began to contort and grow. The sea of blood is starting to boil, Dawn noted with alarm. This is bad. He's going to self-destruct. Is that so? Jiangxi said calmly, tightening his grip. He slammed the monster down, the force of the impact shaking the giant eye and causing the mouths on its surface to roar. He had ripped the monster's head clean off. 2 new arms sprouted from its torso. I haven't lost yet, the creature gasped. You can't kill me. I have long since merged my life and mind into one. As long as the thousand-faced moon exists. More identical monsters began to rise from the bloody sea. I can be revived countless times. As more and more appeared, Jiangxi calmly cracked his knuckles. You, who killed my disciple and then fled, dare to return. Then I will grind you and this big ball to dust, piece by piece, and relive the joy of destroying your civilization. Just as I thought, one of the monsters said. Your greatest concern is your disciples. It recalled an image of a long-haired, naked woman impaled with spikes. Even your current form was only born after your disciple was dealt with by us. It laughed, taunting him. That's why you can't kill me. Because the woman who dared to challenge me before has also fallen into the thousand-faced moon. Her consciousness is completely connected to my mind, inseparable. I can feel it. She has an extremely high purity of Jiangxi's gene in her body. Is she also your disciple? Jiangxi raised his hand, his rage palpable. She is my friend. It seems the destruction of your civilization once wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. He threw a punch into the empty air in front of him, aiming for the monster. Unfortunately, the creature moved with lightning speed, appearing behind him. A friend, you say? This just gets more and more interesting. The other monsters began to close in around him. You care a great deal for these lowly beings, don't you? How fascinating, one sneered. All humans of this world, listen closely. A monster shrieked maniacally. The blood moon in your sky will collide with this world in 1 minute. You're insignificant, and like civilization will be completely wiped out. On the ground, people ran in panic. Help us. It's the end of the world. Elsewhere, a spacecraft was preparing for launch. The Prime Minister of Nation May frantically tried to board, but the Yao twins blocked his path. Let me go. I am an elite, the future of humanity. Prime Minister, one of the twins said dryly, even Queen Elizabeth hasn't boarded yet. The queen in question could only stand by, stunned. The monsters continued to taunt Jiang Sai. Come on, Jiangxi, kill me. You'll be able to save the miserable civilization below. The small eyes and mouths of the thousand-faced moon jeered, but moments later, it was destroyed. Tentacles were wrapped tightly around Dawn's waist, causing her immense discomfort. Your friend's consciousness will be submerged in the despair and fear of billions of lost souls, the monster gloated. Even your gene won't be able to help her regenerate. The colossal eye drew ever closer to the earth. Stop pretending, Jiangxi, the monster boomed. Jiangxi clenched his fist, listening in silence. You are a demon who was willing to destroy our civilization for a single, insignificant disciple. How could you possibly care about humanity? Suddenly, moving with incredible speed, Jiangxi burst out of the giant eye. With a cheerful grin, he cocked his fist back and aimed it directly at the creature's massive pupil. The eye couldn't react in time. The smaller eyes and mouth shrieked in terror, and the monster screamed in alarm. Dawn was freed from the tentacle's grasp. With a single, successful punch, Jiangxi shattered the colossal eye into countless tiny pieces. The fragments, realizing what had happened, flew far away from him, clearly in agonizing pain. Jiangxi stood motionless, watching them go. The monster reverted to its original form, still laughing. Jiangxi, dear friend, was killed by your own hand. What will you destroy for revenge this time? The destruction form is meant only for battle, it truly cannot be controlled, Jiangxi said calmly. The monster didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. Jiangxi was beginning to transform again. Perhaps I'll try a different approach. His eyes were completely different. He had officially entered a new form. The monster was both stunned and terrified. Jiangxi's face was dark as he reached a hand towards it. 3 motes of fire swirled together. The MC's disembodied head floated in the air, her eyes vacant. The young man was just a torso. Dawn, though unconscious, was physically intact, her naked body surrounded by shimmering blue flames. Why? The monster stammered, still disbelieving this new form. This is a form I've never seen before. Terrified, it dissolved into fragments and tried to flee. With the end of the battle between Jiangxi and Vero, the global catastrophe was averted. Jiangxi subsequently restored the moon. Dawn was revived by him, and even the moon in the sky was made whole again. Aircraft dropped leaflets celebrating his deeds. Once again, Jiangxi had displayed his terrifying power before all of humanity. In the days that followed, the consequences of the battle were dealt with. The reconstruction was swift, and without incident. Everyone quickly returned to their daily lives. The MC, safe and sound, appeared on her familiar screen. The hit idol show, Jail Time Idols, which aired live every Wednesday, has come to a perfect conclusion. Jiangxi won by a landslide, becoming a truly legendary idol for the entire nation. At SIB headquarters, the same program was playing. The staff celebrated their glorious victory, hanging a red banner that read, Zombie Idol Project, a perfect success. They set off small fireworks. A Gao, a Lang, a Cam, a Mao, and Little Black sang in celebration. Long live the king. Humanity has finally accepted you. It must have been your heroic stance, fighting for all of mankind, that moved everyone. If it weren't for Vero, our plan wouldn't have been nearly this effective, Xiaoxiao remarked nonchalantly. A robot brought her a slice of cake. Thank you, she said. It then offered one to die. No need, she said. Don't talk to me. I want some quiet. The minister held up some documents. Nation that has just sent an official diplomatic communique to Jiangxi. The celebratory mood in the room instantly died. Because their prime minister absconded with a group of elites, and a large sum of money, their entire country has fallen into chaos. The ship he had fled on had a yellow banner trailing behind it that read, even a dog wouldn't live on a planet with Jiangxi. Goodbye. Little Black read the document aloud. Queen Elizabeth of Nation B wishes to invite your king to their empire to become the new prime minister. He looked up, perplexed. Hasn't Nation B always been focused on eliminating zombies? The messy-haired man walked over, his arm in a sling. Actually, our president just said that if your king is willing, he would immediately abdicate his position for Jiangxi. Whoa, hold on, a guest said loudly. Humanity's acceptance is a little too thorough this time, isn't it? The last time something like this happened, there were global riots and mass exoduses. As the rock layers of the moon gradually reassembled, a voice explained, the power Jiangxi unleashed was simply too immense. It was enough to quell any thought of opposing him. Jiangxi, his face grim, reached a hand toward the moon, using his power to restore it. On the streets below, A mother nonchalantly led her son by the hand. The collective psyche of the entire human race had simply given up and accepted their new reality. I guess you could call this peaceful coexistence with humanity, right? Akam said, draping his arms over a Gao and Little Black. Has the king's wish been fulfilled? I suppose so, Little Black replied. By the way, the minister asked, arms crossed, where is Jiang Se? Dawn is suffering from some side effects from her revival by Jiang Se, Xiaoqiu explained. He's trying to figure out a way to treat her. At the seashore, an explosion erupted on the water surface. Dawn flew out of the blast, dodging several smaller explosions. Again, Jiang Se's voice commanded. In combat, you must use your full power to strengthen your body and balance the psychic force of a billion minds within your consciousness. More underwater explosions occurred. Understood, she said, standing on the water's surface. She drew her sword, her face transforming. She used her power to levitate droplets of water, her hair floating around her. An eye opened on her forehead, and a magical energy targeted her. She took off, running across the water towards Jiang Se. Still not enough, he said, looking at her. You need to unlock another level of power within my gene to strengthen your body enough to withstand your current psychic force. Understood. Cracks appeared on her face. Jiang Se's gene, full release, her face twisted into a different, more demonic form. Her eyes were pitch black, dark spots appeared on her cheeks, and veins bulged on her face as she gritted her teeth. Still a failure? He asked. She suddenly arched her back and screamed, a red magical energy swirling around her and coalescing into a sword. She raised the weapon and brought it down on Jiang Se's shoulder. He blocked it easily. A complete loss of control over your psychic energy will only lead to indiscriminate attacks. It seems that's all for today. He then shattered the sword. Fourth form. He tapped her on the head. Palm down a bit. Another explosion rocked the sea. Sometime later, at SAB headquarters, the minister and Xiaoqiu looked up in surprise as Jiang Se appeared, carrying a soaking wet and exhausted Dawn. Today's treatment session is over, he announced cheerfully. Later, in the medical bay, Xiaoqiu was drying Dawn's hair. Failed again? She asked. It's the same as always, Dawn said, blushing. As soon as I start to fully release Jiang Se's gene, my body begins to break down. It can't act as a check on the psychic energy. The problem is, the minister explained, the pure psychic energy of a billion souls that Vero left behind when he revived her has fused with her consciousness, and can't be separated. If she can't strengthen her body to the level of a boss zombie, she will eventually explode. And if she explodes, she'll conveniently take the earth with her and turn it into a Duffnet. An image of a Duffnet-shaped earth appeared, and the minister and his aide bowed their heads. For the safety of humanity, please try a little harder. We're counting on you. To strengthen my body, I have to get beaten up by Jiang Se every day, Dawn thought miserably. I'm not the one beating you up, she snapped. Actually, I have another idea, Jiang Se said, opening his skull and reaching inside. If strengthening the body won't work, maybe we can try the divine civilization's method of controlling psychic energy. I think I've seen how they cultivate it, but it's been so long, I don't remember clearly. He pulled out his own brain, shocking everyone. I'll use my brain to squeeze out a dream world for you, then take you back to that era to learn. He closed his skull and scratched his head. Is there a problem with this method? That's a brain, everyone yelled at him. Is that something you can just take out whenever you want? In the blood-red sky of the divine civilization's palace, Nai shivered, hugging herself. Dai was captured. I've been hunted relentlessly. It was only with great difficulty that I was able to send this message. Lord God Seat, I beg you to save us. The door to Shukai's chamber read, Second God Seat, 1 Zeikai. Why are you the one reporting? He asked from his throne. Where's Vero? Lord Emissary Vero confronted Jiang Se and was sacrificed. Nai replied timidly, a holographic display appearing from her hand. His essence is now scattered throughout the solar system. This is the combat data I recorded. Shukai looked at the display. That fool. He read a few documents and arrogantly thought he could stand against Jiang Se. He reaped what he sowed. He's still the same as always, a voice said as the third god seat appeared. If he wants to, he can manifest even stronger forms. The door behind her read, Third God Seat, Ilaya. Lord God Seat, nay I ventured. From my observations during this time, Jiang Se currently wishes to coexist peacefully with humanity. Is he truly still a threat to the entire world? Zhu Kai chuckled softly. After all this, you still say he wants to coexist peacefully with humanity. Does it have you been a bit just like his? He thought bitterly. A nearby door was engraved with the words, First God Seat, Jiang Se. What does that even mean? The scene shifted to a lively bar called The Corpse. Such a high tolerance, he left, pouring beer onto his brain, which sat on the bar. Not bad, not bad. No wonder you're my big brain. He turned to the bartenders. 2 more bottles, please. No problem, my king. They replied, quickly pouring the drinks. Are you getting your own brain drunk? Dawn asked, bewildered. Well, it's been a long time. I don't remember much myself, he said with a smile, holding up a glass. On the contrary, after a few drinks, the memories in the dream become much clearer. So you can actually see them. Does he normally do that in the open like this? The minister mused, remembering him exercising. Of course not, Jiangxi replied. Normally, I drink milk and exercise before bed to ensure I sleep soundly without dreaming. But there was one time I was in a daze, and when I woke up, I felt like I had just run into a volcano. I have a feeling the next step is going to be very dangerous, Xiaoqiao muttered. Is it too late for me to leave? Unfortunately, yes, the minister said, grabbing her by the head. We're here to record the relevant information, remember? Alright, okay, Jiangxi said cheerfully after downing his beer with a loud gulp. My brain has had just about enough to drink. He recalled a memory. This is from my birthday with my little brothers. So nostalgic. He pointed to another memory orb. And this is from a drunken brawl where I got beaten up. The next one is the ocean. And this is when I accidentally sank a continent during a battle. The three onlookers were speechless. Did we just see something we shouldn't have? Found it, Jiangxi exclaimed happily. A memory of the divine civilization era. He showed them the memory orb. It depicted a desolate, post-apocalyptic world teeming with zombies. Humans lived in isolated shelters. Their bodies weren't as strong as yours, and their technology wasn't advanced, but their psychic power was incredibly strong. In the dark, chaotic streets, a mother yelled, "Stop messing around. Come back here." Someone else was trying to light a fire. "You can't do that on the street. I am just trying to get warm. What are you gonna do about it?" Among them were a few Hyans, Jiangxi continued. But at that time, there were many mindless, but very powerful, corpse kings. A monstrous creature appeared. Mom, what is that? It's huge. Is that a new type of mutant? Damn it. Everyone, run. When fighting them, humans didn't stand a chance. The shelters became battlegrounds and were destroyed. So, the people of that time gathered their elite forces and formed hero squads, specializing in eliminating these corpse kings. A figure landed gracefully on the monster-filled street. It was Wang Zikai. These are my memories of that time, Jiangxi said. Everything pretty much started when I met a squad just like that. The young man looked up, his red eyes fixed forward, then immediately turned and ran, screaming, "Run! Everyone, run! I told you the tyrant dragon corpse king here was strong, but you all just had to come to its territory looking for treasure." The three other members of the hero squad fled in terror from the massive zombie dragon. It was Shanjai. He said to check all the museums here. One shouted. He meant seeing the convergence of fated treasures. The leader yelled back. Isn't that a museum? Ailaya asked, confused. Wang Zikai pointed ahead. The only thing inside was a zombie with a screw loose. As they argued, Jiangxi ran up alongside them, panting. Where's the zombie? Can you take me with you? The beautiful Ganling looked at him in terror. And why is this zombie running away with us? So, where's the zombie, exactly? He asked her, confused. Just then, the tyrant dragon corpse king took advantage of the chaos and attacked from behind. Ganling, watch out, Wang Zikai screamed as the beast unleashed a powerful blast. Ganling turned, her face a mask of fear. The attack was devastating, slamming the hero squad against a wall. Ganling, Wang Zikai cried out in anguish. But then, Shanjie noticed something wasn't right. A massive explosion erupted before them. The tyrant dragon corpse king fell silent, glaring at the group. That zombie. Ailaya said, staring at Jiangxi. The other young man was equally surprised. It saved a person. Jiangxi was standing in front of Ganling, shielding her. But in reality, Jiangxi smiled. I remember now. It really brings back memories. He was still chuckling as he watched his own memories. I was so hot, my fingers were getting cooked. So Jiangxi had human friends in another era, Dawn thought. Is he reminiscing about them? Oh right, I remember this guy too, Jiangxi said, pointing to another memory. This one was super strong. He indicated the tyrant dragon corpse king. The zombies back then were really powerful. I was just an ordinary little guy among hundreds of thousands of them. The three listeners were dumbfounded. Hundreds of thousands of being stronger than Jiangxi. What kind of hell was that? The humans of that era must have had it rough. The time has been set, Jiangxi said with a smile. The dream will begin from here. But aren't you already projecting it? Xiaoqiao asked. Our goal is for Dawn to learn the methods of controlling psychic power from the divine civilization, he explained, gesturing to the memory orb. How can you learn that just by watching a video? True, Dawn agreed. Looking at it this way, I have no idea how they did it. Exactly, Jiangxi said, reaching for the orb. Furthermore, in a dream, you have to truly immerse yourself in the situation. He stepped into the memory. The three onlookers stared, mouths agape. The chaotic scene from the memory reappeared. A figure descended from above, landing safely behind Jiangxi. I'm inside the dream. Dawn thought, surprised. Don't be afraid, he said, turning to her and making her jump. I've replaced my past self in the dream. Your role is that of a passing Shin helping out some friends. He looked ahead as the Tyrant Dragon Corpse King charged. The Tyrant Dragon Corpse King is attacking. Prepare for battle. When I first teamed up with this squad, we barely managed to beat it by the skin of our teeth. Don't be careless. Understood, she nodded. I'll block it. You guys find a way to attack, he yelled, rushing forward. That zombie. One Zikai said, surprised. Whatever. First, we deal with the Tyrant Dragon Corpse King. He created a golden sword and charged. Agreed. His teammates yelled in unison. Young-si, with a smile, wound up his fist. Another round, old friend. A second later, his punch connected, and the Tyrant Dragon Corpse King exploded into a shower of gore. The hero squad stared, speechless at his power. Young-si suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at the remains of the monster in confusion. Where's the super strong enemy from my memory? With a single punch, he had obliterated it. The squad looked at him in terror. He killed a Corpse King in one hit. What kind of monster is he? Is this feeling wrong? Jung-si thought, looking at his hand. Why did it fall apart so easily? He recalled the past. He remembered now. Back then, it took all our combined strength to barely kill this brat. But that was thousands of years ago. Are you sure you weren't much stronger back then? He mused to himself. No, that's not it, he said to Dawn. Although I've always maintained a strict training and diet regimen, to unleash even greater power, I naturally have to change into new forms, which of course alters my personality a bit. He remembered his black-haired self training intensely. But in my current form, my strength isn't that different from what it was back then. For that huge dragon to be taken down in one punch. Was it putting on an act? He shook his head and walked on. Anyway, after a period of fighting life and death battles together, I got to know my comrades from that time. Help me, Ganling was crawling on the ground. They were all incredibly powerful Shins, Jiangxi said enthusiastically to Dawn. I just wanted to tag along with them for adventures. He noticed Ganling and watched as one Zikai finally helped her up. You definitely need to learn how they use their full psychic power. You'll be amazed. If you're talking about those people just now, Dawn said, pointing. Jiangxi turned to see the hero squad had already sprinted far away. Hey, he yelled after them as they disappeared from sight. They ran away. The scene shifted to a forest. Let's stop here, one Zikai's voice said. The group was catching their breath. That monster isn't following us. We escaped. What the hell was that thing? The man with glasses said, exhausted. Enzi, Glass Tyrant Dragon Corpse King turned to dust in one punch. Sweat dripped down his face. His power surpasses any of the recorded Guardian Kings. But I don't think he has any ill will, Ganling added. He even saved me. Forget it. The important thing is that we all escaped safely, Ilaya said, collapsing to the ground. Let's rest here for the night, and continue the mission tomorrow. Alright, we should set up camp first, one Zikai suggested. Everyone, let's work together. He then looked around, exasperated. His three teammates had all found separate things to do. Why are you sleeping? Am I supposed to prepare the food all by myself? I'm too tired. I don't want to move at all, Ilaya mumbled. He turned to Shanjai. I need to record today's battle, the seer said, pointing to his notebook. He looked at Ganling. I really can't get up, she sighed. Observing from the side, Dawn said to Jiangxi, they seem like an interesting bunch. I lacked experience fighting with a team, so I couldn't smoothly join any groups, he nodded in agreement. He smiled as he watched them. But it's okay. Their mission is to rescue the nearby stronghold Mean. He recalled another memory. The subjugation of the Raging Flame Guardian King, which had destroyed 3 cities. It would be great to get some team combat experience there. You just stay here and don't scare them off, Dawn said flatly. Suddenly, Shanji sensed something. Who's there? He shouted. We've been discovered. Dawn whispered from the bushes. That seer with the glasses, Jiangxi replied. His detection ability is extremely sharp. Shanji stood up. There's movement over there. Hearing him, one Zikai dropped the firewood he was holding. Shanji then noticed something else. He looked down at a burning leaf. This flame. He stood up and shouted, it's the Raging Flame Corpse King. Everyone, be careful. Damn it, to run into him just when we're exhausted. The group looked ahead defensively into the darkness. A single eye appeared in a face full of sharp teeth. The demon, with its one eye, gave them a grotesque smile and attacked with a massive wave of fire. We'll have to risk it all, Ilaya said, clenching her fists. She threw a blast of green energy forward. Come on, you managed to block that. Not bad, the demon chuckled as more green energy blasts flew towards it. Damn it, don't let it spot you. One Zikai hissed, weaving through the flames. The demon raised its large, sharp-clawed hand and swatted the green energy away. As expected, we couldn't hurt him, Ganling said, trembling. Not bad, You're all pretty strong, the one-eyed demon smiled, unleashing an even larger torrent of fire that made the group cry out in alarm. Damn it, this guy is really strong, Ilia cursed. It's okay, Ganling said. Wang Zikai is still moving into position. We've completed our diversion. From above, Wang Zikai dove down, aiming straight for the demon's head. Die. He landed a powerful kick on its head, the force of the impact cracking the ground beneath it. He closed his eyes, putting all his strength into the blow, then opened them to check the result. The demon was completely unharmed. You dare to challenge me with just this little strength? It mocked. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Wang Zikai retreated. Even that didn't defeat it. A bunch of useless trash, the demon laughed maniacally. All of you, turn to ash for meh. Suddenly, Jiangxi appeared in front of it. Now's the perfect time to make my move, he thought. This brat, the demon said, surprised. What do you want? Jiangxi gave it a test poke. This time, I need to control my strength. Can't make too big of a scene, he thought. It's that weird zombie from before, the squad exclaimed. He's been following us this whole time. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too, the monster roared, clenching its fists. Noticing a crack on its body, Jiangxi thought, this is my chance to show my goodwill and sincerity towards them. This raging flame guardian king is incredibly strong, he said, turning to the group. Please, allow me to fight alongside you. The crack on the monster's body grew larger. Insolent fool, didn't you hear me? Before it could finish, it crumbled into dust. The hero squad was, once again, speechless. A moment later, all four of them were kneeling at Jiangxi's feet. Zombie Senior, spare our lives. I just wanted to be your comrade, he said, crying in frustration. Sometime later, Wang Zikai was hiding behind a mound of dirt, waiting. A giant monster's foot stomped down, startling him. He looked up at the massive boar-like creature. This mission was to subjugate the Tusk Corpse King. He raised his watch, confirming subjugation target. A figure leaped down from above, startling the monster. Now, Wang Zikai signaled. Immediately, Shanjie and Ilia jumped out and attacked the creature, but their blows seemed to have no effect. Suddenly, energy chains shot out and bound the monster's giant legs. With the beast immobilized, Wang Zikai charged forward with his sword, slashing repeatedly, but the blades just glanced off its hide. He landed safely and looked back in disbelief. The monster roared, shattering the chains, and charged at him. It's coming this way, he yelled. A foot stepped forward. Dawn stood calmly in front of him. Leave it to me, she said, facing the charging beast. She drew her sword to block its tusk. Come on. Her sword was laughably small compared to its tusk. There was a loud crash. Dawn gritted her teeth, her feet digging into the ground as the monster's immense force pushed her back. This incredible power is terrifying, she thought. Is this the strength of a medieval, or a guardian king? Every single one of them feels as strong as Jiangxi's little brothers. Taking the opportunity, Wang Zikai leaped up to attack from behind. Is it ready? He called to Ilia. Do you even need to ask? She replied. Go, he commanded, and they both unleashed their full power, striking the giant boar monster on the head. With a look of unwillingness, the beast finally fell. Mission complete. We finally dealt with it, Wang Zikai said, panting. Is everyone okay? Ilia placed a hand on Dawn's shoulder. To think you could face a guardian king hetman. Letting you join the squad was definitely the right choice. You flatter me, Dawn laughed. But a strength this powerful. Why have we never heard of you before? It's strange. Maybe I'm just a little luckier, Dawn smiled evasively. Suddenly, Shanjie realized something. Careful on the right, he yelled. A ferocious guardian king charged at them. There's another one, everyone, get out of the way. The enraged creature charged with incredible speed, its massive feet trampling everything in its path. Its eyes burned with malice. Damn it, this one has found us. Its sense of smell is too sharp, Shanji said. So they're twin corpse kings, Ilia said. No wonder all the previous hero squads who came to subjugate them lost contact. The last battle took a lot out of us. If we have to fight again, it will be difficult, Shenji finished. Everyone, go, Wang Zikai said, stepping forward. Leave me here to hold it off. I have one more chance to use my speed to stop it. As the corpse king bore down on them, Jiangxi landed nearby. Hurry up and run. This is the only way. Wang Zikai continued to yell. Jiangxi smiled and gave the monster a light tap. Then he cheerfully wound up for another punch. Sorry to interrupt, Ilia said, pointing behind him. You should look behind you. A strong gust of wind blew past, but she waved her hand. Never mind, no need to look. With that guy tagging along, Dawn thought, I really don't know if we should be relieved or worried. The scene changed again. At a base headquarters, an announcement sounded. Hero Squad 23, subjugation mission complete, returning. Wang Zikai and Ilia stepped forward. Personnel confirmed. Sklastion Wangzake. Sklastion Alea. Then, the two behind them. A Sklastion Shenjai. A Sklastion Ganling. Dongse and unfollowed. +2 accompanying personnel. A yellow light scanned them. Thank you for your service to human civilization. Welcome back to the Psionics Association. We're finally home, Ilaya said joyfully. Alright, wait a moment. I'll take you to meet our leader, Wang Zekai nodded. Great, great. We'll be in your care then, Jungsi said happily as they walked. That was truly a thrilling and powerful adventure. Even though I fought alongside you and your comrades back then, Dawn whispered to him, I still haven't learned how to use psychic energy to release psionic abilities like them. Throughout this whole journey, I've basically just been relying on my physical strength. You're a strength Daithishan, he explained. That's why I had you come with them to the Psionics Association. This is the largest human sanctuary in this wasteland. All research and evaluation of psionic power is conducted here. She glanced behind them and saw two people talking, then looked in another direction and saw a bald man staring back at her. It feels a bit like our academy for irregular humans, she said slowly. But Jungsi, are you sure it's okay for you to just walk in here like this? She remembered how he had to disguise himself as the Masna Hugh King when he first came to their academy. He laughed. In an era where I had no experience living with humans, I did run into a lot of trouble. I was almost burned at the stake as an invading zombie and all that. Luckily, Wan Zekai was there to vouch for me with his own lay. Only then was I able to win humanity's approval and be recognized as a zombie Titan. After that, we began our adventure to subjugate the source of the Guardian Tide. He smiled. We eventually defeated the primordial demon that caused the apocalypse and became the heroes who saved the world. He beamed with delight at the memory. They are all my reliable teammates. You can rest assured when it comes to entrusting them with matters of communication with the people of this era. Immediately after, a protective barrier materialized, stopping him in his tracks. Ilaya explained, I'm sorry, the power you displayed was too terrifying. We are obligated to report the truth. Wang Zaikai crossed his arms and added, knowing you were wandering the city nearly gave the old men at headquarters a heart attack. Genji continued, however, we will also report to the association your proactive efforts in helping humanity during the subjugation of the Guardian King. Genning nodded tearfully, sorry. Outside, she also spoke, it seems that killing the Guardian King in a single blow, far from creating an experience of fighting together, has only terrified people with such an overwhelming display. He looked down at his own hand and said, I didn't want this either. It's just that this corpse king, for some reason, shattered the moment I touched it. He then flopped onto the ground and declared, there's no other way. This part was a failure. Let's start over and create a new memory for you to learn from. This time, we'll start from when you first met Wang Zaikai and the others. Yangsi clasped his hands in sight. There was no other choice. Soon after, his eyes slowly opened to see her. He shot up, startling her. Emma wait. After a 5-second awkward pause, he immediately lay back down. That's not right. Let me do it again. Speechless, she watched him do it again, then jolt up, shouting, I'm awake, she asked, exasperated, what in the world are you doing? He scratched his face, bewildered. There's a small problem. It seems I can't wake up. Hearing this, she glared at Jiangxi, then realized something was wrong and screamed, hey. Her yelling echoed throughout the space. We were trapped here thousands of years ago. This is not a small problem. Returning to reality, inside a bustling tavern, a customer called out, hello, a glass of corpse wine, please. Hello, one moment. The two ministers stood there, speechless. The minister spoke first. Ever since Jiangxi fell into the dream, the two of them just vanished. Is this normal? Xiao replied, because it's Jiangxi's memory, I feel that whatever happens is perfectly logical. He nodded at that. That makes sense. He then pointed towards the brain as they both discussed it. Are these strange patterns appearing on Jiangxi's brain also normal? Perhaps it was a sudden change in the brain that made them step back. A crack then appeared in the sky above. The citizens wondered in confusion, what now? Two innocent people were immediately lifted into the air. Others around them began to be pulled in as well, screaming in terror. We're being sucked in. Over here, the minister and Xiao were also being pulled in. He yelled in surprise, we're about to be sucked in too. Is this also normal? She screamed, help, again jumped down, remarking, as expected. With a zombie horde this massive, there must be a corpse king acting as a lord controlling them. He continued, as long as Aga can solo the corpse king, she'll become the one who controls this horde. Xiao asked worriedly, will she be okay on her own? According to Jiangxi's descriptions, the corpse kings of this era are all very powerful. He laughed. Don't worry, it's just defeating a corpse king. When I was with the Ability User Association, I did that kind of work countless times. Meanwhile, Jiangxi was clutching his head, muttering, humans are truly terrifying. What if they torture me? Maybe I should just destroy the whole world, and be done with it. But if I do that and still don't wake up, it'll be even more troublesome. Ziling spoke up. I don't think things have reached that point yet. Footsteps approached. Are you the strange zombie from the reports, the one with a friendly attitude towards humans? Hearing this, he clutched his head in worry. It's over. I'm about to be tortured. The security officer spoke. It was Greta. She walked over with her arms crossed, saying coldly, I am Security Officer Greta, here to take charge of your interrogation. Seeing her, Jang-si beamed with joy. Is that the Ago of this era? This is great, she's one of us, he said happily. Agao, come here, hurry and let me out. I remember you were a high-ranking official in the association. He immediately started acting erratically. Wait, first, arrange a good place for me to stay and prepare some food. Ziling looked on, speechless, as he continued, oh, and there's the matter of Ziling's studies, you have to help sort that out too. By now, Greta was walking over angrily, but he kept going, Agao, can you hear me? Agao, answer if you hear me. She slammed her hand on the door, startling Jiang-si. Who do you think you are? She scolded. Acting so familiar right after we've met. He was surprised. Huff. She continued yelling, who gave you permission to call me by my nickname? Do you have a death wish? Ziling looked at her, thinking to herself. Agao. She realized with a start that this was the Agao from before. Wait, you're saying this is Agao? The scene shifted to a large arena, where a crowd was cheering wildly. Welcome to all the outstanding ability users gathered here. Without your efforts, humanity might never have achieved the stable life it has today. The chairman of the Ability User Association stood on the stage, speaking loudly. I have gathered you all here today because there is an important matter to be completed. Tele announced. Tele, the supreme chairman of the Ability User Association, hereby declare. The image shifted to a monster chained up. 3 shelters have been destroyed, causing tens of thousands of civilian casualties and forcing their displacement. He continued, that is the 6-winged corpse king, the one who killed 17 ability users. He has been successfully captured. He then introduced the next event. Next, he will be executed by my own son, Jot, to demonstrate the courage and determination of the association to eliminate all zombies. Jot stepped forward joyfully. Let me show everyone the mighty power of an ability user. He drew his sword. Condense, my ability. He pulled out the sword with a comically flimsy motion. He then leaped towards the giant and shouted, pay for your crimes, you villain. The crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. Awesome. Just like that, cut him down. A second later, the crowd fell silent. He slashed at the 6-winged corpse king multiple times, but it had no effect whatsoever. He looked like he was playing with a pet, happily swinging his sword everywhere. A slash, his father tried to save face. You have quite a sturdy body, don't you? Well then, continue, keep going. In the stands, one isekai snorted in disgust. What a bunch of pathetic council members. All they know is how to put on this boring show. Ilaya added, this time, half of the ability users who sacrificed themselves did so to capture it alive. Ganming also spoke up. The association said it was necessary to boost morale. Janjai was exasperated. There's nothing we can do. Our hero squad just needs to fight with our lives on the line. It's those old geezers who pass down their positions who need to think more. Below, Jot was still putting on his cat and mouse show, attacking the 6-winged corpse king. How's that? At this point, the corpse king, enraged, twitched a finger, then roared and shattered its restraints. Seeing this, Jot's face turned green with fear, his nose running. The monster immediately raised a giant hand to crush him. Suddenly, Greta leaped out to protect him. A loud crash echoed through the arena. The monster swung its massive fist at her, but she stood calmly. She then unleashed a flurry of sword strikes against it. It clasped its hands together, raising them high, then leaped towards her, intending to crush her flat. She remained calm, turning her sword. Suddenly its legs were enveloped by something. Then its entire body was encased in a blue power, shocking it. Her sword then flew towards it. This single, decisive slash was all it took. Her sword had delivered the final blow. She gently caught her blade, having defeated the 6-winged corpse king, shattering it into 100 pieces. Thelai joyfully announced, the 6-winged corpse king has been executed. The crowd in the stands went wild with cheers. Long live the association. In the back, Jiangxi and Ziling listened to the roaring chants. She asked Jiangxi, how did such a beautiful girl turn into someone like a Gao after becoming a zombie? What on earth did you do to her? He turned back and explained cheerfully, a Gao decided to use her current appearance after she was executed by humans, saying it looked cuter. Hearing this, Ziling was speechless. You people must have a problem with your sense of aesthetics. At that moment, Jot, furious, cursed, a bunch of useless trash can't even secure a cage properly. I almost got hurt. He then glanced towards Jiangxi. Men, bring me another execution target. He pointed at Jiangxi. That one, Jiangxi, On behalf of the Ability User Association, I sentence Jiangxi to death, to be carried out immediately. Before Jiangxi could even react, 2 guards rushed to seize him. Ni? He asked in surprise. Yes, you, don't even think about running, Jot yelled. Wang Zikai was shocked. Wait, we only asked the association to assess Jiangxi's safety. Gan Ning added, that's right, he helped us. Why is he being executed on the spot? Greta, standing beside Jot, spoke up, indeed, I personally interrogated him. Although Jiangxi's behavior is a bit strange, he certainly did not attack anyone. Jot smiled cruelly. A zombie helping humans. Seeing the sword tip aimed at him, Jiangxi dodged. Jot pointed his sword at Jiangxi, saying smugly, I'll only believe he won't attack if he obediently lets me kill him. His father, from above, added, that's right. He looked down with malicious eyes. If Jiangxi dares to resist, Security Officer Greta will carry out the execution. Hearing this, she looked up at him. Wang Zikai's group angrily descended from the stands. This is ridiculous. To prove himself, Jiangxi has to just let himself be beaten. Let's report this. Jiangxi, you have to hang in there. What a bunch of bastards. Jot swung his sword at Jiangxi, laughing. Time to die. Die under my magnificent attack. The next moment, as he gleefully shouted die, he was sent flying by a slap from Jiangxi. He lay on the ground, stunned. Seeing this, Wang Zikai was horrified. It's over now. Jiangxi realized what he had done. He slapped him before I could even react. But this guy is still alive. The corpse king I touched turned to dust. With his remaining strength, Jot pointed at Jiangxi. You men, get him. Kill him for me. From the stands thousands of people jumped down, rushing towards him, shouting, kill him. Avenge young Master Jot. Charge. Jiangxi, bewildered, yelled, hey, don't come over here. Outside the arena, a little girl said to her mother, Mommy, look, someone is flying over there. So cool, right? Inside, Jiangxi casually swatted a man to the ground. He smiled, puzzled, having transformed into a different form. So that's how it is, he thought. In the memory world, only zombies can be mysteriously insta-killed. Ability users are normal, they don't shatter on contact. While he was thinking, a group of people charged him from behind. Everyone, grab your weapons. This guy isn't easy to deal with. He looked up at them and laughed with delight. In that case, I can finally relax and cause a real earth-shattering commotion. Just then, Wang Zikai's group jumped down, trying to stop them. These fools are going to get themselves killed by Jiangxi. Greta shouted, everyone, stop. She stood there, exuding authority. Are you still not going to listen? Overwhelmed by her presence, the crowd fell to the ground in pain. Ow, that hurts. You scared me to death. I thought today was the day. She said calmly, even when attacked, Jiangxi didn't kill anyone. This is enough to prove his friendly intentions. Jot, being carried away on a stretcher, cursed angrily, be gentle, you useless bunch. She turned back. As a security officer of the association, I hope the chairman will reconsider this sentence against Jiangxi. Her words echoed up to where the chairman stood. He slowly spoke, if a security officer vouches for him, then for the time being, let him join Wang Zikai's squad. Hearing this, Ziling smiled. That's great, Aga's words really do have an effect. He clenched his fist, pleased. The hero squad status has been successfully reclaimed. The next step is to get you into the Ability User Academy to find learning materials. Before they could celebrate, the chairman continued, at the same time, I order Wang Zikai's squad to immediately proceed north to carry out the mission to subjugate the death zone. The group was stunned. Are you kidding? You're sending us to our deaths? She asked him in surprise. Huh? What is that? Jiangxi explained grimly, the source of the world's zombie tide is in the north. 12 powerful corpse kings, known as lords, guard it. It is a forbidden zone where humans cannot set foot. I remember the squad had to train for 2.5 years before they could even begin this legendary mission. This is way too early. Meanwhile, Aga was dealing with a vicious monster. She grabbed it and hurled it downwards, shouting, Day. It crashed through several layers of rock below. It stood up, cursing her, then suddenly realized something. An entire mountain was being thrown at it. A mountain was placed squarely on top of it, completely sealing it away. Again, watching from the side, was amazed. Aga's fighting style is as powerful as ever. Then he sensed something was wrong. Oh, another powerful enemy has arrived. A voice from below called out to Agao, coming here alone to successfully challenge a lord. You are now the new lord of this part of the death zone. Hearing this, Aga turned with a snort. An enormous, terrifying eye appeared in the sky. The story continued. Jiangxi and Ziling joined the hero squad and were dispatched by the Ability User Association to the fortress on the northern border. The scene shifted to the border fortress of the death zone. Further north was the world of zombies. A zombie appeared. It was a land of death that humans had never been able to set foot in. The Ability User Association had organized countless subjugation campaigns into the area, each time returning with innumerable casualties. Suddenly, a purple light enveloped the zombie, surprising it. Before it could understand, Krita was in the sky above, observing. She extended a hand towards the zombies. They were immediately controlled by her, turning to look at her angrily. She clenched her fist, and they were crushed by mountain ranges, writhing in agony. She then controlled an entire giant mountain to flatten all of them. She remained cold as she drew her sword. Her team cheered, so strong. No wonder she's a security officer for the association. Shenjie remained silent as the others chanted, "Long live the Ability User Association." He thought, the power of a single move is immense, yet it can't completely wipe out this area. He looked at the crushed zombies. Even the most common zombies in the death zone are far stronger than those outside. Not to mention those corpse kings. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The other three hugged each other and cried, "We're definitely going to die. Our last wills are already prepared." "That's not what I meant to prepare for," he scolded. She walked up to the group. "While you explore the land of the dead, I will be stationed at the border fortress. My ability has a range of 30 kilometers. Within this range, I will support you with all my power." Wang Zeikai's group was moved to tears. "Thank you so much, you're such a good person." "Not at all," she replied. "It's what I should do." Jot, his face bandaged, walked over. "My father's order was for you to cooperate with me in sending them off. I mean, escorting them into the land of the dead. What's the use of doing all this?" He continued gleefully, "They'll be eaten by zombies soon enough anyway, not even scraps will be left." He laughed mockingly at Wang Zaikai, who was now seeing red. Gan Ning and Ai Laya also glared at him. The group immediately gave him a beating, yelling, "You knew we were walking into our deaths and you still dared to provoke us. You've got guts." She turned to Li. "I'll take my leave first. Please leave him alive, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to explain to the association." This time, Jot was carried off on a stretcher, cursing, "Damn you. Just you wait. You're all dead." Ilaya watched his retreating figure, and the group fell into a somber silence. Wang Zaikai said dejectedly, "I'm sorry. My decision to bring Jiangxi to the association has doomed everyone." Zhanji stepped forward to console him. "Don't think that way. It's not about Jiangxi. Even without this reason, the association would have found another excuse to send us into the death zone sooner or later." Ilaya added, "That's right. As long as the hero squad successfully subjugates corpse kings and displays great strength, we'll be sent to the death zone. There are rumors that the association's high command doesn't want heroes with too much prestige and power to emerge, as it would threaten their rule over humanity." Gan Ning looked at the ground, surprised. Why would they do that? Wang Zaikai angrily punched the wall behind him. "Why are we overthinking this so much? As long as we enter the death zone and completely eliminate the source of the corpse tide, all our problems will be solved." He gritted his teeth. "As long as we have the strength, we can definitely do it." The scene shifted inside the border fortress. Then he said, "Oh, I'm buying this room." He handed a bag of money to the bewildered owner. "Here's your money." He quickly added, "Don't be afraid, this is a mass." The owner nodded hesitantly. All right. No zombie would be this polite." He bent down to count the money. 1, 2, 3. The money's all here. The room is yours, you can get ready to move in." When he looked up, he jumped in fright. The house was gone. The house I bought has been taken away." Ziling thought, "Damn it, now I have to waste energy chasing after him again." The nights here were lively and cheerful. With a loud thud, he said, "Just put it here. There's a shop downstairs, a natural hot spring, and a street food market nearby. It's very convenient." Standing on the house, he continued happily, "We still have plenty of funds for exploring the death zone, so we can relax a bit for now." She poked her head out of the room. Why does it look like you're planning to settle down here?" He walked inside cheerfully. "A large-scale mission like this requires gathering intelligence and preparing supplies. Plus, we need to set up a base. It takes a lot of time. At first, we have to do side missions at this border fortress for about 3 months before we can officially set out. So what will we be doing until then?" she asked. "We'll be busy every day," he replied softly. He thought of Ilaya angrily scolding, "What are you looking at? You're not allowed in here." He pulled out a chair and continued, "This was truly a time of both suffering and happiness. Besides, with the skilled teaching materials we received from the association," he looked at the books on the table, "you also need a more comfortable environment to study hard, right?" The books were titled Top Secret, Ability Training Manual for Hero Squad Members. She picked one up in surprise. "That's right. I've been stuck in this world for so long I almost forgot why I came here." He laughed. "Don't worry. I've been drinking Red Bull coffee every day lately, so I should wake up soon." He then jumped down. He seized the time to study. "I'm going to buy groceries. We're having egg-fried rice tonight." She scolded, "Wait a minute. We've been eating eggs for a whole week, can't we have something else?" He laughed. "Whoever cooks is in charge." He then walked down the street happily. Suddenly sensing something was wrong behind him, he turned his head. One Zikai launched a kick at him from behind, which he easily dodged. What a nuisance, he said, looking at one Zikai calmly. Are you also doing this because you don't want to eat egg-fried rice? He watched as his opponent landed and prepared to attack again. One Zikai spun around, ready to strike. Change your form and increase your combat power, then come at me. He vanished before Jiangxi's eyes. A second later, he appeared in front of him, swinging a kick, but Jiangxi blocked it calmly as if it were nothing. One Zikai, bewildered, retreated and landed. He turned back to Jiangxi and shouted, "It's not over yet." His hands began to glow as he prepared his next move. He launched himself at Jiangxi. Jiangxi lightly leaped up, looking down at him. You're that unwilling. Then let's change it to fried rice with egg. Also, this is a residential area, so be careful and don't fight at full strength. You think I need you to tell me that? Here I come. One Zikai continuously attacked him. Time passed, and he kept chasing and striking, but Jiangxi only dodged, never once retaliating. I used my fastest sneak attack speed, but I couldn't even scratch you, he said. Jiangxi, you are terrifyingly strong. He looked at him and stammered, therefore. I have a request. Hearing this, Jiangxi thought, so that's what this expression means. The training your companion trope. He recalled the past, how he and one Zikai had a fierce battle before truly acknowledging each other. He smiled mysteriously, then transformed. I get it. Then I'll use a more passionate form too, he said excitedly. He gently pinched one Zikai's face. Now let's find a place where no one will disturb us. One Zikai was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A second later, he felt a disorienting shift. Jiangxi had transported him to the forests of the death zone in an instant. This place will do, Jiangxi said, looking around. He looked at one Zikai excitedly, and raised his fist. Attack with all your might, one Zikai. He swung his fist towards him. No need to hold back now. Come on, one Zikai panicked. Wait, I acknowledge your strength. Before the fist could connect, he yelled, I just want to ask you how I can become as strong as you. Hearing this, Jiangxi's punch missed, flying past him. One Zikai looked like his soul had left his body. Is that okay? Jiangxi put his head back on, returning to his original form. Asking me for guidance to get stronger. He thought. I remember one Zikai was the strongest ability user even before his consciousness awakened. His strength was comparable to a top-tier corpse king like a Jew. He was so proud. Why would he ask me for guidance now? Could it be because I'm in this memory world? All the adventures and experiences he went through have been skipped. Is that why he hasn't matured yet? One Zikai bowed deeply. Please teach me. I desperately need power. Please. Jiangxi placed a hand on his shoulder, startling him. That's easy to do. Since you're free anyway, I'll help you train a bit. Really? One Zikai asked, surprised. Jiangxi pointed at a zombie in the distance. See that zombie over there? Go kill it, and you'll naturally become stronger. In front of him was the moon-devouring corpse king, a lord of the death zone, its face contorted in a ferocious snarl. One Zikai was stunned. A lord of the death zone. Why would one appear so close to the fortress? Back below Jiangxi's house, in an old dump area, were signs for border chicken rice, border snacks, and border hot springs. A girl was taking photos. How's this angle? The man taking the pictures laughed. Perfect. Inside the room, Ziling was happily reading a book, sipping milk tea. Different fluctuations in spiritual force create different ability manifestations. Training and observation can be done simply through water ripples. She yawned, bored. I don't understand any of this at all. Power is so troublesome. It's more convenient to just slash with a sword. She pulled something out of her bag. Anyway, I should at least try it first. She took off her clothes and stepped into the room, her feet sinking into the warm water. So comfortable. I haven't been this relaxed since I came to this world. Jiangxi really found a decent training spot for me. She closed her eyes and thought, according to the manual, first use spiritual force. Concentrate. Vibrate the water ripples. She looked down at her hand in the water. Suddenly, the water around it changed. Success, she exclaimed happily. I really am a gifted ability user. No, you're not. Ilaya appeared, holding her hand towards Ziling. She smiled mischievously. That was my spiritual ripple. Ziling was startled. She turned to see Gan Ning and shouted, You guys, when did you get here? Gan Ning, holding a book, asked, Isn't this for kids who just joined the association? Why are you reading this? Oh, that is. Ziling stammered. Ilaya smiled. So that's it. You acted so powerful on the road, but what you were using wasn't spiritual force at all. She touched Ziling's face. All that talk about physical abilities was a lie. You're very suspicious. Are you plotting something by getting close to us? Tell us the truth. Ziling blushed. It's just that I don't have any talent for abilities. Hearing this, Gan Ning rushed over. That can't be. We've been together for so long, and we can all feel that your spiritual force is incredibly powerful, Sister Ziling. Then, Ganning noticed something. Sister Ziling, you're late. Ziling smiled. You mean this? It's a modified prosthetic. I just took the outer shell off, because I was bathing. Why would you hide it? Ayala asked in surprise. Ziling's story shocked them. My original legs were bitten by my parents when they turned into zombies, so I cut them off myself. Ganning was stunned. How could that be? Ziling forced a smile. You don't need to look like that. Fighting zombies is unavoidable. Besides, it's been so long, I'm used to it now. Hearing this, Ayala leaned back and sighed with a smile. She looked at the water. If you want to learn abilities, you need to meet two conditions. One is spiritual force. She demonstrated for Ziling. And the other is your own imagination and self-awareness. The essence of an ability is to imagine a stronger version of yourself to influence the outside world. She moved closer to Ziling. So, Ziling, can I ask you a question? Why does your heart refuse to let you become stronger? Ziling fell into deep thought. She looked down at the water. Is it because I myself have refused to become stronger? Sensing a disturbance, Ayala's eyes darted to the side. She looked towards the door and shouted, Who's there? The dust cleared, and a massive block of ice flew out, crashing down below and destroying everything in its path. Then, a flame appeared. Ayala said angrily, a zombie using elemental powers. This pressure is even stronger than a corpse king's. A voice from within the ice spoke, not a bad reaction time. But that will only make your deaths more painful. This was the Frost Demon Corpse King, a lord of the death zone. She looked at the group with a crazed expression. Ziling drew her sword and charged. Enough talk, die, the Corpse King smiled cruelly. Interesting. I hope you can entertain me a little. A massive, sharp ice spike shot up from the ground. Elsewhere, another monster sensed the disturbance and cursed, damn it, the Frost Demon is making too much noise, a comrade who doesn't follow control. How hateful, you hateful thing, this monster continuously attacked innocent people. Hateful, it approached the helpless crowd. Then I'll just infiltrate first and wipe out the enemy's reconnaissance ability users. Isn't that meaningless? And I hate doing meaningless things. Meanwhile, Xianjai was also in trouble with this crazed monster. He thought, what terrifying power. I didn't sense anything at all before the attack. So this is a legendary lord of the death zone. How could powerful zombies like him appear here at the same time? He surveyed the scene. And there's a massive corpse tide moving this way. The monster continued its rant. Whatever. It's an order from the origin. I have to complete it no matter how much I hate it. Let the moon devourer initiate the corpse tide. Let's completely destroy this disgusting fortress. A loud explosion rocked the area, surprising the citizens. A ferocious figure appeared. Dunsi had appeared blocking it. What's with all the yelling? He scolded. The Lord saw him, and was immediately terrified. Dunsi grabbed it by the throat. I told you not to move. If I accidentally touch you, you'll die. Do you understand? It looked at him, paralyzed with fear. Dunsi held it tight and turned to Wangzai. All right, I've got it under control. It's your turn. Wang Zikai replied, speechless, I don't think this counts as training. Defeating a strong enemy is a much faster way to get stronger than fighting weaklings every day. You can't be lazy, Zheng Si retorted. How about this? If you think it's too dangerous, I'll try breaking one of its arms and legs first, then you can fight it. By the time you've grown a bit stronger, its limbs will have grown back. This way, the difficulty can be gradually increased. If it doesn't work, we'll just repeat it over and over. Hearing this, the monster became enraged and roared, sending Jiang Si flying. It stomped its giant foot towards him. Damn humans, how dare you treat a lord like this? In that case, I have no choice. Wang Zikai gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's going all out, the monster gritted its teeth. I have no choice but to. A second later, it was lying on its back, begging them. Please stop hitting me. I surrender. Just give me a quick death, please. What is he doing? Wang Zikai said, exasperated. Lying on his back like that, he looks like a dog. But his outward appearance is clearly that of a middle-aged man, Jiang Si replied. Stop talking, that's disgusting. Wang Zikai snapped. The lord suddenly sat up and explained everything. The origin has ordered all of us lords to gather and attack the humans. What? Wang Zikai asked, shocked. All the lords. And a super, massive corpse tide. Unprecedented in history. Jiang Si scratched his face. A corpse tide attacking the city. I think that did happen, but I remember it being several years later. Why? Wang Zikai demanded. Aren't you lords supposed to be guarding the death zone? The lord shook its head. The origin believes a consciousness that should not exist has descended upon this place. It has told us to attack at all costs, and find a creature named Jiang Si. Wang Zikai immediately looked at Jiang Si, who was also bewildered. So it was about me after all. The people in the city, seeing the commotion, came out to see what was happening. What's going on? In the middle of the night. Holy crap, why is the city wall cracked? Where's the army? The guards? Wait, did they run away? A man ran with all his might, screaming, yes, this is it. Behind him, countless zombies leaped, trying to bite him. He screamed in terror, the zombies have breached the walls. Everyone, run, the citizens panicked. Whoa, no way, the city was in chaos, filled with screams. Help, where are the guards? My child, has anyone seen my child? Run, get out of the way. Help me. Just then, a little girl fell, and a zombie noticed her. It drew closer to the little girl, terrifying her. A second later, it lunged, and she screamed in absolute panic, tears of helplessness streaming down her face. Then, she sensed something, and slowly opened her eyes. The zombies around her were frozen in place, controlled by some unseen force. High above, Greta floated, her hands gently clasped together. The zombies looked up, confused. She applied more force, and massive boulders, controlled by her psionic power, crashed down, crushing the zombies, who shrieked in agony. She stood there, grimly using her power to levitate more boulders. Her Stardust Fisher technique was truly formidable. As the situation stabilized, she relaxed. But then, her eyes flew open. Something was wrong. Her boulders had been cleanly sliced apart. A monstrous beast stepped forward, roaring in frustration. Hateful humans. Hateful resistance. The mission was almost over. Why did you have to appear now? Hateful, hateful. It went berserk, screaming as it charged at her. Hateful, she calmly pointed her sword at it, and it froze in its tracks, staring at her in confusion. Can't move, it thought. It's not over yet. Look around you. It roared. The city was in utter chaos. You destroyed the perimeter wall, you bastard, she screamed in fury, clenching her fist. Multiple blades of energy pierced through its body. Pay for the lives lost in this disaster with your own, she said coldly. With its last ounce of strength, it gasped, hateful. Shin. But then, it instantly regenerated behind her, muttering, hateful Tshin, hateful Tshin. It transformed into a more terrifying form. Let me cut you to pieces. It spun like a fan, tearing through the city, its giant blades destroying skyscraper after skyscraper. Realizing the danger, she leaped to the ground, startled to find a wound on her own arm. She watched with concern as the wound began to spread. Zombie toxin, she thought. The zombie king Mo-Ren, lord of the death zone. The association confirmed years ago that he was extremely difficult to deal with. The creature continued its rampage. He's not dead yet, she realized as it scanned the area with its terrifying eyes. Hateful. So hateful. She looked at the chaos. A zombie tide with several zombie kings. This is big trouble. Below, people fled for their lives. Run. A massive zombie tide led by a zombie king. How are we supposed to fight this? Everyone, don't panic. I'm still here, Greta shouted, trying to reassure them. I will hold off the zombie king Mo-Ren. Altshins from the association will provide full support to the critical defense points and stabilize the front line. Suddenly, a voice crackled over her comes, making her freeze in disbelief. The critical point is lost. All personnel, cover my retreat. If anything happens to me, I won't let any of you off the hook. Young Master Zos, a guard stammered, what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Retreat. A full retreat, he yelled, climbing into a vehicle. Hid in the car. Yes, sir, his subordinate replied, trembling. Greta listened to the broadcast in a rage. Young Master Zos has ordered a retreat. Everyone, move out. Yes, sir, let's go, that damn bastard, she seethed. Just then, Mo-Ren's sharp claws shot towards her. She drew her sword, her resolve hardening. Damn it. Even if I'm the only one left, I will not retreat. She unleashed her full psionic power, and charged. Can't move again, the monster thought, surprised. I didn't expect this human to have so much energy. Suddenly, the zombie toxin in her arm flared up, and she gasped. The monster smiled triumphantly. She dropped her sword and collapsed, her body beginning to change as the toxin spread rapidly. He could have run away with them, it sneered. Damn it, she thought, gritting her teeth. I don't even have the strength to restrain him anymore. My toxin will fuse with your flesh and nerves, it said with satisfaction. Soon, you won't be able to move at all. Using your psionic powers will only make the toxin spread faster. It laughed maliciously. If you can survive and escape, then run. I won't chase you. I hate trouble. The origin just needs me to kill a lot of people to find the one who's been messing with the humans. So, my mission is just to kill every human in this critical stronghold. I'm too lazy to waste time on you, you got that. The city was in chaos. Countless innocent people were being slaughtered by the zombies. Help me. Where are the shins? The security personnel. Someone, save us. The monster Mo-Ren opened its mouth, ready to swallow Greta whole. Goodbye, Troublesome human, it chuckled. Either die slowly here, or risk your life and run. Her consciousness began to fade into darkness. It hurts. It hurts so much. I have no strength left. I want to sleep. Am I dying? Can I just give up? I couldn't protect everyone in the city. No, someone is calling me. Someone is telling me to keep fighting. Her eyes snapped open, now glowing a solid red. Protect them. She screamed through her tears. So stubborn. Damn it, the monster growled. A surge of power coursed through her, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She looked at her arm, which was changing rapidly. My body is melting. So what? She grabbed her own throat. I'll just use my mind to control my body. Unprecedented pain racked her as something sprouted from her back. I will dispose of all of you damn zombies, she roared, grabbing her sword and struggling to her feet. Dispose of them all. Such a hassle. So troublesome, the monster said, surprised that she was still standing. Why did you get up? Why do you have to stop me? It shrieked, charging at her. Why do you have to make more work for me? Don't you know I hate doing extra work? If you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish. Why do you have to make me fight seriously? You talk too much, she screamed back. Go to hell. A massive battle erupted in the city. She leaped gracefully before its gaping maw. Just this level of attack. It's completely useless against me, it thought contemptuously. She gritted her teeth, then vanished, reappearing and slashing at its limbs. That trick again. How boring, it scoffed, opening its mouth wide. Don't show off with attacks of this level. Just die. A strange smile played on her lips. Is she smiling? It wondered. Suddenly, something enormous slammed into its mouth. It had just been forced at an entire 1,000-ton building. She stood there, watching it, then began to slash relentlessly at the building, determined to finish it off. But it was too resilient. It burst out of the rubble, and charged at her. You're crazy to fight like this, but it's also interesting. Let me fight you seriously. She swung her sword, and they rushed at each other. Just as the epic clash was about to begin, it sensed something. What was that just flew by? Is it her trick again? More trouble, she muttered, sensing it too. Dengzi carrying Moen and Wang Zikai was about to land. They crashed right into Mo Ren and were sent flying. Oops, I think we hit something. Don't tell me we're in trouble again. Rita stared in surprise at the three of them. Then, she recognized them. Dengzi. Wang Zikai. Dengzi tossed the other two aside and ran over to her. And who are you supposed to be, with your hand in the air like that? He asked, noticing she had transformed into a zombie. So a Gao, even if you had a zombie-proof display, you'd still get infected with zombie toxin. Are you going to have a life and death showdown with the corpse King Mo Ren now to protect your fortress and master? I remember that fight. You were amazing, she said, then interrupted herself. Wait, I don't understand what you're talking about. But the corpse King Mo Ren has already been squashed flat by you. She pointed. And there's no fortress left to protect, either. What? Dengzi looked around, bewildered. Oops, sorry about that. Sometime later, the cleanup began. Hurry, before the zombie tide notices this breach. Move the injured, it's dangerous over there, don't get too close. Save as many as you can. Hey, Wanzeke, a soldier warned. That area could collapse at any moment. It's dangerous, come back. It's okay, I'm almost done, he replied, digging through the rubble. He found something and smiled at Shanjai. Great, you're okay, Genji smiled back weakly. I managed to avoid a fatal blow at the last second. I probably won't die. Are you guys okay? Wang Zikai didn't know how to answer. He scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, we're fine, but, you know. If you have something to say, just say it, don't act dumb. Janji said impatiently. Well, Wang Zikai said worriedly, during the fight, Hyunxi accidentally destroyed the critical stronghold. The association is going to hold us responsible for the damages. Our captain. If you hadn't died. Janji was speechless. He felt it would have been better if he hadn't woken up. Then you better think of a way to help. He raised his hand and yelled, Hello, rescue team. We need help over here. Alright, what can I do for you? A rescuer replied. Bury me again. Quickly, he shouted in desperation. What kind of time is this to be joking around? Four eyes. The rescuer snapped. I'm not joking, he insisted. Wang Zikai, he's your teammate, right? Control him. Sorry, Wang Zikai mumbled. Tensei was still looking at the destruction he had caused. Rita was using her belt to try and hang herself. I'm done for. The most important human stronghold on the border is gone. I fought with my life on the line, and in the end, I couldn't protect anything. I should just kill myself. Didn't I only destroy half of it? Tensei said, scratching his head. Maybe it can still be fixed. Probably, he thought, trying to console himself. He heard a noise and turned. It's not over yet. It sounds like it's coming from Dawn's direction. He recognized the attack. And this technique looks familiar. I remember now, it's the ice bone effect of that troublesome, cold-hearted Bing Xuan king. We were tangled up with her for a long time back in the day. Don's in trouble. He looked around. We need to find reinforcements. He looked at Greta, who was still trying to kill herself after her power outburst. I'm going to die. He looked at Shan Jie, who was on the verge of death from his injuries. And then there's Wang Zikai, who's exhausted after fighting the moon-devouring zombie king all night. You're mistaken. It's you guys I want to lose, he muttered. Brother Shan Jie, cheer up. We can't lose you. Wang Zikai pleaded. Everyone's injured. I'll just go check it out by myself, Jemsi decided. After all, she's an enemy that Don has the most trouble dealing with. As he started to leave, the three of them immediately tried to stop him. Don't go. You don't need to fight. I have to send reinforcements to the Icebone front right now. Alia and Ganling are over there. I trust they can handle it. Are you sure? Jiangxi asked, surprised. No problem. The three replied in unison. The scene shifted to the Icebone region. Dawn was chasing after Alia and Ganling. Wait up, I'm gonna die, she panted. Are you guys heroes who specialize in subjugating zombie kings or not? Dawn yelled, exasperated. Why are you so good at running away? We were only halfway through our hot spring bath. We're soaking wet. It's a huge disadvantage to fight like this, Alia said, looking back at Bing Xuan in fear. My cloak isn't keeping me warm at all. I'm going to freeze to death, Ganling added. Bing Xuan was closing in on them. Careful, the enemy is catching up, Alia warned. A mountain of ice erupted from the ground beneath Dawn. Big sister Dawn, the other two cried out in alarm. Don't worry, she said, landing safely. I'm fine. She gripped her sword and charged at Bing Xuan, who just smiled, unafraid. She instantly appeared behind Dawn. You're clearly human, but your body has a scent that feels very familiar to me. She smiled enigmatically. Could it be that you're related to the special existence that the Origin is searching for? She appeared behind her again, a wicked grin on her face. Let me take your head back and interrogate it to find out. Try it if you can, Dawn challenged, slashing at her, but she dodged, using the ice to retreat. Just then, Ganling attacked. Don't you dare harm big sister Dawn, she yelled, charging with her sword. Bing Xuan easily dodged her attack and turned her attention to her. So brave, little one. Then I'll take care of you first. Pay attention to me, Alia roared, throwing a punch. You bastard. A massive fireball erupted, and she used her flame power to attack Bing Xuan's ice armor. She just stood there. Ganling watched with worried eyes. Alia clicked her tongue in frustration. She looked at the ice statue she had just punched. Even a surprise attack didn't hit her. These Overlord-class enemies are really tough to deal with. Aya, Dawn called, landing nearby. Be careful, Dawn. That one is still above us. This ice is harder than steel, Ganling said, looking around. And she can move freely within it. Yeah, Dawn nodded. The charge time for a forced explosion is too long. We can't hit her. And even if we manage to melt this ice, Alia said, probing the ice wall, she'll just freeze it again instantly. If this keeps up, we'll freeze to death first, she thought. The three of them stood there, staring at the wall of ice. Even with all this cold mist, I can still hear fighting from other people, Dawn said. She glanced in another direction. I believe Jiangxi and the others will come to reinforce us soon. What good will it do if Jiangxi comes? Ganling said sadly, banging her staff on the ground. Our enemy is the Lord of the Land of the Dead. Their bodies all contain fragments of the Origin's energy. They are the pinnacle of existence, able to rule over other zombies. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. No matter how strong Jiangxi is, he can't fight against an overlord. This is an absolute suppression of rank. Dawn thought of all the destruction he had caused. Well, I don't know what you mean by absolute suppression, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't apply to Jiangxi. An enemy like this who just runs and hides. Probably even one of Jiangxi's punches. Suddenly, they sensed movement. She's here. Ganling. Watch out below, Alia yelled. Ganling's leg was instantly encased in ice. Bing Xuan appeared and grabbed her, laughing. This useless little thing is mine. You guys can clean up her corpse. Dawn, enraged, slashed at her, causing her to cry out in pain. Not bad, Bing Xuan laughed. Come and save this useless thing. Damn it, Dawn cursed. Big sister Dawn, Ganling cried out helplessly. This time, Alia appeared behind Bing Xuan. Shut your mouth, she said coldly, blasting her face with fire. She is not a useless child. She is my most important comrade. Get your filthy hands off her. She attacked with a spiral of fire. Bing Xuan gradually faded away. Dawn landed safely. Are you two all right? She asked, then froze when she saw them. We're fine, Alia said. I'm fine too, but Ellie. Ganling said happily. What? Leia asked, surprised. Dawn rushed over to her. Leia, how did this happen? Can you still hold on? Reinforcements are coming soon. Didn't we just capture her? Maybe when you slashed her, she... Ian. I'm sorry, Ganling sobbed. I'm so useless. If I had been more careful. Silly girl, how could this be your fault? Leia said gently, wiping her tears. The way she appears is something none of us could have completely avoided. Besides, if she had captured me, wouldn't you have risked your life to save me? I just did what you would have done. Don't blame yourself. Touched, Ganling called her name. Suddenly, Dawn looked up. High above, Bing Shuang was dropping massive blocks of ice, laughing triumphantly. What a pity. You're still not dead. I'm really not good at killing with one blow. But luckily, I took the trouble to turn all the groundwater in the city into ice. This is a nice gift for you, isn't it? This is bad, Dawn said as the area filled with ice. I want you to slowly enjoy the suffering in this beautiful cage. Bing Shuang laughed. Just thinking about it gets me excited. She swooped down. Endure your despair. Massive blocks of ice rained down on the three of them. Damn it, come on. Dawn yelled, standing her ground. Ganling, I'm leaving Leia to you. Okay, Ganling nodded. Dawn charged forward, slashing the giant ice blocks into hundreds of pieces. What interesting power, Bing Shuang laughed. You really do have the thing that Lord Origin is looking for. I'm definitely taking your brain. She attacked with a barrage of ice, and Dawn was struck down, crashing against a block of ice. Damn it, I can't even get close to her, she thought. Big sister Dawn, are you alright? Ganling asked worriedly. I'm fine. You two just be careful, she replied, looking at Bing Shuang in desperation. What should I do? Do I have to force open the second zombie state and rely on one all-out attack to break through? But if I do that, I'll be completely immobile afterward. Damn it, you two, find a place to hide, she decided. All we have to do now is hold on until Jiangxi comes to save us. You really trust Jiangxi that much? Leia asked, surprised. Is someone like that worthy of you entrusting your life to him? She pulled a shard of ice from her body. Actually, I also believe that one Zikai and Shenjie will come to save us. But that's exactly why I won't hide and wait for them. I will fight with all my strength and look for a chance to win. This is how I can be worthy of their trust. Because trust is never a one-way street, right? Dependence, Dawn thought, surprised. She remembered everything that had happened between her and Jiangxi. When did I become so dependent on him? Is this really me anymore? She remembered being a child, sitting dejectedly on a hospital bed, heavily bandaged. Her eyes were dull, as if she were soulless. Suddenly, a phone rang shrilly. Voices drifted in from outside. Did you hear? That kid in there. Apparently she used a kitchen knife to chop off the leg that a zombie bit by bit. Dr. Jamin, only 18 at the time, listened to the gossip in silence, then walked straight to the Academy's aid station. And I heard the ones who bit her were her own parents after they turned into zombies. Hearing the talk about herself, Dawn's face was devoid of any emotion. So pitiful. Hey kid, Jimin asked quietly, you're the one who wants to use the mechanical prosthetic I just developed. He warned her, just so you know, it requires separating each nerve, then sending an electrical current through them. The process. I accept, she cut him off. Tears streamed down her face as she gritted her teeth. I accept. I need power. She screamed with hatred, I need the power to make all zombies disappear completely. The present, Dawn witnessed her past self. I remember now, she realized. This is who I was at the beginning. She frowned, observing the memory. She recalled every moment, having everything stolen from her by zombies, enduring the pain, and desperately trying to become stronger, just to prevent a tragedy like hers from ever happening again. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Is this why I can't use Jiangxi's power, and why I can't awaken my iconic abilities? Suddenly, a girl stepped out and said to her, that's right. Because your heart is filled with hatred for zombies. Dawn jumped, recognizing the familiar voice. The girl, the embodiment of her inner self, had a dark expression. So, you can't deceive your own heart. The fierce battle between the two women resumed. The female warrior was stunned by Leia's blow. Leia, enraged, threw another punch, but it missed. A substitute again. Damn it. She landed on the ground. Ganling, are you alright? I'm fine, the battered girl replied, leaning on her staff. She looked up. That one appears and disappears like a ghost. If only Shanjai were here. I'll find a way to force her out, Leia said, turning to Dawn. Dawn, you protect Ganling. Dawn was silent, staring blankly into the distance. What's wrong, Dawn? Leia asked, confused. Why did you suddenly freeze up? No matter how much Leia called to her, Dawn remained motionless, like a soulless doll. A strange sound came from the ground. Big sister Dawn, under your feet, Ganling screamed. Dawn, move, something is coming up from below, Leia yelled. A spike of ice shot up and impaled her. Dawn, they screamed. The ice spike grew longer, lifting her into the air. Her heart had been torn out. The female warrior held it, her face ecstatic. I didn't expect it to be so easy to defeat you. It seems the cold and fear have left you unable to move. Now, I'll just take your body back. The other two wastes will be forever imprisoned in the ice. Bastard, Leia roared, landing a powerful punch on her face. But she simply dissipated. Damn it, Ganling, go get Dawn down, Leia instructed. And give me some support. I'm going to kill her. Yes, the female warrior, her face bruised from the punch, was trying to sneak away. Damn it. Even though I avoided most of the damage, I still got hit. I need to control my emotions in battle. Dawn was motionless. Big sister Dawn, I'm getting you down now, Ganling cried. Just a fatal wound. All I need to do is turn into a zombie, Dawn thought weakly. Her inner self appeared behind her, its expression malicious. It's useless. You see the hatred in your heart clearly now. You can no longer use Jiangxi's power. It smiled sinisterly. Now, only we can save you. Its form began to distort. We are filled with hatred, just like you. Filled with rage. It began to merge with her. Come, give your body to us. Together, we will take revenge on this whole world. We'll make everyone suffer as we have. Dawn's brow furrowed. So that's it. You are the hundreds of millions that Vero killed, condensed in that thousand-faced moon. First, you willingly became the lackeys of your enemy, Vero. Now, you're constantly playing tricks in my consciousness, distracting me from the fight. We had no choice, the distorted monster shrieked. Lord Vero was too powerful. Our entire civilization couldn't stand against him. What's wrong with submitting to the strong? Didn't you also rely on your enemy, Jiangxi, for power? It was gleefully merging with her. Without Jiangxi's help, even a corpse king like this can easily deal with you. So, accept our psychic energy and obediently become our puppet to take revenge on this world. With that, Dawn's body completely merged with it. A massive fire erupted below. That's some powerful fire. The surrounding ice is melting, Ganling said in awe. Go, Ali. You're starting to burn your own flesh and blood. The female warrior laughed confidently. Too bad. Before the ice melts, you'll be turned to ash. I don't need you to worry about me, Leia yelled. The ice at their feet began to crack. A fluctuation in psychic energy. It's... Ganling quickly looked up at Dawn. Big sister Dawn, the female warrior also sensed it. The ice spike impaling Dawn shattered. A third eye opened on her forehead. The falling ice shards suddenly froze in midair. She stepped onto a small ice shard, her form flickering as she walked across them. So this is the psionic ability created by the psychic energy of hundreds of millions of people, she observed. While its destructive power can't compare to Vero, who could wield the sun in battle, Dawn said coldly, her three eyes glowing red, it suits my style perfectly. Impossible, the distorted form of her inner self screamed, now clenched in her hand. He clearly accepted all of our psychic energy. Why aren't we controlling your body? For that, I have to thank you, Dawn said, tightening her grip. Thank you, you divisive spirits, for helping me remember my original reason for fighting. Memories flooded back to her. The reason I eliminate zombies isn't for revenge, but because I don't want another tragedy like mine to ever happen again. Youngse and I are comrades who share a common dream. And my trust in him was never because of his strength, but because of his kindness. Her third eye activated, unleashing its full power. A Jiangxi like that, no matter what he is, I will willingly accept his power. The Jiangxi gene surged within her, unlocking the second stage. The wound in her abdomen closed. A body strengthened by zombification can completely suppress your psychic energy. You souls only deserve to submit to his power. She unleashed her ultimate technique, Psychic Purple Moon, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, and crushed the spirit in her hand. The sky suddenly darkened. Dawn stood coolly on the floating ice shards. The zombie queen below stared up in disbelief. This was not the simple girl from before. The third eye on her forehead, the three cold, red eyes, the intense white aura emanating from her body. What is this? The queen gasped. It's like she's become a completely different person. She began to sweat, her pupils dilating. Something's not right. Should I run? Before she could decide, something flashed past, and she froze in shock. One of her arms had been cleanly severed. I've been attacked. The blow was so fast, so dangerous, she hadn't even seen it coming. When did that happen? So fast, did Big Sister Dawn awaken a speed-tight psionic ability like one isekai? Ganling cheered. No, Leia said, her face serious. I didn't feel the air being torn by speed. This is a psionic ability even more advanced than super speed. What? That powerful? The queen gritted her teeth and quickly froze her wound. It's just a little faster. In my domain, it's useless, she roared, unleashing her extreme cold storm technique. Thousands of sharp ice weapons shot towards Dawn. A meaningless attack, she snorted. Stop it, a voice cried out. As the ice weapons rained down, Dawn slowly dragged her sword and walked forward, her long hair flowing in the wind. Her cold expression seemed to repel the ice shards. She flickered in and out of existence, appearing right in front of the queen, who stared, dumbfounded. The sharp point of her sword was aimed at the queen's throat. The queen was too shocked to speak as the blade sliced her into pieces. Her dismembered body fell to the ice. With her last bit of consciousness, she wondered, how is this possible? I was hit. But when? Why? Dawn pointed her sword at the queen's head. Kneel before me, you weakling, she commanded. With a few graceful swings, she shattered the barrier above them. The barrier is broken. Big sister Dawn did it, Ganling cheered. Whoa, she actually did it, Ilya said in awe. Dust and debris swirled around Dawn. Gangxi, are you watching? She thought. I've successfully grasped my psychic power. Indeed, a pair of eyes was watching from afar. In front of him was a pile of rubble. It was none other than Jung. He rested his chin on his hand. Well, looks like I don't need to help after all. He was holding an entire building on his arm. Don't you all agree? He asked innocently. Countless people were screaming, clinging to his leg. Yes, now please put it down. The white-haired young man was in tears. I'm begging you, please don't smash it. Where's Shenjai? Gangxi suddenly remembered. He kicked him into the sky at the very beginning. Someone replied. The city, shrouded in a purple miasma, was quiet now that the queen was defeated. Everyone, rest for a bit. The rescue team will be here soon, a young man announced. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can rest. Ganling looked at Aliyah with concern, but before she could speak, Aliyah smiled. Don't worry, Ganling, I'm fine. Gangxi and Dawn stood together, looking at Rita. She was now surrounded by a purple zombie aura, her eyes an unnatural red. So Rita just turned into a zombie like that? Dawn asked, turning down the volume on her comms. But isn't her zombie form supposed to be a puppy? And a cute one at that? Rita was a little taken aback by her new appearance. Because she's still alive right now, Jiangxi explained, looking at a manual. She's just been infected with the zombie gene. It's similar to your zombified state. I see, Dawn said. But in the eyes of other humans, she's already a zombie. After we get back to the association, we'll have to deal with a lot of trouble. Getting humans and zombies to trust each other is a difficult task. Is everyone okay? Rita asked, turning to the civilians. Cough, we're fine, think. A woman with a child in her arms began to say, then looked up and screamed in terror. Rita's face was scarred, one eye damaged, with blood running down her face. It's good that you're okay. Do you need anything? Any supplies? Before she could finish, the woman grabbed her child and ran. No, we don't need anything. Goodbye. You don't have to follow us. Rita watched them go, the purple aura still swirling around her. Mommy, the little boy asked, that big sister saved us. Aren't we going to say thank you? Chick, don't talk so much, the mother said coldly. Don't be fooled just because she saved us now. Who knows what will happen when the zombie toxin takes over? It's not like we haven't heard of this kind of thing before. Let's go. It's better to keep our distance. Hearing this, Rita lowered her head in sadness. No matter what these civilians think, I'm willing to trust you and your comrades, Dawn said with a frown. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Jiangxi asked, confused. She remembered defeating the queen. Because when I was in the second stage of zombification, I could clearly feel a huge change in my personality. Her face darkened at the memory. Bow down to me, she had ordered, taunting her opponent. A weakling like you is only worthy of looking at my toes. You bitch, the queen had see. It's a little embarrassing to think about, Dawn said, flustered. I said a lot of childish things back then. She placed a hand on her chest, relieved. But no matter what kind of personality I exhibit, my inner self and my will are not affected at all. I am still me. She pointed at him. I believe you're the same. No matter what form you take, you will always be the Jiangxi I know. He stared at her, dumbfounded. What is it? She asked, frowning. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong? No, it's not that, he said, flustered. I just suddenly remembered something. He became serious. We came to this memory world for you to learn psionic abilities because you couldn't zombify any further. But in the end, you still managed to grasp the psychic energy left behind by through zombification. Wasn't this whole trip to the memory world pointless? Haha, I won't learn even if I'm a dog, she said, her face turning purple as she sweated profusely. Anyway, you succeeded, he said, pumping his fist. How about a little training match with me? We don't have to worry about destroying anything here. No, thank you. No, thank you, she said, waving her hands frantically. The problem is solved, that's what matters. Are you sure you don't want to try? He persisted. Aren't you curious what my limits are? No, thank you. No, thank you, she insisted. The queen's disembodied head looked on, exasperated. A man wearing a dog hat walked up. Hey, are you still alive? You traitor, the queen shrieked. You actually surrendered to humans. You're a disgrace to all zombies. Lord Origin will not forgive you. What do you know? He snorted, sweating. If I had dared to resist, I would have been crushed under the pressure of that great lord, just like Mo Ren. In the distance, a robot gave a thumbs up. What did you say? The queen asked, horrified. To be casually crushed. All zombies. Wait. Could it be? He looked over at Jiangxi and Dawn. Well, do you get it now? Even though he's in a state we've never seen before. The two of them were still arguing. Come on, no way. That Jiangxi who lives with humans is definitely the origin of all zombies. Ha. Jiangxi left, chasing after Dawn. No, our supreme lord, she screamed, finally understanding. So the lord ordered us to come here just to get beaten up by him. That's it. Shh, he said, putting a finger to his lips. Don't ask. The lord has his reasons for everything he says. Suddenly, Dawn turned around. What is it? Jiangxi said, stretching lazily. If there's nothing else, let's get ready to go back. I'm definitely going to get a good night's sleep this time. She asked, stunned. What about Aaliyah and the others? What will happen to them if they stay here? His voice echoed through the mountains. After the battle to defend the border base, we launched a counterattack, fought our way through the city of death, and successfully subjugated the source of the zombie tide. But I don't want to remember what happened after that. All eyes were on him. Wait, he said, rubbing his head and gritting his teeth. Why don't I want to remember what happened after that? I can't seem to recall that period of time. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. We defeated the Origin. But it seems the Origin can't be destroyed. His face darkened. After that. What did I do? My head itches. It feels like my brain is growing. He was in agony. I remember now, I completely devoured the Origin, then used amnesia to seal it within my memory. Chaotic. Jang cried out, horrified. As long as I don't remember it, it can never be reborn, he continued through gritted teeth. He looked at his hand, a strange green aura emanating from his body. But now, its seal is about to be broken. This was the center of the land of the dead, a place inaccessible to humans. Not only were there terrifying zombie tides that could swallow all life, but there was also the powerful lord of the land of the dead, a strange flying monster with a single red eye in the center of its body, and two large brown wings, silently looking down. Any creature that dared to trespass would be destroyed. It was looking down at the tiny, ant-like figures in its territory. A large, green-skinned creature led a group of other green-skinned creatures. The leader wore a bright red hat with a short word on it. The muscular, red-hatted creature raised a small flag in its hand and, turning to the green-skinned creatures behind it, announced like a tour guide, "What you are seeing now is the forbidden land of the dead, which has existed for thousands of years. Follow me closely, and don't get separated." Yes, the green-skinned creatures replied loudly, chattering amongst themselves. The birds and zombies over there are huge. Yeah, they're really aggressive. The red-haired girl, Xiaoxiao, stood in the crowd, looking bewildered. She remembered the faces of the green-skinned zombies, then looked at the face of her friend in front of her and screamed in frustration. Disguising ourselves as a horde of zombies was a good idea, but your style is too different from the other zombies. She pointed to a girl with bright green hair next to her. Not to mention, there are a lot of other people mixed in. That girl is even live streaming. Dear viewers, the situation is very complicated right now. Her companion gave a thumbs up, full of confidence. Don't worry. In this zombie era, everything depends on strength. She gritted her teeth. The burly, red-hatted zombie was none other than Xiaoxiao's companion. Besides, the tall man explained with a smile, the battle between lord-level corpse kings can only be a one-on-one fight, not a group attack. With a gift strength, he can do whatever he wants. The other lords wouldn't dare to question him. At that moment, a Go was stomping on the head of a three-eyed monster. Alright, don't be so stubborn, he said kindly. From now on, we're colleagues. You have to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. He cleared his throat and announced like a ruthless capitalist, from now on, your little brothers are my little brothers, and your territory is my territory, understand? He looked down at the monster, but it didn't respond. He stumped on its head in frustration. Whether you understand or not, don't make me repeat myself, he said coldly. Ew. The monster moaned in pain. I understand. Good, Aga said, satisfied. Next time, answer a little faster. Got it. Yes, sir, the poor monster screamed. The tall man casually took out his phone and took a picture of the scene, explaining to Xiaoxiao, "This is the military law established by the origin of the zombie tide. No zombie will violate it." "Oh okay," she stammered. Just then, the armored captain walked up and joined the conversation, establishing a code of conduct for all the zombies in the world. "I thought only you could do something like this. The origin you mentioned. It seems its strength is extremely powerful, right?" "Of course," the tall man replied. He frowned, his expression serious. "In a battle with the origin. It was the time the great king was assassinated in my memory." He recalled the desolate scene from the past. That year, the great king and his friends entered the land of the dead. They defeated each lord one by one, and finally challenged the origin. A hooded zombie charged forward, but the lord just laughed maniacously. As the tall man spoke, vivid images appeared. The great king was being overwhelmed by his opponent. His friends had to risk their lives to buy him time to regenerate and recover. They unleashed all their power, creating a massive column of blood wrapped in fierce lightning, and sent the lord flying. Taking the opportunity, the great king returned to the battlefield, stronger than ever. He sent the lord flying with a single punch, then continued to regenerate and fight to the death, evolving into a more powerful form with each step. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights, completely wiping the land of the dead off the map. When the battle was over, the great king was seriously injured, without even the strength to regenerate. It was a Pyrrhic victory. That sounds even more terrifying than the mechanical man, a machine created by the ancient ones, the armored captain said in awe. "So, the origin was finally turned to dust by you?" Xiaoxiao asked, her face pale. "Not at all," the tall man replied, his expression serious. "The origin cannot be destroyed. The great king said so himself and brought it here. And the place where he was imprisoned." "Where?" the armored captain asked, holding his breath. Xiaoxiao also waited expectantly. Finally the tall man pointed to the sky and, mimicking Jiang Xi's carefree attitude, said with a grin, "Of course I forgot. After all, it's just a silly old story." That's what the great king had said. "Hey, how can you forget something like that?" Xiaoxiao screamed in frustration. Just then, a strange foot stepped onto the rocky ground, and the entire earth began to shake violently. "What's going on?" the armored captain and Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. A triumphant laugh echoed from above. "Aha, of course he doesn't remember. How could he dare to remember me? Where is that sound coming from?" The people below yelled in panic. "What's happening?" "I am his most terrifying memory," the arrogant voice boomed. At that moment, the ground cracked open, and streams of dark red blood shot up from the fissures, accompanied by a maniacal laugh. The ground beneath Xiaoxiao's group also split apart. "What on earth is going on?" she cried out. She stared in shock as the sticky, red blood bound large rocks together, forming a giant figure in the sky. "What is that thing?" Blood and rock gradually formed the sturdy body of a giant monster. "Youngsi really can't destroy me," the monster gloated. "So he used his brain as a cage, and sealed me in this memory world. And when he remembers me, that's when I'll be revived." Hearing this, Jiangxi laughed, then said through gritted teeth, "Ha ha, to be able to force this body to transform. No wonder it's that guy." He looked at the giant monster in the distance. "This is going to be a pain." "Jiangxi, are you alright?" Dawn asked worriedly, looking up. "Do you know what that thing is?" Jiangxi stared at the blood, tendrils coiling in front of the stone monster. "This giant is just a twisted hobby of his," he said grimly. "The really difficult part is just beginning." Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Dawn, yes. What is it? What do you need me to do?" she asked, her expression tense. "Nothing much. It's very simple," he said. "Run as fast as you can. Use all your strength to run. Run as far as you can." While the red and black tendrils had already formed a figure in the sky, Dawn was still confused. "Jiangxi, what do you mean by that?" More blood, tendrils shot out from the monster's head. "There's no time to explain," Jiangxi urged. "Tell everyone here to run as far as they can." "Okay, I'll do as you say," she agreed immediately. The blood, tendrils had formed a black specter with glowing red eyes and a mouth, laughing maniacally. The black shadow shot out from the monster's mouth, laughing wildly as it flew forward. "Ha ha ha, this time, I won't play around with that big body. Let's get straight to the point. It's here," Jiangxi yelled, pushing her away. Don't worry about it." Before he could finish, a massive force struck him, sending him flying. "Jiangxi!" Dawn cried out in shock, watching him get knocked into the sky. The black shadow pursued him relentlessly. "Come here," he taunted. They chased each other into the Earth's atmosphere, moving so fast they were just blurs. This isn't a memory, Dawn thought, looking up at the sky. Did Jiangxi really keep him in his head? This kind of power. "It's the origin," one isekai said, his eyes wide with terror. "Oh my god," the pink-haired girl exclaimed. Jiangxi propelled himself out of the Earth's atmosphere, but the black shadow of the origin was still hot on his heels. Damn it, still not far enough, he thought, looking down. This distance is still too dangerous for them. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the origin caught up to him and grabbed his wrist. You have time to think about that. It sneered. Its dark red tendrils surged into his mouth and eye sockets. How dare you imprison me in your brain and your memories? Damn it, Jiangxi gasped. Countless red and black tendrils flooded into his mouth, embedding themselves in his veins and limbs, making him scream in agony. After I escape, the origin declared triumphantly, your brain will be under my control. Ha ha ha. Jiangxi struggled in pain, trying to tear away the black threads and blood, tendrils, but he was eventually overpowered. The tendrils grew thicker and stronger, plunging into his chest. This battle has lasted for thousands of years. The blood tendrils spread throughout his body, forming a strange, ancient pattern. A metal collar slowly appeared around his neck, and a triumphant laugh echoed from his own throat. Ha ha, Jiangxi's form changed completely. His hair turned from black to purple, his eyes a bloodthirsty red, and the strange patterns covered his entire body. In the end, I was the one who won, the origin, now in control of Jiangxi's body, said, arrogantly flipping its hair. It floated in the sky, its expression hidden by its long hair, surrounded by fierce lightning and residual power. It looked down coldly at the small figures below. The battle is over. The origin is gone. Did Jiangxi win? Alia asked, looking up in confusion. He's changed into a form we've never seen before, Wang Zikai said, observing him cautiously. It feels terrifying. Is it a stronger combat state? I've never seen this state before either, Dawn said, her face filled with horror. She recalled his other forms. This dangerous aura. It's not like the fifth stage destruction state. A terrifying thought entered her mind. Wailed. Pure death. The origin. She guessed, her voice trembling. The origin, in Jiangxi's body, smirked. It bowed mockingly. Well, good evening, everyone. Ha ha, they're all familiar faces. It gestured with its hand, as if greeting old friends. It's rare for everyone to be reunited. I didn't prepare anything. It grinned maniacally. So I hope you won't mind this little gift. It snapped its fingers. Below, the boy with the glasses immediately used his power, a green energy shooting from his glasses. His eyes began to bleed, and he had a terrible premonition. No. He's not Jiangxi. Get out of the way, he screamed in panic. But it was too late. The origin had already snapped its fingers, unleashing a terrifying power that destroyed a massive area, the destruction spreading for miles. Are you kidding me? Just a snap of his fingers. Wang Zikai said, his face pale with terror. Alia and Wang Zikai flew into the air and looked down. The snap had created a huge fissure in the earth, tearing through even the sturdy city walls. The most fortified critical base on the human border is about to be completely wiped out, the boy with the glasses said, stunned. Oh my god, the green-haired girl whispered. Well, the origin said suddenly, looking at its arm. Beneath the pale skin, strange veins pulsed, and a sticky, black liquid oozed out. Still haven't completely taken over, I see. As expected of him. It clenched its fist, and the black liquid was absorbed back into its arm. But don't resist so fiercely. I'm not going to do anything bad. It laughed wildly. Except for destroying this memory, world, and then going to the real one, of course. Suddenly, Dawn appeared behind it. Her third eye was open, and she roared in fury, give me back Jiangxi's body. But the origin just laughed. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll definitely give it back. It easily dodged her powerful attack. But there's still a little something I need to do. Just wait a bit. It won't be too long. Just 1 trillion years or so. Ha ha ha, he didn't notice Aya had already snuck up behind him, 2 massive bolts of golden lightning in her hands. Wang Zikai also charged, unleashing his full speed and power. The boss that even Jiangxi couldn't deal with. Are you telling me to fight him for real or for show? He muttered. Alia charged forward as well, roaring in response, this guy is too terrifying, we have to stop him. The origin slowly glanced back, speaking coldly, the teammates who followed Jiangxi back in the day, is it? With a slight twist of his body, he effortlessly dodged Wang Zikai's attack, which was delivered at absolute speed. The origin laughed with delight, snapping his fingers again and arrogantly declaring, let's use you all to add some excitement to my rebirth. Seeing this, Alia thought in a panic, what is Wang Zikai doing? Why can't he land a single hit? She hastily threw 2 large bolts of lightning from her hands, shouting, go. The power of the snap instantly clashed with Alia's lightning. She froze, watching in shock as her lightning struggled to hold its ground. Alia gritted her teeth, damn it, he's even faster than Jiangshan. I can't dodge it. Just as the golden lightning was forced back towards Alia by the origin's power, a dark figure appeared, quickly grabbing her and shouting, snap out of it, let's move. A second later, the entire rocky mountain where they stood exploded into rubble. The black-haired girl supported Elia, both of them coughing from the dust. The Origin found this even more amusing, praising them loudly. You two are quite good, managing to survive. In that case, I'll give you another one as a gift. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Zikai suddenly appeared behind him. The Origin glanced over, sneering, whoa, this little brat really loves his sneak attacks. Wang Zikai's full power kick was easily dodged. The Origin even had time to mock him. Always with the sneak attacks. Don't you dare fight Hetman. You're truly shameless. Wang Zikai didn't give up, using his absolute speed to attack. He kicked just inches from the Origin's face, roaring, as long as I can kill you, what's there to be ashamed of? The Origin was surprised. Oh, he thought, dazed. He almost hit me. Did his speed increase? Immediately, the Origin narrowed his eyes, muttering, no, that's not it. He locked onto his target, looking directly at the boy with glasses hiding below, affirming, it's him. The boy with glasses gritted his teeth, his hand on his glasses, nervously relaying information to Wang Zikai. Upper left, 35 degrees, a spinning kick from the back right will connect. However, this only made the Origin more excited, praising them endlessly. Not bad, not bad. To be able to predict my movements, you all are trying hard enough. With that, he instantly bent his body upwards, crudely hooking his toes into the collar of the super-fast Wang Zikai. The Origin contemptuously declared, but these are just the petty tricks of the Wii. It's over. What? Wang Zikai gasped. The Origin flicked his leg, kicking Wang Zikai and slamming him into the ground. The impact was so strong that he was embedded in the shattered earth, his eyes rolled back as if he had lost consciousness. Immediately after, a foot stomped on Wang Zikai's face. The Origin stood on him, saying with disdain, a pity, just an illusion created by memory. Even killing you isn't interesting. But a second later, he grinned, changing his tone. However, the Origin swiftly reached behind him, grabbing Ziling by the neck as she charged in from nowhere. A green shard shattered upon hitting his head. The Origin said cheerfully, it seems you're the real thing. Ziling's right eye suddenly reverted to its normal form. She gritted her teeth in shock, thinking, Z was torn apart. The Origin gripped Ziling's sword, asking excitedly, you have Jungxi's aura on you. Are you a toy he modified? He then increased the force in his hand, squeezing Ziling's neck and causing her to cough up blood. Alia was unconscious. The black-haired girl was heavily injured and couldn't move. Wang Zikai's status was unknown. The boy with glasses had blood streaming from his eyes, muttering in a daze, is this the result of confronting Jiangxi directly? There's absolutely no chance of victory. Just then, a shout broke the desperate atmosphere. Let go of Ziling, you bastard. The Origin tossed Ziling aside, exclaiming with excitement, ah, I remember you. He looked at Ganning, who was gritting her teeth with tears streaming down her face, pouring all her power into a magical ore. He asked slowly, if you were given enough time to prepare, you'd probably be the one with the most destructive power among them, right? Back then, they all risked their lives to buy you a single chance to attack. The Origin tilted his head back, arrogantly bestowing a favor. So now I'll give you that chance. Want to try? You might just be able to kill me. Ganning slammed her scepter on the ground, pouring her magic into it. She naively believed him and shouted, you said it, no tricks. Ganning screamed wildly, I can also perform the attack that destroyed his important base. Immediately the scepter radiated a colossal power that shook the heavens and earth. The Origin, far from being scared, let out an impressed sound. Ganning's scepter created a giant green orb of magic in the air, causing the Origin to exclaim with excitement, excellent, excellent, you don't disappoint, little one. Ganning raised her hands, pouring all her strength into the orb, screaming, this one blow will definitely. She gripped her scepter, swung it, and sent the massive orb hurtling forward. Save everyone, she growled. Watching the orb fly towards him, the Origin casually put his hands in his pockets, not moving an inch. That's some impressive momentum, he praised. But as the orb was just centimeters away, he reached out, a crazed grin spreading across his face. Is that all? He mocked. Can't you put a little more power into it? In an old house, harsh voices echoed. You damn monster, if you can't control your power, why don't you just go die? Why are you here wasting food? That's right, not only wasting food but destroying things everywhere. Yeah, last time you blew up the wall in my room. You monster, are you trying to kill me too? I've put up with you for a long time, you know that. A group of boys cornered a small girl, verbally abusing her. It's all your stupid mother's fault. She got bitten by a zombie but insisted on giving birth to you, creating a monster who can't control her spiritual force. Yeah, it's all because of your stupid mother, the kids pointed accusingly. You're always breaking something. How can you still show your face here? Yeah, so shameless. The brown-haired boy's face was dark as he warned, if you cause any more trouble, just wait for the association to execute you like they did your mother. He suddenly roared, got it, causing the little girl's tears to fall. The green-haired girl, dirty and ragged, hugged a small bear tightly, trembling as she begged, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this time. And can you please not insult my mother? Hearing this, the blonde boy scoffed. Whoa, are you serious? You're making demands now. Do you even know what you are? The little girl immediately shrank back, frantically explaining, No, it's not a demand, it's a request. My mother just couldn't bear to. She didn't know I would have this much power. But the black-haired boy suddenly shouted, enough, startling the girl into a pale-faced stupor. He narrowed his eyes and ordered coldly, still daring to talk back. Looks like you haven't been taught enough of a lesson. You too, teach her properly for me. The fat boy and the blonde one immediately responded, yes, sir, this girl really needs a lesson. The blonde boy grabbed a nearby trash can and dumped its contents all over her, screaming, remember this, you're the abuser, don't you dare act pitiful here. They kicked her, cursing coldly. Die, monster, go on, die, monster, we'll beat you to death. The little girl could only curl up, weakly pleading, no. She clutched her teddy bear, her arms covered in scrapes, desperately begging, please don't. Don't do this. It's very dangerous. A green orb of magic was slowly gathering in her palm. The magic moved on its own, shooting straight at the brown-haired boy, forcing him to dodge. The beam cracked a corner of the wall. The three boys stared at the cracked wall. The blonde boy's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. He rushed at the girl, raising his fist and yelling in fury, ha, you dare to fight back. I'll beat you to death, kill her, the little girl cried out in fear, I'm sorry. Punches and kicks rained down on her small, weak body. The cruel curses continued unabated, mixed with the girl's faint voice. I'm sorry. She should have been executed. I'm sorry. Let the association execute her. Ganning recalled her painful and destitute childhood, thinking, because of the immense, uncontrollable power in my body, I've been a monster who only knows destruction since I was a child. I've thought countless times, if only I didn't have this power. Her face began to crack, but Ganning didn't stop, letting out a roar and continuing to pour her strength into the attack. Even as her arms were about to shatter, she held the scepter tight. If only a monster like me had never been born, she thought. But right now, for the first time, I wish my power was a little stronger. Ganning gripped the scepter, screaming hoarsely, She unleashed all her spiritual force, letting her body crumble, tears streaming down her face. She used all her might to shout a resolute command. My ability, use my life as fuel and unleash your strongest blow, the boy with glasses shouted in horror, Ganning, you. Ganning said stubbornly, it's fine. Right now, only one thing is important. The orb of magic grew larger, hurtling towards the Origin's sneering face. Ganning emphasized loudly, and that is to defeat him and completely end this world's calamity. Looking at the Origin's disgusting face, she furiously swung her scepter and roared, damn you, I'll wipe that smile off your face. The giant orb of magic, carrying terrifying power, shot forward. A weak voice spoke up. Alia lay on the ground, asking dazedly, Ganning. Did she suppress him? The black-haired girl strained her eyes, asking hopefully, can we win? Ganning gritted her teeth, trying to support her crumbling body, her scepter held high. Yet, facing this new orb, the Origin still didn't move. He raised one finger and said slowly, oh, this feels quite a bit stronger. A little interesting. He grinned, raising his second finger. I guess I should get a little more serious, he said arrogantly. The orb of magic closed in. However, Ganning's orb was suddenly petrified. With that same savage and arrogant smile, the Origin had blocked the life-fueled attack with just 2 fingers. Ganning's eyes widened in horror. What? She screamed. The Origin smirked. Very strange. He asked nonchalantly. He jeered coldly, you use your own flesh and bone as fuel for your spiritual force, risking your life just to create an attack like this. Amidst Ganning's immense magic, he laughed, openly mocking her. But you don't really think the power gap between us is something your little life can make up for, do you? Her body was about to shatter into pieces. Ganning gritted her teeth and continued to exhaust the ability within her with a single thought, I can't lose. If I lose, Sister Elia and everyone else will die. She remembered her past. Do you need my help teaching those bastards a lesson? That was one isekai. Trust my prediction. Perhaps you are the hero who can defeat the Origin. That was Big Brother Shenjai. Welcome to the team. From now on, we're family. That was Sister Elia. Ganning trembled. The little girl cried, her expression one of despair and anguish. A useless person like me. I really want to protect everyone, just once. The orb on her scepter weakened. The Origin frowned, dissatisfied. Out of power already. The fun was so short-lived. Just then, he frowned again. A large hand suddenly placed on Gan Ning's shoulder. A tall man with blue skin appeared. He reached out, and his power caused the orb to flare up again, stronger than before. "Don't give up," he encouraged in a low voice. The orb of magic erupted with terrifying force, once again hurtling towards the origin. "What?" he exclaimed. As he turned his head, another massive wave of magic struck. This orb was even larger than Gan Ning's. Dust and smoke billowed up. Gan Ning's scepter, depleted of magic, fell to the ground. The blue-skinned man held her, standing as firm as a mountain. Gan Ning looked up, dazed, and asked with a trembling voice, "That attack? It was just like mine. Who are you?" She looked up at the stitched patches on the man's face. A memory from her childhood flooded back. A young Gan Ning was diligently sewing a teddy bear, her hands scraped. She held it up high, cheering, "Haha, it's done. I am not so bad at this after all." Looking at the bear's face, she said happily, "From now on, I'll call you a Gan. You're my first friend here. We'll learn to control our abilities together, and then we'll become great heroes who can protect everyone, so that everyone will like us. Okay. Let's do our best." Gan Ning, the image of the teddy bear, merged with the kind face of the blue-skinned man. He smiled and said, "You burned yourself completely and successfully protected everyone." At that moment, Xiao Xiao and the armored captain arrived just in time. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "So again was this cute? Why did she turn into this?" Aga walked over and explained, "During the final battle back then, she burned her body completely. With the Great King's help, she was barely able to use her spiritual force to condense a new body. This current appearance is based on her doll. Perhaps it suits her mentality better." Aga looked towards Agan, who was gently holding the now unconscious Gan Ning, and said with emotion, "A great confidence, one that can protect others, and can also protect one's own." Gan Ning's wounded arms hung limply. The origin, however, grinned, roaring with excitement. "Finally the real ones have arrived." A blonde news anchor spoke. "Has been mysteriously missing for a week now. The mysterious fissure in the sky above remains open. Where did this thing come from? What is its purpose? The Special Law Bureau is still actively investigating." A helicopter flew close to the black fissure in the sky. Inside, the staff was in a frenzy. "Have you found the cause yet?" "Still investigating." A giant hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The anchor's voice came from a T. "Follow our station. We will provide continuous updates." A viewer exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, it's that serious?" At the same time, a purple-haired young man was at the scene, looking at the strange fissure. He slightly moved his hand, and black energy swirled around his wrist. He pointed forward and gave a simple command, "Go." The black energy formed into a hand and shot towards the fissure, pressing against its blue glowing edge. But immediately, the black hands were repelled by a strange force that attacked them, dissipating them back into scattered energy. The force even struck the young man's right arm, obliterating it. He narrowed his crimson eyes, thinking, "Still can't get close." He then regenerated his lost arm and pulled out his phone. "Hello, Special Law Bureau. The fissure is indeed from the Great King's power." He hesitated before reporting, "But it gives me a strange feeling." A broadcast alert activated. "Attention all viewers, the red-colored area is continuing to expand. Please be prepared to evacuate." The blonde youth looked up, wondering, what is the Great King doing? If this keeps expanding, the surrounding cities will be sucked in too. Just then, the strange creature locked in a cage suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, isn't it obvious?" A gray phantom, grinned, stating with excitement, "The Great King definitely wants to destroy humanity." He slammed against the cage, shaking it violently and screaming, "You guys, let me out. Let me go be the vanguard. Hurry up, Alang, hurry." This only made Alang sigh wearily in his head, so annoying. The phantom in the cage kept screaming, "Open the cage, Alang, I want to kill, 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 haha," making Alang furiously kick it a few times and shout, Stay over there." Meanwhile, a person sat quietly beside them, clutching their mouth, thinking in a panic, "The apocalypse. It's the apocalypse." A female student with turquoise eyes covered her face, trembling. "The Divine Seat's prophecy has come true. We couldn't eliminate Jiang Si, and the apocalypse will be born from within his body. The entire universe will turn to dust." Returning to the memory world, the armored captain jumped down, ordering, "Get ready. Xiao Xiao, it's up to us now." Xiao Xiao jumped down as well. "Here I come." Again noted softly, "He's here." Again replied, The origin grinned widely, sitting casually across from the group. He walked forward with a monstrous smile. "You're all from the real world, aren't you? I've finally been waiting for you," he said warmly. "Haha." Aga spoke gravely, "As expected, it's the origin of the corpse tide that was defeated by the Great King. If this memory world is destroyed, he will appear in reality." Agan gently laid Gan Ning on the ground. He touched the cracks on her face and stated with conviction, I won't let him get out. He then turned to the boy with glasses, and asked politely, hello, could I trouble you to take care of this child? The boy with glasses frowned. My name is Shenjai. You don't have to ask, I'll take good care of Genning. The other injured members, leave them to me as well. Gan smiled. Then thank you, Shenjai. The boy with glasses ran towards Genning, wondering, he knows me. Is he from the association? Whatever, saving people comes first. With arrangements made, Gan shouted, let's go, Agao, Captain, Xiao Xiao, they responded in unison. Xiao Xiao activated her ability, exclaiming with excitement, I've been waiting for this for a long time. The Origin reached out a hand. I hope you all will be more entertaining than those memory phantoms, he said arrogantly. In the next moment, Aga was right in front of him, her massive fist about to connect with his face. What's with all the nonsense? She retorted. Facing her punch, the Origin chuckled. Now this is more like it. Their fists collided with terrifying force. Aga coughed, struggling to hold her ground, while the Origin burst out laughing. Their battle shook the space, causing the ground to explode. Aga threw a punch, but the Origin leaned back to dodge it, immediately countering with a punch to the top of her head. He then widened his eyes in surprise. Huh. That feels wrong. Isn't your head your weak point? Agao immediately punched back, scoffing, who would put their weak spot in such an obvious place? The Origin leaped into the air, laughing madly. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting, as expected of something specially trained by Jiang Sai. If it's not the head, then I'll just smash your whole body to pieces and see. However, as he finished speaking, the barrel of a massive gun was pointed straight at his head. Xiao Xiao leaped high, firing a chain gun continuously. Before that, I'll blast you to pieces first, she roared. The Origin leaned back to dodge, impressed. Whoa, Gatling flame. I like this. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Xiao's gun. She froze. A powerful gust of wind erupted. The Origin gripped her gun and spun her, and the weapon around violently. His savage laughter echoed. Haha, can I ask you for a favor? Give this to me. He kept the gun and flung Xiao Xiao away. The armored captain appeared just in time to catch her. The Origin turned his head, shouting excitedly, whoa, what's that? The armored captain held Xiao Xiao with one arm and aimed a weapon with the other. A fine piece of equipment. You can have this. A blinding yellow beam of magic shot towards him. The terrifying magic bombarded the area, forcing the Origin to dodge. The yellow beam hit his shadow, but he simply tore through the powerful magic with his bare hands, shouting with delight, amazing, amazing, its power is on par with that little girl's attack from before. Too bad it's useless against me. Just then, Gan appeared before him, clasping his hands and raising them high as magic surged around him. He leaped high into the air and roared, it's not over yet. He slammed his hands down, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. However, as his hands hit the ground, his eyes widened in shock. The Origin was completely unaffected. He had suddenly appeared and driven his fist into Gan's stomach, laughing maniacally. Well done. Ha ha. He was ecstatic. Hit me, he roared. I'm starting to get excited. He then delivered another punch, sending Gan flying. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in horror. Good heavens, that last attack didn't injure him at all. I guess you can only say, as expected of Jiang Xi's equal. Bastard, Agao roared, charging forward. Ha ha ha, don't be in such a hurry, the Origin said playfully. He raised his leg to stomp on Agao below. You'll be just like him soon enough, he said arrogantly. But Agao used all her strength to grab the Origin's leg. His stomp shattered her body, leaving a massive hole. Got you, Agao said with difficulty. Haha, you got me. So what? The Origin sneered. With your body in this state, what can you do? Suddenly, tiny rock fragments enveloped in blue magic rose up, startling him. A sharp red eye opened amidst the blue magic and broken bones. Aga's arm tightened its grip on his leg, while the shattered parts of her body were rapidly regenerated by the blue magic. Watching her body reform, the Origin gritted his teeth. Damn it, A fell for it. A giant stone hand immediately formed, trapping the Origin inside. A voice echoed. I told you. A long, blue-haired young man with spikes protruding from his back glanced over coldly. Well done, Agao, Gan exclaimed. He immediately gave the order, unleash all your ability. Gan's skin instantly changed color, glowing brightly. He roared in fury, you bastard. His entire body transformed as he shot forward, screaming, try this. Gan became a radiant blue stream of magic, shooting like a rocket straight through Aga's two stone hands. The stone shattered. Aga's hands were pierced, and the Origin fell to the ground, half of his body scorched as if a layer of skin had been peeled off. He asked himself in a daze, I am injured. He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, Jiangxi's body isn't as useful as I imagine. Gan was overjoyed. Success, just a few more attacks like that and we can destroy it completely. Lend me a hand. Aga poked her head out from her shattered armor. No problem. I can hold him. Just then, the Origin suddenly started laughing. Hold me. He sneered. He gritted his teeth and roared, I am the Origin of all zombies. You are just dregs granted power by Jiangxi. He was utterly enraged, his eyes turning a deep crimson as red and black magic surged around him. You think you can fight me? He screamed. Your arrogance has successfully angered me. Again Eniga stepped forward. Facing the Origin's immense magic, they stood firm like great trees against a storm, even as he roared madly, kneel and feel the flood of the apocalypse. He transformed into a giant phantom, his crazed smile destroying the very ground. Xiao Xiao shouted in shock, just how strong is this guy? Again said calmly, looks like we'll have to put in a little more effort. Aga said proudly, no problem at all. A red wave of magic swept through, shaking the heavens and earth. Nearby, two idiots sat huddled together. The one-eyed girl spoke up, that is. The dog-like creature beside her, Gao Jing, replied blankly, huh? The one-eyed girl asked, flustered, the boss is up there fighting, and we're just hiding here. Is that okay? Gao Jing sighed. This is something you just don't understand. Hearing this, the one-eyed girl gritted her teeth and yelled, like you understand. Then tell me what we should do. Gao Jing took the cigarette from his mouth and smiled, speaking with an air of profound mystery. Let me share with you a piece of life experience. Things you don't understand, if you can avoid them, avoid them. Life will be much easier that way. Besides, with that bald head image from before, and what's in the sky now? He imagined the foolish great King Jiangxi saying, that's a human, can you be my friend? And the foolish the Origin saying, this is a human. Please go die. He concluded, these two auras are definitely Lord Origin, but their attitudes towards humans are completely different. Until we can fully understand the Lord's profound meaning, he said sagely, puffing out a cloud of smoke, us little minions shouldn't get involved. Otherwise, you'll die without knowing how. The one-eyed girl held up her hand, which was being consumed by black energy, and screamed in panic, but I can feel my power being continuously drawn away by the Lord. What do I do in a situation that can't be avoided? Look at my hand. Gao Jing pouted, acting cool. It's a small matter. It's happening to everyone. His own head was also being consumed. It's starting for you too, she cried out. Gao Jing calmly took a puff of his cigarette. Oh well. The Lord is about to destroy the world. Nothing we do will matter. We might as well lie down and wait for death. Besides, there are plenty of others to accompany us. What's there to be sad about? The one-eyed girl, now also being turned into black energy, cried indignantly, is this also part of your experience? Before they were completely swallowed, her tragic scream echoed, Nu. Meanwhile, nearby, Wang Zikai had woken up and was carrying Elia. He set her and the black-haired girl down, calling out to the boy with glasses, I found Elia and the others, I'm leaving their treatment to you, the battle isn't over yet. The boy with glasses, who was using his magic to heal Gan-Name, exclaimed in shock, oh. That's the restructuring prophecy ability. He yelled helplessly, I'm not a professional doctor. Keeping them alive is my limit. How can they possibly continue fighting? Wang Zikai gave a strained laugh. Then you'll have to think of another way. First, please. But he stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening. Tenjai. You. What do you see over there? He stared at the mountain in front of them, stunned. That mountain in the distance. It's moving. The boy with glasses wasn't paying much attention. Nonsense. The whole world is shaking right now, what's so strange? Stop talking nonsense and help me save them. One Zikai became frantic, twisting the boy's neck with a crack. It's not that, just look and you'll see. The boy with glasses glanced at him, saying helplessly, you should let me treat you first. Your brain must have been rattled to be having such hallucinations. But when he glanced forward, he froze, just like Wang Zikai. He screamed in terror, that's right. That's not a mountain. Wang Zikai yelled in frustration, see, I told you, the boy with glasses was stammering in fear. That is. He screamed. A corpse tide, and it's the kind that could swallow the entire world. Xiao Xiao stared at the ferocious tide approaching, screaming in disbelief, are you kidding me? Even in the most dangerous times in our world, we've never faced a tide of this scale. Even if every human in the world turned into a zombie, there wouldn't be this many. The armored captain was calmer. Fortunately, this is just Jiangxi's memory. If a tide of this scale appeared in reality, the entire world would be flattened in an instant. An angry voice rang out, there's no difference. Aga controlled hundreds of rocks with her magic, emphasizing loudly, we must stop this tide. If we can't, the human civilization here will be annihilated. The memory world will completely collapse, and then it will become reality. If a tide of this size appears in the real world, the casualties will be incalculable. Again walked over, adding grimly, the problem is, if we can't deal with the Origin now, the tide will only get stronger, eventually swallowing everything. Xiao Xiao was stunned, muttering, "This is the despair that the divine civilization faced back then." The zombies swarmed forward, a teeming, suffocating mass. The armored captain and Xiao Xiao watched in silence. As despair filled the air, the captain suddenly laughed. He thrust his hand into his own chest and said loudly, "I understand what you mean. Leave Jiangxi to the rest of you. As for the corpse tide." His arm gradually transformed into a golden alloy. He lowered his now heavily armored arm and declared, "We will deal with it." Xiao Xiao saw this and yelled urgently, "The ancient mechanical gauntlet. Isn't it controlling your body?" He still kept something so dangerous. The armored captain got into a ready stance, replying nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. At least for now, when it's time to destroy zombies." His entire body transformed, and a dazzling golden mech appeared. "Our views are aligned." He looked at Xiao Xiao. "Well, Xiao Xiao, shall we charge in together?" Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. "What do you think?" She snapped. She immediately activated her ability, and declared loudly, "Of course we're going together." She looked up at Agao. "Agao, can you help me find a gun? That guy took mine earlier, and I don't know where it is now." Agao lifted a cannon with her ability, replying loudly, "Of course, small matter, I already prepared one for you." Xiao Xiao caught the cannon, exclaiming with excitement, "Hey, thanks a lot, then we'll leave this tied to you," Agao said with trust. Agan continued confidently, "And now, we can finally. And then we can deal with that guy." "Don't worry, just leave it to us," Xiao Xiao said confidently. "Don't worry about us," the armored captain added. "You two are the ones who need to be careful." Akam and Aga turned and gave a thumbs up in unison. "Thanks then." As they left, Xiao Xiao hesitated. "Oh. What is it?" the armored captain asked. Her face was filled with worry. "The question is, can those two really defeat Jiangxi? I really can't imagine him being defeated by anyone." She remembered the Origin's face. "And now, it's a Jiangxi who has ill intentions towards us." Just then, another person walked up and said confidently, "Of course they can. They can win. Because he is not Jiangxi. He is just an entity possessing Jiangxi's body. Therefore, he is not invincible," Dawn declared with indignation. "Dawn." The other two cried out joyfully. On the other side of the city, the defensive walls were cracking and crumbling. The bald man screamed into his communicator, Hey, how are you guys doing over there? Can you still hold on? The breach on our side is almost fixed. You can retreat in an orderly fashion, and then we'll all hide together. Do you hear me? If you hear me, answer." After a moment of impatient silence from the bald man, a voice finally came through. "Receive. We couldn't stop them earlier. Many of our comrades have died." "What?" he said, his mouth twisting. "Then hurry back. We'll find another way." Something new seemed to be happening on the other end. "No, don't," the voice said urgently. "It's different now." "Huh? What's going on?" The man quickly described what he was seeing. A group of amazing people just showed up here. The guild master, in his metal armor and ancient magic gauntlets, descended from the sky like a god. As soon as they appeared, the entire tide of the battle was reversed. We couldn't stop them before. With a grunt, he lifted a pillar into the air. Golden energy, like electric fire, shot from the magic gauntlets, wrapping around the pillar and crushing it. "But now it seems we have enough power to fight." The guild master continued to wield the power of the ancient magic gauntlets. "Go," he yelled, and all the remaining pillars were lifted into the air, sending debris flying. He then made a hand sign, and electric fire shot from his fingers, wrapping around his body. The crowd below gasped as the immense energy lifted all the pillars into the air. "He can still stand. Someone with this much power came to help us. We have a chance to win." The electric fire spread out like a net, covering the enemy and making them scream. The guildmaster stood firm in mid-air, his entire body glowing. The scene was no different from the descent of a god of light. "I won't let you take another step. I will protect this world. This side is almost stable," he thought, sending his hopes to the others. "Dawn, you guys hang in there too." Finally he channeled all his power, his entire body turning blue. The floating sword, pillars around him also changed color, a deathly aura clinging to them like spiderwebs. Meanwhile, Dawn was attacking the Origin with all her might. Hiya! Her sword strike was like a whirlwind, approaching him at incredible speed, looking as if it could cut him in half. Seeing the blade coming, he just sneered. "Still think this trick will work?" Die! His lightning punch slammed into her, sending her crashing to the ground. The impact created a massive crater, and the dust cleared to reveal her lying motionless, her fate unknown. "What a bunch of annoying flies," the Origin gritted his teeth. "So annoying." Squashed one. He was seething with rage, watching Agao charge at him. "Then there's still Holsworth." He kicked up a cloud of debris towards Agao, complaining, "So annoying." Agao had to stop and block the energy-infused rocks. As expected of the Great King's body, he thought, it's not easy to restrain at all. He formed his hands into a pincer, hoping to crush the Origin in one move, but he had underestimated his opponent. Damn it! The origin grabbed both of his arms and ripped them off, leaving him a bloody, limbless torso. Suddenly, the origin's empty eyes darted in another direction. He sensed a killing intent. A powerful cannonball shot towards him, and he leaned back to dodge. Jia Xiao, with her cannon, was firing wildly. You bastard, you're fighting us with that stinky face. You can't even regenerate your own body. The more she talked, the more excited she got, taunting him. Is it really as Dawn said? You can't control Jiangxi's body at all. Then what's the point of possessing his body? You're so useless. Her words hit a nerve. The origin's face contorted in a rage, and he shot towards her, throwing a lightning punch. Seeing Xia Xiao get hit and fall like a broken doll, Aga rushed forward. Xia Xiao, why did you come here? The origin, still holding Xia Xiao, spat, you annoying flies. He threw her into the sky. You all want to die so badly. If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. He was practically insane with rage, his eyes glowing red. A cam flew in and caught Xia Xiao. Kill all of us. He challenged, looking at the origin. That won't be easy. He then unleashed his full power, moving at incredible speed, leaving only green afterimages. The tactic seemed to be working. He landed a hit, and the origin staggered. A cam then gathered energy into a green orb between his hands and threw it. Here's another one for you. All right then, the origin roared, not one to be outdone. You'll be the first to die. He threw a punch that slammed into a cam's chest. Seeing his comrade get hit, Aga rushed to his aid. Akam, I'm coming. Okay, Agao. Hold him off for a bit. I'll charge up a big one for him. Akim yelled. Stop your solo monologue, you two trash, the origin snarled. Now's the time, Dawn, having recovered, yelled, swinging her sword at him again. This time, she hit his neck, but Jiangxi's body was like steel, and the blade couldn't even scratch it. Veins popped out on her hand. Damn it, not enough power. Cut through, you've missed your chance, you ant, the origin said, his voice low and threatening. He unleashed his inner power. It's over, a swirling vortex of black energy erupted, threatening to engulf everything. The ground shook and debris flew everywhere. The Great King's power is too terrifying, Akam said, lying in the rubble. The two of us can't hold him for long. Yeah, this is tough, Agao agreed. We can't finish him in one go, Dawn said from behind them, but it was a success. Huh. They both said, then looked at what she was holding and gasped. His arm. She held up the zombie arm. I was originally aiming for the head, but that was too difficult. But getting an arm isn't bad either. How about that? Xia Xiao, having recovered, said cockily. My taunting was pretty good, right? He's going to be so scared now. I really want to see the look on his face. He must be so unhappy right now. Ha ha ha, the origin, missing an arm, appeared silently. What? I was actually injured by a toy I created myself. He thought. It seems Jiangxi's body isn't as powerful as I thought. Let's all charge and blow him to bits, Xiaoxiu yelled, raising her cannon. But before she could do anything, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Don't push yourself, Dawn said, grabbing her arm. Even with Jiangxi's gene in you, there's a limit. He's using the same level of power as Jiangxi. One mistake, and he'll kill us instantly. But now that he's missing an arm, his fighting ability will definitely be weakened, Aga said optimistically. Yeah, Akem agreed, cracking his knuckles. If we just attack him like this a few more times, he'll be crippled. The origin burst out laughing at their naivety. You ignorant ants. Do you really think I care about this broken body? I was just playing with Jiangxi's power. And now, it seems Jiangxi is nothing special. I'll just have to do it myself. He grabbed his hair, and from the stump of his missing arm, a black smoke with a distorted face emerged. If that's the case, then face my true form. The origin's true, ugly form began to emerge from Jiangxi's body, causing him to double over. I am the origin of all zombies, it declared arrogantly. I am formless, shapeless, immortal, and eternal, be careful, Akim yelled. His true form is a terrifying existence, no less than the Great King. Hey, Jiangxi's consciousness complained. You come and go as you please. That's not very polite. That voice. It's Jiangxi, the origin said, startled. Two new arms grew from the wound and grabbed the origin, pulling it back in. It's just a broken arm, right? Jiangxi said, clearly annoyed. I'll give you both arms, how about that? He began to squeeze and mold the origin's form. It's not often you get to come out and play. So let's play to our heart's content. Now be a good boy, and wait inside my body. In a moment, Jiangxi's body was completely restored. The origin was praying. I can't escape this body. In the past, when Jiangxi had just awakened his sixth form, Akam was struck in the chest and sent flying through several buildings. He and Agao ended up stuck together on a wall with a banner that read, a warm welcome to the revival of Akam and Agao. Even though I'm glad to be alive, Kim groaned as they pulled themselves off the wall. This way of celebrating is a little extreme, don't you think? Gao added. Why are you two weaker than in my memory? Jiangxi asked, running up to them and scratching his bald head. Was there a problem with the revival? Is it possible, Kim speculated, wiping his mouth, that in the thousands of years we were dead, you, Jiangxi, just got too strong? He looked over at a Mao and a Lang, who were lounging around, and a Jiao, who was still tied up in pieces. Even a top-tier zombie king like him can be casually cut up and hung on a wall by you. Hey, you new guys, don't you know the rules? A Ji yelled from his perch. You don't just call him Jiangxi, you call him a great king. Are you two looking to die? Come on, let me teach you the rules, the you of today. Can you even deal with the origin instantly? Gao asked, ignoring him. The origin. Jiangxi thought of its ugly, writhing form. No way. The most annoying thing about that guy is that he has no physical form. He's just a concept. You can't kill him. It's like fighting a slug that's been scalded with hot water. Super gross. He gave them a mysterious thumbs up. But I have thought of a way to completely deal with the origin. He held out a notebook. On the cover was written, Jiangxi's plan to eliminate the origin. Inside were two simple drawings. The origin looked like a pumpkin, and he was a pack, and with his mouth open. Step 1. When the time is right, use my body to trap the origin. He flipped the page. A drawing of two creatures beating up a purple, headed figure. Step 2. Let my little brothers deal with the corporeal origin. Are those supposed to be as in the drawing? Akam and Agao asked, sweating. We're supposed to defeat the origin. The next page showed a group of strange creatures with their hands in the air. Step 3. Throw a party to celebrate the victory. This is my entire plan, he said, holding the notebook up proudly. Well, are you convinced by my genius? Don says. Great king, they said, staring at him blankly. Don't you think there's a little problem with your plan? What? He yelled, shocked. What could possibly be wrong with such a perfect plan? You're just nitpicking, the first step is already a problem. Kim yelled back. After you give your body to the origin, are we supposed to fight it with our lives? We can't win, no matter how you think about it, we can't win. Ha ha, is that so? Jiangxi laughed nervously, biting away. No problem, no problem. Anyway, I don't remember where I trapped the origin. I can't find it anywhere. He casually tossed the notebook aside. So I have plenty of time to train you guys. Back in the present, Gao hesitated. Wait. The right time the great king mentioned. It's not now, is it? Jiangxi, who had been standing with his arms crossed and his head down, suddenly looked up. Yes, isn't it obvious? It's all just like our plan from back then. You could have at least given us a heads up. Akam screamed in frustration. It's been over 1,000 years. Who's going to remember? What? You two are so forgetful, Jiangxi said, but his arm suddenly shot up and clamped over his own mouth. A red light glowed in his eyes. The origin was back. So you let me control your body on purpose, it hissed. This was your grand plan that you've been plotting for 1,000 years. Actually, it hasn't been that long, Jiangxi's consciousness replied cheerfully. After I sealed you, a lot of things happened in the divine civilization. I was very busy. A memory of a very different, long, white-haired Jiangxi appeared. It was only much later, when I revived a Cam and a Gao, that they reminded me to deal with you as well. The origin was speechless. But I forgot where I threw you. Jiangxi continued. I was too lazy to look for you, so I just put it off. What did you say? The origin gritted out. The two souls fought for control, twisting Jiangxi's face into a pained grimace. It was only when I was training Dawn that I realized I had thrown you into my head, Jiangxi yelled. It was an unexpected bonus. I am so lucky. The origin was so angry it could have spit nails. Are you provoking me, Jiangxi? It seems I need to remind you of the terror of the end of the world. Why are you so angry? We were just talking, Jiangxi's consciousness taunted. The origin's consciousness separated from Jiangxi's body, and the two immediately began to fight. Is that all you've got? Jiangxi asked, taking a punch to the face. Don't be so cocky, the origin screamed. They fought fiercely, and the ground below began to crumble. Ah, why does this keep happening to me? The green-haired girl cried, running for her life. The origin was incredibly strong. It grabbed Jiangxi and slammed him into a cliff. In the dust, their two figures could be seen locked in a life, or death struggle. Jiangxi seemed to be losing. The origin's arm pierced through his chest, and it lifted him into the air. But even though it had hit him, it was still furious. Damn it, it's this kind of fighting again, it thought, seeing Jiangxi grab onto it. No matter how many times I smash him, I can't do any major damage to him, and I can't kill him. Jiangxi's hair stood on end, and his body glowed with a strange green light. He was preparing for a counterattack. And every time he reappears, he's stronger, the origin thought, just as Jiangxi's punch connected with its head, making it see stars. Thousands of years have passed, Jiangxi, it screamed in pain. Is your fighting style still so disgusting? Haven't you changed at all? Ignoring its cries, Jang slammed it into the ground, creating a massive explosion. He stood there, panting, as the hole in his chest regenerated. You're regenerating again. The origin yelled from the crater, furious. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if you do this 100 million more times, they'll still kill you. Don't say that, Jang retorted. Actually, I have made some progress. He demonstrated by changing his hair color. For example, this form. You've never seen it before, right? He laughed as the origin stared, dumbfounded, then shot down from the sky. What? What else could it be? The origin cried out. It was another beating. This time, it was a lightning kick from the air Jang say. The force of the blow was unstoppable, sending the origin flying into the sky like a rocket. It crashed against the barrier of the memory world, which cracked under the impact. This damn cage. It cursed, realizing what it was. It's stopping me from entering the real world. Outside the barrier, a news helicopter was broadcasting live. Folks, the cracks are still spreading. Hey, Jinxie called, we're still fighting. Can you be a little more serious? Fighting. Don't make me laugh, the origin screamed, its anger boiling over. Do you think I can't feel it anymore? I may have taken over your body, but your body is actually devouring my power. It won't be long before even my consciousness is digested. Jiangxi listened to its confession with a deadpan expression. Haha, I actually wanted to possess this monster's body. I must be insane. The origin laughed hysterically. Don't be like that, Jiangxi said, flying up to it. You're very strong, so it will take a long time to digest you. The origin gulped in fear. Let's keep fighting. Jiangxi cheered. That way, I can use my fifth form to go all out. But that's going to be tough. With a do or die mentality, the origin charged. The origin let out a horrifying, guttural laugh. Of Jiangxi, don't think you've won. Even if it can't defeat you, I won't let you off easy. Watch this. It erupted with power, screaming, I'll take the whole world down with me. The origin seized control of the brain, moving close to the fissure. It then injured a spot on the brain, and a single drop of blood seeped through the crack, flowing down into reality. A soldier's eyes widened as the drop of blood landed on the ground. What is that? He asked, bewildered. People watched as the drop of blood seemed to dance consciously on the street, murmuring amongst themselves. Is that blood? Is someone injured nearby? No, that blood. It seems to be moving. This isn't right at all. Report it to the higher-ups. Quickly, the drop of blood suddenly emitted a radiant red power that rapidly expanded. Arch! A soldier screamed in fear. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it expanded, enveloping the entire city. Then, it surged upwards, turning back to devour the protective barrier. It swirled like a fiery vortex, madly absorbing everything. The barrier, with the vortex at its center, began to crack, the fissures spreading at an alarming rate. The crowd below grew more chaotic. Everyone craned their necks to look up. A man asked loudly, what is that thing? Did that red light come from it? A strange aura quickly spread. A soldier, seeing a man standing in the area, shouted, someone's over there. The shouting grew louder. What are you doing? Private, is that you? Why have you abandoned your post? And that red light just now came from your direction, didn't it? Do you have any information on it? But the private just stood there, mouth agape, frozen in shock. The commander continued to complain. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? You. Everyone quickly gathered, staring at the horrifying scene. The commander gasped, how did it become like this? Fire, quickly, fire. Within the red circle, a mutation had appeared. Everyone, be careful. Watching the soldiers unload their ammunition into the strange creature, the commander turned and yelled into his radio, call the special bureau. There are abnormal fissures and a monster has appeared. Call the special bureau, call the special bureau. A reply came through quickly. Annihilation. The commander's face went blank. Tough. He uttered dryly. The surrounding zombies quickly went into a frenzy. Respond to the Great King's will. At the Special Bureau headquarters, a massive impact tore a hole in a skyscraper. 2 zombies leaped up, roaring, respond to the Great King's will. Annihilate this world. A human voice questioned them. What's wrong with you two? A girl stood stunned, asking her comrades, what's with the look on your faces? Did something happen? The 2 zombies tried to restrain themselves, warning her, big sis, run. We have an overwhelming urge to attack humans right now. What? The girl cried out. The white-haired woman looked up at the fiery red orb above her head, bewildered. What the hell is that thing? Veins popped on her face as her eyes widened. Why do I feel my own bloodlust growing stronger? Her comrades around her were also screaming wildly. Blood, I want blood. I'll have to work 10 more jobs just to buy blood. Me too. The origin looked at the chaotic world before it and laughed maniacally. Go on, devour each other. As our powers continue to merge, I won't have to run anymore. It will spread out, enveloping the entire earth, coiling like an iron chain around the green planet. Just letting a fraction of this energy leak out is enough to create a corpse tide that will destroy everything. Even if you swallow me, you'll only get a barren wasteland where humans and zombies fight to the death. It laughed, pleased with its own calculation. Ah, Jang-si, you finally have to. As it was monologuing, it was struck by a powerful blow. It grunted as its body was sent flying into the air once again. Jang-si, radiating a cold, murderous aura, warned in a low voice, "You've angered me." Fighter jets streaked across the sky, continuously firing at the two zombies below while broadcasting an announcement. Zombie Kings Amao and Alang have entered a hostile state. I repeat, Zombie Kings Amao and Alang have entered a hostile state. Alang, hit by the bullets, roared in pain and swatted a fighter jet out of the sky. Destruction. The pilot clutched the controls, repeating the order. Fire all munitions, fire all munitions, do not hold back. Amao, who had appeared in the air, smashed through most of the fighter jets, their flaming wreckage raining down. He stared blankly at the targets around him, screaming, "Destroy humanity." But suddenly, chains flew out from nowhere, wrapping around him. They seemed to have a life of their own, binding his limbs and then his entire body. He let out a grunt and struggled furiously. Alang on the ground, suffered the same fate. The one who had thrown the chains was a Jew. He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip, trying to wake his comrades. "Stop it." The great king ordered the destruction of all humans. How could something so good happen? "Calm down, both of you. If you mess up, the great king will cut us to pieces and hang us up again." On the other side, the giant monster, after taking a considerable amount of damage, was lying weakly on the ground. The surrounding soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. "My God, we finally dealt with it." A red-haired man looked at the grotesque creature and asked the girl beside him, "Is this the monster that caused the anomaly?" She didn't answer, instead complaining, "Jiangxi just had a few drinks. Why did it cause such a huge commotion?" Xiao Hai jumped down from above, explaining, "This monster is a fusion of the Great King and another powerful force." He clutched his head, his red eyes glowing with restraint. "It will cause a collective frenzy among zombies." The girl quickly flipped through the data in her hand. "That's right. The Special Law Bureau has completely lost contact. Zombies all over the world are showing varying levels of aggression. If their power continues to spread, the war between humans and zombies will erupt once more." A curly-haired man patted Xiao Hai's shoulder reassuringly. "Xiao Hai, you should get away from it. From now on," he pointed a thumb at himself confidently, "the humans will take over." Xiao Hai tried to stop him. "This monster's rank is very high. You are no match for it." The monster, after a short rest, quickly raised its head. The soldiers around shouted, "Whoa, this thing isn't dead yet. Continue the attack," the man sighed. There's no other way. Humanity's combat strength has never been equal to that of zombies. But don't forget." He tensed his body, ripping his tattered military uniform to shreds, and growled out each word, "For 1,000 years, we were the ones being beaten down by the academy." He leaped into the air, leaving one last sentence behind. "If we can't win." He then unleashed a thunderous punch, striking the monster and contorting its shape in pain. "Then we'll die holding it back," he roared, relentlessly attacking it. His prolonged screams were indistinguishable from the monster's. Below, soldiers quickly rushed to provide support. "Is this monster getting bigger?" "Never mind that, go support Captain John." In Captain Zhang's mind, a single thought repeated, "I'm not enough on my own." The academy students looked at the roaring, thrashing monster, a shared hatred in their hearts. "What about me? 10,000 of me, 100,000 of me." Two students channeled power into their hands, ready to fight. "It's still so hard to deal with." "Stop talking. That's Captain John's direction. Go provide support." The monster grew more ferocious, extending its body into tentacles that wrapped around people and rocks. Captain John was still lost in thought. "In the time we buy with our lives." The people around him were screaming. "This monster just keeps growing. Is there no way to completely destroy it?" "The lab is still trying to find a way to stop it." He charged forward, kicking away a tentacle, and grabbing a panicked soldier. "Captain," in John's mind, there was only one idea. "Others will research, study, and tirelessly search for a way to fight, until the danger is completely gone." He let out a long scream, "Don't underestimate humans." Xiao Hai was still clutching his head in pain, veins popping on his face. "So annoying," he complained silently. Black energy radiated from his body, signaling an impending explosion of madness. "Do so many people really have to die to solve this?" he said, annoyed. "The Great King leaving me here no longer has any meaning." A murderous aura shot out from Xiao Hai, becoming almost tangible as it sliced the space around him into pieces. His purple hair whipped around as he completely lost control. "There's no other way. It's been a long time." He flew straight to the top of the monster's head and gently advised, "Get a little more serious." He then pointed two fingers at it. "Fall. You pathetic thing." Just like that, The monster was instantly riddled with countless bloody holes. It thrashed wildly and shrieked. Captain Jang stared at the scene, stunned, silently praising him. So powerful. As expected of a subordinate trusted by Jiang Sai. The two students rushed over. Is it dealt with? Looks like the two of us weren't needed after all. Zhao He stood majestically before the deep crater he had just created in the monster's body. He suddenly looked up at the clear blue sky and wondered, a strange feeling. As if something is watching us. An illusion. Space warped and shifted, past the sky, through the galaxy and the stars, to where Jiang Xi was rotating his hands as if controlling something. He was kneading the origin. Jiang Xi stood straight in midair, twisting streams of the origin into a black vortex. The origin floated at the center of the vortex, screaming in terror, "This can't be. What in the world is this power?" No one answered its question as it sank deeper. It looked up at Jiang Xi and struggled one last time. "Wait a minute, Jiang Xi, don't you need your body anymore?" Jiang Xi waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. My body will recover it all." The origin, furious, tried one last desperate attack. "Damn you, I'll risk it all." Jiang Xi leisurely watched the origin charge to its doom, giving it a look of contempt. Perfect timing. He waved his hand, rolling it up again amidst its piercing screams. He then formed the origin into a neat ball, and sincerely offered, "Your body. I won't waste any of it." He looked at the perfectly round, black orb in his hand and warned, "I will absorb it all." He then opened his mouth and savored it, wasting nothing, ignoring its panicked protests. Wait, we are one." The origin's last word was cut off as Jiang Xi chewed it with a crunch. He gave a satisfied whistle and a thumbs up, then let himself fall, landing gracefully in front of his comrades. He struck a Vic pose and praised the meal. "Perfect, the origin is quite nutritious. I feel like I've gotten stronger." Xiao and the others stared, mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. He ate it. They stammered. Everything seemed to be back on track. Far away in the universe, a mysterious figure held a blue orb, muttering, "A tidal wave on Earth. Zombies. The aftershocks of the fusion." It seems Jiang Xi has completely devoured the origin as well. Just one more step and Jiang Xi will be completely destroyed. He stared at the device in front of him and sighed. "I hope there's still time." Jiang Xi plopped down on the ground, holding a sparkling black and red orb, muttering and shaping it like a strange crestman. "Like this. And then like this. Add a bit of the origin's energy." He smirked, looking just like a child playing with clay. He then held up a small doll that looked exactly like him, announcing proudly, "It's done." Pop, 6 identical dolls appeared, dancing around him. It's done. Look, everyone," Jiang Xi shouted like a performer finishing his act. "This is my new ability." With a wave of his hand, a doll leaped behind him and started giving him a shoulder massage. "The pressure is not bad." Jiang Xi nodded in satisfaction. Another doll immediately knelt to give him a foot massage, and a meticulous pedicure. He laughed smugly. "You're a smart one. You know what to do without me having to control you. This ability is incredibly convenient. Once I enhance it with nano machines, it'll be invincible." Jiang Xi jumped up like a child showing off a new toy. "Come on, everyone, come see my new ability. Isn't it interesting?" The whole group stood frozen like statues, their faces contorted, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Ziling finally spoke, her voice full of doubt. "That's it. Did you just eat the guy who possessed you?" Xiao also asked softly, her face showing concern. "Are you sure you're okay? If you fight again, you'll definitely die." Jiang Xi crossed his arms, grinning without a hint of regrets. "I don't know why, but it just felt particularly delicious at that moment. So, without thinking, I ate it." "Aha," he clapped his hands. "All in all, the result is great. Not only did I get a super convenient ability, but I also recovered a good chunk of my memories." Xiao glanced at the dolls that were running him up. "Aren't these little things a bit too mobile? And where did they pull that food out from?" The minister stood behind them, nodding slowly as if telling a fairy tale. "Indeed, the ancients said it. The 6 civilizations before ours were all destroyed by Jiang Xi. Everything we know now is just remnants of the ancient technological civilization, combined with the ability civilization of the gods." "Jiang Xi, what exactly are your past memories?" Jiang Xi thought for a moment, then shrugged, speaking as if it were a casual story. "The past. Actually, I remember that before the age of the gods, I fought an extremely formidable guy, and then I died, shattered into pieces." He shrugged again. "Then one isekai, and the others picked up my pieces and revived me using recovery technology. So, I came back to life." The scene shifted to a memory. Jiang Xi lay in a recovery pod. One isekai stood outside, saying gravely, "Brother Shanjie, is this the museum you were talking about?" Shanji stroked his chin, his eyes full of doubt. "The location is right. But why is it just an ordinary zombie?" Jiang Xi continued in the present. "At that time, I was still in a blank state. My memory and physical strength hadn't recovered. He suddenly stood up, placing his hands on his head as if about to project a memory. Come on, I'll show you all something. The space-time where we once fought has already collapsed. But just then, again and a Gao appeared right between his hands, humorously interrupting. Great King, there's no need, that kind of thing should only happen once. A Gao added, it's better if we don't randomly look at your memories. Under the flickering light of the distorted space, Jiangxi tilted his head, confused. Tough. Why not? I thought it was very interesting, so I wanted to share it with you all. For example, that time the origin challenged one isekai. Wasn't that a beautiful memory? In the distance, Shanji stood with his arms crossed, his voice even but full of hidden meaning. If all those earth-shattering events hadn't happened after that, do you think you would have had the chance to meet Jiangxi again? Wang Zikai smiled lightly. That's true. I would have definitely sought him out again later. At this, Jiangxi pouted, crossed his arms, and shrugged. That time. If none of you are interested, then forget it. Let's go back. As he said that, he suddenly sang a note. A shockwave spread out, shaking the space and sweeping away dry leaves and dust. What now? The minister shouted. The real world outside began to crack. Zhao He stood majestically on the head of a giant monster, the space around it vibrating as if being crushed by an invisible force. On the edge of the solar system. No, beyond the solar system, it seems there's something. Xiao He muttered, it didn't die. As expected of a creature affected by the Great King's genes. This is going to be a bit of a hassle. As he was contemplating, a figure in a white cloak suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. A golden light erupted from under the figure's feet as a powerful kick descended, splitting the monster in two like a watermelon. Who the hell are you? He yelled. That won't kill it. Blowing it up will only spread the contamination. The white-cloaked figure didn't turn back, replying flatly, I don't need you to tell me how troublesome Jiangxi's power is. At that moment, a device in Wang Zikai's hand lit up. He gave a cold command, activate. Relic of the First Era. Information appeared, level 99 monster, E10900. Chaos, remnant of the world, uncontrolled energy of Jiangxi. Xiao He flew up, breaking into a cold sweat. Holy crap, who can even play against this? Some random guy jumps out and messes everything up, even ruining the script. Wang Zikai also flew up, dodging the monster's attack. Don't panic. It's almost over. He launched a kick, and a beam of light instantly drained 7000 E. Critical hit successful, the monster's heat was depleted. A game-like effect screen appeared. You have successfully eliminated the target. The monster disintegrated into dust. Everyone around stared, mouths agape. What? Xiao He wiped his sweat, muttering, the monster contaminated by the Great King's power was completely annihilated. But who in the world is this guy? Wang Zikai landed, his eyes cold. Civilization of the Gods. God number 2, Wang Zikai. I'm sorry, but to prevent the disaster that Jiangxi may cause, I am forced to destroy both him and this planet. The statement fell like a hammer blow, shocking the ministers. Wait, you just resolved the disaster, what more is there? Now is the time to sit down and talk calmly, not make threats like that. Wang Zikai turned back, his voice grim. Resolving that wasn't even the prologue. He looked up, and the sky cracked open. From within, thousands of people who had been sucked out of the world in Jiangxi's brain rained down to the ground. Help, they screamed. Holy crap, Xiao He exclaimed. With this number, we can't hesitate. He waved his hands, and 2 streams of black energy shot into the sky, transforming into 2 giant wings that gently caught the falling people. Mom, I'm out. This isn't a dream, is it? Good, now I won't get scolded by the Great King. One by one, don't push, thank you, we're saved. Elsewhere, Wang Zikai gritted his teeth. As expected, just as Shanji said, Jiangxi has finally absorbed the power of the origin, a level on par with the gods. A great catastrophe is unavoidable. At that moment, Jiangxi's group also landed safely on the ground. Jiangxi shook his head. This feeling. Is it from Xiao He? Such a bender. But I'm back. What's wrong with my nose? I just got here, and it's already itchy. On a deserted island, where only the sound of waves and a solitary apartment building stood, nature seemed to be trying to hide something that was about to happen. Ziling turned in a panic. Jiangxi, are you going to see it in? Wait a minute. Jiangxi sat on a hospital bed, trying to hold it in, his face scrunched up like a cat doused in cold water, both uncomfortable and helpless. Ziling was still traumatized, trembling as if she had just escaped death. That was close, she breathed. Luckily, he managed to suck that sneeze back in. It almost caused a tsunami that would have sunk 3 islands. Thankfully, they were deserted islands. If we were in the city center. She shook her head, trying to regain her composure. I've brought the conmeat. The doctor said you have to eat bland food, so please bear with it. Jiangxi's face was as glum as a Saudi dumpling, he whined that not even a chicken egg was allowed. Suddenly, crash, Xiao He smashed through the wall like a meteor. Great King, I'm here. Ziling nearly fainted from shock. Xiao He shoved a pile of pills that looked like building blocks into Jiangxi's hand. We didn't anticipate the Great King could get sick, so we gathered all the potentially useful medicine. Great King, try taking a dose 1,000 times the normal amount. Jiangxi forced a smile, his nose stuffy and his eyes watery. No need to worry, he said, trembling. I just have a slight cold. I'll be fine after a few days. Before he could finish, his nose started running. He was about to sneeze again. If you can't hold it in, aim for the sky, Ziling screamed in panic. Oh no, it's starting again, Xiao He yelled. Jiangxi tilted his head back and sneezed towards the sky. The sound was like a meteor hitting the ocean. The shockwave spread across the planet, and the blast of air shot straight to Mars. Boom! A chunk of Mars exploded. At the Special Law Bureau headquarters, a satellite transmitted the image. An officer reported, Report, Jiangxi's sneeze caused a slight deviation in Earth's orbit. Mars will completely disintegrate within the next 72 hours. The command center descended into chaos. A pale-faced general said, Thank heavens it wasn't aimed at the sun. Crash, Xiao He burst through the door again, this time more gently. Don't worry, it's us. We almost didn't make it back. I thought one sneeze from the Great King would be instant death. Ziling had also been caught in the blast, her clothes tattered. Terrifying. A stop time, but I could only hold it for less than 5 seconds. The blonde minister pointed. You're lucky to be alive. He turned to Elaine and Mao, who were in charge of Jiangxi's physical examination. Jiangxi was now bandaged up like an Egyptian mummy. Xiao He, you're here, Mao whispered weakly. Aju still hadn't recovered, his body in pieces like a step and Lego toy. Xiao He broke into a cold sweat, his mind blank with fear. It's only been a day, and they still haven't recovered. Again walked over, his voice trembling. An allergy. It's just an allergy. How can it be this terrifying? It's not my turn next, is it? Please, no. Just then, Wang Zikai's voice, deep and steady, silenced everyone. This is just the beginning. From now on, it will only get more difficult. All eyes turned to him. Jiangxi has absolute control over his body at the genetic level. Things like sickness, fatigue, and drunkenness will never happen unless he wants them to. But, he looked around, only when he absorbs a being with a similar nature can his immune system weaken. Only then will allergic reactions, such as sneezing, occur. Someone whispered, so what if he sneezes with his full power? Wang Zikai replied, a normal person's sneeze is equivalent to a category 12 typhoon. But if it's Jiangxi, it's enough to blow away a planet. If this condition lasts for 2 weeks, the solar system will be gone. Again couldn't take it anymore and punched Wang Zikai in the mouth. Shut up, what's with all the nonsense? In the civilization of the gods, your mission was to destroy the zombies so the origin would disappear, right? Agao also joined in, punching and kicking him relentlessly. You're the one who made the Great King angry and started the world-ending war, she screamed. Again added, I heard even Agu was killed because of you, you idiot. Wang Zikai covered his head. I had no choice back then, I'll just let you beat me to death to vent your anger. Ow, stop hitting me, I was wrong. He cried out in pain. Ziling could only sigh to herself. So this is the real Wang Zikai. He survived for thousands of years. His stubbornness is terrifying. Ziling spoke sternly, you said before that to stop Jiangxi, you needed to destroy the entire civilization. What did you mean? Wang Zikai shook his head, his eyes cold as ice. Not destroy, but erase. But before that, I still want to try an optimal solution. An optimal solution. Ziling frowned, but a golden light cut her off. Wang Zikai transformed into a brilliant light and shot into the sky, heading straight for Jiangxi in space. Wang Zikai dove towards Jiangxi's location. Jiangxi, who was leisurely eating cunny in a deserted apartment building, paused. Something's approaching. Crash, the wall was shattered as Wang Zikai burst in like a missile. Jiangxi looked up and smiled casually. Oh, Wang Zikai. Long time no see. Wang Zikai didn't reply, throwing a punch. Before Jiangxi could finish his sentence, a sneeze welled up. Achoo! A shockwave blew Wang Zikai out of Earth's atmosphere, sending him tumbling through space. Floating, he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, how did he get stronger? He summoned a game controller, and light enveloped him. Alright, this won't be so easy. He summoned a holy sword, along with a series of level 9 skills activating simultaneously, Godspeed Sword Intent, Ultimate Strength, Warrior's Rage, Heaven Shattering Strike, Phantom Shao, Steel Body, Berserk Impact, Critical Strike, Lightning Attack. A golden light burned around his body, each skill a small star orbiting him, converging into a living celestial body. But he wasn't done. He summoned the Crown of the Almighty, with skills like Super Energy Shield, Thunder Tempest, Indomitable Soul, Holy Protection, berserk rage, and a strange skill called static-ling stride that made his hair stand on end. He also had unyielding will, soul guardian, unbreakable battle spirit, true light shield, source of life, annihilation wall, accelerated recovery, and dire adaptation. He then put on a series of cloaks of the savior with skills like eternal guardian flame, desperate counterattack, storm protection, and death god's blessing. He had unbreakable fortitude, awakening suppression, battlefield protection, phantom soul step, mana resonance, divine domain blessing, anomaly shift, dragon scale body, absolute defense, blood-colored recovery, damage reflection, thorns, heartless vitality, primordial resistance, heavenly master's protection, evasion, and shadow step, all at level 9. One isekai now looked like a god of war, armed to the teeth. He took a deep breath and shouted so loud it echoed through the universe, "Jiang-si, try this." A kit carrying hundreds of thousands of tons of energy was launched, flying through space, breaking through atmospheric layers, straight towards Earth. But... boom. Before it could hit, Jiang-si appeared out of nowhere and knocked it back. A shockwave exploded in the stratosphere, the light obscuring the sun, dust and smoke everywhere. When the light faded, Jiang-si was standing there, a leisurely smile on his face. Not bad at all. If I hadn't blocked that, you would have blown up the whole Earth. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow with a smile. You've gotten quite a bit stronger in the 1,000 years we haven't seen each other. But why not call out that other psycho to play along? Fighting alone all the time is a bit boring. Wang Zikai gritted his teeth, full of hesitation. This is bad. If I can't insta-kill Jiang-si, the more I fight, the stronger he'll get. He tightened his grip on the controller, his voice low. I'm sorry, Jiang-si. To eliminate the threat you pose, I am forced to use this. A relic from the first era. Jiang-si saw the familiar controller and laughed lightly. Oh, a game controller. This thing looks familiar. I think I used it to play Whack-A-Mole, Villain Edition 6. Before he could finish, his nose started to itch. Wait a minute. Don't you dare sneeze in this state. Wang Zikai screamed in panic. Aku, a colossal flame erupted from the void, sweeping through space like a heavenly fire and engulfing Wang Zikai completely. The space around them fractured, and fissures in space-time appeared like black blades, threatening to tear reality itself apart. On the ground, Xiao Hai and Ziling looked up, their faces pale. It's over. We're really done for this time. Xiao Hai trembled. Inside the cosmic flame, Wang Zikai screamed in despair. I didn't even have time to explain. He let out one final roar that seemed to shatter the very fabric of space, and then he was gone.